Hi guys! I'm glad to see you back on our channel. This is the fourth part of the story. If you missed the previous part, don't worry, the link is waiting for you in the description and the pinned comment. Your likes and comments mean a lot to me, as they not only help promote this video but also motivate me to keep creating interesting stories for you. So, don't hesitate to share your thoughts and feelings. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy the video. The next day was a Monday, but Hu Yan was assigned by Qin Baixiang to take care of Su Wanying. Naturally, he didn't need to request leave, and was instead given an official excuse to skip work. Early in the morning, Hu Yan planned to call Hua Shaoqiang and Su Wanying to tell them that he had some personal matters to take care of today. Unexpectedly, both of them disagreed with his plan and insisted on joining him, eager to be part of whatever excitement was in store. After experiencing Hu Yan's extraordinary abilities in the past, it was almost impossible to drive them away. Despite Hu Yan's attempts to persuade them, they remained firm in their decision. The only compromise they made was to promise they would follow Hu Yan's lead and not cause any trouble. Left with no other choice, Hu Yan accepted his responsibility to accompany the two. One was his current and future business partner, and the other was a promising spy of great importance. It was best not to offend them. By the time Hu Yan arrived at Dongpeng Antique Store, Hua Shaoqiang and Su Wanying were already there, waiting. Only Gan Naren wasn't present, as he had business to attend to in the south. Before leaving, Gan Naren had specially greeted Hu Yan, suggesting that they should meet up in Jiangnan when he had time for a proper gathering. As Hu Yan walked in, Wu Shuang's face first showed a hint of surprise. Then, the gloomy expression on her face suddenly brightened. "Brother Hu Yan, you're finally here. Wait, why are you here?" It was clear that Zhao Peng had forbidden them from contacting Hu Yan, and Wu Shuang thought he was just passing by. "I came with a few friends to have a look around." "You can go ahead with your work," Hu Yan replied. Wu Shuang bit her lip, hesitating to say more. Wu Yuan, who was accompanying her with a smile, quickly chimed in, "Please, come in. Come in." She even went out of her way to brew some tea herself, but not before exchanging a meaningful glance with Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, however, just shook her head. It seemed that Zhao Peng's previous instructions had left no room for negotiation, making Wu Shuang hesitant to overstep her bounds. Meanwhile, Hua Shaoqiang and Su Wanying, following Hu Yan's earlier instructions, pretended to browse the store's items, occasionally pointing out the quality of various goods as if they were genuinely interested. Hua Yan, on the other hand, started hanging the calligraphy and paintings he had brought on the large glass panel near the entrance. Seeing this, the two elderly men, Qiu Chengji's and Xie Zonglu, couldn't remain calm. They couldn't help but twitch their mouths in astonishment. Their age and self-control barely kept them from rushing over immediately. Nevertheless, they slowly approached, pretending to examine various antique items, while their eyes were irresistibly drawn to Hu Yan's artwork. Hu Yan didn't say a word, as these two old actors were already playing along on their own. Fortunately, while Hua Shaoqiang knew Hu Yan's paintings were good, he didn't have the eye for true appreciation. Su Wanying, aware that the paintings weren't hers, didn't linger over them. They both followed Hu Yan's previous instructions, staying focused on their roles. When Wu Yuan returned, she saw Wu Shuang staring blankly at the large glass window. At first she thought Wu Shuang was wrestling with whether to tell Hu Yan about the situation. But when Wu Yuan noticed the paintings, the tea tray in her hands clattered onto the table with a loud clang. Luckily, the tray was already close to the table, or the teapot and cups would have shattered. She exclaimed, her face turning red with embarrassment, as she picked up a cloth to wipe the tea that had splashed onto her hands. Her eyes were drawn to the paintings, unable to hide a trace of greed. She had heard about one of Hu Yan's paintings being sold for an astronomical price of over 10 million yuan. Of course, in Wu Yuan's mind, that must have been an exception, but it didn't change the fact that Hu Yan's works were worth millions. After finally calming down, Wu Yuan invited everyone to drink tea, pouring a cup for each person before finally approaching Hu Yan with her cup. "Brother Hu Yan, it's best not to hang these paintings here," she advised. Hu Yan asked. "Why?" Wu Yuan glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "I'm telling you this in confidence, don't let Zhao Peng know," she whispered. Hu Yan nodded. Wu Yuan continued in a hushed tone, "Lately, some hooligans have been smashing the store. Your paintings are so valuable it would be such a shame if they got damaged." Hu Yan smiled. "It's no big deal. I can always make more." Wu Yuan was speechless for a moment, trying to process his words. Her stomach churned as she realized how insignificant her own wealth seemed in comparison. She couldn't help but do the math. If Hu Yan could paint one piece a day and sell each for 1,000,000 yuan, that would. Wu Yujuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Poverty really does limit imagination, she thought. How is this any different from printing money? As Wu Yuan was still caught up in her shock, Hu Yan asked, "By the way, Sister Wu, weren't you instructed not to tell me about these things?" "You already know." Wu Yuan quickly covered her mouth after speaking. "Don't worry, I won't say it was you who told me," Hu Yan reassured her. Wu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "Now that you know, shouldn't you take the paintings down? Even if they're yours, they're still precious, aren't they?" Ho Yan checked his watch and smiled. "It's too late." Just as Hu Yan finished speaking, 3 taxis screeched to a halt in front of Dongpeng Antique Store. Within moments, 2 or 3 young men, each wearing a black mask, jumped out of each taxi. Wu Yuan screamed, "It's them! They're here again! Hurry, take down the paintings!" Her scream caught the attention of Hua Shaoqiang, Xiaomin, and even Su Wanying. However, Qiu Chengzis and Xia Zhonglu, still captivated by the paintings, remained oblivious to everything around them. Meanwhile, Hu Yan merely squinted his eyes, munching on a small bag of fried peanuts that had appeared in his hand at some point. In less than 5 seconds, the group of young men had gathered in front of the large glass window of Dongpeng Antique Store. With iron hammers in hand, they skillfully lined up and swung their hammers. Bang! Amid the continuous banging, the shattering glass flew into the store like bullets. As Wu Yuan and Wu Shuang screamed, Qiu Qingzi and Xie Zhonglu finally snapped out of their daze, instinctively covering their heads. In less than 30 seconds, the large glass window and glass door of Dongpeng Antique Store were completely shattered. Without hesitation, the young men quickly retreated and rushed back to their taxis. Ho Yan looked at Wu Shuang and Wu Yuan and said, "Aren't you going to call the police?" Wu Shuang, trembling, quickly took out her phone. While Wu Yuan sighed helplessly, "It's no use," the authorities said, "unless we catch them red-handed." Before Wu Yuan could finish her sentence, a miraculous scene unfolded. All 7 masked youths suddenly collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously. "Ah. Ouch. Mom." As they rolled on the ground in pain, Wu Yuan mumbled, "It's like they've seen a ghost." She suddenly noticed that Wu Shuang was just as confused, staring blankly. "Quick, call the police," Wu Yuan urged. Wu Shuang finally snapped back to reality and quickly dialed the local emergency number. "Hello, this is Dongpeng Antique Store. Our store has been smashed again." "Smashed again? These hooligans are really terrible. But honestly, even if we come, it won't help. I've told you before, unless you catch them in the act." Before the operator could finish, Wu Shuang interrupted. "They didn't get away." What? The officer was shocked. "Are you serious? After doing that, they're still hanging around, showing off?" "Hold on, we'll be right there." "No, wait," Wu Shuang quickly explained. "It looks like they all had simultaneous seizures." "Is that even possible?" The operator was skeptical. "Anyway, we'll know when we get there." At that moment, the 3 taxis, their license plates obscured, realized things weren't going well and immediately started their engines to flee. Bang! 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 A series of explosions followed as the tires of all 3 taxis burst. The lead taxi, in its rush to escape, lost control after losing its tires, sending sparks flying across the ground as it skidded. It spun out of control, crashing into a nearby water stall. The driver slammed on the brakes, quickly extinguishing the flames. The other 2 drivers followed suit, putting out the fires and scrambling out of their cars to flee. But after only a few steps, they all fell to the ground, just like the masked youths, rolling in pain. It was the middle of winter, with the ice on the ground barely thawed, yet they lay there, writhing in agony. The onlookers quickly gathered, pointing and whispering. "Serves them right. These guys are awful. Do they think running a business is easy? Smashing up the store every day." "Exactly. Now that they've been caught, they should be sent to jail." The drivers aren't innocent either, covering their license plates. Clearly, they're accomplices. Some took a contrary view. "It won't help. Breaking glass isn't a big deal. Offending these thugs means the store can't stay open." "Exactly. I don't even know how this is supposed to be handled. This kind of thing never gets properly punished. I don't know how many businesses have been ruined because of it." Sigh. "Yeah. Either they don't catch them, or even if they do, nothing happens." Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wu Shuang's initially joyful expression darkened once again. "Ho Yan, is what they're saying true? Can't we do anything about them? Do we really have to close the store?" Wu Shuang asked, tears welling up in her eyes. It was clear that after working at the store for so long, playing the dual role of a salesperson and quasi-manager, she had grown attached to the place. Ho Yan was speechless, but his thoughts were elsewhere. If you had as much affection for Zhao Peng as you do for this store, you'd be set for life. What a shame. Last night, Hu Yan had, of course, not just been idly pondering Zhao Peng's recent situation. He knew that in the future, Zhao Peng would be someone this woman, who currently controls his income, could never approach. Don't worry, Hu Yan reassured her, since I'm here, they won't get away. Wu Shuang, sniffling, nodded. She might not trust others, but she believed Hu Yan. Not long after, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, Hu Yan thought to himself, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. While the officials were investigating the situation, Hu Yan was casually snacking on fried peanuts. Earlier, he had used the peanuts to hit the acupoints on the legs of the hooligans. The crispy peanuts shattered upon impact, leaving no evidence behind. However, in reality, striking acupoints doesn't work like it does in martial arts novels. Instead of immobilizing someone, it typically causes numbness or muscle spasms. As for the punctured tires, Hu Yan had prepared a few screws in advance. After bursting the tires, the screws were flung away, leaving no trace. After briefly understanding the situation from Wu Yuan and Wu Shuang, the officials also questioned several eyewitnesses. Naturally, only Hu Yuyan's group had witnessed the entire incident. Among them, Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhonglu, who had been too close to the doors and windows, sustained minor injuries. Although Hu Yan was nearby and protected them from the shattered glass, allowing them to get slightly injured was part of his plan to make the authorities take the matter more seriously. Ho Yan figured that, as long as there was no life-threatening danger, letting these two elders contribute to social stability wasn't a bad idea. Those in high positions, unfamiliar with such incidents, might not realize the harm these situations cause to businesses. Consequently, when sentencing these cases, they often lean toward minor offenses like property damage or disturbing the peace. Due to the difficulty in catching the perpetrators and the even greater difficulty in convicting them, such incidents are a nightmare for storefront businesses. Many businesses have suffered silently under similar circumstances. Now, with the influence of Xie Zhonglu and Qiu Chengji's, combined with a little push from Hua Shaoqiang and Su Wanning, Hu Yan hoped this issue would gain enough social attention. Sure enough, when the officials recorded the identities of the injured, they became more cautious. After offering some comforting words, they advised the injured to visit the hospital first and then go to the station for further statements. When it was Hua Shaoqiang's turn, he suddenly heard Hu Yan's voice in his ear. Tell them you're in Jiangcheng for investment, conducting a business survey. Hua Shaoqiang was momentarily stunned, but having become somewhat numb to Hu Yan's miraculous abilities, he quickly caught on. Sigh. The public security in Jiangcheng is really poor. I originally thought this place had beautiful mountains and rivers, and was considering investing billions. But now, I think I should have a talk with the mayor first. At first, the officials showed disdain, but when Hua Shaoqiang presented his ID, their expressions turned to surprise. Then came Su Wanying's turn. Her story was similar to Hua Shaoqiang's, but her identity was even more intimidating. Originally, the officials intended to investigate why the suspects had suddenly collapsed, but now, drenched in sweat, they just wanted to hurry back and discuss how to handle this matter. As the officials began to escort the suspects away, the young men started to recover. One of them, the leader, looked at Hu Yan's group and said, I don't know what happened today, but you may have gotten us into the station today. Tomorrow I'll make sure you have nightmares. Ha ha ha. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd been through such an ordeal. In the end, no charges would stick, they'd pay some money to cover the broken glass, offer an apology, and be released, continuing their cycle of intimidation. Seeing this, Hu Yan said, Wait a minute. He pointed to the damaged calligraphy and paintings, which were now full of holes from the shattered glass. These are original works by a master painter from 3,000 years ago. They recently sold for over 10 million yuan. I think you should make a note of that. Hao Yan then glanced at the young men's faces. Do you think you can afford to pay several million? Not just you, even the 3 taxi drivers who acted as accomplices would have to bankrupt themselves. The leader's face turned pale, and he asked one of the officials, He's not bluffing, right? The officer responded seriously, If it's true, you'll be spending the rest of your lives in prison. With that, the officer glanced at Hu Yan's group, got into the police car, and sped away. Hua Shaoqiang was bluffing, he wasn't a local official. However, Su Wanying had made a real phone call. As a result, The authorities soon arrived with unprecedented efficiency to assess the damages. Once everyone had dispersed, with Qiu and Xie heading to the hospital and the onlookers gone, Wu Shuang, now calm, walked over to Hu Yan, bowed and said, "Thank you. Although I don't know how you did it, I know this was all you're doing. I'm really grateful." Hu Yan shook his head. "No need to thank me. I'm just venting Zhao Peng's anger." Wu Yu Yuan, who had been standing behind Hu Yan, couldn't help but ask, "Just to vent Zhao Peng's anger, you wasted a painting worth millions." "What else?" Hu Yan smiled playfully. "Even if it were worth billions, I'd spend it to help a brother out." Wu Yuan shuddered involuntarily. Hua Xiaoqiang gave a thumbs up. "Well said. And well done. I was just thinking, if I were in this situation, dealing with these relentless hooligans wouldn't be easy." Oh, Hu Yan asked, "So, what would your solution be, Brother Hua?" Hua Xiaoqiang thought for a moment and said, "If it were me, I'd fight fire with fire." Ha Yan shook his head. "If you start smashing other stores in return, it will only worsen the social problem." Hua Xiaoqiang didn't deny it. "True, but there's no other way. In a society governed by law, would you really hire someone over something this small?" Su Wenying nodded in agreement. "It's true. Going to extremes isn't worth it, but tolerating it is frustrating. It's a tough situation." She smiled and added, "But for people like Hua and me, who don't have any close friends in small businesses, this kind of thing doesn't happen to us." The implication was that they would never find themselves in such an embarrassing situation. Hao Yan glanced at Su Wenying, his expression darkening, while Wu Yuan and Wu Shuang turned pale. Wu Shuang, in particular, bit her lip, lost in thought. Due to the authorities' heightened attention, Hu Yan's group quickly finished lunch and headed to the station to cooperate with the investigation. After expert verification, the paintings were indeed authentic, valued at 5 million yuan for all three. With the added costs, it became a significant case. After intensive questioning, Hu Yan and his group were allowed to leave. Not long after he got home, Hu Yan received a call from Zhao Peng. "Old Hu, the second son-in-law of the Jiang family called me. He wants to meet." "Where?" "I'll be there right away." Hu Yan drove back to Dongpeng Antique Store, met Zhao Peng, and they went together to the agreed location, Xiangju Tea House. The door to a private room on the third floor of Xiangju Tea House was open. Zhang Shi, the second son-in-law of the Jiang family, was a middle-aged man who looked strong but had a kind demeanor, nothing like the typical thuggish appearance described in novels. When he saw Hu Yan and Zhao Peng from afar, he immediately stood up from his seat. "You're both right on time. Come, have a seat." With Zhang Shi's warm welcome, Hu Yan and Zhao Peng nodded and sat down at the table. Zhang Shi glanced at Hu Yan and asked, "You must be the hidden boss behind the Eye of Stone gambling house." Zhao Peng looked at Hu Yan and was momentarily stunned. Hu Yan chuckled. "Looks like you've done your homework, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect to be exposed like this. If I'd known your identity earlier, I wouldn't have dared to act this way. To be honest, I used to run with a rough crowd a few years ago and knew some people, including Dao Leng from Dongyuan Stone Gambling House." He gave Hu Yan a meaningful look and said, "Mr. Hu, let's call it even. We're all in the same business, and there's no need to keep this grudge going." He casually glanced at Zhao Peng as he spoke. Hu Yan hadn't made a final decision, but Zhang Shi's warning look was a clear threat. "Aren't you worried about your brothers? If you push me too far, we'll both suffer." Hu Yan squinted and said, "Mr. Zhang, you used to collect debts, charge protection fees, sell stolen goods, run gambling dens, and set up scams." Zhang Shi listened with a smile and waited for Hu Yan to finish before saying, "Just making a living. But what you mentioned is only hearsay, right? Without evidence, there's no point in bringing it up." Hu Yan nodded. "You're right. It's useless without evidence, at least not to the authorities. But it does influence my decision." Oh, Zhang Shi twirled his teacup and asked, "So, have you made your decision?" Ha Yan nodded. "Yes." And the result? Zhang Shi stared intently at Hu Yan. Hu Yan sighed and said, "I can't stand seeing others suffer." Ha ha ha! Zhang Shi burst into hearty laughter. "Good man, brother." He raised his teacup, intending to toast Hu Yan, signaling the end of the matter. However, Hu Yan remained still and said, "I can't stand seeing others suffer, so I want to send those who cause such suffering straight to hell." Zhang Shi's smile froze instantly. "My brothers are near Jiangcheng University, close to Wu Shuang's place, and there are others near Wu Yuan's home. Should I invite your sister and those two women to join us for tea?" Ha Yan chuckled twice without saying a word and dialed a number. Yao Ru, how's it going over there? Did you scare them? Hao Yan had put the call on speaker, and a pleasant voice came through. Brother Hugh, the 5 tattooed men are all down. The authorities are on their way. Hugh Yan nodded. Good job. Did you go easy on them like I told you? Of course, Yao Ru replied. None of them know martial arts, so I broke their arms and legs. Was that too light? Should I go harder? Even Hu Yan and Zhao Peng couldn't help but wince. That's fine. No need to overdo it. Hao Yan ended the call and dialed Qin San. How's it going? Qin San's lazy voice came through. When have I ever let you down? The only problem is they weren't much of a challenge. A few hits, and they were crying for their mothers. Boring. Hao Yan didn't waste time with Qin San and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, do you have any other plans? If not, why don't you come with me? Zhang Shi stood there, lost in thought. Perhaps he was reflecting on the most glorious moments of his life, or maybe he was contemplating what his life would be like from now on. You see, those little hooligans were useful when it came to venting frustrations. But besides giving them some benefits, he also had to promise to take full responsibility if anything went wrong. Now, several paintings were damaged, and the compensation was over 5 million yuan. How was he supposed to continue living? Throughout his life, Yang Shi had ruined countless businesses, never caring about how those people fared afterward. Now, it was his turn. Hey! Haha. So, this day has come for me too. Zhang Shi laughed maniacally. His expression twisted as he grabbed a kettle of boiling water from the tea table and hurled it at Hu Yan. I'd rather die than let you all have it easy. The kettle whistled through the air, aimed straight at Hu Yan. But Hu Yan reacted instantly, extending a hand and launching a palm strike. Smack. Yeah, smack. No one knew how Hu Yan managed it, but the boiling water in the kettle suddenly splashed back, dousing Zhang Shi's face. With a scream, Zhang Shi, still in the motion of throwing the kettle, was hit squarely on the face by the scalding water. His shrieks of pain echoed as 3 young men who had just rushed out froze at the door to the private room. It seemed Zhang Shi had already instructed them. The moment negotiations fell apart, the signal was to smash the kettle. But upon witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, the 3 men stood motionless at the door, not daring to step forward. Hu Yan, unfazed, taunted, "Come on. Zhang Shi is your example." Still writhing in pain, Zhang Shi clutched his face and barked, "Kill him. I'll take the fall." Hao Yan kicked Zhang Shi under the table, sending him flying. Crash! The tea leaf display cabinet behind him shattered into pieces. You think you can take the fall? Did you compensate those boys who smashed the store? They're looking at 3 to 5 years at least. And the 5 million in damages, how are you going to cover that? The men at the door exchanged glances and quickly turned to flee. Watching Zhang Shi writhing on the ground in agony, Hu Yan couldn't be bothered with any more words. He simply dialed the authorities and handed him over to them. When the officials arrived, Hu Yan briefly explained the situation and directed them to check the surveillance footage. After that, he left with Zhao Peng. The two were silent for most of the drive. When they reached the gate of the Tianhai Garden Complex, Zhao Peng glanced at Hu Yan and asked, "Old Hu, how about a drink?" Ha Yan nodded, "Sure, I'll park the car." Not long after, they found themselves in a nearby barbecue restaurant. After ordering, Zhao Peng opened a bottle of baijiu, hesitated, and asked, "Can you still drink this?" Hao Yan smiled, shook his head, and said, "Old Zhao, I'm still the same Hu Yan. Why wouldn't I be able to drink?" Hao Yan knew Zhao Peng was still struggling to accept the fact that Hu Yan was the boss behind the gambling house. Moreover, Hao Yan's series of actions had been hard for Zhao Peng to digest. Zhao Peng's previously tense expression finally softened into a smile. Happily, he poured Hu Yan a glass. "I envy you, old Hu. It's been less than half a year since graduation, and you're already so successful." Hao Yan shook his head. "Success or not, what matters most in life is to live happily. What do you think success is?" The question stumped Zhao Peng. He realized that if he were speaking to an ordinary friend, he would have said something about career success and a happy family. But at his and Hu Yan's level, those answers seemed meaningless. After a long pause, Zhao Peng finally muttered, "I haven't really figured it out. If what you have isn't success, then what am I?" Hu Yan was silent for a moment too. For some reason, after stepping into society, even the best of friends lost that feeling of being able to speak freely without a care. "Perhaps the more we grow, the more we understand, and the more burdens we carry," Hu Yan said. "I think the best state in life is to have your eyes full of stories but your face untouched by the hardships. To exude confidence, remain kind and polite to others, Not envy or ridicule anyone. To be able to endure grievances and still have a broad perspective, that's how you become your own hero. That's how you live a life with no regrets. Zhao Peng pondered Hu Yan's words and found them to be deeply meaningful. He nodded, reflecting further, and found even more truth in them. I've been striving to grow, but it seems the gap between us keeps widening, Zhao Peng said dejectedly. You've grown to where you are today without relying on anyone, but I've only come this far because of you. With a bitter smile, Zhao Peng shook his head. Hu Yan patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder. Brother, you're overthinking it. In this life, no one grows or lives entirely on their own. If I've achieved a little something, the person I should thank the most is old Qin. Without her, I wouldn't have entered this circle, and without this environment, no matter how much I knew, I wouldn't have become who I am today. Gazing out the window, Hu Yan continued, life is about choices and luck. The so-called success stories in motivational talks can't be replicated because, besides their own efforts, the people around them played a significant role. For example, Qin Zixuan for me, or me for you. As long as you're willing, I'm the one who can shoulder your burdens. Zhao Peng turned his head slightly, trying not to let his tears fall. Hey! Old Hu, you're something else. If you're not feeding me dog food, you're giving me chicken soup. Now you even want to carry me. Aren't you tired? Even as he spoke, Zhao Peng didn't fully turn around. As the dishes arrived, Hu Yan raised his glass. Let's be realistic. Drink while there's wine today. The problems I face are much bigger than yours, but I still eat and sleep like a fool every day. You're right. Zhao Peng turned back, wiping his face with his sleeve. Hu Yan pretended not to notice, clinking glasses with Zhao Peng, and they both took a big gulp of the baijiu. This stuff really burns, Zhao Peng said, quickly stuffing several mouthfuls of cold dishes into his mouth. Hu Yan watched Zhao Peng eat with a smile, waiting for him to slow down before saying, brother, you should quit the antique business. Give the store to Wu Yuan. Zhao Peng froze. Why? Hu Yan reached into his bag, pulled out a stack of ledgers, and handed them to Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng put down his chopsticks and began flipping through the ledgers, his expression growing more and more furious. How could she do this? It turned out that when Hu Yan had visited the Dongpeng antique store, he had noticed Wu Yuan's handwriting in the accounting books. With some time before the hooligans arrived and while Wu Yuan was brewing tea, Hu Yan had nothing to do, so he traced back some of Wu Yuan's records. That's when Hu Yan discovered that Wu Yuan had been keeping a separate ledger. The ledger detailed how Zhao Peng had been spending the store's funds, with no signatures from her. That's why, when Wu Yuan had asked, you wasted millions on those paintings just to vent Zhao Peng's anger. Hu Yan had replied, even if it were billions, I'd spend it for a brother. At that moment, Wu Yuan's face had changed. As she turned around, Hu Yan had snatched the ledger from her. After a moment of silence, Hu Yan said, I warned you before that doing business with women involved would lead to trouble sooner or later. These are the records Wu Yuan has been keeping. If I hadn't warned her, who knows when she would have handed them over to the authorities. And you'd be facing embezzlement charges. Zhao Peng clenched his teeth in frustration. Why? It's natural, Hu Yan said, lighting a cigarette. She was probably afraid that you'd leave her one day and go independent, so she prepared these as insurance. Though he didn't want to admit it, Zhao Peng had to face reality when confronted with such evidence. All right, I'll tell her tomorrow. The store is hers and I'm done. Hu Yan nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, there's something else. I don't know if I should tell you. Come on, what's there that we can't say to each other, Zhao Peng said, still looking down. All right, I'll say it then, Hu Yan replied. Actually, Wu Shuang is a distant relative of Wu Yuan. In the past. Well, it doesn't matter what she did before. The point is, she's been controlling your finances on Wu Yuan's orders. But from what I can tell, Wu Shuang genuinely cares about you now. How you handle this is up to you. Zhao Peng, who had been avoiding Hu Yan's eyes, was already thinking about Wu Shuang. He feared that if he split with Wu Yuan, Wu Shuang would be upset. Now, Zhao Peng suddenly looked up at Hu Yan. What you're saying is true. Do you think I'd lie to you? Hu Yan didn't meet Zhao Peng's eyes, not out of guilt, but to give Zhao Peng some dignity. Zhao Peng remained silent for a while before raising his glass to Hu Yan, downing the remaining half of his baijiu in one gulp. The two of them drank a lot. That night, Zhao Peng didn't go home and stayed with Hu Yan at Tianhai Garden. The next morning, Zhao Peng took a taxi directly to the Dongpeng antique store. He found Wu Shuang cleaning up and, when she saw him, she smiled and said, I'm so happy for you. Having a friend like Hu Yan makes it seem like any problem can be easily solved in his hands. Zhao Peng smiled awkwardly. Has Sister Wu arrived yet? Not yet. She usually comes around noon. Zhao Peng nodded. Actually, I'm happy for you too. Having a relative like Sister Wu, she's always looking out for you. Wu Shuang dropped her mop. You knew all along. Zhao Peng lit a cigarette and sat across from Wu Shuang without saying a word, just nodding. Wu Shuang bit her lip, opening and closing her mouth several times before finally saying, You know what I used to do too. Seeing the tears in Wu Shuang's eyes, Zhao Peng knew Hu Yan hadn't lied to him. But still, his heart ached, and he nodded again. Yeah. Wu Shuang slumped into the chair behind her. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, I can't pay you back the money I took. Do what you want. Hey, Zhao Peng chuckled. I'm giving up the store, what do I care about the money? With red eyes, Zhao Peng looked up and said, I came to tell you that I don't care about your past. But you never gave me a chance. All you ever cared about was money. With that, Zhao Peng dropped his cigarette and walked out of the store he had built with his own hands. Though his steps were shaky, he never looked back. Wu Shuang stood up, reaching out. But she couldn't say a word. When Wu Yuan arrived at the store, she saw Wu Shuang silently crying, her eyes swollen, but the tears kept flowing. What's wrong? Did Zhao Peng bully you? Wu Shuang felt conflicted when she saw Wu Yuan. At first she believed her distant cousin had truly introduced her to a good man. Indeed, Zhao Peng seemed like a good man to Wu Shuang. So, she followed all of Wu Yuan's arrangements. However, over time, Wu Shuang began to notice that Wu Yuan seemed to have other intentions with Zhao Peng. After Hu Yan appeared, Wu Shuang slowly realized that Wu Yuan was afraid Zhao Peng would want to split from her. Without Hu Yan's support, their store would probably go bankrupt. Wu Shuang also noticed that her cousin's methods were far from honorable. Wu Yuan had been using her to squeeze Zhao Peng's rightful earnings. Of course, the money actually ended up in Wu Shuang's pocket, so she never complained. In fact, for a long time she even enjoyed it. Perhaps, in Wu Yuan's mind, she wanted Zhao Peng to believe the store was a partnership between her and Wu Yuan, so he wouldn't have any other thoughts. But now, upon reflection, Wu Shuang wondered, was that really the case? Although this method did tie Zhao Peng down, in truth, Zhao Peng was a sincere man whose heart gradually grew cold. As Zhao Peng said before he left, it wasn't a person's past that mattered to him, but their genuine feelings. For someone who had never felt the warmth of a family, if someone treated him with true kindness, he would give them his all. Unfortunately, Wu Shuang didn't seize that opportunity. When she thought Zhao Peng had learned about her past, she instinctively chose money as her means of self-protection, thereby losing the greatest treasure of her life. When Wu Yuan arrived, Wu Shuang stopped crying. Crying was for losing something precious, and whether she gained or lost, it was all because of the cousin standing before her. She had no reason to blame or thank her. Forcing a relieved smile, Wu Shuang said, Cousin, I'm leaving. Wu Yuan glanced around and whispered, Didn't I tell you not to call me cousin in the store? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm leaving, so why should I care about that? Sensing something was wrong, Wu Yuan asked, What did Zhao Peng do to you? We broke up, Wu Shuang sniffled, holding back her tears. That ungrateful wretch, Wu Yuan fumed. Don't worry. I have something on him. Just let me find it, and I'll make sure he comes crawling back to apologize. Hey! It's useless. Wu Shuang pulled out her phone and showed a picture Zhao Peng had sent after leaving. Is this what you're looking for? Wu Yuan's eyes widened. Where did you get this? Zhao Peng sent it. Ho Yan gave it to him. Wu Yuan collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes vacant. Wu Shuang continued, Cousin, I think we don't understand men. You can't keep a man by force. If you're good to him, he'll give you the best. But if you fail, no amount of scheming will prevent the inevitable breakup. With that, Wu Shuang picked up the backpack she had packed long ago. Seeing Wu Yuan struggling to find words, Wu Shuang said, Zhao Peng won't come back, so you don't need to worry about anything anymore. This store is yours now. Oh, and as for your husband always being away, maybe it's not just because he's busy with work. Opening this store for you might not be just because he cares about you being bored at home. Hearing this, Wu Yuan's eyes widened. What are you saying? Wu Shuang, now indifferent to everything, wasn't afraid to speak her mind. I think your husband might be giving you a safety net since you're so used to spending money. Without further explanation, Wu Shuang turned and left. Remembering the fake divorce papers Wang Dong had arranged when they were trying to buy a house, a chill ran down Wu Yuan's spine. It can't be. Can it? But the more she thought about it, the more Wu Shuang's words made sense. Wang Dong had given her a house and a store that could earn some money. Maybe he thought he had done enough. Wu Yuan's heart sank. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and dialed a number. Ho Yan was surprised to see a call from Wu Yuan. Ms. Wu? What can I do for you? Wu Yuan said. Ho Yan, I know you're powerful. I've made many mistakes before. Can you help me out as a favor? Tell me what it is. I'm listening. Do you think Wang Dong might be seeing someone else? About a month ago, he and I got a fake divorce to buy a house in a good school district. Ho Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. When he had been analyzing Zhao Peng's handwriting, he had inadvertently come across some documents Zhao Peng had written with Wang Dong. At the time, Ho Yan had been interested in honing his analytical skills, so he took a look. Ms. Wu, I think Wang Dong's child might already be 2 years old. There's no need to investigate further. Relationships are built on sincerity, not schemes. Take care. With that, Hu Yan hung up and blocked the number. Despite Wu Yuan's obvious scheming against Zhao Peng, Ho Yan didn't seek revenge on her because this woman had already pushed herself into a corner. There was no need for Hu Yan to kick her while she was down. Ho Yan spent the afternoon restoring the broken porcelain pieces for Su Wenying. When the repaired white jade vase appeared on Hu Yan's desk, it displayed a simple image of a boy and a girl flying a kite, pacing back and forth. So that's what it means, Hu Yan muttered to himself, suddenly realizing the profoundness of ancient divination practices. He knew he hadn't fully grasped the art yet. It seemed he needed to collect more manuscripts and notes related to this knowledge in the future. With that thought, Hu Yan packed the vase into a pre-prepared box. After arranging a meeting with Su Wenying, Ho Yan drove to the Tianhai Hotel. Not long after Hu Yan placed the white jade vase on the table in the private room that Su Wenying had reserved, Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhonglu arrived. Naturally, Hua Shaoqiang, who was staying at the hotel, wouldn't miss the event either. When Hu Yan placed the white jade vase on the table, everyone's eyes lit up. It was stunning. So beautiful that it left people breathless. No wonder porcelain remains the ultimate collectible in the world of antiques. It embodies the ancient desire for a beautiful life and reflects the pursuit of happiness. Most importantly, it's an art form unique to their country, extremely refined, impossible to replicate or surpass. Recently, a British woman had auctioned off a porcelain water dropper she had bought for £70, and within 2 years, it had sold for £50,000. The entire world is still captivated by these treasures, and their admiration only continues to grow. Qiu Chengzi, wearing gloves, carefully picked up the vase, examining it for a long time. Amazing, truly amazing. You can't even see the repair marks. This must be the work of Master Tao, right? Ho Yan just smiled without confirming or denying it. He didn't want to reveal that he had done the work himself. Qiu Chengzi didn't press the matter, assuming Hu Yan's silence was an acknowledgement. He and Xie Zhonglu took turns admiring the vase, unable to put it down, and constantly discussing it. After a while they remembered to consult Hu Yan, the expert. Ho Yan, what do you think is the origin of this piece? Old Jia thinks it belonged to a wealthy family. I believe it must have belonged to a prince or duke, Qiu Chengzi asked. In fact, Hu Yan knew everything about this piece, not just its origin but its entire history, including who made it. But Hu Yan couldn't reveal that. Look here, Hu Yan pointed to the base of the vase. This is an official kiln piece from the early Qing dynasty during Emperor Yongzheng's reign. The inscription reads, "Made in the great Qing Yongzheng era," in 6 neatly arranged characters. There's no doubt about it, this is an authentic imperial kiln piece. Setting the vase down, Hu Yan continued, because Emperor Yongzheng's reign was short, most porcelain from that time is considered rare. So I'd speculate this piece was from the imperial court. During the late Qing dynasty, when Puyi was forced out of the palace, someone must have taken it. And that person was likely someone of considerable status, given that they also owned gold coins and silver dollars from that era. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Su Wenying beamed with joy. Hu Yan, how much do you think this would fetch at auction? Ho Yan shook his head. This is a true treasure. Talking about money feels a bit disrespectful, but I'd say it's worth at least 20 million yuan. With the right buyer, it could go for even more. Qiu Chengzi nodded. Indeed, Miss Su, if you're willing to sell, I'll buy it for 20 million. This isn't something you can just buy with money. Not selling, Su Wenying hugged the vase tightly, as if afraid to lose it. Everyone laughed. As Qiu Chengzi said, the Su family didn't lack money. But a treasure like this isn't something you can easily buy. After a few rounds of drinks and some flattery from the others, Hua Xiaoqiang said, Hu Yan, you fulfilled Miss Su's wish. When will you find something nice for me? Ho Yan glared at Hua Xiaoqiang and snapped, You're insatiable. Haven't you gotten enough? Those 2 weapons I gave you are fine treasures, perfect for an amateur like you, cherish them. Hua Xiaoqiang thought about it and realized he was right. With Hu Yan's gifts, his trip to Jiangqing had been quite rewarding. Most importantly, he had gained Hu Yan's friendship and cooperation, which was the biggest prize. Compared to these things, Hu Yan's value was immeasurable. In the future, who knows what other treasures might come from their partnership. As the banquet ended, Su Wenying pretended to see Hu Yan off, following closely behind him. Once the others had left, her smile faded. Tell me, what's your real motive behind such a grand gift? Without the others around, Hu Yan relaxed. Miss Su, surely you know your current status. I give you these gifts to ensure that when you help me, you don't have any second thoughts. I'm someone who can make you uncomfortable or comfortable, depending on what you want. You? Su Wenying's chest heaved with anger. But she knew there was nothing she could do about Hu Yan. Recently, she had secretly consulted many experts and found nothing wrong with her body. But seeing Hu Yan's confident demeanor, she was convinced that her life was still in his hands. By the way, Hu Yan said, You're leaving tomorrow, right? I won't see you off. You know I'm quite busy. How you handle things when you get back is up to you. With that, Hu Yan drove off, leaving Su Wenying staring at his retreating taillights. She stomped her foot in frustration. You just wait and see. The next morning, Hu Yan received a call from the police station informing him that the case involving Zhang Shi had been mostly resolved. Zhang Shi, as the mastermind, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for maliciously damaging property and fined 5 million yuan. The young men who had smashed the store were also given varying sentences, with the lightest being 1 year in prison and a fine of 100,000 yuan. The police asked for Hu Yan's opinion on the matter. Hu Yan didn't have much to say. People like this who disrupt social order deserve to be re-educated. The severity of the sentences didn't really matter to him. Whether the fines would actually be paid was also not his concern. After all, the main goal was to help Zhao Peng vent his frustration. So, Hu Yan informed Zhao Peng of the outcome via a simple message. Zhao Peng only replied with a brief okay without saying much else. This was exactly the response Hu Yan had hoped for. If Zhao Peng had thanked him, Hu Yan would have felt uncomfortable. With Su Wenying now gone, Hu Yan had also fulfilled the promise he made to Qin Baxiang. After breakfast, he headed to Tianhai pawn shop. Coincidentally, Qin Zixuan was also at the pawn shop that day, as she hadn't gone out. By the time Hu Yan finished his work, it was already past 3 p.m. He had accumulated a lot of tasks over the past few days since he hadn't been working. After stretching, Hu Yan suddenly felt an irresistible urge. He tidied up a bit and went to Qin Zixuan's office. After knocking on the door, he heard a familiar yet somewhat distant voice from inside. Come in. When Hu Yan entered, a hint of surprise flashed across Qin Zixuan's face, followed by a focused gaze that made Hu Yan feel a bit uneasy. What are you staring at? It's only been a few days, have you forgotten who I am? Qin Zixuan smiled and said, I'm just checking if Su Wenying skinned you alive. Hu Yan shook his head. She's a proper lady, why would she do that? We got along quite well, at least. That was how Hu Yan felt. What Su Wenying thought was a different matter. Qin Zixuan put down her pen and looked at Hu Yan with interest. I'm just curious. Given Su Wenying's personality, why did she make a point to call my father before she left, saying how well she got along with you and congratulating him on choosing such a good son-in-law? Maybe I'm just that good at everything. What's so strange about that? Hu Yan grinned as he sat across from Qin Zixuan. Show-off Qin Zixuan gave him a sideways glance. So, what brings you here? Can't I come to see you for no reason? Hu Yan said, his eyes taking on a somewhat mischievous look as he gazed at Qin Zixuan. Suddenly, Qin Zixuan felt her face heat up, and she didn't know what to do with her hands. Just as she was about to say something to ease the tension, Hu Yan got up and moved closer. Feeling her heart race, Qin Zixuan warned, Stop it. We're at the office. But Hu Yan didn't stop. Just as Qin Zixuan's heart was pounding, and she was filled with nervous anticipation, Hu Yan stopped in front of her and picked up a document she had been writing. Qin Zixuan let out a sigh of relief, though she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Watching Hu Yan engrossed in her handwriting as if it were more captivating than she was, Qin Zixuan couldn't resist giving him a light kick. Great calligrapher. You didn't come here just to critique my handwriting, did you? Hu Yan, snapped out of his trance by her kick, finally responded, of course not. Then he furrowed his brow. This doesn't seem right. Why would it be like this? Seeing Hu Yan so distracted, Qian Zixuan grew concerned. What's wrong? Hu Yan, did something happen? Don't scare me. Nothing, Hu Yan explained. I was just thinking that with the red Luan star aligning next year, it seems like the perfect time for you to get married. But I can't see myself achieving the feat of marrying you by next year. Hu Yan scratched his head and added, unless you're marrying someone else? If that's the case, all my efforts have been in vain. Qian Zixuan glared at Hu Yan fiercely. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Hey, seeing that she was genuinely upset, Hu Yan quickly grinned. Of course you're not. That's more like it. Mikey. But before Qian Zixuan could finish her sentence, Hu Yan added, you're not. But your father might be. What if he forces you? Qian Zixuan was so angry that her chest heaved with indignation. Hu Yan. Before she could explode, Hu Yan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I was just joking. Even as a joke, it's not funny, Qian Zixuan huffed. Unless you don't want me anymore, I'm sticking with you for life. Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Hu Yan put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. All right, my bad. Actually, I've been learning something new and wanted to test it out. I'm not sure how accurate it is yet. Qian Zixuan's interest was piqued. What new skill? Hu Yan, with a mysterious look, replied. Guess. Qian Zixuan thought about what Hu Yan had just said, then gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh my god, you're not learning fortune telling, are you? Hu Yan gave her a thumbs up. You're sharp. I think you might be better at it than I am. Qian Zixuan playfully punched Hu Yan's shoulder, but then noticed people outside the office. Remembering her recent close encounter with Hu Yan, her face flushed red. After pushing Hu Yan a few steps back, she asked, so, what does my future hold? Hu Yan looked at her and said, you're so dismissive of me, why should I tell you? He turned as if to leave. Qian Zixuan stomped her foot in frustration. This is the office, what if someone sees us? It wouldn't look good, she muttered, her voice barely audible. If no one's around when we go back, then. He Yan rubbed his hands together. You said it yourself, so don't back out later. Qian Zixuan turned away. You're always teasing me. Cough. Hu Yan cleared his throat and said, I see that your destiny is one that brings prosperity to your family and children. Hearing Hu Yan speak, Qian Zixuan's curiosity grew, and she couldn't help but listen attentively. Hu Yan continued, it's said that someone with your fate, where wood is refined and fire is tempered, is blessed with beauty and grace. Though Hu Yan was clearly flattering her, hearing such praise from the man she loved filled Qian Zixuan's heart with sweetness. You know it. With a fiancé as beautiful as me, you'd better not go chasing after other women. Unless it's an imperial order, I wouldn't dream of it, Hu Yan muttered. Qian Zixuan put her hands on her hips. What did you say? Hu Yan, feigning innocence, replied, serving Su Waning was an order from your family, after all. Although this matter had bothered her, Qian Zixuan knew it was her father's doing, so she couldn't say much. All right, I'll give you that. Now, tell me more about my destiny. Hu Yan looked at the woman before him, her slightly helpless expression making her even more adorable, and he couldn't help but gaze at her in admiration. Seeing Hu Yan's reaction made Qian Zixuan happier than any sweet words could. The blush on her face was impossible to hide. Haven't you seen enough? Hu Yan, still lost in thought, shook his head. Even a lifetime wouldn't be enough. You smooth talker. Really? I don't think so, Hu Yan said, glancing at Qian Zixuan's rosy lips and licking his own. Want to try? Qian Zixuan turned away shyly. I'm not talking to you anymore. All right, I'm leaving then. Hu Yan really turned and started to leave. Wait, Qian Zixuan quickly called out. You haven't finished telling me about my destiny. Hu Yan turned back and said, hey, don't I know you too well? If I tell you everything, you'll go back on your word. What did I promise? That when no one's around. Qian Zixuan stomped her foot, pushing Hu Yan out. Watching him shake his head and leave, Qian Zixuan leaned against the door, her heart still racing. It took her a long time to calm down. But then her phone buzzed with a notification. I'll be waiting for you at Yulangxiang private restaurant. The private rooms there are quiet, and no one will disturb us. Qian Zixuan's lips curled into a slight smile as she muttered, you bad guy. After leaving the office, Hu Yan thought about Zhang Xi's case and wondered if his sister Hu Jigaxin had been scared by the whole ordeal. It had been a while since he had seen her, so he decided to give her a call. You finally remembered to call me, big shot. Hey, Hu Yan chuckled awkwardly. You've grown up, so I'm just giving you some space, right? Yeah, right. I still miss the days when you'd nag me about whether I'd eaten well or slept enough. Ho Yan felt a pang of guilt for neglecting his sister lately. Alright, that's on me. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Big brother's treating. That's more like it, Hugh Jiaxin thought for a moment. I want to eat mom's dumplings and dad's braised pork. Aren't you afraid of turning into a pig? You're so annoying. Hey, Hugh Yan laughed and then fell silent for a moment. Actually, I miss mom and dad too. Ever since their parents found out that Hugh Yan had married into the Qin family, they hadn't been happy and hadn't called him in a long time. Hugh Jixin seemed to sense what Hugh Yan was thinking. Actually, they still care about you. They ask about you every time we talk. Yeah. I know, Hugh Yan replied. Your vacation is coming up soon. We'll go back together, and you can have all the home-cooked food you want. I can't fulfill that wish here. Alright, Hugh Jiaxin said. But as compensation, you'll have to treat me and Sister Yao to hot pot. Ho Yan was speechless. He was about to mention that he had plans with Qin Zixuan, but thinking about how he had neglected his sister lately, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Alright, which place do you want to go? Hu Jiaxin thought for a moment. Let's go to Wula Hot Pot. It's snowing today, and eating hot pot by the river is the best. After agreeing, Hugh Yan hung up the phone. After Hugh Yan left, it took a long time for the blush on Qin Zixuan's face to fade. As she worked, she found herself humming a tune without even realizing it. When her secretary walked in, she asked, "What's got you in such a good mood today, Ms. Qin?" Qin Zixuan blushed again. Really? Isn't this how I am every day? The secretary replied, Not at all. You usually frown a lot. I've never seen you smiling and singing like this before. So which do you prefer? Of course this one. Seeing you like this makes me happy too. Qin Zixuan smiled and nodded. After the secretary left, her phone buzzed with a message. Change of plans. I'll pick you up for Wula Hot Pot later. Hugh Jiaxin and Yao Ru are joining us. Qin Zixuan tossed her phone onto the desk in frustration. I was all ready. And now you say we're going for hot pot. She crossed her arms, nearly bursting the buttons on her blouse. Realizing that his private date with Qin Zixuan was likely ruined, Hugh Yan decided to pick up Zhao Peng first, knowing his friend was probably in a bad mood. When Qin Zixuan got in the car, ready to give Hugh Yan a piece of her mind, she spotted Zhao Peng in the back seat and quickly changed her demeanor to a cheerful one. She couldn't help it, giving her man face in front of others was something deeply ingrained in her. Zhao Peng. Long time no see, she greeted. Zhao Peng smiled politely. Yes, it's been a while. You're busy with important matters, and I've been hustling to make a living. It's hard to find time to meet. Qin Zixuan nodded and said no more. As she adjusted her seatbelt, she discreetly pinched Hu Yan's arm. Ho Yan knew he was in the wrong. He had worked hard to arrange some alone time with her, only to let it slip away because of a phone call. He could only endure the pinch, pretending it hurt without making a sound. Of course, Qin Zixuan didn't actually pinch hard, and Hu Yan, with his strength, hardly felt it. But his exaggerated reaction amused her and helped dissipate her anger. Without looking at him, she muttered under her breath, "See if you dare stand me up again." Ho Yan, keeping his eyes on the road, muttered back, "I'm more frustrated than you are. But what could I do? I haven't paid much attention to Hu Jixin lately, and when she asked me to take her out, I couldn't say no." Qin Zixuan understood. That was a reason she could accept. The weight of the Qin family's responsibilities was on her shoulders, and she wasn't overly possessive. She had always envied those with siblings. Seeing Hu Yan so caring toward his sister made her feel that he was someone who valued family, a quality she admired. She believed that in a relationship, if someone treated their family well, they would treat their partner well too. For her, Hu Yan's love for his sister only made him more lovable. Her annoyance quickly faded. How's Jixin been? I'm sorry I haven't checked in on her lately. Ho Yan nodded. We've all been too busy. She's just started university and needs someone to care for her. We, as her brother and... Well, we've neglected her a bit. Qin Zixuan gave him a side eye. Who's her sister-in-law? Isn't it you? Hu Yan pretended to be surprised. Did I accidentally change girlfriends without knowing? Qin Zixuan raised her hand but lowered it again, worried that hitting him might cause a driving mishap. She pretended to be angry, refusing to talk to him. But soon, the two of them were laughing and joking again. In the back seat, Zhao Peng watched them interact, smiling bitterly. He wasn't jealous, if anything. As a brother, he was happy for Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan. The bitterness came from his own love life. Whether it was with Feng Li or Wu Shuang, Zhao Peng had always ended up in the weaker position. He knew his worth wasn't less than theirs, so why did he always end up feeling like a doormat? This was something he couldn't understand. He Yan and Qin Zixuan's family backgrounds were vastly different, yet they got along well, with no power struggles between them. They always considered each other's perspective. What was he doing wrong? Zhao Peng thought about it for a long time but couldn't find an answer. Maybe Hu Yan has figured it out. I should ask him sometime, Zhao Peng thought, deciding to close his eyes and rest, hoping to avoid the sight of the happy couple that only reminded him of his recent breakup. Due to the snow, Hu Yan drove slowly, and it took over half an hour to reach the Wula Hotpot restaurant. Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru were already waiting in the private room Hu Yan had reserved. When she saw Qin Zixuan, Hu Jiaxin ran over and hugged her future sister-in-law, pouting playfully. "Sister-in-law, I missed you so much. You and my brother have been ignoring me, and it's been so boring." Hu Jiaxin's enthusiasm made Qin Zixuan feel a bit embarrassed. It seemed that they saw her as family, but she had been treating them like outsiders. "I'm really sorry, Jiaxin. We've been so busy lately that it's hard even to see your brother. You can ask him if you don't believe me." Ho Yan quickly nodded. "It's true. So many people think I'm single. Some elderly ladies even wanted to set me up with someone. I had to politely refuse, telling them that my girlfriend is the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though she's rarely around, I could never betray her." "Hey, ha ha ha." Everyone burst out laughing. Qin Zixuan playfully punched Hu Yan. "Stop showing off. Hurry up and order, or you'll starve Jiaxin and the others." Ho Yan, genuinely missing Hu Jiaxin, wouldn't have ditched Qin Zixuan if it weren't for his sister's call. Seeing that Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru hadn't ordered anything, he asked, "Why didn't you order something to tide you over?" "I wanted to," Hu Jiaxin replied, "but Sister Ru said it would be rude." Ha Yan nodded, not pressing the matter. He quickly called the waiter and ordered dishes that the three women liked, then handed the menu to Zhao Peng to pick something he preferred. Meanwhile, Qin Zixuan, sitting next to Hu Jiaxin, looked her up and down, saying, "Our Jiaxin has grown up and gotten prettier." Hu Jiaxin beamed. "Actually, I need to thank you for that." "Oh? Why's that?" Qin Zixuan asked, puzzled. Hu Jiaxin explained, "I've been working part-time at the Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Club. I get to use the products and get regular treatments there. My skin and figure have improved a lot. Other people don't get this kind of treatment. How could I not thank you?" Hey, Qin Zixuan waved her hand dismissively. "That business belongs to your brother and me. It's like your own family's business, so there's no need to thank me." "You're right," Hu Jiaxin nodded. "By the way," Qin Zixuan asked, "has anyone at the store given you and Yao Ru a hard time?" No one at the store knew Hu Jiaxin's identity. She and Yao Ru were only known as being recommended by Hu Yan, with no mention of their relationship to him. This was something Hu Yan had insisted on. If Hu Jiaxin's identity were revealed, the whole point of her working there would be lost, and it could disrupt the management and create unnecessary complications. Hu Jiaxin smiled. "No, everyone's been really nice to us. But I have to admit, it's mostly because of Sister Ru. She works hard and is really skilled. She's the star of our university town branch. Whenever she's on shift, customers line up to see her. If she didn't refuse to serve male customers, they'd probably have to book a month in advance. Who could bully us? Is she really that good?" Qin Zixuan was surprised by how popular Yao Ru had become. "She really is," Hu Jiaxin confirmed. "Sister Ru is practically our store's star now. Last week alone, over 100 people signed up just because of her, making up more than 50% of our store's new customers. Just from membership fees, she brought in millions this month." This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Qin Zixuan exchanged a glance with Hu Yan. They had been so busy lately that they hadn't paid much attention to the club's business, not realizing how well it was doing. Initially planning to secretly reward Hu Jiaxin after the meal, Qin Zixuan instead pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to her. "This card is like a VIP card for the club, but you can use it at Tianhai department store to buy whatever you like. Consider it a little gift from your brother and me. Pick out some nice clothes." Hu Jiaxin was so thrilled she almost jumped up. Although she wasn't materialistic, she, like anyone, loved to look her best, especially at this beautiful stage of her life. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, brother." Ho Yan gave Qin Zixuan a thumbs up, as if to say, "My Qin really knows how to make people happy." Qin Zixuan raised her eyebrows in response, as if to say, "You're just figuring that out." Their silent communication and obvious rapport didn't go unnoticed by the others. Yao Ru wanted to thank them too, but seeing Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan so engrossed in their interaction, she decided against it. Soon, the food arrived, and everyone began to dig in. The warm, steaming hot pot contrasted beautifully with the falling snow outside, where the lights cast a glow over the swirling flakes, making them look like countless white butterflies dancing in the air. The people seated by the windows wore contented smiles. But amid this joyful scene, Zhao Peng seemed out of place. Never a heavy drinker, he found himself getting drunk much more quickly than usual. Once the alcohol took hold, the question he had meant to ask Hu Yan in private slipped out in a slurred voice. "Hu Yan, why can't my women treat me like Qin treats you?" His question immediately cast a shadow over the lively atmosphere. Cough, cough. Hu Yan cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. "Zhao, you're overthinking it. Relationships are actually quite simple. Don't you know what kind of person you are? When you meet someone you like, you give them your all. But the world is a bit too fast-paced these days. Some people take your kindness as leverage, putting more and more pressure on you. And because you cherish that hard-earned goodness, you keep backing down, leading to where you are now. The truth is, you just haven't met the right person yet. When you do, someone who appreciates you will reciprocate your kindness, not take advantage of it." Zhao Peng listened intently, thinking it over before nodding and downing another glass of wine. With a raspy voice, Zhao Peng declared, "From now on, I won't give my heart away so easily. If I meet someone who makes my heart race, I'll make sure you check her out first." Cough, cough. Zhao Peng's drunken confession left Hu Yan feeling cornered. "Actually, I'm no expert in relationships," Hu Yan quickly explained, noticing Qin Zixuan's slightly annoyed expression. "I'm just lucky to have met someone like Qin, someone worth all the effort." Qin Zixuan wasn't really angry, but it seemed Hu Yan always knew just how to handle her mock anger. As Hu Yan finished speaking, Qin Zixuan's lips curled into a smile, though she pretended not to have heard him. She turned to Hu Jiaxin and asked, "With how amazing Jiaxin is, I bet you've got a lot of admirers at university, right?" Hu Jiaxin shook her head. "I'm nothing compared to Sister Ru." Qin Zixuan was speechless. It wasn't that her side wasn't strong enough, it was just that the competition was too fierce. She thought to herself, as her sister-in-law, there's not much I can do to help with that. But Zhao Peng was deeply moved by Hu Yan's words. He looked at the snow falling outside the window, thinking that he, like the drifting flakes, had been a rootless wanderer, going wherever the wind took him. "In the future, I need to be more selective," Zhao Peng resolved silently. On the way back, Hu Yan didn't have a chance to talk to Qin Zixuan about her fate, as he was busy taking care of a drunk Zhao Peng. Qin Zixuan's hesitant glances didn't go unnoticed by Hu Yan. While he found it amusing, it also stirred complex feelings within him. Hu Yan couldn't help but wonder how he would cope if he wasn't the one standing beside Qin Zixuan at the altar a year from now. Although it felt narrow-minded to define his life goal as marrying the woman he loved, it was truly what he wanted, simple yet profound, to protect and make her happy. As Qin Zixuan waved goodbye with a lingering look in the elevator, a small smile curled on Hu Yan's lips. After settling Zhao Peng into his room, Hu Yan finally had a moment to catch his breath. Reflecting on the ancient medical texts he had studied, Hu Yan realized that those old masters were also well versed in fields like physiognomy, fortune-telling, and feng shui. Though he had not delved deeply into their practical applications, he now understood the saying, medicine and divination are inseparable. There's truth in the old adage, medicine can't cure a fatal illness, and Buddha only saves those destined for salvation. Perhaps fate truly exists, and maybe the reason he couldn't see his own future, or even Qin Zixuan's clearly, was tied to another ancient belief: a doctor cannot treat themselves, and a diviner cannot predict their own fate. Lost in thought, Hu Yan eventually took a bath and went to bed, ready to face a new day. The next day, after taking care of some business at the company and resolving a few issues at the Jadestone gambling house, it was already past 3 p.m. He contacted Hua Shaoqiang and waited for him in the parking lot of Tianhai Hotel. Before long, Hua Shaoqiang emerged from the elevator, alone. "Brother Hua, why are you by yourself? Where's Xiaomin?" Hu Yan asked. Hua Shaoqiang looked around mysteriously before replying. Today's matter isn't something she should be involved in. Hu Yan chuckled. Hua Shaoqiang had mentioned earlier that there was something he hadn't yet accomplished and wanted to do before leaving. Since they were on his turf, Hu Yan saw no problem in helping his friend out. However, when asked about this unfinished business, Hua Shaoqiang had been tight-lipped. "Brother Hua, it's just the two of us now. What's this unresolved matter?" Hu Yan inquired. Rubbing his hands together, Hua Shaoqiang finally admitted, "Actually, I just want to see Yao Ru." Hu Yan frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Hua Shaoqiang quickly waved his hands. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. I've heard that she's as beautiful as your Qin Zixuan, but I can't picture it. What does a girl who's completely different from Qin Zixuan, but just as remarkable look like? I have no other intentions, I swear. Really? Really? I swear. Ho Yan nodded. Yao Ru is a pure-hearted girl. I don't want her to get hurt. Even if you end up pining after her, you'll have to deal with it on your own. Otherwise, not only will our friendship end, but we could become enemies. Don't say I didn't warn you. Come on, Hua Xiaoqiang replied. What do you take me for? But seriously, if Yao Ru actually falls for me, and we're both into it, what will you do? Ho Yan thought for a moment before answering. If that really happens, not only will I give you my blessing, but I'll also help you achieve all your other dreams, as long as you don't let her down. Hua Xiaoqiang was taken aback by Hu Yan's sincerity. It seems Yao Ru is very important to you, almost like a sister. He Yan nodded but didn't elaborate further. He knew that since Yao Ru had become increasingly popular at the beauty salon, she often stayed late after school to help out. So, Hu Yan drove Hua Xiaoqiang straight to University Town. Whether Hu Yan considered Yao Ru like a sister, even he wasn't entirely sure. Maybe to him, Yao Ru and Qian Xiao R were similar in that regard, a sense of indebtedness that he couldn't quite shake. When they arrived at the Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Club, University Town branch, the first person Hu Yan saw upon entering was Qian Xiao Er, waiting there. Was it just a coincidence, or was it some kind of psychic connection? Ho Yan had just been thinking about her, and here she was. Qian Xiao Er's eyes widened when she saw Hu Yan. You're here to see Jiaxin? Hu Yan nodded. Yes, are you here to see them too? Qian Xiao Er nodded, looking a bit shy. Her once round face had slimmed down, giving her a more mature and alluring appearance. Seeing their interaction, Hua Xiaoqiang naturally assumed Qian Xiao Er was Yao Ru. He thought to himself, she's gorgeous. It's amazing how fate has created both an ice queen like Qin Zixuan and a sweet girl like Yao Ru. But judging by the way she looks at Hu Yan, there's more to this story. As someone who had been around the block, Hua Xiaoqiang could easily see through Qian Xiao Er's feelings. Meanwhile, Hu Yan sat down beside Qian Xiao Er and asked, What have you been up to? It's been a while since I've seen you. Qian Xiao Er pouted slightly. You've got some nerve asking that. You never invite me out to hang anymore. HMP. Hua Xiaoqiang felt a jolt as Qian Xiao Er's coy demeanor hit him like a lightning bolt. Could it be? Am I really going to fall for her? Hao Yan quickly explained, I'm sorry, I've been really busy. Even Jigaxing complained yesterday that I've been neglecting her. Ha ha ha, Qian Xiao Er laughed. I heard that from her, which is why I came to hang out with them today. That's very thoughtful of you, Hu Yan said, genuinely grateful. You've taken better care of Jiaxin and Zhang Cheng than I have. Thank you so much. There's no need to thank me, Qian Xiao replied nonchalantly. I like Jixin, that's all. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Ho Yan smiled, scratching his head. He knew that might be true now, but it wasn't always the case. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hua Xiaoqiang asked, Hu Yan, aren't you going to introduce us? Realizing his mistake, Hu Yan laughed and slapped his forehead. I was so caught up in catching up that I completely forgot about you, haha. This handsome guy is Hua Xiaoqiang, heir to the Hua group, and this is Qian Xiao Er, heiress of the Qian group. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. They exchanged a brief, polite handshake before Hua Xiaoqiang released her hand, confusion evident on his face. She's not Yao Ru. Yao Ru? Hu Yan was surprised. Who said anything about Yao Ru? Qian Xiao Er, thinking Hu Yan was here to see Hu Jiaxin, wasn't bothered by the mention of Yao Ru. However, Hua Xiaoqiang felt as if he had been hit by a ton of bricks. She's not even Yao Ru? How is it that every woman around Hu Yan is this stunning? And to think I've been called a ladies' man. Should I start calling myself a second-rate ladies' man? While Hua Xiaoqiang wallowed in self-pity, Hu Yan continued chatting with Qian Xiao Er, sharing funny stories that made her laugh out loud. Hua Xiaoqiang felt like he was in a dream. When he first saw Qian Xiao Er, he finally understood why Peng Siyuan had been so obsessed with her, to the point of losing everything to Hu Yan. But now, he realized she wasn't even Yao Ru. What could Yao Ru possibly look like? His curiosity was killing him, but Hu Yan was too engrossed in conversation with Qian Xiao Er to pay him any attention. At first, Hua Xiaoqiang was anxious, but watching Qian Xiao Er's radiant smile helped pass the time more easily. The heck with the rumors about Su Wangqing and Qin Zixuan being the twin beauties of the North and South. I'd say Su Wangqing doesn't hold a candle to Qian Xiao Er. Maybe it's true that the tide has turned, and now the north is producing the beauties. While Hua Xiaoqiang was lost in thought, he heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Xiao Er, is that you? Have you been waiting long? Hua Xiaoqiang's eyes widened as the voice alone was enough to make him believe the person was a beauty of epic proportions. The figure descending the stairs could only be Hu Jiaxin. As soon as Hu Jiaxin appeared, Hua Xiaoqiang felt his heart race. It's true. The tide has turned, and it's favoring the north. Maybe I should relocate here. Although the girl he assumed to be Yao Ru wasn't the most stunning beauty he had ever seen, her unique charm satisfied his curiosity. Hey, Hu Jiaxin paused. Brother, you're here too. Were you meeting Xiao Er? Why wouldn't I be here? Hu Yan replied. I came to see you, and I just happened to run into Xiao Er. By the way. This time, Hu Yan didn't forget Hua Xiaoqiang. Jiaxin, let me introduce you to someone. This is Hua Xiaoqiang, the son of the Hua family. Once again, Hua Xiaoqiang was left bewildered. She's not Yao Ru either. His worldview was shaken yet again. And this is my sister, Hu Jiaxin. Finally, Hua Xiaoqiang recalled Hu Yan mentioning that he had a sister who was inseparable from Yao Ru. She had also been involved in the incident with Peng Xiyuan. Hello Jiaxin. I've heard a lot about you from your brother. He says you're a rising star in the entertainment industry. That's impressive. Thank you, brother Hua. I've heard about you too. You're a big shot behind the scenes in the entertainment world. That's really impressive. Your brother flatters me. I'm nowhere near his level, Hua Xiaoqiang replied, uncharacteristically humble. Unfortunately for him, while most women would flock to him upon hearing his name, in Hu Yan's presence, he didn't receive that same attention. After exchanging pleasantries, Jia Xiaxin and the others resumed their conversation, leaving Hua Xiaoqiang on the sidelines. He had prepared a few more lines, but they were swallowed back down. The three of them chattered away, laughter filling the air. After a while, a few groups of customers came and went, and finally, steady footsteps echoed from the stairs. Hu Jiaxin listened and then announced, Sister Ru is coming down. Hua Xiaoqiang immediately widened his eyes, staring intently in the direction of the stairs. Hua Xiaoqiang's heart began to race as he anticipated seeing Yao Ru. Given that no one had mentioned someone as stunning as Qian Xiao Er, he couldn't help but wonder just how breathtaking Yao Ru must be. As Yao Ru slowly descended the stairs, revealing more of her figure with each step, Hua Xiaoqiang found his standards for beauty being completely reset. The thought crossed his mind the money he'd spent on those South Korean streamers was like throwing it away compared to this. The real beauties, it seemed, were hidden right here in northern China. When Yao Ru reached the bottom of the stairs and noticed everyone waiting, she quickly apologized. I'm so sorry for keeping you all waiting. I had too many clients to attend to. Ho Yan waved it off. We're not strangers, no need to be so formal. But before he could say more, Qian Xiao Er rushed over, embracing Yao Ru, and then stepping back to take a good look at her. You're getting more beautiful, and your figure is even better than before, Qian Xiao Er remarked, making Yao Ru blush. Xiao Er. What are you saying? Yao Ru responded shyly. Looks don't matter. It's what's inside that counts, like Hu Yan's intelligence and kindness. Now that's real beauty. Yes, Qian Xiao Er teased. Your Hu Yan is perfect, we all know that. But don't sell yourself short. If I were a man, I'd be glued to you every day. Ha ha ha. Ho Jiaxin chimed in with a laugh. Xiao Er, it's not like she doesn't have her fair share of admirers. When she first got to university, Yao Ru advised the boys to focus on their studies, but they wouldn't listen. Guess what happened? What happened? Qian Xiao Er asked. Hu Jiaxin clenched her fist playfully. Let's just say she taught them a lesson the hard way. Yao Ru blushed even more, looking embarrassed, and quickly clarified, I didn't actually hit them. I just wanted them to focus on their studies. University is such a rare opportunity, and wasting time is a shame. Everyone laughed, knowing full well how rare it was for students to spend all their time studying. Am I wrong? Yao Ru asked innocently, her wide eyes making her look even more adorable. Isn't it true that Hu Yan succeeded because he worked hard in college? With that, all eyes turned to Hu Yan. Hu Yan was a bit flustered. After all, what he had achieved seemed almost too impressive to attribute solely to his college studies. Yeah, studying hard in college is important, he stammered. Everyone else humored him. But Hu Jixin couldn't resist mumbling. Didn't someone here date during college and get dumped? What? Hu Yan shot back at her. I just treated you to dinner yesterday, and now you're turning on me. Are you even my real sister? The room erupted in laughter. Finally, when the teasing died down, Hu Yan introduced Hua Shaoqiang. Yao Ru, this is Hua Shaoqiang. You can call him Brother Hua. Hua Shaoqiang extended his hand. Hello Yao Ru. Yao Ru gave a slight bow. Hello Brother Hua. Hua Shaoqiang withdrew his hand and adjusted his designer tie. Yao Ru. Have you ever thought about making some serious money, he asked. Hu Yan immediately shot him a warning glance. Hua Shaoqiang quickly explained, Hu Yan, I'm serious. There's nothing inappropriate here. Having heard about Yao Ru's background from Hu Yan, and now seeing her in person, Hua Shaoqiang was genuinely taken aback by her pure and simple demeanor. Strangely, he felt no ulterior motives, he just wanted to help her. Didn't you say you wanted to earn money to help build roads in your hometown, he continued. Yao Ru nodded. Yes, but I'm already working towards that. My salary here is quite good, and with commissions, I'm earning over 100,000 yuan a month. Is there really something more lucrative? Of course, Hua Shaoqiang replied excitedly. If you follow my advice, earning millions a year is no dream. Unlike other girls who would have been thrilled at such a prospect, Yao Ru remained calm. That sounds difficult. I'm not sure if I'm capable, she said. You can do it, Hua Shaoqiang insisted. All you need to do is chat, maybe sing and dance a little. Even if you're not good at singing and dancing, just talking will attract a lot of fans. You could turn off the beauty filters, and I guarantee you'd still make a fortune. If you don't earn at least 10 million in a year, I'll make up the difference. Hu Yan stroked his chin, considering the idea. Actually, that might not be a bad idea, he thought. But Yao Ru looked to Hu Yan for approval. It was clear she trusted him to make the final decision. What do you think, Brother Hu, she asked. Hu Yan signaled for her to wait a moment before turning to Hua Shaoqiang. Brother Hua, to be honest with you, Yao Ru is already a long-term partner in our business. She's also a shareholder with a 20% stake in our beauty and wellness club. This was something Hu Yan had arranged after the club's successful launch, recognizing that the key ingredients and formulas came from Yao Ru's family. Qin Zixuan had agreed it was only fair to give her a share. Hua Shaoqiang was taken aback. My apologies. I didn't realize you were already a shareholder. However, Hu Yan clarified, but don't get the wrong idea. Our contract with Yao Ru's family is just about their cooperation. It doesn't restrict Yao Ru's personal freedom. Seeing Hua Shaoqiang's expression relax, Hu Yan continued. I also want to mention that our club's success is largely due to the natural ingredients and formulas from Yao Ru's family. To be honest, without those, even the beauty of the women here, including Qin Zixuan, would be slightly diminished. Is that so? Hua Shaoqiang was intrigued. While he knew about the power of modern cosmetics, this was his first time hearing about such effective natural products. Hu Yan called the manager, who brought over a large gift bag. Handing it to Hua Shaoqiang, Hu Yan said, Take this and let Xiao Min try it. If it doesn't live up to my claims, you can do whatever you want with it. Hua Shaoqiang smiled. I trust you. But I'll take it anyway. He was beginning to catch on to Hu Yan's plan. Hu Yan noticed his realization and said, I think you've guessed it. Before you arrived, I was already thinking along these lines. Hua Shaoqiang feigned surprise. You sly fox. I've been caught in your trap again. But with your ambition and resources, shouldn't we be aiming to acquire an even better platform? Hu Yan thought for a moment. That's not necessary for now. As long as you can use your connections to get Yao Ru's videos on multiple platforms with the best exposure, that will be enough. That won't be a problem, Hua Shaoqiang assured him. With the connections I've built over the years, as long as the money's there, I can make it happen. Noticing how absorbed the two were in their conversation, Hu Jiaxin protectively wrapped her arm around Yao Ru and said, Why do I feel like you guys are planning to sell Sister Ru? Hu Yan laughed. I'm starting to wonder if I'm your real brother, or if Yao Ru is your real sister. Don't worry, I'd never do anything to harm Yao Ru. He then explained, online traffic now surpasses that of traditional media. While we've spent money on celebrity endorsements and ads, the impact has been limited. But if Yao Ru starts making videos, given her appeal, it's impossible for them not to go viral. Hu Jixin finally understood. So you want Sister Ru to help promote our products? Hu Yan nodded. Exactly. If she gains popularity, not only will she earn a significant income, but Tianhai Cosmetics will also give her a sales commission. I think this way it won't be long before the roads in Yao Ru's hometown are built. Yao Ru's eyes lit up. She could almost see a winding road stretching through the mountains to her village, with the locals smiling and the children no longer struggling to get to school. All right. I'll do it. I may not be sure if I'll do well, but I'll give it my best shot, she declared. Hua Shaoqiang nodded approvingly. Don't worry, I'll arrange for professionals to help you. Follow their guidance, and it won't be long before both you and the products are hugely popular." Yao Ru nodded firmly. With a smile, Hua Xiaoqiang turned to Hu Yan. "I feel like I've unwittingly fallen into your trap again." Ho Yan slung an arm around Hua Xiaoqiang's shoulders. "Brother Hua, that's not fair. What we're doing is a win-win for everyone. Besides, by helping Yao Ru achieve her dream, aren't you fulfilling your role as a big brother? Isn't that meaningful?" Looking at Yao Ru, Hua Xiaoqiang had to agree. "Yes, it is meaningful." Then, in a low voice, he muttered to Hu Yan, "I regret it now. You're too cunning. You may have helped others achieve their dreams, but you've just crushed mine." "Hey ha 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 ha," Yan laughed heartily. "Didn't I tell you I can foresee things? Aren't you afraid now?" "Afraid? Definitely afraid," Hua Xiaoqiang admitted with a resigned smile. The next day, Hu Yan had been busy with work all day, and was now enjoying a drink with Hua Xiaoqiang. "Let's toast to our continued collaboration," Hu Yan said, raising his glass. Hua Xiaoqiang sighed deeply but still lifted his glass. "Old Hu, ever since I met you, it feels like I've been caught in a trap. I used to think I was pretty sharp, both in intelligence and social skills, but around you, I always feel like I'm being played." "That's just an illusion." "Definitely an illusion," Hu Yan replied with a serious face. "Brother Hua, your confident demeanor gives you away. Honestly, this is like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. One Li takes the beating, the other enjoys giving it." Hua Xiaoqiang thought to himself, "With Xiaomin sitting right here, what am I supposed to say? Admit that I had no clue and got completely played? That's basically admitting I'm a fool." So Hua Xiaoqiang quietly raised his glass again. "You're right, finding someone who truly understands you is rare. Meeting someone like you, Hu Yan, in this lifetime, no regrets. Cheers." "Hold on." Xiaomin grabbed Hua Xiaoqiang's glass, sniffing it before glancing at Hu Yan with eyes that seemed to sparkle. Hua Xiaoqiang's face turned green instantly. "I'm still here, you know. Are you really going to do this in front of me?" But Hu Yan immediately caught on. "Oh, how forgetful of me." He slapped his forehead and took out a bottle from his bag. "Brother Hua, I'm sure you've run out of that tonic wine, right? I brought you more but just forgot to give it to you. It's been a hectic time lately, my head's been all over the place." As he spoke, Hu Yan poured a full glass of the tonic wine for Hua Xiaoqiang and handed the bottle to Xiaomin, who accepted it with a blushing smile, thanking him softly. Only then did Hua Xiaoqiang breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they weren't planning to embarrass me. But just as a hint of a smile appeared on his face, it froze as he thought, "These two. They're basically saying I'm not up to the task." His face flushed with embarrassment. "Old Hu, I'm still young and strong. Drinking this stuff all the time, is it really necessary? Take it back, I don't need it. My kidneys are in great shape, just ask Xiaomin." As he spoke, he turned to Xiaomin, hoping she'd back him up. "Go on, tell him, didn't I keep you up all night?" Xiaomin, catching his hint, smiled slightly. "Yes, our brother Hua is quite the powerhouse. Didn't sleep a wink last night. See?" Ha ha ha. Hua Xiaoqiang grinned, giving Hu Yan a thumbs up behind Xiaomin's back. But then Xiaomin muttered, "Climbing over the wall for half the night, I was impressed." Hua Xiaoqiang was instantly silenced. Hu Yan couldn't help but cough. "Ahem, I must have a cold." My ears didn't catch that. He pretended to clean his ears as he spoke. Hua Xiaoqiang looked utterly defeated as he watched Xiaomin carefully stow away the tonic wine Hu Yan had given them, feeling like his pride was utterly crushed. "Let's just drink," he said, clinking his glass with Hu Yan's. While Hu Yan took a sip of his wulienji, Hua Xiaoqiang downed his glass in one go. "Oh no," Xiaomin exclaimed. "That tonic is really strong. Don't overdo it, or you might get a nosebleed. Quick, eat something." She hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and began piling food onto Hua Xiaoqiang's plate. Hu Yan couldn't hold back anymore and turned his head, shoulders shaking with laughter. Hua Xiaoqiang pushed Xiaomin's hands away. "Even if you feed me face masks now, it won't restore my dignity." Xiaomin smiled. "But it's just us, and Hu Yan won't tell anyone. Isn't it true that between brothers, nothing is off limits?" Hua Xiaoqiang looked at Xiaomin as if she didn't understand a thing. "Do you have some misunderstanding about the phrase 'nothing is off limits between brothers'?" Xiaomin looked puzzled. "Doesn't it mean we can talk about anything?" Hua Xiaoqiang finally gave up. "Let me teach you something. Any embarrassing story is fine, but saying someone's not up to the task is a no-go." "Got it." Xiaomin quickly nodded. "Got it. Too late to get it now," Hua Xiaoqiang muttered, wishing he could just kick this troublesome woman out of his sight. Just as he was about to tell her to leave, he suddenly felt a warmth spreading from his core, and his vision became a bit hazy. Seeing Xiao Min standing there, looking as charming as ever, he thought, damn it, the wine's kicking in. If I send her away, what'll I do tonight? Xiao Min, seeing that Hua Xiaoqiang was genuinely angry, was terrified. Although she knew their relationship wouldn't last forever, she still hoped it would last as long as possible. After all, Hua Xiaoqiang had a great reputation in their circle. His ex-girlfriends had all benefited greatly from their time with him, and rumor had it that the longer they stayed with him, the greater the rewards. Seeing Hua Xiaoqiang ready to kick her out, Xiao Min panicked. She quickly placed the tonic wine back on the table, pushing it towards Hu Yan. Ho Yan, you'd better take this back. He's already been worn out these past few days, he can't handle this anymore. Hua Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, took the wine back, and handed it to Xiao Min. Keep it. Then he poured himself a glass of beer, clinking glasses with Hu Yan as if nothing had happened. Xiao Min continued to serve them cautiously. After a while she noticed Hua Xiaoqiang's gaze growing more intense as he looked at her, his earlier anger seemingly forgotten. Did I actually get through to him? Maybe he really has feelings for me? Could I actually become the future Mrs. Hua? Am I dreaming, she wondered, not realizing that Hua Xiaoqiang's reaction was just the tonic wine taking effect. Just then Hu Yan's phone buzzed. It was a short video from Hu Jiaxin. Ho Yan watched it for a moment, then handed the phone to Hua Xiaoqiang. The video showed Yao Ru in a pure white martial arts outfit, her perfect figure on full display as she practiced with a sword. In the background, Hu Jiaxin's voice narrated, being overweight is often due to an imbalance in the spleen and stomach, leading to poor digestion and the accumulation of dampness. This results in excess fat. Yangtze health pills regulate the spleen and stomach, dispel dampness, and promote beauty. With long-term use, you too can have a figure like Sister Yao's. At the end of the video, Yao Ru held up a box of pills, smiling softly. This is my family's secret recipe. Give me a chance to help you achieve your perfect figure. Hua Xiaoqiang was transfixed, his nose starting to bleed without him even noticing. Xiao Min, thinking it was just the tonic wine's effect, handed him a tissue to wipe away the blood. But when she glanced at the video on Hu Yan's phone, her expression changed. Is there really such a perfect girl in this world? No, not just perfect, absolutely flawless. Could those pills really be that magical, she thought, remembering that Hua Xiaoqiang had brought home a gift box last night, which included those very pills, supposedly a gift from Hu Yan. Ho Yan, do you really think those pills can make someone have a figure like the girl in that video? Xiao Min couldn't help but ask. Did Xiao Min feel jealous seeing Hua Xiaoqiang so mesmerized? Not really. The gap in their league was too wide, leaving her without the courage to compete. So instead of feeling jealous, she didn't even bother. Ha, Yan replied honestly. No. Xiao Min was confused. Isn't that your product? It is. Then why do you say no? Ho Yan explained. Theoretically, the pills can help each person achieve their best possible figure. But think about it, everyone's body is different, and their exercise habits vary, so it's impossible for everyone to end up with the exact same figure. Then why does your ad model say that? Xiao Min asked, assuming Yao Ru was just a celebrity hired by Hu Yan to promote the product. She was a bit surprised that she didn't recognize this stunning star, assuming she must be a new face or someone Hu Yan discovered in college. Artistic license, Hu Yan said. If I explained everything in detail, would it still be as appealing? But once someone uses it and reaches their ideal figure, do you think they'll accuse us of false advertising, or will they see us as a company with a conscience? Xiao Min thought it over and said, they'd be thrilled. There's no way they'd call it false advertising. Exactly, Hu Yan replied. As they talked, Hua Xiaoqiang suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. If this doesn't blow up, I swear I'll quit this business for good. He was so worked up that he splattered the table with nosebleed droplets as he waved his arms around. Hey, he exclaimed, noticing the mess. Which one of you hit me in the nose when I wasn't looking? Xiao Min, exasperated, replied, did anyone need to? Your nose was like a fountain while you were watching that video, I couldn't wipe it fast enough. That's so, Hua Xiaoqiang muttered, though he knew it was true. Forget it, that's not important. What matters is, old Hu, you're going to be famous. And I'm going to be famous. And Yao Ru, she's going to be even more famous. Ha 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 ha. This time, Hua Xiaoqiang was absolutely right. In just a few days, the videos of Yao Ru and Hu Jiaxin went viral on Douyin. In less than a week, their Ruxin Duo account gained over 50,000 followers. According to industry expert Hua Xiaoqiang, this was just the beginning. Of course, the effect of turning on and off filters in the videos was impressive. When viewers noticed that Yao Ru's appearance didn't change much whether the filter was on or off, the comments section exploded. Oh my gosh! Is there really such a goddess in this world? How can I even look at the celebrities I used to admire now? My standards have been raised so high, I might never find a girlfriend. What kind of pills can give me a figure like hers? I'd sell everything I own, even my kidney, to get them. Naturally, there were some skeptics too. Some critics attributed it all to clever makeup techniques, claiming that it was all just a trick. But that evening, during another recording session, neither Hugh Jackson nor Yao Ru bothered to address these claims. Instead, they focused on promoting a skincare product from tycoon, a mask that Yao Ru had previously introduced. While Hugh Jackson narrated, Yao Ru went through a makeup removal routine on camera, showing her bare face after turning off the filters. The result? Her face remained perfectly clean, looking exactly the same as before. Hugh Jackson's commentary didn't mention anything about whether Yao Ru was wearing makeup or not. She simply explained how to use the mask calmly. As the comments section once again blew up and their follower count continued to rise rapidly, Hugh Yan gave Hua Xiaoqiang a thumbs up. You really nailed it, brother Hua. Not only did this avoid a pointless argument, but it also brought even more attention to Yao Ru. Enough with the flattery, Hua Xiaoqiang retorted. I'm a professional, of course I know how to handle this kind of situation. Now, tell me straight, can we get Yao Ru to sign with my streaming platform? With her talent, daily tips alone could easily reach tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Hua Xiaoqiang had already discussed this with Hugh Yan several times, but Hugh Yan sighed, it really depends on what she wants. Besides, they're already earning a good income. The advertising revenue from their rising viewership and engagement is more than enough. Yao Ru even said she's already satisfied with what they're making. Interestingly, Yao Ru insisted on splitting the profits equally with Hugh Jackson, something that even Hugh Yan hadn't expected. Bullshit! Hua Xiaoqiang waved his hand dismissively. Old Hugh, don't try to fool me. It's clear that Yao Ru would agree if you just said the word. Indeed, if Yao Ru agreed to do live streaming, it would benefit both her and Hugh Yan's products tremendously. However, Ho Yan couldn't ignore the fact that aside from the small help he initially provided, it had been Yao Ru who had consistently supported him. She even acted as a free bodyguard for Hugh Jackson, giving Hugh Yan peace of mind. Though Hugh Yan hadn't discussed this with Yao Ru, he never forgot her efforts. And yes, just as Hua Xiaoqiang said, Hugh Yan knew that if he asked, Yao Ru wouldn't refuse. But he also knew it wouldn't be fair to keep taking advantage of her. Yao Ru was a bright and diligent girl with a strong desire for knowledge. Hou Yan didn't want her to waste too much time on other pursuits. When they first started recording Douyin videos, he had already asked her to stop working part-time at the store. Tianhai had even brought in someone from Yao Ru's hometown to replace her, which caused quite a stir among the customers. It wasn't until Yao Ru herself explained that the replacement was someone she had trained since childhood that things settled down. Those customers genuinely liked Yao Ru, and once they learned about her rising fame on Douyin, they understood why she didn't have much time for the store. Many of them even became her fans, continuing to support the business. After considering all this, Hou Yan finally said, "I'll go ask her opinion first." So Hou Yan and Hua Xiaoqiang waited outside Jiangcheng University until Hugh Jackson and her friends finished their classes. When Yao Ru appeared, she naturally attracted countless admiring glances. She had always been acknowledged as the university's most beautiful girl, and now that she was famous on Douyin, the attention she received only grew. Under the watchful eyes of many, Hugh Jackson and Yao Ru got into Hugh Yan's Mercedes G-Wagon, and he drove them to a Korean barbecue restaurant. After ordering, Hou Yan handed a notebook to Yao Ru. "I've compiled and modified some ancient techniques. See if they suit you." Though Yao Ru had no idea that Hugh Yan's martial arts skills far surpassed her own, she trusted him completely. She opened the notebook and began to read, and the more she read, the more astonished she became. It turned out that Hugh Yan's modifications not only respected her family's traditional techniques, but also seemed to specifically cater to her unique constitution. As she tested the flow of energy through her body according to the modified techniques, she realized just how invaluable they were to her. "Brother Hugh, this is priceless," she exclaimed. Then, puzzled, she asked, "Brother Hugh, have you seen our family's internal martial arts manual?" Hou Yan rubbed his nose and replied, "Well, I just enjoy reading ancient texts. I noticed that your martial arts path is similar to one of the techniques I came across. So, I made some changes based on other sources. I'm not sure if they'll work." "Brother, How could you mess with someone's family technique like that? Hu Jiaxin protested. Sister Yao Ru is already so skilled, her technique must be great. What if your changes cause her to have a QI deviation? But Yao Ru shook her head. No, Brother Hu made the right changes. Brother Hu, you're incredibly smart. Even though we knew our family's technique was incomplete, generations of effort couldn't perfect it. But the changes you made solved the problems we've been struggling with for ages. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Hu Yan couldn't exactly admit that he not only knew her family's techniques but had practiced them as well. After studying even more advanced techniques, improving Yao Ru's family's martial arts wasn't much of a challenge for him anymore. Yao Ru's words left Hu Jiaxin wide-eyed in shock. Growing up, she had always thought of her brother as smart, but within normal limits. However, since entering university, every time she met him, he never failed to surprise her. Thinking back, Hu Jiaxin realized she was starting to feel like she didn't even know her brother anymore. Hoa Xiaoqiang, of course, wasn't interested in this. He knew how skilled Hu Yan was in martial arts and assumed that for a master like him, modifying techniques was no big deal. So, he wasn't too surprised. His focus remained on whether Yao Ru would agree to join his streaming platform. Cough. Cough. Old Hu. Let's get to the main point, Hua Xiaoqiang reminded him. Just as Hu Yan was about to speak, he noticed Yao Ru's bright eyes fixed on him. Little did he know, Yao Ru was even more shocked than Hu Jiaxin. After all, modifying a martial arts technique wasn't just about thoroughly understanding one method. It required extensive knowledge of medicine, martial arts, even cosmology, and the I Ching. Her family had produced many geniuses over the generations, and they had perfected the technique to its current state. It was said to be beyond further improvement. Yet, not only had Hu Yan made enhancements, but based on her brief trial, Yao Ru felt the technique had reached a whole new level. According to her intuition, if she continued practicing Hu Yan's modified technique, she could soon reach the legendary level of a grandmaster, capable of external energy projection, a dream she had long cherished. Her ancestors had passed down tales of a family member who could project internal energy, pushing a cup of water with sheer force or extinguishing a candle without touching it. Such abilities were the stuff of legends, and now, they felt almost within reach. Finally, Yao Ru looked deeply at Hu Yan and asked, Brother Hu, you must have practiced this technique yourself, haven't you? Left with no choice. Hu Yan nodded. Yao Ru's eyes sparkled. Then, can you project your internal energy? Can you show me? Hu Yan picked up the teacup in front of Yao Ru and said, Have some tea. It's best when it's warm. Hu Jiaxin, engrossed in the conversation, grumbled, You two have been talking so much that the tea must be cold by now. Let's get a fresh cup. She reached out to take the cup from Hu Yan, but he turned his hand, avoiding her grasp. Just as she was about to protest, Yao Ru grabbed her hand. Be careful, it's hot. Hu Jiaxin was confused. I just drank it, and it was cold. How can it be hot now? Look closely, Yao Ru said, pointing at the cup in Hu Yan's hand. Sure enough, when Hu Jiaxin looked again, she saw steam rising from the tea. Ah, she gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Yao Ru carefully took the cup from Hu Yan, verifying it for herself before exclaiming, It's like spring and winter, this really is a miraculous skill. Hu Jiaxin, grabbing Yao Ru's hand, asked, Sister Yao Ru, what do you mean by spring and winter? Tell me more. Yao Ru gave Hu Yan another deep look before explaining, Legend has it that one of my ancestors could use internal energy to warm cold water. A skill known as a moment of tenderness. It took them a full 15 minutes to warm the water. But the legend also speaks of grandmasters who could instantly turn cold water hot, just like what Brother Hu did just now. Hu Jiaxin stared at Hu Yan in disbelief for a long moment before reaching out to touch his face. Are you really my brother? Or did someone switch you out? Ha ha ha. Hua Xiaoqiang laughed heartily. Relax. He's the real deal. He already showed this trick at the Qian family banquet. Then, you've known martial arts for a long time? Why didn't you tell me? Hu Jiaxin pouted. What would you do with that knowledge? Hu Yan retorted. I want to learn too. I don't want to always rely on Sister Yao Ru to protect me, she insisted. Hu Yan had thought about this before, but wasn't sure if Hu Jiaxin could handle the rigorous training. Fine, Sister Yao Ru, if you have time, teach her, Hu Yan finally said. Why don't you teach me? Hu Jiaxin asked. Hu Yan didn't answer, so Yao Ru explained. Learning internal energy requires precise knowledge of the body's acupoints. Even with a brother, it wouldn't be appropriate. Blushing, Hu Jiaxin nodded in understanding. After resolving Hu Jiaxin's situation, Hua Xiaoqiang kept giving Hu Yan meaningful looks. Hu Yan couldn't ignore it any longer. When they were almost done with their meal, Hu Yan asked Yao Ru, Xiao Ru, if there's a job that wouldn't interfere with your studies and could help you quickly fulfill your dream of building roads in your hometown, would you take it? Hua Xiaoqiang eagerly chimed in, not just quickly within a year, you'll definitely achieve it. Just as Hua Xiaoqiang expected, Yao Ru couldn't refuse Hu Yan's suggestion. Brother Hu, if you think it's a good idea, I'll do it, she said. Both Hu Jiaxin and Hua Xiaoqiang exchanged knowing glances with Hu Yan. Hu Yan scratched his head and smiled. I'm not forcing you. It's all up to you. Hua Xiao here is a big shot behind the scenes of a live streaming platform. He thinks that if you sign with their company, earning millions annually would be no problem. If he handles everything from behind the scenes, you'll likely achieve your dream. Hua Xiaoqiang nodded. Absolutely. If you don't make enough money within a year, I'll cover the rest. Yao Ru was no longer the naive girl fresh out of the mountains. She had some idea of how popular live streaming platforms had become. Plus, with Hu Yan's involvement, she trusted that Hua Xiaoqiang wouldn't deceive her. Thank you, Hua Xiao, for your help, but earning money should be based on one's own abilities. If I don't make enough, there's no need for you to cover it, she said. Hearing this, Hua Xiaoqiang beamed with joy and exchanged a high five with Hu Yan. Great. I believe that in a year Xiao Ru will be the top streamer on our platform. She'll be as popular as any top-tier movie star. And by then, if she wants to act in TV dramas or movies, that won't be a problem either. Ho Yan, knowing Yao Ru well, added, actually, Xiao Ru isn't too fond of the spotlight. The only reason she's agreed is to help her hometown, where people still struggle without electricity or heating. I doubt she'll stay on this path for long. Yao Ru nodded. Brother Hu is right. Once I've fulfilled my dream of building roads in my hometown, I'll step down from the streaming job. Hua Xiao, I hope you won't be upset when that time comes. Although her words dampened Hua Xiaoqiang's spirits a bit, he couldn't help but think that once Yao Ru experienced earning millions, she wouldn't be able to resist continuing. After dinner, it was still early. Hu Yan dropped off Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru at the Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center before taking Hua Xiaoqiang back to Tianhai Hotel. Just as he dropped Hua Xiaoqiang off, Hu Yan received a call from Qin-san. The task you gave us is complete. We're on our way back to the city. Do you want to check the items? Qin-san asked. Sure. I'm waiting for you at Tianhai Hotel, Hu Yan replied. After ending the call, Hua Xiaoqiang asked, what's this about? Do you remember when Su Wenying bought those yuan to 2 coins, and I helped her piece together a priceless porcelain vase from the shards? Hu Yan asked in return. Hua Xiaoqiang nodded. Of course I remember. But tell me, why are you so good to the Su family's eldest daughter? Are you interested in her? To be honest, while she's well known in social circles, she's not as pretty as your Qin Zixuan. She's even a few points behind Qian Xiaoyi. Ho Yan laughed. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Honestly, it's because my old man asked me to treat the Su family well. Otherwise, why would I go out of my way for her? Do you think I'm a pushover? Ha ha ha, Xiaoqiang chuckled. True. You don't seem like the type to be a pushover. If anything, you'd only do it for Qin Zixuan. Enough of that, Hu Yan said with a smile. So, about those porcelain shards. Well, those shards were likely buried intentionally. I suspect there might be more valuable items nearby, so I sent Qin-san to investigate, Hu Yan explained. Are you saying those shards were just accidentally separated and not scattered randomly? I believe so, Hu Yan nodded. The two continued chatting over tea, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Qin-san arrived with a group, carrying a large box. Hu Yan asked the manager to arrange a room and had the box brought inside. After dismissing everyone else, Ho Yan asked Qin-san, did everything go smoothly? Qin-san replied, yes, everything went as planned. We went to Wujiagu and pretended to be descendants of an old family from there. These were details Hu Yan had gathered when Su Wenying purchased those items. He had instructed Qin-san to pose as a descendant of a long-gone family, seeking to return to their ancestral home. With the help of the local village chief, they tracked down the family that had buried the items, claiming they regretted selling their house and wanted to buy it back. In the end, after several days of haggling, they agreed on a price of 500,000 yuan, down from the initial asking price of 1 million yuan. Qin-san followed Hu Yan's instructions and discreetly retrieved the buried items from the garden under the guise of setting up a tent to honor their ancestors. As the box was opened, Hua Xiaoqiang nearly gasped in shock but managed to keep his composure. Old Hu, you might as well be robbing people, Hua Xiaoqiang muttered. Qin-san, confused, asked, young master, are these items valuable? They just look like some yuan to 2 coins and broken porcelain pieces. Hao Yan gave him a look and asked, You didn't damage or lose anything, right? Qian-san nodded. Don't worry. Everything was done according to your instructions. The items were well preserved, stored in a metal box. Hu Yan nodded but didn't respond to Qian-san's question. Qian-san looked to Hua Xiaoqiang for help. Hua Xiaoqiang patted Qian-san on the shoulder and said, to tell you the truth, these yuan de 2 coins aren't silver coins. Then why did the young master go to so much trouble to get them? Qian-san asked, puzzled. Hua Xiaoqiang glanced at Hu Yan, who nodded, giving him permission to explain. Because these aren't silver coins, they're gold coins. Really? Yuan de 2 gold coins? Qian-san's eyes widened in disbelief. When have you ever seen your young master get involved in something that isn't profitable? Each of these coins is worth millions, Hua Xiaoqiang said with a smirk. Wow. We've really struck gold. Qian-san finally realized the significance of the task he had completed. He had thought Hu Yan was just messing with him before. Hu Yan handed each of them a yuan de 2 coin. Here, take these as a souvenir. Qian-san was dumbfounded. He had served the Qin family for many years, but he had never seen such a generous reward, each coin worth millions. Hua Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, took his coin with a grin. Don't worry. Compared to the porcelain shards, these coins are just a bonus. Qian-san was even more stunned. He had been with Qin Zixuan for a long time but had never taken an interest in antiques. He had no idea that these broken shards could be so valuable. Are you serious? Those shards are worth more than the gold coins. Don't be so surprised. Hua Xiaoqiang waved dismissively. He hadn't understood this concept either until he met Hu Yan. Without Hu Yan's ability to transform seemingly worthless items into treasures, these shards wouldn't be worth much on their own. They watched as Hu Yan carefully sorted and categorized the porcelain pieces. After some time he let out a satisfied sigh. Well done. Not a single piece is missing. This was definitely worth it. When Hu Yan had first sent Qian-san to buy the house, he had told him to purchase it at any cost. At the time, Qian-san hadn't understood why. Now he knew that Hu Yan wasn't interested in the house itself but rather the junk inside. How much did we make? Qian-san asked with a grin. I'm just curious. Hu Yan, knowing Qian-san was loyal to the family, replied, it's about a few hundred times what we paid. What? Despite being mentally prepared, Qian-san was still shocked by the figure Hu Yan mentioned. This young master was incredibly sharp, making money almost as fast as printing it. Unlike Qian-san, Hua Xiaoqiang wasn't as surprised. He had witnessed the value of the porcelain pieces when Hu Yan had restored them for Su Wanning. With that in mind, he could roughly estimate the value of the items now. What surprised him was that the number of yuan de 2 coins was several times greater than what the vendor had. It seemed that some people had unknowingly bought many fake silver coins. As for the porcelain shards, they were about the same in number as the ones Su Wanning had purchased. However, Su Wanning had only taken one finished piece. How many complete porcelain pieces could Hu Yan create from the shards left behind? Hu Yan wasn't exaggerating. If anything, he was being modest. He carefully repacked the sorted porcelain pieces into the box and turned to Hua Xiaoqiang. Hua Ji, I'll be busy tonight, so I can't keep you company. No problem, Hua Xiaoqiang replied. Just let me know when you're done so I can see the final result. Hu Yan smiled. Don't worry. You won't miss out on your share of the rewards. As Hu Yan and Qian-san left, Hua Xiaoqiang muttered to himself, incredible. A guy from an ordinary family can achieve so much. The more I see, the more I'm convinced. Do you really think I've just been hanging around Jiangqing for fun? Haha. You're impressive, but I'm no fool either. Hua Xiaoqiang was feeling quite pleased with himself, convinced that he had outsmarted Hu Yan. It wasn't that he harbored any ill intentions toward Hu Yan, but he believed that Hu Yan had an uncanny ability to recognize valuable items and assess situations accurately. Hu Yan could always identify treasure, navigate complex situations to his advantage, and never seemed to lose out. On the other hand, Hua Xiaoqiang prided himself on his ability to judge people. Meeting Hu Yan had brought him many benefits, whether it was investing in TV dramas, acquiring valuable antiques from Hu Yan, or finding a golden talent like Yao Ru to become a top streamer. These seemingly small gains were actually of immense potential value. Hua Xiaoqiang believed that even though Hu Yan was formidable, he himself had the upper hand in recognizing people's talents. However, what Hua Xiaoqiang didn't realize was that Hu Yan's ability to judge character was also exceptional, especially after inheriting knowledge of face reading and metaphysics. As Hua Xiaoqiang's smug smile appeared, Hu Yan, who was turning away, noticed it immediately. Hu Yan thought to himself, Hua Xiaoqiang, you still don't know who the real player is, and who's just a pawn. A smile also appeared on Hu Yan's lips as he mused. A true master never lets the pieces on the board know they're being played. As they exited the elevator, Kyun-san noticed Hu Yan's satisfied expression and assumed that his task had been well executed. Grinning, Kyun-san said, "Master, did I do a good job this time?" Hu Yan was momentarily surprised. "Why? Are you saying that one gold coin isn't enough?" No, Kyun-san quickly waved his hands. "I'm just happy to have done a good job for you. I wasn't expecting any reward." Hu Yan knew Kyun-san was being sincere, but he couldn't resist teasing him. "Oh, is that so? Then, how about you give the gold coin back?" Kyun-san hesitated, thinking, "Am I just asking for trouble?" But it was too late to back out, so he reluctantly handed the gold coin back to Hu Yan, carefully and painfully, as if it were the hardest thing he'd ever done. Hu Yan weighed the coin in his hand and said, "I didn't realize your state of mind was so elevated that you treat money like dirt." Kyun-san gritted his teeth and nodded, thinking, "I wish dirt was actually money." Hu Yan nodded approvingly. "Well then, I won't insult you with money." Kyun-san gritted his teeth again, inwardly cursing himself. Why didn't I just keep my mouth shut? To Kyun-san's dismay, Hu Yan didn't bring up the gold coin again. It wasn't until they had returned to Hu Yan's home in Tianhai Garden, and Kyun-san was about to leave that Hu Yan called him back. "Wait a moment," Hu Yan said, retrieving a small box from the cabinet. He took out a smaller gold coin, wrapped in wax paper, and handed it to Kyun-san. "Master, what are you doing? Didn't you just say no more money?" Kyun-san started, but then, remembering what had just happened, quickly shut his mouth. Hu Yan chuckled. "Yes, I'm not giving you money. This is a finished gold coin, an antique for your collection. It's something cultured people enjoy, so it shouldn't be an insult." Kyun-san hurriedly unwrapped the wax paper to reveal a shiny, round gold coin. "Master, honestly, I wouldn't mind being insulted like this," Kyun-san exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Hu Yan playfully kicked him. "Get out of here. I can't afford to insult you like that. If your mistress hears about this, who knows what she'll think." Kyun-san laughed as he rubbed his backside. "Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll be off." As he left, Kyun-san turned back and said, "Master, don't worry, I won't tell mistress about how you insulted me." He quickly shut the door and hurried away, only to bump into King Zixuan just as she stepped out of the elevator. His face turned pale. King Zixuan had developed a habit of lingering on Hu Yan's floor whenever she returned home, always hesitating to knock on his door. Today, just as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard Kyun-san's remark, which made her feel deeply uncomfortable. Seeing the murderous look in King Zixuan's eyes, Kyun-san felt a chill run down his spine. He stammered, "Mistress, it's not what you think. Hu Yan and I are completely innocent." This ridiculous explanation only made King Zixuan's face darken further. The thought of being cheated on was infuriating, especially when there wasn't even a chance to set things straight. She wondered if she had been too harsh on Hu Yan, and if he had started looking elsewhere because of her behavior. Hu Yan, hearing Kyun-san's words, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. But when the commotion outside continued, he had no choice but to open the door and see what was going on. When Hu Yan saw King Zixuan standing there with a look that could kill, he immediately realized there had been a misunderstanding. "Kyun, are you here to follow through on our agreement?" Hu Yan asked with a hopeful expression. Previously they had agreed that if Hu Yan could predict her fate, King Zixuan would go on a private date with him. Sure enough, King Zixuan's pale face quickly turned red. Hu Yan then turned to Kyun-san and said, "What are you waiting for? I don't have any extra money to insult you with." Kyun-san, quick on the uptake, immediately nodded. "Well then, I'll be back when you've got some extra money to insult me with." With their banter, King Zixuan's mood gradually softened. After quickly saying goodbye, Kyun-san entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, he gave Hu Yan a knowing look, which made King Zixuan blush even more. "Why are you just standing there? Come in. Since you're already here, let's follow through on what we agreed upon," Hu Yan said, his tone lighthearted. King Zixuan, her face flushed, hesitated for a moment before Hu Yan pulled her inside and shut the door. Feeling a mix of shyness and nervousness, King Zixuan sat on the sofa. As Hu Yan handed her a cup of water, she was startled to see him kneeling in front of her. "What are you doing?" she asked, alarmed. I noticed you hadn't changed your shoes. You've had a long day, and high heels must be uncomfortable. Let me help you take them off," Hu Yan said, reaching to remove her shoes. As Hu Yan's hands touched her ankle, King Zixuan felt a jolt of electricity course through her body, not just physically but emotionally as well. Hu Yan's thoughtful gesture deeply touched King Zixuan, making her feel a mix of guilt and warmth. She had been so guarded with him, yet here he was, treating her with such care. It wasn't that she couldn't open up, but she had been taught from a young age that things easily gained are rarely cherished. Because she loved Yan so much, she wanted to take things slow enough that he would treasure her forever. However, Yan's actions at that moment touched something deep within her. Without thinking, she reached out and gently patted his head. Yan looked at her quizzically. "Qin, were you a pet owner in the past? You're pretty good at this." The affectionate atmosphere was instantly broken as Qin Zixuan burst into laughter. Yes. I used to have a little puppy," she giggled. Yan gave her a playful look of disdain. "I knew it, HMP." With the tension completely gone, Qin Zixuan relaxed and kicked off her shoes, resting her feet on the coffee table. This feels good. I'm so exhausted. In front of someone you love, if you have no emotional baggage, it's the best way to unwind. This was exactly how Qin Zixuan felt, enjoying the simple comfort of Yan's company as he fussed over her. The stress of the day melted away, leaving her feeling at peace. "If you're tired, why don't you come by after work and relax for a bit? It's better than pacing outside the door," Yan said, sitting beside her and casually holding her hand. Qin Zixuan blushed again. You knew." "Knew what?" "About the door," she mumbled softly. "Oh. One day I came home and thought a beautiful woman was stalking me. When I looked through the peephole, I thought I was seeing things," Yan said, making up a story. In truth, Yan had known all along. Qin Zixuan asked, "Then why didn't you call out to me?" Yan placed her hand in his, gently covering it with his other hand. "I didn't want to put any pressure on you. I respect your choices." Qin Zixuan looked deeply at Yan but said nothing. Slowly, she rested her head on his shoulder. Before long, she started to drift off to sleep. "Do you still want to know your fortune?" Yan asked softly. Qin Zixuan shook her head. "No need. As long as I have you, I don't need anything else. What's the point?" Seeing Qin Zixuan fall asleep so quickly, Yan thought to himself, "That's true, we have everything we need." In face reading, it's said that the closer someone is to you, the less accurate the predictions will be, much like how a surgeon's success rate drops when operating on a loved one. It's a matter of emotional involvement clouding judgment. Besides, it's a well-known unwritten rule that one cannot predict their own fate or the fate of those closest to them. Who cares? As long as we're together, we can face anything, Yan thought, as he too closed his eyes, content and at peace. When Qin Zixuan woke up, she found herself lying in a soft bed. Instinctively, she touched her body and was relieved to find she was wearing a loose-fitting pajama set, the same brand she had bought for Yan. It was clear that last night, feeling incredibly safe because of Yan's actions, she had fallen asleep due to sheer exhaustion. As she stared up at the ceiling, her face flushed red, but a smile crept onto her lips. Yan had done everything just right once again. When she stepped out of the bedroom, she found Yan busy in the kitchen. "Good morning, Qin." "Qin. Good morning. What are you up to?" "Making breakfast," Yan replied. "No matter how good food is outside, it can't compare to something made at home, where I can ensure the quality and cleanliness of the ingredients. You've been so tired you need to boost your nutrition. Plus, you know my cooking skills are top-notch. Today, I'm letting you taste the mastery of a true chef." "All right, I'm looking forward to it," Qin Zixuan said before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. But as she washed up, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like she was missing something important. When she came out, the table was already set with a few dishes. There was shrimp and oyster tofu stew, garnished with finely chopped green onions, light and appetizing with no trace of oil. Bacon-wrapped enoki mushrooms, skewered and roasted to a crisp in the oven, looked incredibly tempting. Lettuce wraps filled with multigrain rice, salted egg yolk, red pepper, and minced garlic added a fresh and vibrant touch to the meal. Seeing these three dishes, Qin Zixuan smiled knowingly. "What are you making now?" she asked. "Beef tripe soup," Yan replied, bringing out a clay pot of the rich broth, his face showing two large dark circles under his eyes. "How did you know?" Yan asked. Qin Zixuan gave him a side glance. "You're asking the obvious. These dishes you made are quite intricate. Knowing your personality, you must have had some not so secret. Or rather, something you wanted me to know. I imagine you wanted me to see that even if I woke up late and you had already gone to work, I'd realize you hadn't slept well last night." Yan laughed. "And how did you figure that out?" Qin Zixuan explained. "The needle in the bacon-wrapped enoki mushrooms represents 1, the lettuce wraps symbolize night, the beef tripe soup means not, and the seafood tofu stew stands for sleep. Am I right?" Ho Yan gave her a thumbs up, impressive. You figured it all out. Now, eat up while I go wash my hands. As Hu Yan headed to the bathroom, Qin Zixuan looked at the delicate dishes on the table, her emotions swirling. She had already thought Hu Yan was doing enough for her, but now she realized he was doing even more than she had imagined. She wondered if she could ever do the same. While she knew she respected Hu Yan greatly, could she be as considerate as he was? Qin Zixuan wasn't sure she could match his level of attentiveness. I used to think I loved you far more than you loved me. But now. Maybe we're even, she thought to herself. When Hu Yan returned, Qin Zixuan was lost in thought. Why aren't you eating? Do you think my cooking is that bad? Hu Yan asked. Blushing. Qin Zixuan whispered. You make such great breakfast, I wish I could have it every day. Hey, it's just because I couldn't sleep. If I had to wake up early every day to make such a complicated breakfast, I'd be exhausted. Hu Yan started, then suddenly paused. Wait, did you say you wanted this every day? Well, all right then. Qin Zixuan grinned mischievously. I don't want you to wear yourself out, so let's not. I won't be tired. I'd do it gladly. Hu Yan laughed, but inside he realized he had walked right into her trap. The idea that Qin Zixuan might want to move in had just dawned on him, and it seemed too late to back out now. Ho Yan felt a bit cornered, but all he could do was try to hide his frustration. Qin, you have to keep your word. You just said it, so no backing out. What did I say? Qin Zixuan asked innocently as she picked up a lettuce wrap. You said you wanted to have this every day, Hu Yan replied, feeling slightly wronged. Yeah, but then you said it would exhaust you, so I dropped it, she said, winking at him. But after careful calculation, I realized I wouldn't be exhausted, I'd be filled with happiness, Hu Yan said, his eyes full of hope. All right, Qin Zixuan agreed. Really? Hu Yan asked excitedly, grabbing her hand. Really? She nodded seriously. From now on, I'll come downstairs every day for breakfast. Just remember to make it for me. Ho Yan's face fell as he let go of her hand. Qin, you're playing dirty. Sipping the creamy beef tripe soup, Qin Zixuan replied earnestly, I'm serious. Ho Yan waved his hand in surrender. Forget it. You'd better hire a 5-star chef to make breakfast for you. Seeing Hu Yan's rare look of defeat, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. I never thought I'd see you like this. Ho Yan sighed deeply. I never let others take advantage of me because I don't care about them. But with you, should I let you take advantage or not? Qin Zixuan was stunned, and after a moment, she rested her head on Hu Yan's shoulder. Thank you, Hu. No need to thank me, Qin. She chuckled softly. It feels like we're an old married couple. Not quite, Hu Yan replied. Old married couples still kiss and hug. We're more like Plato's ideal love. Qin Zixuan turned and planted a kiss on his forehead. Just wait a little longer, okay? Hu Yan sighed and nodded all right. That day, Qin Zixuan seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. She even hummed a cheerful tune at work, leaving her employees puzzled when had their usually icy boss become so cheerful? Only her close secretary dared to ask. Ms. Qin, you seem to be in a great mood today. Qin Zixuan nodded. Yes, our cosmetics and health products are selling well. The cosmetics factory and Yangtze Beauty Spa will soon recoup their costs and start making a profit. The secretary nodded enthusiastically. I heard someone had the brilliant idea to hire a college beauty as a streamer to promote the products. Sales are skyrocketing. It's amazing. The secretary, caught up in the gossip, couldn't stop talking. Have you seen her? She's gorgeous. And she looks almost the same with or without beauty filters. She never even wears makeup. It's incredible, she looks like she was born with it. I also heard she's promoting our products because she likes someone in our management. And she doesn't even want any payment. I wonder who could be that charming. At first, Qin Zixuan felt proud, thinking that if it weren't for Hu Yan's reluctance to publicize, she'd have told the secretary that it was Hu Yan who had discovered Yao Ru. But as the secretary continued praising Yao Ru, Qin Zixuan's mood began to sour. When the secretary started spreading rumors about Yao Ru and Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan's face returned to its usual icy demeanor. Stop gossiping. The girl is still in college. Spreading such rumors is bad for her reputation. The secretary, frightened, stuck out her tongue and quickly left to get back to work. Qin Zixuan tried to focus on her work, but the secretary's words lingered in her mind. Qin Zixuan, you used to be so confident. What's changed, she thought. Another voice inside her whispered, it's because the other girls could never compare to you. But Yao Ru, she's on your level. Qin Zixuan shook her head, trying to dismiss the troubling thoughts. But an unexpected irritation made it impossible to concentrate. When Hu Yan arrived at work, everyone gave him strange looks. It was hard to ignore the obvious dark circles under his eyes. Many familiar colleagues offered words of concern. Hugh, take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. Hugh Yan could sense a hint of something else in their words. The worst was when he got to the appraiser's office, and Wang Quanxing advised, young man, you need to know your limits. Hu Yan had no choice but to grin foolishly, thinking, limits? I wish. I'm having a tough time here. After finishing his work, and wanting to avoid the strange looks from everyone in the office, Hu Yan decided to step out for a walk. As he left the building, he ran into Hua Shaoqiang. Hua Shaoqiang looked Hu Yan up and down, rubbed his eyes, then looked again before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ho, are you out of your tonic wine? If you need more, I've got some. You can have it. Shut up, Hu Yan snapped. I don't need it. Hua Shaoqiang approached and patted Hu Yan on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. First time? It's normal, don't worry about it. I was just with your old pal, Qin. She looked radiant. I thought I'd give you a call, and here you are. Hua Shaoqiang glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in and whispered, there are no bad plows, only bad soil. Don't feel inadequate, it'll affect your future happiness. He patted Hu Yan's shoulder again in a gesture of comfort. Hu Yan opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. I'm really having a tough time here. Hu Yan quickly realized that Hua Shaoqiang was deliberately teasing him. But Hu Yan couldn't complain, he had a habit of teasing others himself, so it was only fair that the tables were turned. Just as Hu Yan was about to change the subject, his phone rang. It was a call from Qiyu Chengzi, the big landlord of Antique Street. During the time Hu Yan had been helping Su Wenying, he and Qiyu Chengzi's had gotten to know each other quite well. Hu Yan, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, Hu Yan replied. Qiyu Chengzi's explained, you know how well the antique fair has been going, right? It's boosted not just our Antique Street but also the entire city's tourism. The local government is backing us now, encouraging us to keep the momentum going by creating a lasting brand. I was thinking, those antique appraisal shows on TV have pretty high ratings, how about we do something like that? An appraisal show. Hu Yan thought about how the success of the antique fair had also brought more business to his gambling stone shop. Supporting this idea seemed like the right move. Mr. Qiyu, this is a great idea that benefits the whole city. Of course I support it, Hu Yan agreed. Glad to hear it, Qiyu Chengzi said. Here's the thing, we've invited several experts from all over Jiangning province. But honestly, I'm a bit nervous. If something goes wrong it could be a big problem, especially since the show will air on Jiangcheng TV and might even be picked up by the provincial station. Hu Yan understood what Qiyu Chengzi was hinting at but knew he couldn't volunteer himself directly. Mr. Qiyu, since this is such a beneficial project for the community, just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help. Great. Here's the situation, Qiyu Chengzi continued. We want you to oversee the appraisals as the chief appraiser. However, the experts from the province think you're too young and inexperienced. Hu Yan got the picture. So, they think I'm not qualified to be the chief appraiser, and don't want to share the stage with someone like me, right? Exactly, Qiyu Chengzi sounded frustrated. I've told them about your incredible experiences, but they think I'm exaggerating. They didn't outright say it, but that's the gist. Hu Yan nodded. It's understandable. Even I wouldn't believe those stories if someone else told me. I get it. I'm glad you understand, Qiyu Chengzi sighed. I've been working on this with Mr. Xie for a while, and to keep the peace, we've decided to ask you to help out behind the scenes without taking credit. We'll rely on your judgment if any issues arise. This arrangement actually suited Hu Yan just fine, as he didn't enjoy being in the spotlight. No problem. I don't care about the recognition. My goal is just to do something good for the community. Even over the phone, Hu Yan could sense Qiyu Chengzi's relief and excitement. I never expected someone your age to have such a mature mindset. Unlike those so-called experts who only care about money and don't bring much to the table. HMP. It was clear that Qiyu Chengzi's had dealt with a lot of arrogance from these experts, and his words dripped with disdain. Oh, by the way, Qiyu Chengzi added after venting, even though you won't be officially recognized as the chief appraiser, we'll still pay you the same fee. That really isn't necessary, Hu Yan began. But it's only fair. Hu Yan clarified, Mr. Qiyu, hear me out. Since the officials don't want me as the appraiser, I'm sure the fee is coming out of your or Mr. Xie's pocket to ensure the event's success. You two are doing this out of a sense of duty, and I share that sentiment. How about this? If you promise to give Tianhai Pawn Shop priority when selling any antiques, I'll be there. Deal. No problem, Qiyu Chengzi laughed. I should have thought of that. You're right, nothing beats the opportunity to find hidden treasures. Mr. Qiu, you're making it sound like I'm doing this for personal gain. I'm just trying to help with the development of our hometown. By the way, have you found a sponsor for the event yet? We've contacted a few companies, and Tianhai Pawn Shop is one of them. Ho Yan replied, if Tianhai gets the naming rights, then we're all set. As the event organizer, I have the authority to make that decision. Consider it done. After hanging up, Hua Shaoqiang quickly asked about the conversation, and Hu Yan explained the situation. It's understandable, Hua Shaoqiang remarked. You've always been more focused on making quiet gains rather than seeking fame. TV stations prefer to feature well-known figures. Exactly, Hu Yan agreed. Some people spend years on Antique Street, losing everything, only to reinvent themselves as masters and make a living off their so-called expertise. I have no interest in that. If you have real talent, it's better to spend your time finding hidden treasures. But that's the irony, true experts are too skilled to waste time on these shows. Hua Shaoqiang nodded thoughtfully. I was planning to head back soon, but now that there's something interesting going on, I think I'll stick around a bit longer. Over the past few days, Hua Shaoqiang had made considerable gains, especially with Hu Yan's help in securing the wine company from Peng Siyuan's family. The Hua family was putting pressure on the Pengs, and they were on the brink of giving in. Hua Shaoqiang knew firsthand how potent Hu Yan's medicinal wine was, and he was confident it would be a huge success once it hit the market. The TV series he invested in was also progressing smoothly, and discovering Yao Ru as a talented live streamer was another lucrative find. With everything going well, Hua Shaoqiang wasn't in a hurry to leave. His family was already impressed with his achievements during this trip. Moreover, Hua Shaoqiang had noticed that being around Hu Yan always seemed to bring him good fortune. At that moment, Hu Yan was calling Qin Zixuan. Qin, have you heard about the antique appraisal event in Zhangchangchang? Qin Zixuan replied, I just saw the proposal from the PR department, and it looks promising. But there's stiff competition for the naming rights. Ho Yan said, I've already spoken with the event organizer. We're getting the naming rights. That's great news. You've solved another problem for the company. Just a coincidence, Hu Yan said modestly. All right, I'll notify the PR head to follow up. Talk later. Okay. With that settled, Hu Yan felt more at ease. Aside from the alchemy furnace, he didn't plan to keep the other items he had. Right now his main focus was on building his business empire as quickly as possible. Only by reaching the level of Tianhai could he convince the Qin family to willingly let him marry Qin Zixuan. Besides, seeing Qin Zixuan so exhausted every day made Hu Yan feel bad. He hoped that once he succeeded, he could allow Qin Zixuan to do what she truly enjoyed and leave the cutthroat business world behind. Sensing Hu Yan's thoughts, Hua Shaoqiang said, Don't worry, brother. With our combined efforts, there's nothing we can't achieve. This gave Hu Yan an idea. Hua, what do you think are the most promising businesses right now? Excluding e-commerce and cutting-edge technology, of course. Those fields were dominated by giants like Jack Massachusetts and Ren Zhengfei, and it would be tough to compete without substantial resources. Hu Yan knew that until he had more capital, it wasn't worth trying to enter those markets. Hua Shaoqiang thought for a moment. What we're already involved in live streaming platforms, gaming, entertainment, TV series, these are all growing sectors. The easiest money, though, is still in stocks, but that comes with high risks. Ho Yan nodded. Hua Shaoqiang's thoughts mirrored his own. He had already invested most of his spare funds into stocks. While risky for others, Hu Yan saw the stock market as a cash reserve that could be liquidated at any time, all while generating high returns. So, Hu Yan decided to continue his current strategy without any changes. After having dinner with Hua Shaoqiang, they agreed to attend the appraisal event together once it began. Ho Yan then returned home. As soon as he got home, Ho Yan called Zhao Peng to give him some instructions, then began the meticulous task of restoring the porcelain pieces he had collected. The work required his full attention, as the pieces were numerous and of high quality. Hu Yan needed to be entirely focused to achieve the best results. For the next few days, Hu Yan was completely absorbed in this work. Unless something urgent came up at the gambling stone shop, he spent all his time at home restoring the porcelain. When he needed a break, he would occasionally use the alchemy furnace to brew a batch of elixirs for fun. One day, after finishing a new batch of elixirs, Hu Yan looked at the mysterious patterns on the pills and inhaled their fragrant aroma. A smile played on his lips. If I aged these pills a bit and put them up for auction, wouldn't that be interesting? It wasn't unheard of for ancient tombs to yield medicinal pills during archaeological digs or tomb raids. However, these findings were rarely publicized. Most of the elixirs on the market came from such illicit sources, and even then, each pill was worth a fortune. These pills were incredibly rare, often preserved against all odds, and some were rumored to have miraculous effects. There's a legend that in the last century, a high-ranking official, who had been given only 3 months to live by doctors, managed to survive to the ripe old age of 97 after taking one such pill, and he eventually passed away peacefully. Since then, elixirs had become almost mythical treasures, highly sought after and exceedingly rare. One morning, after his regular workout, Hu Yan sat quietly on a park bench, eyes closed, practicing the QI observation technique. This skill, essential for practitioners of fortune-telling, allowed one to perceive a person's energy without relying on birth dates or handwriting. Since mastering the art of divination, Hu Yan had incorporated this technique into his daily routine. Though he had been practicing for a long time, Hu Yan had only noticed minor improvements in his vision. His slight nearsightedness had cleared up, and things appeared much sharper. However, the extraordinary abilities described in the ancient texts had yet to manifest. What Hu Yan didn't realize was that when he finished his practice and opened his eyes to the sunlight, a faint purple hue briefly flashed across them. Strange, Hu Yan noticed someone watching him from a distance. But as soon as he turned to look, the person quickly walked away. Not thinking much of it, Hu Yan headed home, took a shower, had breakfast, and then went to work. After dealing with some company business, Hu Yan was about to head home early to continue restoring some porcelain pieces, and maybe brew a few elixirs. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wang Quanxing, one of the appraisers. "Ho Yan, we've got a situation here. Someone's accusing us of overpricing our items." "I checked. And they're all the popular items you marked up. But this guy seems to know his stuff. He's pointed out the exact percentage we increased the prices and is accusing us of ripping off customers. Can you come down and take a look?" "I'm on my way," Hu Yan replied, heading to the first floor appraisal hall. As he approached, he saw a group of appraisers surrounding a man in his 30s. Hu Yan recognized him immediately as the man he had seen in the park that morning. The man had a sharp, mean look, with a thin upper lip and a dark expression. Earlier, Hu Yan had noticed a dark cloud hovering over the man's forehead, a sign he had only recently learned to identify through his practice of QI observation. Before studying fortune-telling, Hu Yan had thought the phrase "a dark cloud over someone's head" was just a figure of speech. But after learning these ancient techniques, he realized it was something that could be observed through specialized training, like the QI observation technique. When Hu Yan had seen it in the park that morning, he thought he might have been imagining things. But now, as he looked more closely, he saw the dark energy clearly swirling around this man's forehead. "Maybe I've made some progress with the QI observation technique," Hu Yan thought, recalling that being able to see someone's aura meant the technique was starting to take effect. As Hu Yan approached, the man noticed him and sneered, "So, this is the famous Tianhai pawn shop, a place with a reputation that's nothing but smoke and mirrors." It seemed that the appraisers had already lost confidence by the time Hu Yan arrived. Their faces lit up with relief when they saw him. "Ha Yan's here. Master Hu is here. Boss, come quickly." Amid their hopeful calls, Hu Yan walked over. "May I ask who this is?" Hu Yan inquired. The man lifted his head slightly, squinting as he spoke. "My name is Shen Yifan, just an ordinary man from the provincial capital, not some so-called master." "Shen Yifan," Hu Yan echoed. "Could you be the treasure eye Master Shen from the provincial capital?" "Master? I wouldn't dare claim that title," Shen Yifan replied, though it was clear he enjoyed the recognition. "But your reputation, Hu Yan, has preceded you ever since I arrived in Jiangcheng." "HMP." Hu Yan smirked inwardly. He didn't care much for fame, but clearly Shen Yifan did. It was obvious now that Shen Yifan had been brought in for the upcoming appraisal event. Hu Yan smiled and said, "Titles like master are just labels others put on us. I never called myself a master. Isn't that right, Mr. Treasure Eye?" Shen Yifan was momentarily speechless. Hu Yan's title of master was indeed given to him by others, but Shen Yifan had self-proclaimed the title Treasure Eye a few years ago. He was unknown in the antique world of the provincial capital. However, convinced of his own brilliance, Shen Yifan dubbed himself Treasure Eye, attracting both skepticism and recognition over time. With his keen eye for antiques, the nickname eventually stuck, and he became known as a prodigy in the field by the time he was 28. Now, at 35, he was regarded as a rising star in the northern antique scene. But when Shen Yifan arrived in Jiangcheng, he was surprised to hear people praising a young man named Hu Yan as a master. At first he dismissed the stories of Hu Yan's appraisal feats, unsure whether to believe them. However, when he learned that Hu Yan was a fresh university graduate, even younger than he was when he first gained recognition, Shen Yifan couldn't stand it. Shen Yifan prided himself on being a genius in the art of appraisal, convinced that no one could surpass him, especially not someone barely out of their teens. The thought of being compared to a kid irked him to no end. So, early that morning, unable to sleep, Shen Yifan took a stroll in the park. He noticed someone sitting on a bench, making strange hand gestures, and it piqued his curiosity. He had read about ancient techniques that could unlock special abilities like eye power, but had dismissed them as lost arts. Yet, seeing Hu Yan's posture, which resembled the descriptions in those texts, he couldn't help but take note. However, thinking back to how he had coined his own nickname, Shen Yifan quickly dismissed the idea, thinking, this is probably just a publicity stunt. He couldn't believe anyone still practiced those ancient methods. When he saw Hu Yan up close, Shen Yifan was even more convinced. He's young like I was back then. Smart, but appraisal isn't just about brains. I trained under my grandfather for 20 years before he allowed me to go out on my own. What makes Hu Yan think he's qualified? As these thoughts ran through his mind, Shen Yifan's frustration grew. Unless he's mastered a true eye-opening technique, there's no way he's the real deal. He's probably just riding on Qin Zixuan's coattails, with the Qin family backing him. With these thoughts, Shen Yifan decided there was no need to hold back. Ho Yan, as the chief appraiser and marketing manager of Tianhai Pawn Shop, why are you hiking up prices without reason? You're betraying the trust of your loyal customers. Ho Yan chuckled. I believe our customers trust Tianhai Pawn Shop not because of our prices, but because of our reputation for authenticity. Let me ask you, which street vendor or antique shop doesn't mark up their prices? Why aren't you questioning them? Exactly, Wang Quansheng chimed in. That's the point. People trust our authenticity. Those who can afford antiques don't mind the price, they care about getting the real deal. Others cast a sideways glance at Wang Quansheng, thinking, where was this energy earlier? Shen Yifan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You're just profiteers, he finally spat. Hu Yan smiled. Ridiculous. Our business is supposed to run on charity? Tell me, Mr. Treasure Eye, when you buy antiques, do you buy high and sell low? Of course not. As he spoke, Hu Yan pulled out his phone and pointed to some information. Look here, everyone, this is Shen Yifan's track record. Huanghuoli wood bracelets for 80,000 yuan. Zitan wood pieces for 5,000. Jade bangles for 8,500. And Wenwan walnuts starting at 1,000 yuan. Look at his business. Now, compare it to ours, we only mark up about 20% from market prices, while he marks up 200% to 500%. So, tell me, are we the real profiteers here? Are we betraying our loyal customers? The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Yeah, we must be heartless crooks to charge such prices. No kidding, we're practically robbing people. Exactly. We're such profiteers, right? Haha. The appraisers, who had been disheartened moments ago, were now full of energy, mocking Shen Yifan with sarcasm. Shen Yifan's face alternated between pale and flushed as he struggled to respond. He never expected Hu Yan to find out about his own business practices. How does he know all this is mine? Shen Yifan wondered. Aloud, he asked. What makes you think these are my businesses? Ho Yan smiled. It's simple, these transactions can be traced through registered information. If it's not legitimate, how would it operate legally? Should I show you how to check? Shen Yifan was left speechless. He realized Hu Yan must have done his homework and gathered more information on him than he had on Hu Yan. However, Hu Yan's knowledge wasn't entirely based on research. His newly developed QI observation technique allowed him to discern significant details like company registrations. But Shen Yifan wasn't aware of this, and he turned red with anger. Running an online business has its costs, doesn't it? Is it wrong for me to sell at higher prices? Ho Yan countered. How much do you spend in a day? Do you know how much Tianhai Pawn Shop spends daily? It's 1,000 times more than your expenses. Yet we only mark up 20%, and you call us profiteers? So tell me, Mr. Shen, who are you to come here and stir up trouble? Should I call security to throw you out? HMP Shen Yifan huffed, turning to leave. No need. I can find my own way out. But don't forget, Hu Yan, I'm one of the main appraisers at the upcoming appraisal event. Let's see who has the last laugh. Noted, Hu Yan said coolly, not even looking at him as he left. By this time, news had spread that Tianhai Pawn Shop had secured the sponsorship rights for the upcoming appraisal event. Everyone was concerned about what Shen Yifan had said. Wang Quansheng asked directly, Hu Yan, if he's one of the main appraisers at the event, and he tries to discredit us on the show, our reputation could take a hit. Even if the TV station cuts that part out, word could still spread from the audience. Ho Yan smiled and said, if he knows what's good for him, I'll let it slide. but if he tries anything, I'll make sure he goes from treasure eye master to foolish fraud in no time. Hu Yan didn't dwell too much on the incident. He understood that in this world, people often hold themselves to lower standards while expecting much from others, all while criticizing from a moral high ground. Take Master Shen Yifan for example. Outwardly he portrays himself as a righteous appraiser, always exposing frauds. But behind the scenes he's done plenty of shady things. The longer someone plays the role of a moral paragon, the more they start believing in their own act, convincing themselves they're truly good, as if their darker deeds don't even exist. People like this are common, and Hu Yan wasn't surprised by Shen Yifan. What intrigued Hu Yan was noticing the swirling dark energy around Shen Yifan's forehead, an indication that misfortune was close at hand. Shen Yifan might be oblivious, but he was still going around flaunting himself while engaging in activities that would bring bad karma. In the past, Hu Yan didn't believe in such things. But after studying the art of face reading and destiny, he couldn't help but acknowledge their truth. He reasoned that actions benefiting the majority are virtuous deeds, while those harming others are sins. As for destiny, the first half of one's life often benefits from the virtues of ancestors, with half of a person's fortune influenced by their forebears. This influence isn't always obvious at first. But whether in China or the West, there's a shared belief by the time someone reaches 40, their life's virtues or vices start showing on their face. In other words, whether good fortune or retribution is coming can usually be seen in a person's features. With his newly developed QI observation technique, Hu Yan could see that Shen Yifan had exhausted the good fortune passed down from his ancestors, and was now on a downward path. Hu Yan's belief in these ideas wasn't just because he had inherited the knowledge of fate. Many ancient scholars and sages had similar views. For instance, Zheng Guofan, a renowned Chinese statesman, frequently reminded his family in letters to treat others kindly, avoid abusing power, and to ensure they left a legacy of virtue for future generations. Whether his relatives heeded his advice or not, outwardly they seemed to, and the Zheng family remained prosperous for several generations, a rarity. Most people, however, don't realize or value this wisdom, often falling prey to the 3 generations of wealth curse, where a family's fortune rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. As Hu Yan left Tianhai pawnshop, he looked up at the rare warm winter sun and thought to himself, deceit in the dark is seen by the gods. Perhaps it's true after all. Otherwise, why hasn't any dynasty lasted forever? After all, royal heirs aren't exactly foolish. Shaking his head, Hu Yan decided not to drive and instead hailed a taxi to meet Zhao Peng. Recently, Zhao Peng had been helping Hu Yan sell paintings. While many of Shen Muling's paintings had been sold, Hu Yan's own works had only found one buyer, Gan Nairan. After that, they hadn't sold any more. Hu Yan understood Zhao Peng's strategy. He was trying to build Hu Yan's reputation by keeping the paintings at a high price, waiting for the right moment to sell them at their true value. In Zhao Peng's mind, that would be the time when Hu Yan could truly live without worry. But Hu Yan knew that happiness doesn't directly correlate with how much money one makes. If it did, given that he was now earning several times more than before, he should be much happier. Yet, he often felt more pressured and stressed than ever. When he arrived at the antique market, it was as crowded as ever. The upcoming appraisal event had indeed drawn a large number of enthusiasts. Many stall owners, not wanting to miss out, had stayed to have their items appraised by experts, hoping they had something valuable. At Zhao Peng's stall, Hu Yan noticed a familiar figure among the crowd, Shen Yifan. He was accompanied by several elderly men dressed in traditional hanfu, adorned with various cultural accessories like bracelets, waist tags, and thumb rings. These were likely other appraisal experts from different regions. Hu Yan thought to himself, not many people know that Sanqian is my pen name. And I've already told Mr. Qiu and Mr. Xie to keep it under wraps. So what are these appraisal experts really here for? As he quietly approached, he caught snippets of their conversation. Do you think this really is the work of someone in their 20s? Of course not. Even a prodigy needs decades of practice to reach this level of skill. The information we have only shows the painting process captured on video. There's no clear shot of the artist's face, so this 20-something artist claim is just Jiangqing people trying to boost their own reputation. Exactly. Think about it. Master Shen Yifan started learning appraisals as a child, and only gained recognition at 28, which was already considered miraculous. But now those old folks in Zhangchongying are claiming there's a genuine appraisal master in his early 20s named Hu Yan. Isn't that just laughable? It only proves how desperate they are to save face in Jiangcheng. Right. Indeed. Hu Yan chuckled to himself. Their skepticism wasn't surprising, it was based on facts. Normally, mastering a craft takes years, 3 years for basic competence, 5 years for specialization, and 10 years to become a master, if one is exceptionally talented. Many people spend their entire lives studying something without ever becoming a true master. But Hu Yan was different. He was essentially cheating the system. Given that, it's understandable why others couldn't comprehend his rapid progress. As Hu Yan continued to observe the appraisal experts, he suddenly heard Shen Muling's voice behind him. "Teacher, you're here." Turning around, Hu Yan saw her looking at him with admiration. "Yes, I didn't have much to do today, so I came to check on you all recently." With Zhao Peng helping Hu Yan, Shen Muling felt she should assist as well, especially since Hu Yan had displayed her paintings alongside his own. Grateful for everything Hu Yan had done for her, Shen Muling believed it was only right to help out. Lately, Hu Yan had been encouraging Shen Muling to practice painting on her own, helping her develop her unique style. As a result, they hadn't seen much of each other. The more Shen Muling delved into her studies, the more she realized the vast gap between her skills and Hu Yan's. Her admiration for him grew stronger each day. "Teacher, I used to think your paintings were just incredible. My main reason for wanting you to teach me was because you mastered the art of trompe-l'oeil, which was my grandfather's lifelong obsession. But now, I realize I was wrong." "Oh," Hu Yan asked. "How so? Do you think my paintings aren't that great anymore?" Shen Muling quickly shook her head. "You know I didn't mean that." Hu Yan's teasing left her flustered, her face turning red as she struggled to find the right words. "I mean, the more I study painting, the more I realize how profound your skills are. It's a level I could never hope to reach." Hu Yan gently knocked her on the head. "You know what that is? It's called a wake-up call. You're still so young, how can you be sure you won't reach that level? If you truly love something, you'll find immense fulfillment just by pursuing it no matter how far you get. If you don't understand that, maybe you should give up now." With that, Hu Yan turned his attention back to observing the crowd. Shen Muling stood frozen in place, Hu Yan's words echoing in her mind like a thunderous wake-up call. "Yes, all art stems from a love for it. If I'm doubting myself, isn't that just doubting my love for painting? Haha. Everyone talks about not forgetting your original intention, but how many people actually stay true to it amid countless setbacks?" Whether Hu Yan heard her or not, Shen Muling bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, teacher. I found my original intention again." With that, she returned to the stall and began examining Hu Yan's paintings alongside her own. She noticed something different this time. What once seemed like a vast gap between their works now showed subtle similarities. Hu Yan nodded slightly as she turned to leave. "I know where my work falls short. I never had that original passion," Hu Yan thought. This wasn't self-deprecation. His unique vision allowed him to replicate and even improve upon many master artists' techniques. But these weren't skills he was genuinely passionate about. It's like many people in the world who are naturally talented in certain areas but don't actually enjoy the work. Even if they pursue it out of necessity, they never truly reach the pinnacle of their potential. Hu Yan murmured, "I'll find a way to make myself passionate about it. I won't waste the abilities I've been given." Whenever Hu Yan found time, he dedicated himself to studying each craft. If a skill didn't initially captivate him, he would dive deeper into it, eventually discovering its charm and becoming enthralled. Hu Yan was determined to find that original intention. Meanwhile, the so-called appraisal masters nearby had long forgotten what that meant, consumed by the pursuit of fame and fortune. Hu Yan smirked. "I used to think the same way. But not anymore. You can't become a true master by just evaluating other people's work." Hu Yan had studied history and knew that the world is full of stories about extraordinary talents who eventually faded into obscurity. On the other hand, those with ordinary abilities who never gave up often reached great heights. This is why he advised Shen Muling as he did, but it was also a reminder to himself. After all, he possessed and would continue to possess many talents. However, without cherishing them, it would be difficult to truly master any of them. Listening to those experts talk made him realize the importance of valuing what he had. After a while, Hu Yan found their conversation dull. They kept questioning whether these works were really done by a young person, and kept going in circles, showing off their knowledge. Feeling uninterested, he turned and walked over to Zhao Peng's stall, where Zhao Peng moved aside to let him in. "Why are you so free today?" Zhao Peng asked. "I just came to see if you've gotten over your heartbreak," Hu Yan replied with a smile, punching Zhao Peng lightly on the chest. "It doesn't seem too bad." Zhao Peng shook his head with a bitter smile. "At first it was tough, but then I realized that maybe I never really had what you'd call love in the first place." Hu Yan nodded. "Maybe not at the beginning, but who knows about later." Zhao Peng agreed. "It doesn't matter anymore. If it was tainted with other things, it wasn't pure, so it's better that it's gone. I told you, No matter what you decide. I'll support you, Hu Yan said, noticing that Zhao Peng looked better, and decided not to press the issue. By the way, I'm planning to take these paintings and some of my collections to the appraisal event in a few days. Let's see what those experts have to say about them, Hu Yan said, nodding toward the crowd. Zhao Peng looked at the gathering. So those are the appraisal experts from different regions? No wonder they're acting so mysteriously. They refuse to believe that your works were created by a young person, spouting all sorts of theories. It's ridiculous. Just ignore them, Hu Yan chuckled. You can think of it as them complimenting me. Shen Muling, who had been quietly standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle. Do you really care if they praise you? Of course they're experts. After all, Hu Yan replied with a grin. At least they didn't say my work was bad, right? Who would dare say that? I'd be the first to challenge them, Shen Muling declared, her small face set in determination. Hey now, Hu Yan pretended to be displeased. You should respect their authority as experts. And you need to change your attitude. Art is higher than life, you must maintain the mindset of an observer. Shen Muling nodded earnestly. Understood, teacher. Hu Yan waved his hand dismissively. I was just joking. You've been so gloomy lately. Like an old scholar, your natural creativity has been scared away. Didn't I tell you? Work hard, but stay true to yourself, and enjoy the process. That's the best way to learn any craft. If it starts to feel like a burden, it'll slip away from you. Shen Muling nodded again, though she looked a bit lost. I understand, but what you're saying is deep. I'm not sure I can grasp it all at once. Hu Yan then asked, why do you think it's hardest to paint people? Shen Muling furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. I suppose it's because humans are the most intelligent of creatures. It's easy to draw a person, but it's difficult to capture their spirit, right? Hu Yan nodded. Exactly. It's easy to draw a likeness, but capturing the essence of a person, the story behind their expression and surroundings, is incredibly hard. He gestured toward the crowd. Look at all these people. It wouldn't be too difficult to draw their faces, but can you capture their hearts? Shen Muling shook her head. No, I can't. That's why you need to become a qualified observer first, Hu Yan said with a sigh. This was a realization Hu Yan had only recently come to, particularly after gaining the knowledge of face reading. He suspected that perhaps the great portrait artists of the past were also skilled in face reading, or at least had a deep understanding of human nature. Even if they had familiar subjects, their ability to capture so much in their art was awe-inspiring. Take, for example, the famous painting along the river during the Qingming festival with over 800 characters, each with a different occupation and expression, all telling their own stories through subtle details. It seemed unlikely that any one person could hold that many human prototypes in their mind. Hu Yan speculated that many artists might have studied face reading, even if they weren't experts. Hu Yan then looked at Zhao Peng and said, since we're going to showcase these at the appraisal event, there's no need to continue here. Let's pack up. We won't need to come back. This time Zhao Peng didn't argue, as he agreed that Hu Yan was right. The audience at the appraisal event would be far larger than the crowd here. So, amidst the surprised and regretful murmurs of the onlookers, they began to pack up their stall. Hey, are you closing already? I haven't seen enough of these masterpieces, someone in the crowd exclaimed. One of the appraisal experts, Shen Yifan, asked, are you closing temporarily? Or are you done for good? If we come back tomorrow, will we still see these paintings? Zhao Peng responded, why? Are you planning to buy one? Shen Yifan's face stiffened. Well, I'm considering it. You have 5 minutes, Zhao Peng said. After that, we won't be here anymore. The works of Master Sankhya Nian shouldn't be displayed in a place like this anyway. Shen Yifan had noticed Hu Yan earlier but had pretended not to see him due to their previous encounter. However, he couldn't help but be interested in these paintings. In his eyes, their value was bound to increase significantly in the future. But rumors said these paintings were worth at least hundreds of thousands, with some even sold for millions, so he hesitated. Seeing Hu Yan packing up, Shen Yifan couldn't resist asking, Hu Yan, have all these paintings been acquired by your Tianhai pawn shop? Could you tell me the price? Hu Yan found the situation amusing. This Master Bao was willing to lower himself for the sake of profit. The purchase price is 50,000 each. Is there anything else you need? Hu Yan replied. Zhao Peng and Shen Muling were both taken aback, but they had seen Hu Yan's sharp dealings enough to exchange a knowing smile. Shen Yifan glanced around, ensuring no one was paying too much attention to him. Then took a step closer and whispered, Hu Yan, how about this? I'll pay double. And you sell me one. Consider it a favor. I'll make sure not to cause any trouble for you or Tianhai pawn shop at the appraisal event. How about it? Hao Yan looked at Shen Yifan and said, Master Bao, are you joking? These purchases are recorded in our company's accounts. Are you trying to get me fired? Shen Yifan quickly suggested, I'll teach you how. Just say one of the paintings was damaged and wasn't purchased. Who would notice? You're a department manager who's going to pay attention to this. Hao Yan nodded thoughtfully. You're right, I'd make an easy 5,000. By the way, with all your experience, you must have done this quite a bit when buying antiques for others, huh? Shen Yifan was momentarily speechless. What's it to you? Hao Yan smiled. I'm just kidding. I know you truly love these paintings. Of course I do, Shen Yifan replied, relieved. All right then, Hao Yan said. You're a genuine art lover, so I'll do you this favor. But keep it quiet, okay? Shen Yifan was thrilled, thinking, you're still too green. Don't worry. It wouldn't look good for me if this got out either. Reputation is everything for people like us. Great. Deal, Hao Yan said, clapping his hands. You can transfer the money to my WeChat. Shen Yifan discreetly transferred 10,000 yuan to Hao Yan, who, with equal secrecy, handed him a rolled-up painting. The transaction was completed quietly, but not unnoticed by Shen Muling and Zhao Peng. Of course, Shen Yifan knew they saw it but assumed they wouldn't dare spread rumors about a big client like Hao Yan. Afterward, Shen Yifan gave Hao Yan a thumbs up. You've got potential. I like you. Hao Yan replied, same to you. A pleasure doing business. Ha ha ha. The two laughed together, as if they had resolved their differences. After packing up, they left the antique market. Shen Muling couldn't help but ask, Master, why were you so generous? Are you really afraid he'll cause trouble for you at the appraisal event? Not at all, Hao Yan replied with a smile. So, you actually like him and want to be friends? Shen Muling asked, knowing Hao Yan wasn't one to be stingy with friends. Be friends? He's not worthy, Hao Yan said with a laugh. By the way, I'll transfer this 10,000 yuan to you. As he spoke, Hao Yan transferred the money to Shen Muling. Master, what are you doing? I can't accept this money. If you really want to give me something, how about another painting? Shen Muling said, pouting. Hao Yan rolled his eyes. Didn't I already give you one? You could give me 100, and I'd still want more, she replied. Don't talk nonsense. You have to listen to your master, Hao Yan said, putting on a stern face. This tactic worked like a charm on Shen Muling. Reluctantly, she accepted the transfer. Zhao Peng was also curious about Hao Yan's motives, but knew better than to think Hao Yan would get the short end of the stick. Ever since they graduated, Zhao Peng had never seen Hao Yan lose out on anything. But Shen Muling kept muttering, her heart full of complaints. Finally, Hao Yan, tired of her grumbling, said, You'll understand soon enough. As soon as he said this, they heard panting behind them. Wait. Hao Yan! Huff! Huff! Shen Yifan came running, out of breath. Hao Yan noticed Shen Yifan approaching, a look of surprise crossing his face. Master Bao, are you in a hurry to catch a train? Shen Yifan gasped for breath, leaning on his knees as he spoke with difficulty. Hao Yan, did you give me the wrong painting? Hao Yan shook his head. No, I'm sure I got it right. Shen Yifan had replayed the moment in his mind countless times. He had seen Hao Yan roll up what appeared to be an original painting by Sanqian Nian. He was overjoyed, thinking he had scored a real treasure and gotten a great deal, but when he found a quiet place and unrolled the painting. At first, something felt off, the brushwork didn't seem right. Then, as he looked more closely, the style was wrong. Finally, when he checked the signature, it read Chengjiang, which was, of course, Shen Muling's signature. Hao Yan had given him one of Shen Muling's paintings. Hao Yan wasn't foolish, nor was he trying to curry favor with Shen Yifan, so there was no reason to give away a valuable painting. Realizing he might have been tricked, Shen Yifan panicked, thinking time was running out and that Hao Yan might deny any mistake. So he had chased after them for over 10 minutes, barely managing to catch up. In truth, Hao Yan had intentionally slowed his pace, waiting for him. Hao Yan, look. This is signed Chengjiang, not Sanqian Nian. Are you still saying there's no mistake? Hao Yan carefully examined the painting and nodded. No mistake. This is definitely the right one. What? Shen Yifan was utterly confused. No. I wanted to buy one of the paintings your pawn shop acquired. But what you gave me is this. Are you sure there's no mistake? Hao Yan nodded seriously. Absolutely. The paintings we acquired at Tianhai pawn shop are by Miss Chengjiang, a contemporary master. Shen Yifan was stunned. I meant to ask if your pawn shop had acquired any of Master Sanqian Nian's works. I wanted to buy one of those. Oh, Hao Yan slapped his forehead. I see. Why didn't you make that clear earlier? I thought you just liked the painting I bought, regardless of who painted it. Shen Yifan let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was finally getting through. All right then, just exchange it for one of Master Sanqian Nian's paintings. Ho Yan nodded. No problem. He then turned to Zhao Peng and asked, Zhao Peng, how much did we pay for Sanqian Nian's paintings? Zhao Peng struggled to keep a straight face. Well, considering our relationship, if you're buying them all, I'll give you a discount 1.6 million per painting. Ho Yan patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder appreciatively. Good friend, you're really giving me a break, especially at this moment. He then looked at Shen Yifan. So, how about it, old Shen? I managed to get you a discount. Pay up. Shen Yifan thought he must have misheard. Hu Yan, you must be joking. 1.6 million? Your pawn shop paid that. Ho Yan thought for a moment. Actually, we couldn't sell it for that price. Shen Yifan's face turned cold. You know it won't sell, but you still want me to buy it. Hu Yan shrugged. I never said you had to buy it. You insisted, so I humbled myself and negotiated a price for you. Shen Yifan was speechless, realizing Hu Yan was playing him. Ho Yan, you've got nerve. I'll remember this. I'll pay you back double in the future. Don't say that, Hu Yan responded. What? Are you scared now? Shen Yifan sneered, thinking that Hu Yan, despite being the chief appraiser and marketing manager at Tianhai, was still just an employee. If he messed with Hu Yan and tarnished the pawnshop's reputation, Hu Yan would have to face the consequences, but Shen Yifan had underestimated Hu Yan, not knowing enough about him. Hu Yan feigned clutching his chest and stepped back. Oh no, I'm so scared then. Dropping his hands, he said, I'm afraid you'll forget, that's all. Why don't you just settle everything at once? I'm not one to leave debts unpaid. Humph. Shen Yifan huffed, flinging his sleeve as he walked away. We'll see. Ho Yan turned to Shen Muling and asked, You're not upset that I sold your painting to him, are you? Shen Muling, who had been secretly laughing, replied, Well, I'm a bit disappointed that someone who doesn't appreciate my work bought it, but getting 100,000 yuan for it is a nice little windfall. What's there to be angry about? It seemed that Shen Muling had finally understood why Hu Yan had insisted on transferring that 100,000 yuan to her. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, who had experienced a lot lately, wasn't as optimistic. Hu Yan, wasn't this a bit too much? Couldn't this turn into a grudge? If Shen Yifan is a major appraiser at the upcoming event, and he sabotages you or the pawn shop, it could damage your reputation. Ho Yan noted Zhao Peng's newfound caution, and nodded approvingly. Don't worry. If I dared to offend him, I have ways to deal with him. Besides, I was actually doing him a favor. Zhao Peng shook his head, unconvinced, while Shen Muling simply found it amusing. You don't believe me? Hu Yan asked. I'm serious. That guy's forehead was shrouded in darkness, a sign of impending disaster. As the saying goes, losing money can avert disaster. I noticed the dark aura around his forehead has faded a bit. It's a shame I only made him lose a little money. It wasn't enough to avert his big disaster. I feel bad for not saving him completely. Zhao Peng's mouth twitched, while Shen Muling chuckled and asked, Master, how much do you think you'd need to swindle from him to fully avert his disaster? Ho Yan pretended to calculate on his fingers. I'd say at least a few million. Too bad he's too cheap. Now he thinks he's been duped and won't fall for it again. How am I supposed to save him now? Sigh. It's hard to be a good person. I have such a tough life. Zhao Peng and Shen Muling couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. I'd bet that Master Shen would rather face disaster than have you help him like that, Zhao Peng joked. Ho Yan nodded in agreement. You're probably right. A narrow-minded guy like him would think exactly that way. I guess I've at least lessened his disaster a bit. No life-threatening issues now. As for losing his reputation, he's young, he can always make a comeback. Hey ha ha. Zhao Peng laughed, feeling his spirits lift. Ho Yan wrapped an arm around Zhao Peng's shoulders. See, this is the way to live happily. Zhao Peng nodded vigorously. Good brother. Thanks. Good brothers don't need to thank each other. There's no problem that a good barbecue can't solve. If there is, then just have two. Hu Yan laughed. Right. Let's go get some barbecue, Zhao Peng shouted enthusiastically. Shen Muling, who always felt she learned something valuable around Hu Yan, wasn't about to miss out on this opportunity. I'll come too. I brought my car, so I can drive you home after you're done drinking. That's great. Free transportation, Hu Yan exclaimed. But now that I think about it, Shen Yifan's probably in a bad mood. Should we invite him too? After pretending to consider it seriously, Hu Yan shook his head. Nah, with his pettiness he probably wouldn't come. After laughing some more, Shen Muling asked, By the way, Master, I saw you roll up your own painting. So how did it end up being mine that you sold to Shen Yifan? Ho Yan explained, when you're doing something you have to be well prepared. If I hadn't deliberately shown him my painting and slowly rolled it up, how would he have fallen for it? I had your painting ready on the side. When he scanned to pay, I switched them with one hand. Easy. Shen Muling nodded in understanding. But why target him specifically? And how did you know he'd fall for it? Simple, Hu Yan replied. This guy came to our pawn shop earlier, trying to show off. I put him in his place, so we're not on good terms. Plus, I realized from that encounter that he's not only vain and pretentious but also loves getting a good deal. So I decided to test him. With his bad luck, he fell right into it. Oh, Shen Muling nodded. But you were serious about the dark aura and the bad luck. Hu Yan nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Genuine, no tricks. Like many girls, Shen Muling was fascinated by such things and eagerly asked, Master, can you read my fortune? Read what Hu Yan asked. Blushing slightly, Shen Muling said, maybe my love life. It's an age-old belief men focus on their careers, women on their relationships. Hu Yan glanced at her and sighed. Ah, you're strong-willed and have few equals. Finding a suitable partner won't be easy. And with your spouse palace looking dim, your chances of finding the right person are slim. You're drawn to unattainable ideals, like the moon in water or flowers in a mirror. Surprisingly, Shen Muling didn't seem upset by this. I figured as much. Honestly, I find that love and romance aren't as interesting as immersing myself in painting. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Hu Yan. Maybe you're my moon in the water, my flower in the mirror, she thought. But Hu Yan acted as if he didn't notice, and he and Zhao Peng got into Shen Muling's SUV. The spacious vehicle suited her patriotic nature well. Hu Yan nodded approvingly. Nice car. Zhao Peng, maybe you should get one too. Zhao Peng laughed. It's a great car, but I'm broke. Hu Yan chuckled. Broke? Didn't you get half the money from selling the painting? When Gan Naren bought Hu Yan's painting, the money went to Zhao Peng, but he transferred it to Hu Yan that very night. Hu Yan insisted Zhao Peng keep half, but Zhao Peng refused. Not wanting to hurt his friend's pride, Hu Yan had said he was saving it for Zhao Peng's future wedding. Honestly, Hu Yan was also worried Zhao Peng might run into another unsuitable girl and lose everything. Of course, he couldn't say that outright. Zhao Peng shook his head. Forget it. I know you mean well, and that's more valuable than anything. Even though I don't have the money, I don't want it to affect our friendship. Your thoughts are your own, Hu Yan replied. But I have my reasons for doing what I do. That money is still there for your future wedding. Zhao Peng knew Hu Yan well enough to understand there was no changing his mind now. He could only shake his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Shen Muling watched this exchange in the rearview mirror, finding it almost surreal. Could such genuine feelings really exist in today's materialistic world? And between mere college friends? Even close brothers might not be so generous. Indeed, there's nothing that a good barbecue can't fix. As Zhao Peng savored the aromatic skewers and sipped on the refreshing beer, the gloom of the past few days lifted completely. Finally, Shen Muling drove them all back to Tianhai residence. The next day, as soon as Hu Yan arrived at Tianhai pawn shop, someone was already waiting for him. They said the troublemaker from the appraisal department had returned. Hu Yan had anticipated this. Although Shen Yifan knew that coming to Tianhai pawn shop to confront Hu Yan wouldn't resolve anything, he was still furious about being swindled out of 10,000 yuan. Even if he could only make Hu Yan uncomfortable, it would give him some satisfaction. Soon, Hu Yan reached the appraisal department. Wang Quansheng, drenched in sweat, hurried over, saying, Hu Yan, that guy named Shen is back. This time he's trying to sell a painting. I took a look and thought it might be worth 7 or 8,000. But I don't trust him, so I didn't want to deal with it. However, he insists that you said the painting is worth 10,000, and he's causing a scene. What do you think? Hu Yan nodded, understanding Shen Yifan's motive. Before long, Hu Yan and Wang Quansheng reached the reception area. There, Shen Yifan sat imposingly, with the painting by Shen Muling laid out in front of him. Oh my, what a coincidence. We meet again. Hu Yan feigned surprise. Master Bao Yan, you seem to have some free time. I heard that the Treasure Appraisal Conference is busy collecting valuable items for the show. Surely, they wouldn't be able to proceed without you. Though Hu Yan's words sounded polite, anyone could tell he was insinuating that Shen Yifan wasn't qualified enough. As expected, Shen Yifan's face darkened. We each have our own responsibilities. I'm in charge of the calligraphy and painting category, and I've just finished my tasks. Shen Yifan replied curtly. Hu Yan nodded. Oh, then what brings you to Tianhai today? This painting. Shen Yifan began, I bought it from you, didn't I? Ha Hu Yan nodded. That's right. Good, you admit it. Shen Yifan continued, so, you said at the time that your purchase price was 50,000. But when I brought it here, they said it's worth only 10,000 at most. How do you explain that? You're the chief appraiser here, after all. Ho Yan nodded internally, realizing Shen Yifan had devised this plan to annoy him after returning home. You see. Ha Yan explained, with paintings, it's not just the quality of the work that matters, but also the fame of the artist. For instance, take the artist known as 3,000 Years who's highly regarded in Jiangcheng. Many believe his paintings are worth millions, but because he isn't well known enough, they don't fetch that price. I'm an expert too, do I really need you to teach me this? Shen Yifan retorted angrily. Ho Yan nodded, of course, as a master, you're well aware of this. However, you must admit that this painting by the artist Chang Xiang is incredibly skilled, with delicate and lifelike techniques. Based on her talent, the work is worth 50 to 100,000. But due to her lack of fame, it can't command that price. Personally, I believe she'll soon become famous nationwide, maybe even worldwide. So your purchase at 10,000 is definitely worth it and proves your eye for talent. Enough with the flattery, Shen Yifan interrupted. I'm asking you, if you think it's so valuable, will you buy it back for 50,000? I'll accept a loss. Ho Yan smiled, dragging out his response, well, of course we. He let the sentence hang, making everyone, especially the other appraisers, anxious. After all, if Hu Yan agreed to buy it back, it would be a slap in their faces, since they only appraised it at 10,000. Finally, Hu Yan completed his sentence, of course, we won't buy it. Shen Yifan was unsurprised, but it didn't make the loss of his 10,000 yuan any easier to swallow. This is clearly deceitful. You claimed the painting was worth 50,000, but now you'll only offer 10,000. Is this how Tianhai does business? Ho Yan responded solemnly, absolutely not. We consider not just the item but also the buyer. For most collectors, our prices are always fair. But with a master like you, we have to be extra cautious. After all, after seeing your app, we all have to be a bit wary. These words not only criticized Shen Yifan's methods, but also defended the integrity of Tianhai's appraisers. They weren't lacking in expertise, they were just cautious with someone like Shen Yifan. As expected, after Hu Yan's words, the other appraisers nodded in agreement. Some even wanted to applaud. Shen Yifan was furious. So you're saying that because you thought the painting was worth 50,000, I decided to buy it for 10,000. But why won't you take it back now? Do you think I've tampered with it? Ho Yan shook his head repeatedly. Let me explain. It's like this, let's say a colleague sees something valuable, and you ask if I've bought it. How would you respond? Shen Yifan was puzzled by the question but answered, if they found something valuable, I'd assume they would say, I bought it. Exactly. Hu Yan slapped his thigh. That's what happened here. You asked if Tianhai had acquired these paintings. I thought you were interested too, so I said yes, we have. Then, you asked, for how much? I said, 50,000. Didn't I? Shen Yifan saw no problem and nodded, yes, what's your point? Ha Yan sighed, you're really slow to catch on. How do you communicate with others? Will it affect the show's recording? I'm starting to lose faith in the treasure appraisal conference. Shen Yifan was livid but held back, knowing he couldn't win here. Fine. Hu Yan, you're ruthless. We'll see who wins in the end. Sure, take care. But you've said this 3 times already. I hope you come up with new lines next time, because repeating the same lines without achieving anything lacks excitement. With a snort, Shen Yifan turned and left, knowing that staying would only make him angrier. After he left, Wang Quansheng shook his head. I wonder how such a renowned place as Shengsheng produced an appraiser like him. It's really disappointing. The other appraisers agreed. Exactly. Integrity is the first rule in this business. In the trade of antiques, it's always cash for goods. Who comes back to argue later? No kidding. Even if the average person doesn't know better, someone from the industry should behave better. His behavior is disgraceful. Poor judgment, yet he acts like a master. It's just nauseating. As everyone voiced their disdain, Hu Yan casually remarked, he was eyeing a painting by 3,000 Years. I just swapped it out without him noticing. Suddenly, the appraisers fell silent, realizing this wasn't just a matter of poor judgment but rather a cunning trick. After a pause, Wang Quansheng spoke, well, it serves him right. Someone like that probably scams people all the time. Exactly. A character like him needs someone like Master Hu to put him in his place. Indeed. Too bad he only lost 10,000. It should have been more. He was willing to offer only 10,000 for a painting worth millions. He deserved to be scammed. No, I mean he deserved to be taught a lesson. Ho Yan smiled, observing how quickly people's true natures emerged. If Shen Yifan hadn't come to Tianhai to cause trouble, these same appraisers would have criticized Hu Yan behind his back for such tactics. But now, because Shen Yifan had tried to exploit Tianhai's reputation for his own gain, they were all on Hu Yan's side. It just goes to show, no one is above it all. When their own interests are threatened, anyone can become a devil. Ho Yan was deep in thought when a call came in from the marketing department. President Hu, the items you had us send to the treasure appraisal conference have all been rejected. They're accusing us of trying to stir up hype, saying it could disrupt the show's flow and hurt the ratings. After listening, Hu Yan replied, "Got it. I'll handle this personally." Hanging up, Hu Yan thought to himself, it seems Shen Yifan does have some influence. But that just makes this more interesting. After all, it was on Hu Yan's orders that the marketing department sent those items to the treasure appraisal conference. When there's an opportunity to promote your own company for free, who wouldn't take it? Usually sponsors are granted such privileges. Even if it's not explicitly in the contract, it's rare for items to be outright rejected like this. Of course, Hu Yan had already secured the naming rights, which was a form of promotion in itself. If they truly rejected the items to maintain the integrity of the show, it could be understandable. But given the timing right after Shen Yifan was sent away, it was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Time to find a way to play with them properly. Ho Yan mused. Indeed, it wasn't just Shen Yifan he was up against now, it was them. The official reason for rejecting Tianhai Pawnshop's antiques from the treasure appraisal conference was that their categories overlapped with those from other participants, which could diminish the novelty for the audience. As Hu Yan read the rejection notice, he smiled and nodded. On the surface, the reason seemed flawless proof of the saying, finding fault in perfection. When someone wants to undermine you, they can always find a reason. Hu Yan wasn't foolish, he certainly wouldn't select common items to present at the treasure appraisal conference. The fact that Tianhai Pawnshop held the naming rights was already the best promotion. However, without physical items to showcase, the significance of participating in the conference, as an industry leader, would be lost. So, Hu Yan had carefully chosen items that were rare in the market. That these were dismissed for being too similar to others' submissions made it clear that the rejection was nothing more than a ploy. If one wanted to solve the issue, it wouldn't be difficult. A simple call to Qiu Yu Chengzi Zhangxia Zhonglu could resolve everything in minutes. But doing so would not only cause Hu Yan to lose face, it would also tarnish the reputation of Tianhai Pawnshop, making them appear as if they had resorted to underhanded methods. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, Hu Yan picked up the documents and headed to Jiangqing television station himself. In reality, television shows differ greatly from what the public imagines. They are rarely broadcast live. Most are rehearsed in advance to avoid unnecessary complications. At Jiangqing TV's planning department, the station's director, along with Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhonglu, were present, as were several experts invited from different provinces. Given that Jiangning province was the host, most of the appraisal team's key members were from Shengcheng. The chief appraiser for the event, Wen Daoshan, was carefully reviewing the materials in his hands. Each participant's submission had been meticulously evaluated by him, with notes like excellent, good, fair, or poor, accompanied by his reasons. When Hu Yan arrived, the security guard asked about his purpose. Ho Yan presented the ID badge that Qiu Yu Chengzi's had given him. Although he wasn't selected as one of the event's appraisers, Qiu Yu had given him oversight responsibilities, granting him a behind-the-scenes decision-making role. Thus, Hu Yan's badge identified him as a planner for the event, allowing him smooth entry into the TV station. Seeing the busy planning department, Hu Yan quietly approached Wen Daoshan without disturbing anyone. He chose Wen Daoshan because a quick glance revealed each person's distinct character, and Hu Yan could tell that Wen Daoshan had not been involved in the rejection of Tianhai Pawnshop's items. Standing behind Wen Daoshan, Hu Yan observed him carefully review the submissions, occasionally shaking his head in disappointment. Most of the items were rated as good or fair, but Hu Yan understood that this was not due to a lack of value but rather a lack of uniqueness. When Wen Daoshan paused for a break, Hu Yan spoke softly, "Mr. Wen, would you care to look at these items I have?" Oh, Wen Daoshan hesitated. "And you are?" Ho Yan smiled. "I'm one of the planners brought in by Mr. Qiu Yu Chengzi and Mr. Xie Zhonglu. I've been busy with other affairs, so this is my first time at the TV station." In truth, Hu Yan wasn't really a planner. Qiu Yu and Xie had tasked him with making final decisions to avoid any embarrassing mistakes during the broadcast. They had never expected him to actually help with planning. But Wen Daoshan didn't know this, and, upon seeing the badge on Hu Yan's chest, he immediately understood. "Ah, hello, Comrade Hu. Hello, Mr. Wen. Wen Daoshan shook his head slightly. The private collections we've seen so far are lacking, especially given Jiangqing's limited cultural depth. Compared to Shengcheng, they fall short. There's too much overlap, and the quality isn't impressive. At this rate, it won't help promote Jiangqing's cultural heritage and might even make experts from other cities laugh at us. Hao Yan nodded humbly. You're absolutely right, Mr. Wen. I share your concerns, which is why I've brought some items for your review. Oh? Let me see. After Hu Yan handed over the documents, he could immediately tell from Wen Daoshan's expression that his guess had been correct. The appraisal materials from Tianhai pawnshop had clearly never reached the chief appraiser. As Wen Daoshan finished reading, his demeanor changed noticeably. With visible delight he remarked, "Now I'm relieved. While these might not compare to the treasures from our ancient capitals, they certainly won't make us look like amateurs." Ha Yan smiled and handed over more documents. "Mr. Wen, please have a look at these as well." Having already been impressed by the first set of items Hu Yan had selected, Wen Daoshan now regarded him as a trusted colleague. Upon reviewing the second set, Wen Daoshan inhaled sharply in surprise. "Are these truly from collectors in Jiangqing?" Ho Yan nodded, "Absolutely, without a doubt. If this is true, and the collector is willing to contribute these items, you will have made the most significant contribution to this conference," Wen Daoshan said earnestly. Ho Yan nodded. "Since Mr. Qiyu and Mr. Xie have entrusted me with this opportunity, I intend to do my best." Wen Daoshan stood up and patted Hu Yan on the shoulder. "Young man, you're doing a commendable job. These items are impressive, and even I feel that attending this conference was worthwhile. Your efforts will be key to the success of this event." Ha Yan modestly downplayed his role. Wen Daoshan added, "By the way, are you certain that this collector really has these items? We can't afford any mistakes. And are you sure he will participate when the time comes?" Ho Yan nodded. "You can rest assured, I guarantee it." "That's great." Wen Daoshan's earlier frustration was replaced by a look of satisfaction. After chatting for a while, Hu Yan quietly left without disturbing anyone. The planning department was bustling, with many people coming and going, so no one noticed Hu Yan's visit. That evening, Shen Yifan hosted a dinner near the TV station to thank the appraisers who had helped him. "Thank you all for assisting in teaching Tianhai pawnshop a lesson." The other appraisers responded in agreement. "It's only right. Tianhai went directly to the organizers, bypassing us, and that's something we can't tolerate. Plus, Hu Yan from Tianhai swindled you out of 10,000 yuan. How could we not help you get back at him?" "Exactly. They thought they could disregard us because they consider themselves the local big shot. Well, this is the consequence. Just because they hold the naming rights doesn't mean they're untouchable. Other pawnshops have all submitted items, but not Tianhai. What will the audience think?" "Right. The other pawnshops at least showed some respect with gifts, but Tianhai acted as if they were above it all. This time, we'll make sure their sponsorship money goes to waste." "Ha ha ha." Amidst the laughter, one cautious appraiser said, "We can't let Wen Daoshan know about this. If he finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. It's not just our reputations at stake, we could be shut out from future events." Shen Yifan nodded. "Don't worry. Even though I don't get along with Wen Daoshan, I know his character. He prides himself on being upright and doesn't engage in shady dealings. Besides, who would dare bribe him? Have any of you ever seen someone try?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Trying to bribe him would only offend him. Who would dare? Then it's foolproof. That old man is so stubborn he doesn't care about the show's success. He's only focused on the benefits for himself." "Right. Exactly." The next day, Shen Yifan and his group submitted their list of selected items to Wen Daoshan, the conference chairman Qiyu Chengzi, and the vice chairman Jie Zhonglu. After cross-referencing and reviewing, they agreed on the majority of items and rejected those that overlapped too much. When the final results were announced, Shen Yifan and his associates were stunned. Sitting back at their previous dinner spot, they were no longer feeling triumphant. "Master Shen, what do we do now? We took the benefits, but now our items have been rejected. What's going on?" "Exactly. How do I explain this? We were promised a high commission if these items sold for a good price. Now what?" Shen Yifan was the most frustrated of all. He had personally reviewed Tianhai pawnshop submissions, but now all the rejected items had been replaced by those from Tianhai. It didn't take much to figure out that Hu Yan must have done something behind the scenes. However, after some discreet inquiries, he found that Hu Yan hadn't contacted Qiyu Chengzi or Jia Zhonglu. It was clear that Hu Yan must have approached Wen Daoshan instead. But what could Shen Yifan do against this national-level appraisal master and Provincial Antiquities Association president? Wen Daoshan didn't accept bribes, didn't trade favors, and was entirely focused on the event's integrity. How could anyone deal with that? After pondering for a long time, Shen Yifan said, "There's only one thing we can do now. We outnumber him, so during the show we'll deliberately undervalue those items. After all, when Daoshan is just one person, can he really fight all of us?" Right, someone agreed enthusiastically. "We can say that certain items are better but weren't included in the show due to various reasons." Perfect. Undermine Jiangdong, reverse black and white. Brilliant. Right. Let's do it. Maybe this will even tarnish Wen Daoshan's reputation. Ha ha ha. Shen Yifan smiled. As long as we stay united, nothing can stop us. Through recent experiences, Hu Yan had learned to anticipate his opponent's moves with the utmost suspicion. In this rivalry, he had to think from the enemy's perspective. So, as Shen Yifan and his group were finalizing their plans, Hu Yan was also preparing a special gift for them. To get featured on the show, individuals and organizations who paid a fee for connections clearly did so to increase their exposure or the value of their collections. Therefore, Shen Yifan and his group decided not to inform those people that their items had actually been rejected. This way, they could keep the benefits they had received without having to return them, and they would also avoid being confronted and berated at the TV station before the show even aired. Once the show aired, they could simply blame the organizers, claiming that the items were switched out at the last minute. The collectors would have no choice but to accept this, as the appraisers only had the authority to make recommendations, while the final decision rested with the organizers. Tianhai Pawn Shop was the exception, having not even been given the chance to recommend their items, let alone anything else. This was why Hu Yan was confident that he wouldn't lose to Shen Yifan and his group after all. This was Yang Cheng. When Shen Yifan and his group discovered that Tianhai's items hadn't been rejected, they weren't too surprised. They knew from Qiuyu Chengzi's and Xie Zhonglu's comments about Hu Yan that these two elder statesmen had a close relationship with him. They assumed that Hu Yan must have sought their help to resolve the issue. However, they didn't mind this. What they intended to do was continuously create trouble for Hu Yan. In their minds, no matter how good Hu Yan's relationship was with those two elders, it was still a case of a junior asking favors from his seniors. Eventually, when their patience ran out, Hu Yan would be in trouble. At this moment, Shen Yifan was discussing with several other appraisers how to undermine the value of Tianhai Pawn Shop's items. "Look at these items submitted by Tianhai Pawn Shop," Shen Yifan said. "While they're of high quality, their prices are clearly above market value. The others have similar issues. Our opportunity lies in subtly pointing out that, while Tianhai's items are good, their prices might be something to reconsider." Shen Yifan didn't mention his personal grudge with Hu Yan, instead focusing on the interests of the appraisers to rally their support. Brilliant, someone immediately agreed. "Let's do that. If Tianhai had shown some respect, we might have helped boost their reputation a bit. After all, there aren't many who can rival them in the north. But they're too arrogant." Exactly. It's time they learned a lesson. No matter how big they think they are, they still need our support. If they don't respect us, we'll show them the power of expert opinion. Shen Yifan was pleased with the response. "All right, since everyone agrees, let's take note of their item prices. When it comes to appraising them, you all know what to do." Everyone nodded, feeling confident that they had a solid plan in place. Meanwhile, Hu Yan was having tea with Qiuyu Chengzi's and Xie Zhonglu at a tea house. "Hu Yan," Qiuyu Chengzi said, "we didn't want to disturb you, knowing how busy you are. But now that the list of items has been finalized, I wanted to let you know that Tianhai Pawn Shop's submissions make up about a third of the total. Are you satisfied with that?" Hu Yan thought to himself, "If I hadn't gone to see Mr. Wen Daoshan, I doubt a single item would have made it in." Of course, he didn't share the details with them. There was no need to complicate things for the future. "Thank you both for your support," Hu Yan said. "However, I've noticed that some of the items overlap with those submitted by Tianhai Pawn Shop. How will that be handled?" Xie Zhonglu responded, "Initially, we were going to reject the duplicates, but a few appraisers, led by Shen Yifan, suggested that we keep them for comparison. They felt it would add more interest to the show. Besides, they claimed to have already consulted the owners, who had no objections." Hu Yan nodded. "That sounds fine. In truth, he was just trying to gauge Shen Yifan's intentions. This arrangement had already revealed their plans." Qiuyu Chengzi's then asked, "By the way, Hu Yan, remember how we asked you to provide a few standout items to anchor the show? You haven't forgotten, have you?" When the treasure appraisal conference was successfully organized, Qiuyu Chengzi had discussed with Hu Yan the importance of providing a few high-quality items from either himself or Tianhai Pawn Shop. This was to ensure that the show had some impressive treasures on display, so that the local collectors wouldn't be mocked by those from other regions. Ho Yan had agreed at the time. After all, it was an opportunity to promote his hometown, and he had no reason to refuse. Don't worry. I've already submitted a few items. And as you mentioned earlier, you've reserved a few spots for me, so I won't let you down. That's great. We're relieved to hear that. The two elders smiled. At their age, they no longer cared much for fame or fortune. Their only desire was to contribute to their hometown while they still could. They knew that the land they were born and raised in deserved the best. Hu Yan understood this, which is why he had gone out of his way to show them respect and fulfill their requests. 3 days later, Hu Jiaxin, along with Hu Fengchun and Yang Yejun, sat in front of the television. After enduring 10 minutes of commercials, the show finally began. Welcome to the Treasure Appraisal Show, sponsored by Tianhai Pawn Shop. This is the first antique appraisal program hosted by Jiangqing Television. I'm your host Xiao Bing. After introducing the appraisers and some of the participating collectors, the first item was brought onto the stage. The item was placed on a square table in the center of the stage, covered with a red cloth, giving it an air of mystery and antiquity. The spotlight softly shone through the cloth, revealing a faint outline of the object, adding to its allure. Xiao Bing explained, "This item comes from a private collector in Xiang'an. Please stay tuned to find out more." The spotlight then moved to another square table not far away, also covered with a red cloth. This next item has been provided by Tianhai Pawn Shop. We'd like to thank Tianhai for their support of this conference. The audience broke into applause, led by employees of Tianhai Pawn Shop strategically placed in the crowd. In fact, more than 30% of the audience consisted of Tianhai staff. On stage, 6 private collectors, mostly from Jiangcheng and personally invited by Qiu Chengzi, were seated. To minimize mistakes, the organizers had avoided recruiting collectors online. The selected individuals, drawn from the antique street, were all people who would give due respect to Qiu Chengzi, making them easier to manage. Xiao Bing continued, "In our treasure appraisal show, the items may not all be genuine, and some may even be deliberately misleading. We ask our participating collectors to observe closely and share their opinions. The participant who comes closest to the truth will win a fine gift provided by Tianhai Pawn Shop. The one with the most correct answers will not only win the grand prize, but also qualify to compete in the next round of the treasure appraisal show." As the audience watched in anticipation, the host unveiled the first item. As soon as the cloth was lifted, there was a collective gasp from the audience. It turned out that the 2 items on the tables were almost identical. The lights flickered, finally settling on the 2 objects, 2 brush washers that looked nearly identical. To the untrained eye, they appeared to be the same, with no discernible differences in color or texture. Xiao Bing remarked, "Now we'll have the collectors on stage evaluate these items. This round won't be scored, so feel free to mislead the other participants." The first to speak was a woman named Wu Fang, whom the host introduced as being from southern Henan. In reality, she was a shopkeeper from the antique street. "To be honest, I can't tell the difference between these 2 items. But since they look the same, I'd guess that one is real and the other is fake. I'll choose the one provided by Tianhai Pawn Shop as the genuine article. In my experience, Tianhai has always been trustworthy." The audience erupted in laughter, but the expressions on the faces of the appraisers on stage, except for Wen Daoshan, were less amused. "Shen Yifan pretended to joke, madam. You're not a plant hired by Tianhai, are you?" Unfazed, Wu Fang laughed and replied, "Tianhai Pawn Shop's reputation is well known throughout Jiangning province. They wouldn't need to hire someone like me to promote them, would they?" Shen Yifan forced a smile. "I suppose that makes sense. Ha ha." Though he laughed, inwardly he was seething. Ho Yan really is the local power here. It was obvious to Shen Yifan that Wu Fang was one of Hu Yan's people. He also suspected that most of the participants on stage had been arranged by Hu Yan. In fact, he wasn't far off. The entire lineup of participants had been handpicked by Hu Yan. When the second participant voiced their opinion, they echoed the first. "I also support Tianhai Pawn Shop's item. After all, in all these years, I've never heard of Tianhai selling anything fake. Besides, they guarantee a 10-fold compensation for any counterfeits, so it's unlikely they'd present anything inauthentic." Shen Yifan was nearly beside himself with anger. They had spent 10 days meticulously planning, only to have Hu Yan gain the upper hand right at the start. Barely containing his frustration, Shen Yifan remarked jokingly, "You all didn't get paid by Tianhai to advertise for them, did you? Why would Tianhai need us to promote their golden reputation?" The participant responded with a grin. "Ha ha ha." The crowd erupted in laughter again, led by Tianhai's employees. Realizing he was only fueling Tianhai's publicity, Shen Yifan decided to drop the subject and signaled the host to move on. The remaining participants all similarly favored Tianhai's item. Finally, the host explained, "The goal of this treasure appraisal show is to expand the knowledge of collectors, potential collectors, and enthusiasts. Therefore, even items provided by Tianhai might not be authentic. Now, let's hear from the experts." With a cold smile, Shen Yifan thought, "Now it's my turn. Let's see how I can turn this around." Before the show aired, all the segments were supposed to be rehearsed to avoid any mistakes. However, it was clear that this particular segment hadn't been part of the rehearsal. But that's not unusual. Many segments are cut or altered before the final broadcast. By the time the audience sees the show, it has already been carefully edited. Even though this part wasn't rehearsed, Shen Yifan was determined not to miss any opportunity to undermine Hu Yan and Tianhai Pawn Shop. So, when it came time for the experts to give their opinions, he quickly grabbed the microphone, not giving the other appraisers a chance to speak. In terms of quality, Tianhai's item is certainly superior. Of course, with my expertise, I believe both items are genuine. However, I think the difference in quality between the two is minimal, so their prices should be quite similar as well. Shen Yifan was sticking to the plan. By saying this, when the final prices were revealed, people would likely think that Tianhai Pawn Shop was overcharging, achieving his goal of tarnishing their reputation. The host then asked the other appraisers for their opinions, and since most of them were aligned with Shen Yifan, they nodded in agreement. Only Wen Daoshan smiled and shook his head, not giving a clear response. The next segment involved guessing the price of the items, which was the task of the 6 participating collectors on stage. As expected, things proceeded according to Shen Yifan's plan. The participants' guesses for the 2 items were close, as neither of the brush washers was particularly valuable. The prices hovered around 50,000, with Tianhai's item receiving an extra 5,000 due to its slightly better quality and Tianhai's reputation. Shen Yifan and his group exchanged subtle glances, feeling confident that Tianhai was about to make a fool of themselves. After all, Tianhai's items usually sold for about 50% more than similar items from private collectors. Alright. Now, let's reveal the collector's own valuations, the host announced. The screen behind the items began flashing numbers, finally settling on a set of figures that left everyone puzzled. The valuation for the item from Tianhai Pawn Shop is 5,000 yuan, the host exclaimed. And the valuation for the private collector's item is 55,000 yuan. The audience erupted in shock. The discrepancy was far greater than anyone had anticipated. Once the crowd settled down, the host explained, "Please remain calm, everyone. The collector's own valuations do not represent the final market value of the items. Now, let's hear from our chief appraiser, Mr. Wen Daoshan, to clarify things." Amidst enthusiastic applause, Wen Daoshan nodded and began. "Initially, we weren't sure how to kick off this show. After discussing it with the organizers, Mr. Qiuyu Chengzi and director Xie Zongliu, we came up with this unique opening. In fact, it was Hu Yan who had suggested this idea and pitched it to Qiu and Xie. His reasoning was that it would be eye-catching and intriguing. Of course, the main goal was to expose Shen Yifan and his group's true intentions. Wen Daoshan continued, "We found this mid-Qing dynasty brush washer from a private collector, and Tianhai's marketing department happened to have a very similar replica. We thought this would be a perfect way to highlight an important lesson: collecting is a wonderful hobby. But one must be cautious." The audience began to murmur, questioning whether the experts' previous evaluations had been deliberately misleading. Wen Daoshan gestured for silence. "To be honest, if I hadn't examined it closely, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the real and fake items myself. That's why the replica from Tianhai is still valued at 5,000 yuan. The reason why Master Shen Yifan and the other experts were mistaken is because they trusted Tianhai's reputation and didn't expect him to provide a replica for the show. So, please understand." As the audience slowly began to applaud, Shen Yifan and the other appraisers looked visibly uncomfortable. They were already thinking about how to request that this segment be cut from the final broadcast, but with Wen Daoshan's statement, that seemed unlikely. No one was more frustrated than Shen Yifan. He had intended to teach Hu Yan and Tianhai a lesson, but instead he had walked right into their trap. If he didn't realize by now that Hu Yan had orchestrated this, he might as well give up. He signaled to the other appraisers, indicating that they needed to be more cautious in dealing with this situation. The 4 appraisers subtly nodded back. It was clear to them that if they weren't careful, their reputations could suffer greatly from this incident. The next items to be presented were a landscape painting from Dongyu Pawn Shop and a portrait of a lady from Tianhai Pawn Shop. Shen Yifan and his group exchanged another glance, knowing that Dong Yu was one of the clients who had paid them for favorable evaluations. Naturally, the 6 participants on stage leaned towards Tianhai's item, while Shen Yifan and his group, in their evaluations, heavily favored the item from Dong Yu pawn shop. The host then asked, "Let's hear from Master Shen Yifan from the provincial capital for his expert opinion." Shen Yifan began, "Both of these items are genuine, but in terms of artistic merit, the piece from Dong Yu pawn shop is older and more valuable. If I'm not mistaken, it's the work of the famous Qing dynasty master, Lan Ying. As for Tianhai's painting of a lady, while the craftsmanship is impressive, it appears to be a more recent work, likely post-1949. In my opinion, the item from Dongju is of higher value. Thank you." After a round of applause, the host asked if anyone had any further comments. The other appraisers all shook their heads, indicating their agreement with Shen Yifan. At this point, Wen Daoshan coughed lightly and said, "Let me add something. When it comes to paintings, the era isn't the only thing that matters. The artistic achievement is also crucial. Master Shen was correct that this landscape painting is indeed by Lan Ying and is a valuable piece. However, the painting provided by Tianhai Pawn Shop is also an extraordinary work, with exquisite technique. I believe it to be the work of the emerging artist 3,000 years. Many collectors may not yet be familiar with this name, as I've only recently heard of him myself." Before Wen Daoshan could finish, Shen Yifan interrupted, "Master Wen, forgive me for interrupting, but I'm familiar with 3,000 years' work. While he's known for his realistic style and his mastery of the lost art of Jinhuidui, I've never heard of him painting portraits of ladies." Master Wen nodded. "You're correct that 3,000 years hasn't been known for such works. However, after studying his work closely, I noticed some telltale signs in the technique used in this painting. It was only then that Shen Yifan suddenly realized, something's wrong. This is a setup. These first 2 items weren't part of the rehearsal. It's clear something's off." But it was too late. The words and actions from earlier had already revealed his, or rather, their true intentions. Wen Daoshan thought to himself, who would have guessed that these supposedly upright appraisal masters would engage in such underhanded tactics? Wen Daoshan, being a man of integrity, despised any form of market manipulation that misled collectors and eroded their confidence. That was precisely why he had agreed to Hu Yan's proposal to swap out the opening items, to see if Shen Yifan and his group would take the bait. And sure enough, Shen Yifan and his group had fully exposed themselves, falling into the trap. In the end, Shen Yifan's group had overvalued Dong Yu's landscape painting by 30% and undervalued Tianhai's item by the same margin. When the actual prices were revealed, it was a humiliating blow to Shen Yifan and his group. The audience's faith in these so-called appraisal masters was shattered. When the show aired online, the comment section exploded with outrage. Many viewers criticized Shen Yifan and the other appraisers, questioning their expertise and accusing them of manipulating the market. But that's not all. Wen Daoshan continued, "This artist, 3,000 years, is undoubtedly a genius. I predict that his works will see a significant increase in value in the near future, making them a top choice for collectors. Now, let's reveal the final results." As soon as Wen Daoshan finished speaking, the host pulled back the covering on the signatures of the 2 paintings, revealing the truth. As expected, one was indeed by Lan Ying, and the other was by 3,000 years. The final valuation for 3,000 years' work was 800,000 yuan, while Lan Ying's was 1,700,000 yuan. This didn't reflect well on Shen Yifan and his group's judgment. On the contrary, it highlighted Dong Yu Pawn Shop's inflated prices and Tianhai's fair pricing. As Wen Daoshan explained, Dong Yu's prices were at least 30% too high, while Tianhai's were slightly lower than expected. Moreover, based on market trends, 3,000 years' work was expected to appreciate further, while Dong Yu's piece had likely reached its peak value. It wasn't just Shen Yifan and his group who looked uncomfortable. Dong Yu Pawn Shop's CEO, watching from home, nearly smashed his TV in frustration. "Is this how you do your job? I paid for experts to boost our reputation, not to tarnish it." The marketing manager of Dong Yu Pawn Shop was being thoroughly berated by his boss, silently cursing Shen Yifan and his group. After the show was recorded, Hu Yan greeted the returning appraisers backstage, saying, "Congratulations on a successful performance." As the appraisers nodded awkwardly, Hu Yan turned to Shen Yifan and added, "Master Shen, you've really made a name for yourself this time. There's someone waiting to take you to dinner." Shen Yifan's heart sank. The other appraisers looked equally disheartened. "This is a total disaster." The marketing manager from Dong Yu Pawn Shop went directly to the TV station, leaving Shen Yifan and his team with no choice but to face the situation head-on. Although neither the organizers nor Wen Daoshan had said anything outright, It was clear to everyone that something was amiss. But this wasn't the first time Shen Yifan and his team had dealt with such issues. After some negotiations with Dong Yu's manager, they managed to resolve the problem. In truth, the so-called negotiations were just a pretext. They simply agreed to return the kickbacks they had received. They also promised to find a way to make up for the damage done. After all, Dong Yu Pawn Shop had appeared on the show to boost their reputation, but instead, they had ended up with negative publicity. If they didn't compensate for the loss, Dong Yu wouldn't let the matter rest. As for the organizers, Shen Yifan and his team claimed that the negative outcome was due to dissatisfaction with the item's performance on the show, trying to deflect blame. In reality, situations like this are not uncommon. People tend to turn a blind eye and move on. However, Qiu Chengzi, the main initiator of the show, wasn't in it for fame or profit. He was doing it to promote his hometown. Unlike other organizers who were primarily focused on publicity and financial gain, this kind of outcome naturally left him feeling displeased. After everyone else had left, Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhongliu asked Hu Yan to stay behind. Ho Yan, did you already suspect that Shen Yifan wasn't a good person? It was obvious that they had noticed Hu Yan had made some last-minute changes to the show to target Shen Yifan, and it wasn't hard to guess why. Ho Yan smiled and replied, I had my suspicions, but without solid evidence, I didn't want to make any accusations. Since you two elders invited him, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. The two elders exchanged a glance, and Qiu Chengzi couldn't help but say, You're a sly one. Come on, admit it, you had this plan from the start, didn't you? Ho Yan scratched his head. Well, I won't deny it. Shen Yifan came to Jiangqing and immediately caused trouble at Tianhai pawn shop. Hu Yan briefly recounted how Shen Yifan had tried to stir up trouble at the pawn shop. Honestly, this is simple. He just wanted to squeeze some extra benefits on the side. Yan said, slapping the table. But I wasn't about to let him get away with it. We run a legitimate business and don't deceive our customers, so why should we let him profit off of us? If we have that money, we'd rather spend it promoting our hometown. Exactly, Qiu Chengzi agreed, slapping the table as well. When I first met them, I suggested making you the show's chief appraiser, and he was the one who strongly opposed it. I knew then that he was petty. But since he's a well-known appraiser from Shengcheng, I didn't want to offend him. If I'd known what kind of person he was, I would have replaced him from the start. Ho Yan thought to himself, replacing him would have been too easy on him. I wanted to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Switching appraisers at the last minute could disrupt the entire recording process. It's better to give them one more chance. Hu Yan said. Hearing this, the more cautious Xie Zhonglu added, That's true, but it wouldn't hurt to have a backup plan. If things don't improve, we can always replace them later with a local expert. With Hu Yan overseeing things, we shouldn't have any major problems. If Shen Yifan and his group continue their antics, we can make the change then. Qiu Chengzi nodded. Now that the show has already started, that's probably the best course of action. Turning to Hu Yan, he added, We'll be counting on you from here on out. You've got a quick mind, and despite today's hiccups, the show still turned out interesting and fresh. The audience probably won't notice anything wrong. That's thanks to your decisions. We'll fully support you as you take the lead. Hu Yan nodded. No problem. I'm more than happy to help promote our hometown. After a long discussion, Hu Yan had essentially achieved his goal, and now he could fully implement his plan. 3 days later, the show resumed recording. Shen Yifan and his team had promised Dong Yu Pawn Shop that not only would they fix the previous mistake, but they would also make Dong Yu shine. To that end, Shen Yifan even sought out Hu Yan to review the day's program. Ho Yan had anticipated all of this. He hadn't tampered with the day's program, and when Shen Yifan and his team saw that Dong Yu's items wouldn't be presented alongside Tianhai's, they finally relaxed. Shen Yifan and his group decided not to rush their vendetta against Hu Yan and Tianhai Pawn Shop. They would first focus on restoring Dong Yu's reputation. As a result, the day's recording went smoothly. Without the need to deliberately undermine Tianhai's items, there weren't many issues. Finally, the host introduced Dong Yu Pawn Shop's item, which was brought to the center of the stage. It was paired with a similar item from a collector in the provincial capital. Both were inkstones made of jadeite, specifically from the Lao King pit. These inkstones were incredibly valuable, and rarely appeared on appraisal shows due to their high inherent value. The combination of jadeite's worth with the craftsmanship and historical significance of the inkstones made them extraordinary. This was part of Shen Yifan's plan. Items like these could easily be marked up by 30% or more without most collectors or viewers noticing. When it was Shen Yifan's turn to appraise the item, he lavished praise on Dong Yu's inkstone. This inkstone is from the mid-Qing dynasty, crafted during the prosperous Qingji and Qianlong periods. In my opinion, it was either a royal item or a treasured piece in a nobleman's collection, perhaps even a possession of He Shen himself. Jadeite is inherently valuable. And with such exquisite craftsmanship and historical significance, it's truly remarkable. The host, Xiao Bing, asked, "So, Master Shen, in your expert opinion, what would you estimate the value of this inkstone to be?" Shen Yifan thought for a moment, and then said, "It's hard to say precisely, but I'd estimate it to be worth between 5 and 6 million yuan. Wow, the audience was abuzz. A small inkstone valued at such a high price was a first for the show, pushing the program to a new level of excitement. The provincial capital collector who was featured alongside Dong Yu was equally thrilled. Being an experienced collector, he could tell that his inkstone was on par with Dong Yu's, which meant he had struck it rich. He was so excited that he couldn't stop rubbing his hands together, eager for the experts to appraise his item. After a long wait, the excitement finally subsided, and it was time for Shen Yifan to appraise the second inkstone. "This inkstone from our provincial friend is also quite impressive," Shen Yifan began. The collector immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master Shen." Shen Yifan nodded and continued, "However, when it comes to the quality of the jadeite and the craftsmanship, this piece falls a bit short. If the first inkstone was fit for royalty, this one would be more suited to a wealthy merchant." The provincial collector's face fell. "What? I must have heard you wrong. You mean?" The host quickly intervened. "Please, let Master Shen finish his appraisal. Afterward, you'll have a chance to share your thoughts." The collector shot a resentful look at Shen Yifan but remained silent. Not wanting to drag it out, the host asked, "Master Shen, what would you estimate the value of this provincial inkstone to be?" After a moment of solemn contemplation, Shen Yifan replied, "It's worth less than 1,000,000 yuan." A collective gasp filled the room. No one had expected such a huge difference in value between two seemingly similar items. The provincial collector, now visibly agitated, pointed at Shen Yifan and rushed forward. "You'd better be prepared to back up what you've said." Shen Yifan was caught off guard by the sudden outburst and stammered, "Of course, I stand by my assessment. My reputation as an appraisal master isn't something a collector like you can question." The collector scoffed, "Ridiculous." The middle-aged collector, in his 40s, suddenly pulled something from his coat pocket, causing the crew to send security rushing to the stage. However, the man wasn't reaching for anything dangerous. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper. He unfolded the paper and showed it to the audience. "I won't lie to you. I bought this inkstone at a flea market in the provincial capital. I thought I had scored a great deal and paid 1.5 million yuan for it 3 years ago. And now this so-called expert says it's worth less than 1,000,000. As he spoke, Wen Daoshan interjected, "May I take a look at that document?" The collector nodded, his hands trembling as he handed the contract to Wen Daoshan. After examining it, Wen Daoshan said, "It appears you're telling the truth. However, Master Shen wasn't wrong. This piece is indeed worth less than 1,000,000 yuan." Everyone thought that with Wen Daoshan's endorsement, the collector would finally calm down. But to everyone's surprise, the man pulled out another piece of paper from his pocket. "Shen Yifan. Master Shen, you may have forgotten me, but I haven't forgotten you. Do you recognize this?" he demanded. Shen Yifan froze. From the moment the man had appeared, he had felt a vague sense of familiarity, but over the years he had dealt with so many people that he couldn't remember them all. However, when he saw the paper in the collector's hand, his mind went completely blank. The middle-aged collector from the provincial capital was visibly agitated. "My name is Tan Donglai. I'm just an ordinary businessman. The only reason I spent so much money to buy this inkstone wasn't because I'm wealthy. In fact, I had to go into considerable debt to afford it. But what made me decide to purchase it without hesitation?" Tan Donglai pointed at Shen Yifan on stage. Was this so-called Master Shen Yifan. When I first saw this treasure, I thought it was way overpriced. So I wasn't going to buy it. But then the seller showed me this appraisal certificate. This certificate was issued by none other than Master Shen Yifan himself. He wrote that this inkstone was a rare treasure, valued at no less than 1.5 million yuan. I was skeptical at first and even sought out Master Shen Yifan personally. Tan Donglai turned to face Shen Yifan, his eyes blazing with anger. "Master Shen, have you forgotten? When I showed you this appraisal certificate, you told me I had found a great deal, and that in 3 years, this piece would double in value. And now you're saying it's not even worth 1,000,000? If it wasn't for your promise that it would appreciate. Do you think I would have borrowed money to buy this inkstone?" Tan Donglai clutched the inkstone tightly, raising it high as if he was about to smash it in his fury. Shen Yifan was completely at a loss. When he saw the appraisal certificate he had issued, he was dumbfounded. This situation was essentially the same as when he inflated prices for other items featured on shows. Shen Yifan had done this many times before, charging hefty fees for appraisals. Usually his starting fee was 20,000 yuan, and for high-value items he would take a commission as well. For this particular inkstone he had charged 50,000 yuan just for the appraisal. But who would have thought that this inkstone would end up on the show? Now, staring at the inkstone, Shen Yifan frantically searched his memory but was certain that this item wasn't listed in the original program notes. Then, he glanced backstage and saw Hu Yan looking at him with a faint, mocking smile. Furious, Shen Yifan mouthed, "Ho Yan, did you set me up?" Hao Yan smiled back and mouthed, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it." Realizing he was in a tight spot, Shen Yifan quickly regained his composure, forcing a warm smile as he said, "Mr. Tan, may I take a closer look at your appraisal certificate?" Tan Donglai paused, then asked, "What? Are you trying to back out?" Shen Yifan replied, "Of course not. This is being recorded for television, how could I deny anything with so many people watching? If it's my signature on the appraisal, then I'll buy the inkstone myself." The crowd erupted into chatter again. Even Hu Yan silently gave Master Shen a thumbs up. In this situation, Shen Yifan had made the best possible decision. "You'll buy it?" "At what price?" Tan Donglai asked. Shen Yifan smiled, "At least 1.5 million yuan. And to compensate for your 3 years of interest, I'll add that to the total." Interest on 1.5 million yuan over 3 years wasn't a small amount. With that, Tan Donglai would not only recover his initial investment, but also make a small profit. With this offer, Tan Donglai began to calm down. Shen Yifan maintained his smile, but internally he was bleeding. Despite his outward appearance as a successful appraisal master, the truth was he had spent vast sums to maintain his reputation. While he could afford the 1.5 million yuan loss, the damage to his reputation was something he couldn't recover from. Tan Donglai handed the appraisal certificate to Shen Yifan. After examining it closely, Shen Yifan said, "Yes, this is indeed my signature. If I valued it at 1.5 million back then, I must have had good reason. Perhaps I didn't see it clearly from a distance earlier. So, let's make it 1.8 million yuan, I'll buy it." Tan Donglai fell silent. If he accepted Shen Yifan's offer, he would not only recover his money but also make a profit. However, before the show, Hu Yan had told him that if the inkstone was undervalued during the program, Hu Yan would buy it for 2 million yuan. This promise from Hu Yan was the only reason Tan Donglai hadn't completely broken down on stage. Now, seeing Hu Yan backstage, Tan Donglai noticed him nodding and giving a thumbs up, signaling, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." With that assurance, Tan Donglai slightly nodded back and then turned to Shen Yifan saying, "Master Shen, as a master appraiser, do you think you can just brush this off by saying you didn't see it clearly? Your oversight might be a collector's ruin." Tan Donglai then addressed the audience. Bowing deeply, "Those of you here today are likely enthusiasts of antiques. Let me ask you, should I sell this inkstone to someone with such questionable integrity?" The crowd's energy surged with Tan Donglai's words. "No. How can someone like that be called a master?" "Exactly. Someone with such poor ethics doesn't deserve to be called a master. And besides, his eye for value clearly isn't that sharp. I don't understand why the show even invited someone like him." The uproar nearly brought the show to a halt. The production team immediately stepped in to apologize. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our oversight. We'll address this issue right away." Without further delay, the production team escorted Shen Yifan off the stage and took him to the backstage area. However, the audience remained agitated, sneering at the so-called master, while admiring Tan Donglai's principled stance. He was willing to lose millions rather than compromise his integrity by associating with someone like Shen Yifan. Of course, the audience didn't know that Tan Donglai had Hu Yan backing him up. As Shen Yifan passed the backstage entrance, he saw Hu Yan standing there with that same faint smile. Unable to hold back, Shen Yifan muttered, "Hu Yan, you're something else." Hu Yan smiled, "Thanks for the compliment." Then, Hu Yan added, "By the way, Master Shen. No, I guess you won't be in the appraisal business much longer. Mr. Shen Yifan, remember, what you gain through deception, you'll eventually pay back with interest." "You've got guts," Shen Yifan hissed. Hu Yan remained calm. "Oh, and one more thing, I called the Provincial Business Bureau. It looks like your app is being investigated. They're talking about fines and maybe even shutting it down. You might want to take care of that." "Haha." Shen Yifan shuddered. He never expected someone as young as Hu Yan to be so ruthless. He quickly pulled out his phone. Because of the show recording, he had turned it off. As soon as he turned it back on, he saw multiple missed calls from business partners, the business bureau, and some longtime clients. Just as he was about to call one of his partners back, a major client called him. Master Shen, why is it that the items I bought from you are cheaper on other platforms? You told me it was because of the quality, and I believed you. But now I've consulted several appraisers, and they all say I overpaid. What do you have to say about that? Cold sweat dripped down Shen Yifan's face. Mr. Xu, please don't worry. I'll explain everything when I get back. If you did overpay, I'll refund you double the difference. Cut the crap. Your app's been shut down and your store's been sealed by the authorities. I'm not asking for explanations, I'm telling you that my people are near your house. Don't even think about running away. Feeling as if his soul had left his body, Shen Yifan silently walked out of the studio. Hu Yan shook his head. Losing money brings peace of mind. Shen Yifan, you should be thanking me. Losing some money is a small price to pay. For someone like Shen Yifan, Hu Yan had no sympathy. The antique world was full of people who made their fortunes through deceit. Hu Yan couldn't tackle all of them, but if someone tried to cross him, he had no problem teaching them a lesson. Meanwhile, the show continued with new items being presented. The previous segment was sure to be edited out. Tan Donglai returned to the stage, and when he saw Hu Yan, his face lit up with a grateful smile. Master Hu, you were absolutely right. That Shen Yifan is a scoundrel. Thankfully you advised me to bring his appraisal certificate. Otherwise he would have definitely tried to back out. Hu Yan nodded, understanding that Tan Donglai's words were just pleasantries. The real question on his mind was, are you still interested in buying my inkstone? Don't worry, Hu Yan said. I'll give you the full 2 million yuan as promised. Tan Donglai thanked him profusely, and Hu Yan didn't waste time. They signed the contract right there, and Hu Yan purchased the inkstone. But how much was the inkstone actually worth? The truth was, it was worth more than 2 million yuan. Shen Yifan had truly underestimated its value. Even Wen Daoshan hadn't fully understood its worth. Contrary to what Shen Yifan had claimed, Wen Daoshan had noticed that the inkstone had been artificially aged and wasn't actually from the Qing dynasty. Based on that, Wen Daoshan had assumed it wasn't worth over 1 million. But Hu Yan, with his keen eye and experience, had discovered the truth. Although the inkstone wasn't from the Qing dynasty, it was a rare treasure from the Republic of China era. The aging was done deliberately to hide its true origins. In short, Hu Yan had made a smart purchase. With some restoration, the inkstone could fetch tens of thousands more. Of course, Hu Yan wasn't in dire need of that extra money. The real victory was that with Shen Yifan out of the picture, the treasure appraisal show had effectively become a showcase for Tianhai pawnshop. The benefits for Tianhai were worth far more than a few 100,000 yuan. With Shen Yifan gone, the rest of the show went smoothly. The other appraisers, having witnessed the consequences of crossing Hu Yan, behaved themselves. With Hu Yan meticulously inspecting the quality of the items, there wasn't much else to worry about. This is the perfect time for Zhao Peng to bring his items onto the show, Hu Yan thought as he contacted Zhao Peng, preparing to showcase their collection in the next episode. Hu Yan made this decision not just because Shen Yifan's presence could interfere with his plans, but also because Hu Yan had noticed a subtle purple aura around Zhao Peng's eyebrows. It wasn't very noticeable a few days ago, but now it seemed to be at its peak. There's a saying, happiness shows on the brows, and this was exactly what Hu Yan was observing. In the past he wouldn't have understood this because he lacked the skill of aura sight and couldn't truly read a person's vitality from their face. Reflecting on the events with Shen Yifan, Hu Yan's confidence grew. He had previously noticed that Shen Yifan's forehead was darkened, a sign that usually indicates impending disaster, either a violent death or total disgrace. Hu Yan had simply nudged Shen Yifan's fate towards the latter, leading to his disgrace rather than death. No matter what others might think, whether they consider him ruthless or say he went too far, Hu Yan believed he had acted reasonably. After all, Shen Yifan was still alive, wasn't he? And that's better than the alternative, right? Although Shen Yifan wasn't the best person, he had a family, parents, a wife, children. Staying alive was more valuable than dying, wasn't it? Hu Yan casually browsed through the local news in Zhangcheng. GoldenEye filming goes smoothly, promo trailer gains widespread excitement. Kaijin Jade Workshop rakes in profits, mysterious owner sparks curiosity. Tianhai Pawnshop's meteoric rise shines bright at treasure appraisal conference. Hu Yan smiled to himself. Seems like there's no negative news. He knew that despite the audience being prohibited from using mobile phones during the treasure appraisal conference, the incident with Shen Yifan would inevitably spread. That was beyond Hu Yan's control. As for the consequences, those were just the result of Shen Yifan's years of unscrupulous behavior, and had nothing to do with Hu Yan. As he continued reading, Jiangcheng tycoon Shen Lianshan donates 120 million yuan to build a temple in his hometown. Hu Yan frowned, suddenly recalling that someone had recently asked him to treat a patient someone with the surname Shen. Could this Shen Lianshan be the same person? Hu Yan wondered. He had heard that Shen Lianshan was a legendary figure in Jiangcheng. He had left the area in his 20s and built a huge business empire elsewhere. Although his empire wasn't as vast as Tianhai's, it was still impressive. Ho Yan had declined the request to treat him not because of the fee, but because he had been busy hosting Su Waning at the time. So, he had turned it down. Now, Ho Yan wasn't sure if it was the same person, but perhaps this might be useful in the coming days. He scrolled through his call log and found the contact who had reached out to him earlier. "Hello, is this Mr. Hu Yan?" The voice on the other end sounded excited. "Yes, this is Hu Yan. I was really busy before, but things have settled down now. If you haven't found a suitable doctor yet, I can come and take a look." "That's wonderful. Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up right away." Hu Yan gave his location. Before long, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up by the roadside. A young woman in fashionable attire stepped out, looking no more than 20. She was wearing ripped jeans without any leggings underneath, exposing her fair skin, even in the cold of winter. Her pant legs were rolled up, revealing her slender calves, and she wore trendy sneakers and a loose knit sweater. As she got out, her breath formed white puffs in the cold air, making Hu Yan shiver just watching her from a distance. Hu Yan's first impression was that this girl was a bit rebellious and headstrong. But that didn't matter. Her concern for her family's well-being suggested she was a filial child. In Hu Yan's view, a filial person couldn't be too bad, while someone lacking in filial piety couldn't be all that good, no matter how virtuous they seemed. His phone rang, confirming that this young woman was indeed his ride, so he approached her. "Hello, Miss Shen." Hu Yan greeted. The girl was momentarily surprised and then said, "I'm sorry, I heard you were a highly respected traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I thought you'd be an older gentleman. I didn't expect you to be so young, Mr. Hu." Hu Yan smiled and shook his head. "I'm not that great. Let's get in the car and talk. You're not dressed warmly enough, you might catch a cold." "Thank you," the girl replied politely, nodding and even opening the car door for Hu Yan. Hu Yan smiled, got in the car, and the girl followed after him. She couldn't help but rub her arms and shiver, saying, "I didn't realize Jiangcheng was this cold." "Is this your first time back here?" Hu Yan asked with a smile. "No, I've been back before, but it was always in the summer." That explains it. "Here in Jiangcheng, no matter how much girls love fashion, you won't see many dressed as lightly as you in the winter." The girl nodded and then, as if remembering something, said, "Oh right. I'm Shen Lingxi, Shen Lianshan's only daughter. I hope you'll take good care of my father." Hu Yan nodded. "Now that I'm here, I'll do my best." "Thank you so much. By the way, what exactly is your father's condition? With your family's resources, how did you end up finding someone as unknown as me?" Hu Yan was genuinely curious. Given Shen Lianshan's status, what illness could possibly be beyond his reach? Shen Lingxi sighed. "It's a long story. My father worked himself into poor health during his early years of entrepreneurship. He doesn't have any major illnesses, but he has chronic issues with his neck and spine. Back then, when his business was at a critical stage, he opted for surgery to save time." Hu Yan understood. Even now, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was reluctant to recommend surgery for such conditions. No matter how successful the surgery, the chances of recurrence were high, and the resulting pain could be even harder to bear due to the damage to the meridians. "At the time I was too young to understand, and my father is a very determined person. But now it's too late to regret it." Hu Yan nodded. Yes, post-surgical complications are still a significant challenge in modern medicine. Hearing this, Shen Lingxi's expression darkened, and she asked cautiously, "How confident are you?" Hu Yan thought for a moment before replying, "It's hard to say without seeing the situation firsthand. I can't guarantee a cure, but I'm confident I can at least alleviate the pain." Shen Lingxi's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. "That's wonderful. I just want my father to stop relying on painkillers. They're destroying his immune system." Hu Yan could tell that the Shen family had done their homework on him. They knew he wouldn't resort to prescribing painkillers. "I'm curious, how did you find out about me?" Shen Lingxi smiled and said, "Now that you're here, I can tell you. The person who introduced us said that if you refused, we shouldn't mention their name." Hu Yan became even more curious. Who knew him so well and didn't want him to feel burdened? Was it Wu Zhaonan? Do you remember him? Oh, it was him. Hu Yan shook his head with a smile. But now it made sense. Most people knew Hu Yan was a skilled doctor, but they wouldn't think he had the ability to treat such complex post-surgical issues. Wu Zhaonan, however, had witnessed Hu Yan's remarkable internal energy at Qin Baoxiang's birthday banquet and knew the potential it held. How do you know him? Hu Yan asked. Our family does business in Jiangnan, and we've always had a good relationship with the Wu family. The two Wu brothers have looked after me since I was young, Shen Lingji explained. My father also has connections in the military. During one of his treatments, a military doctor mentioned that the only hope for curing my father's condition would be someone with internal energy. When I thought about it, the person with the highest martial arts skills I knew was Wu Zhaonan. So, I asked him, and he told me that you were the only person he knew with internal energy. He also said your medical skills were exceptional, and that getting you to treat my father was his only hope. That's why we moved back here. Ho Yan nodded. It seemed the Shen family had pinned all their hopes on him. And it was clear that Wu Zhaonan held a significant place in the Shen family's esteem, otherwise, they wouldn't have patiently waited for him. The fact that the Wu family was at odds with the Qin family suggested that the Shen family might also have some issues with the Qin family. After about 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a storefront. Ha Yan looked at the sign and couldn't help but laugh. It was a recently opened Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center. Shen Lingji explained, My father has been receiving therapy at your wellness center for a while, and he's been praising your medical skills. He says that if your wellness center is this effective, you must be even more skilled. Mr. Shen is too kind. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. Laughing together, they went straight to the third floor, to the VIP room, where Hu Yan finally met the legendary Shen Lianshan. In truth, Shen Lianshan wasn't that old, much younger than Qin Baoxiang, but his hair was already significantly gray. Likely from years of battling illness, the lines on his face were deep. The moment he saw Hu Yan, Shen Lianshan slowly stood up, supporting his lower back. Mr. Hu Yan, you're so young and accomplished. I'm sorry to trouble you with this. Ha Yan replied, Mr. Shen, you're too kind. Since I've studied medicine, it's my duty to help those in need. Please have a seat. You sit as well. Shen Lianshan said, gesturing for Hu Yan to sit beside him on the sofa. With your assurance, I feel more at ease. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. To be honest, I was initially against seeking your help because, back in the day, I couldn't survive in Jiangqing, because I was defeated by Qin Baoxiang. Ho Yan nodded, Mr. Shen, your honesty is appreciated. But today I'm here as a doctor, and that has nothing to do with the past. Shen Lianshan nodded, you're young but possess the wisdom of the ancients. Since you've said that, I can let go of my worries. Please, do what you need to do. Ho Yan nodded, and asked Shen Lianshan to extend his hand so he could check his pulse. Ho Yan placed his fingers on Shen Lianshan's wrist, sometimes using 3 fingers, sometimes 4, and occasionally 2. His face remained expressionless. After about 15 minutes, he asked Shen Lianshan to switch hands and continued taking his pulse. Shen Lianshan appeared calm, but Shen Lingji and a middle-aged woman standing next to him were clearly nervous. The woman hadn't said a word since Hu Yan entered the room, seemingly accustomed to playing a secondary role in life. When she first saw Hu Yan, she simply smiled and nodded politely. Now, uncertain of what to do, she walked over to the water dispenser, poured a cup of warm water, and placed it beside Hu Yan. Hu Yan nodded in thanks. The woman smiled back, but there was a deep sorrow in her eyes. Looking at her, Hu Yan immediately understood that this was likely Shen Lianshan's wife, Shen Lingzi's mother. Even in middle age, she retained some of her former beauty, indicating that she had been quite attractive in her youth. Shen Lingzi, however, resembled her father more, though she had inherited some features from her mother. It's often said that beautiful daughters take after their fathers, with just a few select traits from their mothers, like the eyes, lips, nose, or ears. The overall structure is usually from the father. This fits modern aesthetic ideals and aligns with ancient physiognomy studies, which suggest that children inherit not only looks but also fortunes from their fathers. Finally, Hu Yan completed his initial diagnosis. He looked at the family of 3 and said, I'll now share the results of my examination. Based on the pulse, Mr. Shen's illness likely began over 20 years ago. Shen Lianshan nodded. That's right. It was during the early days of my business. I worked day and night, and even my neck began to feel stiff. But being young, I didn't pay much attention to it. Ho Yan nodded in acknowledgement. And you had surgery about 13 years ago. Shen Lianshan counted on his fingers. Exactly. 13 years. Yes, 13 years and 7 months. His wife added. Their voices were filled with excitement, as Hu Yan's diagnosis clearly gave them great confidence. Ho Yan nodded again. Actually, it's not just the aftereffects of the surgery. Mr. Shen's long-term use of strong painkillers has also significantly contributed to his current condition. Shen Lianshan sighed and shook his head. There's an old saying for the first 30 years, a man chases illness for the next 30, illness chases him. It couldn't be more true. Back then, I was so focused on my career that I ignored everything else. Now looking back, it hardly seems worth it. Sometimes money and fame don't bring happiness, they become a burden instead. Ho Yan smiled. Only those who have experienced it can think this way. Actually, many people, if given the chance to do it all over again, would still make the same choices. Shen Lianshan thought for a moment and smiled as well. Yes, thinking about it now, it's exactly as you said. Even knowing the outcome, I was like a wound-up toy back then. How could I have stopped? Ho Yan's simple words brought them closer. Shen Lianshan said, "It seems Wu's second son was right. There's no one in this world but you, Hu Yan, who can save me." At this, Shen Lianshan's wife couldn't hold back any longer. "Mr. Hu Yan, do you think my husband's illness can still be cured?" Ho Yan thought for a moment and said, "It can certainly be treated. But the extent of recovery depends on the methods used." Shen Lingxi, full of excitement, grabbed Hu Yan's hand. "Really? Then tell me, how can we make him fully recover?" Ho Yan gently freed his hand by pretending to reach for the cup of water. Shen Lingxi blushed, and her parents glanced at her disapprovingly, leaving the girl embarrassed. "She's just very concerned about my health. Please don't mind her, Mr. Hu," Shen Lianshan's wife said. Ho Yan pretended to take a sip of water and replied, "Not at all. Your daughter's filial piety is a virtue to be respected, not criticized." Seeing how Hu Yan tactfully freed himself and hearing his words, Shen Lianshan and his wife developed an even deeper respect for him. Their looks towards Hu Yan began to resemble those reserved for a future son-in-law. Combining this with Wu Zhonan's personality, Hu Yan was certain that Wu hadn't mentioned his relationship with Qin Zixuan to the Shen family. Ahem. Hu Yan cleared his throat and said, "Let's discuss Mr. Shen's condition." The family of three nodded, all looking at Hu Yan intently. Ho Yan explained, "This illness is essentially the result of overwork. The long-term lack of rest has led to a deficiency in kidney energy, which is further exacerbated by the use of painkillers that strain kidney function. The surgery made things worse." This was a sore point for Shen Lingxi. After all, most young people today tend to trust Western medicine. "Mr. Hu Yan, the surgery was recommended by the hospital. Why are you so opposed to it? Of course it's not just you, many others also disapprove. But if it's ineffective, why do they still use it?" she asked. Ho Yan considered this and replied, "It's probably because there's a lack of traditional Chinese medicine abroad, and they didn't have better treatment options for this condition back then. A large number of patients underwent surgery as a result." Everyone nodded in agreement, realizing that this was indeed the case. Ho Yan continued, "The human body's meridians are like the waterways of the earth. In ancient China, since the time of Yu the Great, water management has always focused on dredging rather than blocking. In ancient times, whether building embankments or irrigating fields, people tried to use natural waterways. If none existed, they would identify underground watercourses and follow them to create new channels. That's why ancient buildings rarely suffered from flooding. Nowadays such problems are more common, almost happening daily. The skill of mapping underground waterways has largely been lost." Shen Lingxi and her mother didn't understand this, but Shen Lianshan, who had experience in construction, did. "Yes, even though the construction industry is highly advanced now, when problems arise, it's exactly as you said. When natural waterways are altered, nature will gradually restore them, leading to long-term issues. Just like my illness. In the first few years after surgery, it seemed as though I was completely healed. But now, it's worse than ever. Life is unbearable." This time Shen Lingxi was the one getting anxious. She almost grabbed Hu Yan's hand again but held back, remembering what had happened earlier. "You just said my father could be cured. How should we go about it?" Ho Yan replied, "Actually, the treatment itself is already a form of targeted therapy. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Shen should already feel some improvement." Shen Lianshan nodded. "Yes, although I'm still not very mobile, the pain has significantly lessened." "Exactly," Ho Yan said. "If the goal is simply to relieve pain, this treatment is sufficient. What if we want to improve mobility?" Shen Lingxi asked. Ho Yan thought for a moment. To improve mobility, a martial artist skilled in internal energy would need to perform massages to gradually alleviate the damaged meridians, combined with a prescription to nourish the kidneys and strengthen the body. How much improvement can we expect? Shen Lingxi asked excitedly. At the very least, mobility will no longer be an issue, and the pain can be fully alleviated. Hu Yan answered. Shen Lianshan nodded. If that's possible, it's more than I could have hoped for. But Shen Lingxi still wasn't satisfied with this result. Can it be even better? Yes, it can, Hu Yan responded. That's wonderful. Shen Lingxi couldn't contain her excitement, and stood up, trying not to offend Hu Yan by slightly bowing and asking, Please, Mr. Hu Yan, how can we make it even better? Ho Yan explained, an internal energy martial artist could use golden needles to unblock the obstructed meridians completely. Supplemented with specific elixirs, the illness could be fully cured. The Shen family was stunned. Are you talking about the legendary elixirs from ancient times? Shen Lianshan asked. Ho Yan nodded slightly. Indeed, they are the elixirs of legend. However, they aren't truly mystical but are created through techniques that maximize the medicinal properties of herbs, achieving the best possible effects. Shen Lianshan sighed. Regaining mobility and eliminating pain is already a blessing. As for those elixirs, where could we possibly find them? He was sincere, knowing that such things were almost impossible to come by. However, Shen Lingxi remained undeterred. If such things exist in the world, we must find a way to get them. Wait, she turned to Hu Yan. You're a great physician, don't you know where to find the elixirs you mentioned? Hu Yan touched his nose. He considered telling them that he could make the elixirs himself but worried they might think he was trying to inflate the price. So he said, as far as I know, there will be an elixir at the upcoming treasure appraisal event hosted by Zhangcheng TV. And that elixir is particularly effective in nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the body. Really? This time, not only did Shen Lingxi grab Hu Yan's arm, but her parents also clutched his other arm. Hu Yan smiled awkwardly. I wouldn't deceive you. In fact, I'm a member of the event's organizing committee, which is how I know about it. That's fantastic. Shen Lingxi jumped up in excitement. By the way, you mentioned the golden needle technique. Surely, you know how to perform it? She asked confidently, though her eyes revealed her anxiety. Shen Lianshan and his wife shared the same hopeful look. Hu Yan understood. Years of suffering had exhausted this family both physically and mentally. The acupuncture will be my responsibility, Hu Yan reassured them. Hu Yan didn't have his medical kit with him, so after making a call to Qin-san, he turned to Shen Lianshan and said, I've asked someone to bring my kit over right away. In the meantime, I'll start with some massage therapy, it should help a lot. Shen Lianshan nodded. Thank you for the trouble. It's my duty, Hu Yan replied. He then had Shen Lianshan lie down on the massage table. Rubbing his hands together, Hu Yan placed his right hand on the Dezhui point on Shen Lianshan's back. The technique Hu Yan used was similar to what was practiced at Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center, where they originally followed the Yao family's methods. However, after Hu Yan studied both medicine and martial arts, he further refined these techniques, unifying the practices across the entire center. Though the technique was standard, as soon as Hu Yan's hand touched Shen Lianshan's back, he let out a loud ah to the shock of his wife and daughter. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed again, that feels good. Only then did his wife and daughter relax, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. Wherever Hu Yan's hands massaged, Shen Lianshan's skin turned a deep reddish purple, with a slight mist forming on the surface. This was the damp cold being drawn out from his body. Shen Lianshan's exclamation was because Hu Yan used a strong yang force to expel the deep-seated cold within him. To Shen Lianshan, Hu Yan's hand felt like a hot iron pressing against his skin. It wasn't just his skin, he felt the heat down to his bones, as if a fire was burning inside. The cry of pain was due to the heat, but the feeling of relief was genuine. It was like suddenly being immersed in a hot spring after being in the cold for a long time. It was hard to suppress the urge to exclaim, that feels good. As Shen Lianshan continued to utter ouch, and that feels good in quick succession, the smiles on his wife and daughter's faces grew even brighter. Shen Lianshan's wife, Pei Zi, was a gentle and kind woman who had endured many hardships with her husband, though she never minded those struggles. What pained her most was his illness. She had pleaded with him countless times to rest, but as Hu Yan had pointed out earlier, who would willingly give up such opportunities? Now, seeing her husband so comfortable, Pei Ji smiled brightly, though her eyes were filled with tears. Shen Lingxi's eyes also welled up as she hugged her mother and softly said, Mom. Pei Zi nodded and wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Good girl, she said, gently patting Shen Lingxi's back. Shen Lingxi understood that her mother was grateful she had found Hu Yan. Although it wasn't yet clear if Hu Yan could completely cure Shen Lianshan's illness, his methods were undeniably effective. Shen Lingxi tightened her embrace around her mother, their eyes never leaving Hu Yan and Shen Lianshan. Ho Yan's massage technique was skilled, and unlike what they had imagined, he worked on nearly every part of Shen Lianshan's body. Yet, half an hour passed, and he still hadn't touched the affected area in the lower back. Just then Shen Lingxi's phone rang. She quickly stepped out to avoid disturbing Hu Yan. "Brother, what made you call me?" The caller was her cousin from her uncle's side. Since Shen Lianshan had no sons, he had always treated this cousin, Shen Tao, as his own. Shen Tao was very filial. Although his father was Shen Lianshan's elder brother, the two men were quite different. His father was a teacher, and his mother worked in a factory, a traditional family with no interest in business or wealth. However, under Shen Lianshan's guidance, Shen Tao had been ambitious from a young age and was always grateful. Knowing his uncle wasn't in good health, Shen Tao's dream was to attend the best medical school, which he did, even going abroad for further studies. When he returned, he found Shen Lianshan's condition had worsened and personally performed surgery on him. This is why Shen Lianshan never allowed anyone to criticize the surgery. Despite its eventual complications, Shen Tao was like a son to him and had acted out of love. However, after Shen Lianshan's condition worsened 2 years post-surgery, Shen Tao felt so ashamed that he went abroad again for further study, losing touch with the family except for Shen Lingxi, whom he was particularly close to. Shen Tao's voice was excited on the other end of the line. "Little sister, I'm back in the country. I finally found a treatment for Uncle's condition. I've been researching all these years, and I've discovered a biological agent that can rejuvenate damaged skin. It even has some success with burn scars." Shen Tao went on enthusiastically, describing the clinical effects, how the biological agent could significantly reduce post-surgery pain and mitigate various complications. After listening for a while, Shen Lingxi frowned, realizing that the products at Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center offered similar results. Moreover, the traditional Chinese medicine treatments combined with massage therapy had already significantly improved her father's condition. However, it was far from a complete cure. "Brother, it's good that you're back. The surgical treatment for herniated discs was just starting to become popular worldwide back then. I've told you before, it wasn't your fault, and Dad never blamed you. No. The kinder you all are, the worse I feel. My goal was to become a great doctor and relieve Uncle's pain, but instead. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. This time, I won't make any mistakes." Brother Shen Lingxi wanted to tell him that they had already found the best person and method to treat their father. But since Shen Tao was returning soon, and it was too complicated to explain over the phone, she changed her mind. "Let's talk when you get here. We can discuss everything in person." "Alright, send me the address. I'll come right over." What Shen Lingxi was startled. "You're already in Jiangsheng?" "Yes," Shen Tao replied. "I was planning to surprise you all in Shanghai, but when I got there, I found out you had moved back to Jiangcheng. This works out better, I can visit my parents too." "Ah, okay," Shen Lingxi said. She sent him the address, thinking they could discuss everything in detail once he arrived. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw two people, Shen Tao in front and Qin San behind him, carrying Hu Yan's medical kit. "Come in." Shen Lingxi invited them both inside. By then, Hu Yan had finished the massage. Shen Lianshan was walking around the room, smiling as if he was completely cured. But Hu Yan had warned that this was only temporary. Without further treatment, the symptoms would return. Shen Lianshan wasn't worried. Hu Yan's method had proven effective, so he was confident and relaxed. As they were chatting, Shen Tao entered the room. "Uncle, are you feeling better?" Seeing Shen Lianshan walking, albeit with some difficulty, but free from visible pain, Shen Tao was shocked. "That's impossible. This isn't scientifically plausible. The entire medical community has no solution for this condition." Shen Lianshan wasn't surprised. He knew his nephew was deeply immersed in research, very strict about academic matters, and less knowledgeable about interpersonal relations. "It's good you're back. Come, sit down," Shen Lianshan said, pulling Shen Tao to the sofa with a doting smile. Despite all that had happened, he still adored his nephew. However, Pei Ji couldn't forget the past. "What's the matter? Are you not happy to see your uncle getting better?" she asked pointedly. This question had a particular undertone, but Shen Lianshan didn't expose it, knowing that Shen Tao wouldn't pick up on it. "I'm happy really, but it's just so unbelievable. How did you get better?" Shen Lianshan pointed to Hu Yan. "This is Master Hu Yan. His methods are truly remarkable. Just one session, and I already feel as good as new." "How did you treat him?" Shen Tao asked, looking at Hu Yan. At this point, Hu Yan had taken the medical kit from Qin San and was busy sterilizing the golden needles. "Nothing special, just massage therapy. Next, I'll be using acupuncture. What? Shen Tao was bewildered. It wasn't his fault after all. Western-trained doctors often dismiss traditional Chinese medicine as unscientific. You're telling me that massage and acupuncture can cure my uncle's condition? That's impossible. Without waiting for Hu Yan to respond, Shen Tao turned to his uncle and said, "Uncle, you can't believe this. It's all a scam. There's no scientific basis for it. Even if you feel better now, it's just a placebo effect or perhaps your body's natural healing process." Seeing that Shen Tao was about to continue, Shen Lianshan raised his hand to stop him. "Xiao Tao, it's good that you're back. Let's not worry about this right now. Take some time to rest at home and take care of your parents. You've been away for so many years, and they've missed you terribly. I feel bad too. But uncle, I can't just ignore this." Shen Tao insisted, pointing at Hu Yan. "If you let him continue like this, what if your condition gets worse?" Still fond of his nephew, Shen Lianshan was unsure how to respond. Shen Tao pointed at Hu Yan again, saying, "Do you know how many cases of infections are caused by acupuncture each year? Do you know how many people suffer because they trust in these fraudulent practices and delay proper treatment, only to regret it for the rest of their lives?" Ho Yan, who had been smiling until then, suddenly looked serious. "I don't know about others, but I do know that traditional Chinese medicine has sustained the Chinese people for over 5,000 years. How can you dismiss it as a scam? I'd like to ask, what did our ancestors rely on to treat illnesses and survive to this day? And while I can't speak for others, I can assure you that none of my patients have ever been harmed. On the contrary, they have all fully recovered. Yes, fully recovered, not just treating symptoms as Western medicine does, only for the condition to worsen over time." Yu Shen Tao glared at Hu Yan. "Where did you graduate from? Do you even have a medical license?" After he said this, the room fell silent. After a brief moment of silence, Shen Lianshan's furious roar filled the room enough. "What are you saying?" Shen Tao was bewildered. In his memory, his uncle had never spoken to him so harshly. "I'm saying, I suspect he's practicing medicine illegally." Shen Lianshan was trembling with anger, while Shen Lingxi quickly stepped in front of Shen Tao, trying to prevent him from saying more. Pei Ji, her face full of fury, said, "Get out. You're not welcome here." Amid the chaotic scene, Hu Yan's mocking laughter rang out. "It's a good thing I only took Shen Lianshan's pulse and gave him a bit of therapy. Otherwise, who knows, I might be in trouble with the law by now." Ho Yan shook his head and began packing away the sterilized needles. Shen Lingxi, anxious, said, "Mr. Hu Yan, please don't take offense, this is entirely our family's fault. It has nothing to do with you. I promise we'll sort this out quickly." In truth, Hu Yan was laughing out of extreme frustration. Although he had encountered many situations in his life, he had never been in such an awkward position as today. "Forget it. We'll talk after you've handled things with that." Hu Yan turned to leave. "Wait," Shen Lianshan called out loudly. Oh, Hu Yan turned back. "Is there something else you wanted to say, Mr. Shen?" Shen Lianshan bowed deeply. Seeing this, his family, including his wife and daughter, did the same. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hu Yan. Our family has wronged you. Please rest assured, I will make this right." Ho Yan, being a reasonable person, sighed and shook his head. "Perhaps we'll meet again someday." Then he left with Qian San and his medical kit. As they stepped out of the room, Qian San remarked, "You really have great self-control. If it were me, I'd have lost my temper long ago." Ho Yan shook his head. "Actually, I'm not that composed. I need to work on it." Qian San didn't quite understand what Hu Yan meant, but when Hu Yan said, "Let's go," he followed him in a daze. Just after Hu Yan and Qian San left, the Shen family, still seething with anger, turned their attention to Shen Tao. Shen Tao couldn't help but say, "Uncle, you can't trust these charlatans. They're all frauds. He doesn't even have a medical license. How can you believe him?" Shen Lingxi was so angry she stomped her foot. "My dear brother, Hu Yan is the only person in the world we know of who possesses true martial energy. Now that you've driven him away, what will happen to Dad's illness?" "Ugh! Martial energy? That's nonsense. We're not living in a martial arts novel. There's no such thing in the real world. And he doesn't even have the credentials to treat people." Pei Zai, finally catching her breath, shouted angrily, "And you have the credentials? If it weren't for you, your uncle wouldn't have suffered all these years." "Enough." Shen Lianshan slammed the table and said, "Haven't I said before, no one is to mention the past?" Pei Ji, standing closest to where Hu Yan had just left, stomped her foot hard in frustration, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just as Shen Tao was about to argue further, he suddenly let out a gasp of disbelief. "Ah! Everyone turned to see that the floor where Pei Ji had stomped had begun to crack, starting from where she had stepped. The tiles fractured like cracked ice, leaving a trail of 7 footprints leading to the door where Hu Yan had exited. Ho Yan had mentioned his self-control, but in truth, he had been so angry as he left that his martial energy unconsciously fractured the tiles beneath him. His recent intense training had refined his inner strength to the point where it had an almost natural effect. Initially, the damage wasn't visible, but when PG stomped in anger, it triggered the latent force, causing the cracks to appear. For a long moment, the room was completely silent. Shen Lingxi was the first to recover. See? You said there's no such thing as martial energy in this world. How do you explain these cracks on the floor? How is this possible? Shen Tao was utterly baffled. Shen Lianshan sighed deeply and said, in this world, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. With 5,000 years of history, our culture has many secrets and mysteries that are beyond explanation. He sighed again and said, sit down everyone. Since we have the time, I'll tell you something I saw when I was a child. Shen Lingji, being dutiful, poured a cup of water for her father and gently rubbed his chest, trying to calm him down. After a moment, Shen Lianshan patted his daughter's hand lovingly and nodded. When I was a child, our family still lived in the countryside. One summer, when I was about 11 or 12, it was particularly hot. To cool off, I walked up the mountain along a stream, wading through the water as I went. The temperature in the mountains was usually cooler than in the village. After taking a sip of water, Shen Lianshan continued, I don't know how long I walked, but eventually I found myself deep in the mountains. My sweat had dried and I no longer felt hot. I kept walking, feeling more comfortable. After a while, I suddenly noticed some pale pink flowers emerging from a clear puddle, with round, plump roots beneath them. Back then, food was scarce, and I was thrilled, thinking these were some kind of wild yam. So, I reached out to grab the stem beneath the flowers and pulled. But then something terrifying happened. Shen Lingxi couldn't help but grab her father's arm, her face full of anxiety. Shen Lianshan patted his daughter's hand and said, don't be afraid. See? I'm fine now, aren't I? Shen Lingxi let out a sigh of relief. That's right. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't even be here. I'm so silly. Shen Lianshan laughed. You're not silly. It's just that a loving heart leads to worry. He glanced meaningfully at Shen Tao before continuing. When I pulled it out, I heard a bone-chilling scream. How do I describe it? That sound was unlike anything I've ever heard, and I'll never forget it. It wasn't like any animal or person I knew. If I were an adult, or even the person I am now, I'd have been scared out of my wits. But back then, I was just a kid and didn't understand much. I wasn't afraid, so instead of letting go, I looked down to see what it was. When I looked, whoa! It was a small, chubby creature, about a foot tall, with a flower on its head. A ginseng baby, Shen Lingxi exclaimed. She had heard stories about ginseng spirits from her grandparents, and thought her father had caught one. Shen Lianshan shook his head. At the time I thought it was a ginseng baby too. I'd heard that they were round and chubby with a flower on their heads. But the thing I caught was pitch black, as dark as the bottom of a pot. Its mouth was full of sharp, white teeth. Although I couldn't understand its screams, I somehow knew, maybe because I was still young and hadn't lost my natural intuition, that it was begging me to let it go. Shen Lingxi asked cautiously, so, did you let it go? What do you think? Should I have let it go or not? Shen Lianshan asked his daughter with interest. Shen Lingxi thought for a moment and said, I think it seemed pitiful. It wouldn't have been of much use to you, so you might as well have let it go. Shen Lianshan sighed and gently stroked his daughter's hair. That's the difference between generations. You grew up with everything you needed, so you don't have much greed, but back then it was different for us. We struggled just to get enough to eat, so when we caught something valuable, we wanted to use it to help the family and maybe get a few good meals out of it. So, did you take it home? Shen Lingxi's voice trembled, as if she was afraid of what she might hear. Seeing his usually rebellious daughter's response, Shen Lianshan's opinion of her changed. Despite her occasional mischief, it was clear that Shen Lingxi was kind at heart, though perhaps just lacking family attention. Feeling gratified, Shen Lianshan continued, catching it wasn't easy. Despite its small size, it was very strong. I remembered the stories about ginseng babies and decided to tie it up with a red thread first. Fortunately, I was wearing a red tank top, so I pulled out a thread and tied it around the stem. Then, I let go. In an instant, a flash of black light shot far away. I didn't even dare blink. I kept my eyes fixed on it and saw the creature dart to a rock wall. Feeling safe, it turned its head. I can still remember clearly the look of deep resentment in its eyes. It gave me one last fierce look before disappearing into the rock. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. But Shen Lianshan smiled and said, "You think that's the end? Isn't it?" Shen Lingji asked. Of course not. The moment it disappeared was the scariest part. I was suddenly spun around and thrown into a small creek. When I woke up, half of my red tank top was gone. It was dark, and I was afraid my family would worry, so I hurried home. But as I walked back, I didn't know whether I should keep holding onto the red thread or cut it off. At that time, Shen Lianshan was just a child, and like most children back then, he was very sensible. But when he recalled the look of resentment in that creature's eyes, he finally became frightened and cut the red string. When Shen Lingxi heard the end of the story, she let out a long breath. After a long silence, she asked, "Dad, if you hadn't told me this yourself, I would never have believed it." Shen Lianshan nodded. "If not for. Even now, I would have thought it was just a dream. But I still have that half of the red tank top. Your mother has tried to throw it away several times, but I always stopped her. I've never told anyone about this before." As he spoke, Shen Lianshan glanced apologetically at his wife. "I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to hide it from you. It's just that, deep down, I didn't want to talk about it with anyone." Pei Zi simply shook her head, indicating that she didn't mind. Even in the closest relationships, not every experience is shared. It's not realistic. Everyone has some memories they keep locked away. "Dad, do you think this story is connected to what just happened?" Shen Lingxi knew her father well. He wouldn't bring something up without a reason. Sure enough, Shen Lianshan pulled out a small note and handed it to Shen Lingxi. The note contained a brief exchange between Shen Lianshan and Hu Yan. "Ho Yan, Mr. Shen, have you ever had any extraordinary experiences?" "Shen Lianshan, I suppose you could say I have." "Ho Yan, all right, you don't need to explain. I already know. That creature was a He Shou Wu." Shen Lingxi's blood ran cold as she read the note. "Oh my God! Has the world gone mad?" She then passed the note to her mother, Pei Ji, who also gasped in astonishment as she read it, shaking her head and sighing repeatedly. Finally, Shen Lianshan handed the note to Shen Tao. After reading it, Shen Lianshan said, "This has always been a mystery to me. But I remember that in the autumn after I encountered that thing, a hunter in our village found a fully matured He Shou Wu. Back in the 1970s, it sold for over 20,000 yuan, making him the richest man in the county overnight. I was too young to connect the two events back then. But now, after Hu Yan's explanation, I realized that it was because I cut the red string that the matured He Shou Wu was discovered." Shen Tao swallowed hard, feeling his mouth go dry. After gulping down a glass of water, he murmured, "How can this be? How did the scientific world suddenly become so mystical?" "I'm sorry." He looked at Shen Lianshan and said, "I'm not saying you're lying. It's just that this completely overturns everything I thought I knew, and I'm struggling to process it." Shen Lianshan nodded. "I understand. You don't know when Hu Yan said he knew what happened, and then told me what he did, I still haven't fully recovered from the shock. It's terrifying." "What did he say?" the three of them asked in unison. "That was when Lingxi was on the phone with you," Shen Lianshan said, looking at Shen Tao, clearly wanting to teach him a lesson. "Your aunt has been tired these past few days and was dozing off. Hu Yan probably knew I had never told anyone about this. He said that because of that thing, some of my vitality was drained, which is why my condition worsened beyond just a simple herniated disc." Shen Tao shook his head, still finding the whole thing hard to believe. Shen Lianshan continued, "If that were just a guess, what he said next was truly frightening." With everyone's eager eyes on him, Shen Lianshan went on. "Hu Yan asked me if the person who found the He Shou Wu lived a long life, and if his health improved significantly afterward. I thought back and realized that was exactly the case. That man was an old hunter. He used to have injuries that would cause him pain every time it rained. But after selling the He Shou Wu, all his ailments disappeared. At the time, I thought it was because he had money to treat his illnesses. But now I realize it wasn't that simple." I asked Hu Yan why that was. Ho Yan told me that the man was knowledgeable. After obtaining the He Shou Wu, he kept the fine roots for himself, curing all his illnesses. When I thought about it, it made sense. I saw him when he was in his 90s, still full of life, without a single gray hair on his head. Sigh. Now I understand. If I hadn't interfered by tying the red string, nothing would have happened. It was only because of my actions that I suffered the consequences." Shen Tao shook his head again. "Can things really be this superstitious?" Shen Lingxi, frustrated that her father's long explanation still hadn't convinced Shen Tao, grew angry. She grabbed her father's hand and glared at Shen Tao. "Dad, don't pay attention to him." Shen Lianshan shook his head. "He's just too set in his ways. and it's hard for him to change his mind. Your generation hasn't experienced much, so there's a lot you don't know. He then glanced at his wife and said, I'm not in great health, so I often go with your mother to buy ginseng and other herbs. We've heard some interesting stories. Pei Zhi simply nodded, while Shen Lingxi, more cheerful than she had been in a long time, held onto her father's arm and urged him to continue. Sensing the rare, pleasant atmosphere, Shen Lianshan continued, the ginseng we buy is mostly cultivated, but even cultivated ginseng can become quite good over time. You know you can't keep growing ginseng, Shou Wu, or Huang Jing in the same place for too long. Every few years. You have to move them. Otherwise, not only will other plants around them die, but the soil will become as hard as iron. The people who grow ginseng say that's because these herbs absorb all the spiritual energy from their surroundings. Really? Shen Lingxi's eyes widened. Shen Lianshan nodded. That's right. Wild ones are even more powerful. It's said they can move on their own. And those that reach full maturity are often found near ancient trees or surrounded by the remains of many animals, all of which nourish the plant. He shared these stories with his daughter, and they both felt a deeper sense of happiness and connection. Finally, Shen Lianshan stroked his daughter's hair and said, My dear, I'm sorry. I spent so many years focusing on making money and taking care of my health that I neglected you. Shen Lingxi's eyes reddened, and she laid her head on her father's lap. No, it's not like that. I was the one who was thoughtless before. Pei Zi's eyes also grew moist, and she turned her head away to hide her tears. The mood in the room grew heavy, and Shen Lingxi, wanting to change the subject, suddenly asked, Dad, why do you think Hu Yan knew all those things you've never told anyone about? Shen Lianshan smiled. You're only asking that now? I thought of it right away and asked Hu Yan how he knew. Ho Yan said, I looked at your face, felt your bones, and then saw your handwriting. I guessed it from that. Shen Lingxi was still confused. How does that make sense? With the same patience he had when she was a little girl, Shen Lianshan explained lovingly, Silly child, there's an old saying that medicine and divination go hand in hand. The best traditional Chinese doctors are often masters of physiognomy and fortune-telling. Naturally, they can tell these things. That powerful Shen Lingxi exclaimed, her mouth open in surprise, looking adorably stunned. Shen Lianshan couldn't resist patting her head again. Despite his lingering doubts, Shen Tao wasn't foolish. Uncle, I brought back the latest scientific research, a biological agent that can slow aging and reactivate dead cells. It should be useful for you. But I can tell you have a lot of respect for Hu Yan. I'll follow your lead on what to do. Shen Lianshan nodded. That's the right attitude. Your biological agent is just an extract of active substances from plants and animals. It's nothing compared to Hu Yan's medicine. Even the products in this clinic might be better than what you brought. Seeing the disbelief on Shen Tao's face, Shen Lianshan pointed at his wife and said, Look at your aunt's skin. Doesn't she look much younger? Even her wrinkles have faded. This was undeniable. Even though it had been a long time since he'd seen her, Shen Tao could tell that Pei Zhi's appearance hadn't changed much in recent years. Did you really use the beauty products from this clinic? Shen Tao asked. Pei Zhi glared at Shen Tao and replied, It's not just me. When your uncle first came back, he could barely walk. It's all thanks to this clinic that he can even get out of bed now. If you don't believe it, take some of their products home and try them yourself. No need for that, Shen Lingxi said, as she pulled a file from a cabinet. Every VIP room here is equipped with one of these. Look, this is the clinical data for the rejuvenation water they offer here. Shen Tao took the file and was once again shocked by what he read. The biological agent he brought back wasn't even a third as effective as this rejuvenation water. Moreover, their product was made entirely from traditional Chinese herbs, which was much safer compared to the animal-based extracts in his agent. Incredible. I never imagined our country had such advanced medical achievements. Compared to what I brought back, it's like something from a different era. Shen Tao's tone was full of admiration, clearly proud of his country's accomplishments. But then he asked, So why don't you continue treatment here? With such great products and no safety concerns, why go to someone without a medical license and make things more complicated? Shen Lianshan finished for him. Shen Tao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Shen Lingxi explained on her father's behalf, because the owner of these hundreds of clinics is Hu Yan, and the techniques and patents used here all belong to him. Hey! Shen Tao was completely speechless. Not long after Hu Yan returned home, he received a message from Shen Lingxi. Mr. Hu Yan, I'm terribly sorry. On behalf of my entire family, I want to offer you our sincerest apologies. Since Hu Yan didn't have Shen Lingxi's WeChat, he replied via text message. You're exaggerating. This isn't your family's fault. It's just a difference of opinion between Western and Chinese medicine. I don't even blame your cousin, let alone the rest of your family. Shen Lingji quickly responded, Really? You're truly a gentleman. Ho Yan replied, He, you flatter me. To be honest, I was quite angry at the time, but it was more because of the widespread misunderstanding of traditional Chinese medicine than anything else. I understand, Shen Lingji replied. You understand? Hu Yan asked. Well, more accurately, my dad understood. He guessed that you were angry because of academic and societal issues. Mr. Shen is indeed a wise man. I hope our paths cross again. All right, I won't disturb you any further. Thank you again for everything you've done for our family. Good night. Good night. Ho Yan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. He wasn't lying. Ever since he began studying traditional Chinese medicine, he had developed a deep respect for its profound wisdom, even a sense of reverence. As he had said, it was heartbreaking to see this cultural treasure, which had safeguarded the Chinese people for thousands of years, so deeply questioned by modern society. As for Shen Tao's accusation that he was practicing medicine illegally, that wasn't an issue. Before Qian Zixuan handed over those medicinal patents to Hu Yan, she had already secured a medical license for him. For most people, this might have been difficult, but given Hu Yan's skills and his position as the vice president of a publicly traded company, it wasn't hard at all. Moreover, the medicines Hu Yan used had been rigorously tested and proven in clinical trials, capable of standing up to scrutiny. What truly upset Hu Yan was the reality in his country. There were people who, despite carrying on family traditions and saving countless lives, would still be labeled as practicing medicine illegally if someone decided to report them. These people had no one to help them obtain medical licenses. The next day, after handling some business at the company, Ho Yan headed to the television station. After all, promoting Tianhai Pawn Shop was part of his job as the marketing manager. As soon as the show began, only one figure appeared on the central display stage, Zhao Peng, of course. After much discussion, the production team ultimately decided that Zhao Peng should present his item alone. After all, there was nothing comparable to his item. Indeed, when the audience learned that the item up for appraisal was the legendary elixir, the entire venue erupted. It took quite a while for the excitement to subside. The only ones left in a daze were the appraisers remaining on stage. They were associates of Shen Yifan, and even though they hadn't been kicked out, they hadn't been informed about this ahead of time. Wen Daoshan was the exception. He knew about it, and had even reviewed the detailed information. After doing so, the old man was as excited as a child. It was he who decided that Zhao Peng should appear solo on the show. He believed that just showcasing such a rare item, which had never before appeared on any other treasure appraisal show, would ensure that the Jiangqing treasure appraisal event would become a massive hit. Although the scene was somewhat chaotic, the old man's face was beaming with happiness. After all, the outcome was exactly what he had anticipated. The first appraiser to examine the item, having witnessed Shen Yifan's earlier downfall, humbly remarked, I'm grateful for the opportunity to see such a treasure in person. Honestly, I'm extremely excited. It feels incredible, like witnessing a miracle. However, I must admit that I'm not qualified to judge this. I've only read a few mentions of such items in literature. I can't dare to determine its authenticity. All I can say is that it resembles the legendary elixir I've read about, and it appears to be a top-grade one, with the characteristic elixir patterns. As for its value, I really can't make any estimates. This is outside my area of expertise. These treasures are typically excavated by national-level experts, and I'm not qualified to appraise such things. Clearly, this appraiser was smart. After seeing Shen Yifan take the fall, the remaining appraisers became much more cautious. Moreover, his honest admission won him respect. No one laughed at him. Instead, they appreciated his sincerity, affirming his title as a master appraiser. Indeed, the audience responded with thunderous applause. Meanwhile, the Shen family trio, along with Shen Tao, looked rather uneasy. Despite the lessons Shen Tao had learned the previous day, his ingrained beliefs were hard to shake. He was still muttering to himself, how is this possible? Can such a thing really exist? No wonder he couldn't accept it on the giant screen. The magnified elixir displayed intricate, ancient patterns that were clearly not man-made. The flame-like patterns, reminiscent of mystical runes, seemed to carry some sort of power. Everyone felt a strange premonition in their hearts. This is definitely something that can cure the most severe illnesses. Even though Shen Tao's words expressed doubt, deep down, he felt the same inexplicable sense of awe. But the most distressed person wasn't Shen Tao, it was Shen Lianshan. I only have 1 billion in liquid funds. I wonder if that's enough to buy these 9 elixirs? Or should I buy fewer? It wasn't that Shen Lianshan was overestimating the value of these elixirs. On the contrary, he knew that past sales of similar items had started in the hundreds of thousands and eventually soared to millions. As prices kept climbing, the effectiveness of these elixirs was confirmed, with many people claiming they had cured severe illnesses. In recent years, these treasures had become nearly impossible to obtain, no matter the price. Sensing her husband's thoughts, Pei Zhi gently took his hand and said, "The money you've given me, along with the savings I've set aside over the years, totals more than 50 million. I've brought it all with me." As she spoke, Pei Zhi took out a card holder from her bag, filled with bank cards. "This is out of the question," Shen Lianshan protested. "Absolutely not. Over the years, if anyone knows how much you've suffered for this family, it's me. This is your personal property, I can't let you spend it." Pei Zhi wrapped her arms around her husband's and rested her head on his shoulder. "What good is money without you? And if you're healthy, what use is money anyway?" "What use is money?" Shen Lianshan repeated, stunned by the simplicity and power of her words. He unconsciously tightened his embrace around his wife's shoulders, as a voice of doubt echoed in his mind. "Have I been wrong all these years? Was all my hard work to make money right or wrong? Have I truly brought happiness to my loved ones?" For the first time, Shen Lianshan, who had always prided himself on being strong, felt his eyes grow moist. He hadn't cried during the hardest times in his business, nor during his most painful health struggles, but now, he couldn't hold back. Shen Lingzi, holding a bank card of her own, saw her parents' emotions and, with teary eyes, chose not to interrupt. On stage, none of the appraisers dared to assign a value to the elixirs. Finally, the host handed the microphone to Zhao Peng. "Let's hear from our collector, Mr. Zhao Peng. What price do you have in mind for your collection?" Zhao Peng took the microphone, clearly nervous about speaking in front of such a large audience, especially with the television broadcast. After licking his lips several times, he finally managed to stammer, "I don't know what these things are worth." The audience laughed, some with envy, others with admiration. They envied Zhao Peng for his good fortune in obtaining such a treasure. After all, Zhao Peng had said he found these items while digging a cellar in his hometown. But they also admired his honesty in not exploiting the situation to hype his collection. After a brief commotion, Zhao Peng seemed to regain his composure. "My good friend told me that no matter how valuable these elixirs are, their greatest worth lies in their ability to heal. Therefore, I'm willing to sell these 9 elixirs to Mr. Shen Lianshan, who is here today. I hope they can cure his illness." Ho Yan had mentioned this to Zhao Peng earlier, so Shen Lianshan wasn't too surprised. However, the rest of the audience had no idea. Immediately, the scene erupted in chaos as people wondered who Shen Lianshan was, and who Zhao Peng's good friend could be. After things calmed down, the host invited Shen Lianshan to the stage. Naturally, the entire Shen family went up since it was still difficult for Shen Lianshan to walk. Taking the microphone, Shen Lianshan said, "Hello everyone. I suffer from a severe herniated disc, and after undergoing surgery, I've been left with debilitating after effects. The pain has made my life unbearable, and I fight this illness every day. I was fortunate enough to meet a great doctor who prefers to remain anonymous, and thanks to his treatment, I'm able to walk again. He's the one who told me I could find a cure here." The final moment arrived. The host said, "Now, let's have Mr. Zhao Peng name his price for these elixirs." The audience fell silent, all eyes on Zhao Peng as they eagerly awaited the number he would name. At that moment, standing on the stage, Shen Lianshan felt at peace. Earlier, he had been worried about the price of the elixirs, but when his wife and daughter showed their determination, he realized something important: he was more valuable to them than money. Although Shen Lingji didn't hand him the card, Shen Lianshan still noticed it. It was clear to him that, in the eyes of his family, his presence meant more than any amount of money. Let it be, Shen Lianshan thought. If these elixirs can truly cure my illness, then does money even matter? Smiling, he shook his head and quietly waited. For the audience, the price of the elixirs was the moment they had all been waiting for. After much anticipation, Zhao Peng, holding the microphone, finally spoke. "My friend told me that these elixirs could fetch a fortune at auction. But since they can restore someone's health and bring happiness to an entire family, money isn't the most important thing anymore. However, to prevent Mr. Shen Lianshan from feeling guilty, we've decided to sell them to him for 2 million yuan. The entire audience fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, Wang Quanxing, who was representing Tianhai pawn shop in place of the disgraced Shen Yifan, broke the silence. Shen Yifan had been thoroughly embarrassed by Hu Yan, and the other appraisers had become too cautious to speak. Wang Quanxing broke the tension by saying, "Mr. Zhao Peng, you're not joking, right? 2 million? How about I offer you 3 million instead?" Laughter erupted across the venue, and the audience grew more excited. "I'll pay 4 million. 5 million. 10 million. 15 million. The bidding frenzy on stage far exceeded the energy of a typical auction. However, Zhao Peng's expression remained unchanged, his calm smile suggesting that he had anticipated, and perhaps even hoped for such a reaction. After the excitement began to die down, the host joked, "Mr. Zhao Peng, just nod your head, and you'll make a fortune." Zhao Peng nodded. "Then why haven't I made a fortune yet?" This unexpected twist made the host laugh out loud. Known for his humor in Zhongcheng, he couldn't help but be amused by Zhao Peng's witty response. The audience joined in the laughter. This young man is something else. He's calm and composed, and on top of that, he's got a great sense of humor. With that kind of composure, he must not care about money. "I think I'm in love. Zhao Peng, I love you. I want to have your kids. But something feels off here. I'm not sure what, but something isn't right." The laughter and chatter among the audience reached the level of a lively skit on a New Year's gala. The host, still chuckling, said, "Mr. Zhao Peng, I only offered a mere 4 million. You nodded at that price. Are you planning to make me rich?" He then glanced at the Shen family and added, "If he really gives it to me for 4 million, I'll sell it to you for 5 million. Deal." Shen Lingxi nodded. "Deal." "Perfect." The host exaggeratedly stomped his foot. "See? For a great host, making money is just that easy." Turning back to Zhao Peng, he said, "All right then, sell the elixirs to me." But the audience wasn't having it. "No way. I offered 5 million, sell them to me." "I bid 10 million. Sell them to me. Sell them to me." Zhao Peng, still holding the microphone, looked at the host and then at the audience. "Do you really want to buy them?" The host led the crowd in shouting yes. Then, pointing the microphone toward the audience, he asked, "Do you all want them?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." As the audience grew louder, the host raised his hand to calm them. "It doesn't matter how much you want them, he's already promised them to Mr. Shen Lianshan." "So." Before he could finish, Zhao Peng interrupted, "I think it does matter." The host was momentarily stunned. But as a skilled host, he quickly adapted to the situation. Pretending to stomp his foot, he said, "Don't mess around." Zhao Peng shook his head. "I'm not messing around." Now even the host was at a loss. "Mr. Zhao Peng, what exactly are you planning?" Zhao Peng smiled. "Everyone who wants to buy can register their interest backstage after the show. You can specify the number of elixirs you want, and leave a deposit. Everyone will be able to get what they need." What the host was shocked. "Mr. Zhao Peng, you're not joking, right? Don't tell me you've got more than just these 9 elixirs. Did you find a whole stash?" The audience burst into laughter again as Zhao Peng explained. "Just a moment ago, none of the appraisers on stage could determine the age of these elixirs, right?" The appraisers exchanged confused looks, unsure of what Zhao Peng was getting at. But the host caught on quickly. "I see. Mr. Zhao Peng, you mean these elixirs weren't unearthed, they're newly made by a modern master alchemist?" The crowd erupted. "Is this real? Am I dreaming? No way. This is insane. These are the legendary elixirs. They can cure incurable diseases. This is crazy. If there's really a master alchemist, that person must be a national treasure. Imagine how much stronger our country could become if our leaders had an endless supply of these elixirs." As people's imaginations ran wild, their thoughts quickly turned to their own interests. If that's true, how much will they sell for? Yeah. It can't be at the prices we just mentioned, right? That wouldn't be fair. Zhao Peng nodded. The host is right, these elixirs were indeed made by a modern master. But rest assured, their efficacy is at least as good as those found in archaeological digs. In fact, because they're newly made and well preserved, they're even more effective. However, making these elixirs requires a tremendous amount of resources. Producing a single pill is equivalent to boiling medicinal decoctions for a year, and it's a time-consuming process. So, if you really want to buy, you'll need to leave a deposit and your contact information. I'll get in touch once more elixirs are available. As for reliability, you can trust me. I've helped the master known as Sanqian Nian sell his paintings before, and I guarantee that if I can't deliver, I'll refund your deposit with interest. The audience exploded with excitement again. If these elixirs could be mass-produced, the response might not have been so intense. But Zhao Peng had deliberately emphasized the difficulty of making them, leading everyone to realize that even with money, these elixirs might be hard to come by. What did that mean? It meant that these elixirs would be the most valuable collectibles ever. Imagine, If someone urgently needed one in the future, would they wait for a new batch to be made? Healing the sick is like fighting a fire no one can afford to wait. This meant that whoever owned these elixirs was guaranteed to make a profit, and much faster than with any other type of investment. I'll buy. I'll buy. Right. But how much will they cost? It can't be at the prices we just shouted, right? Realizing the rarity, the audience wasn't foolish enough to expect to buy at the auction-style prices. Zhao Peng announced, since there's no stock available, the price will be 20,000 yuan per pill. For the limited stock we have, the price is 30,000 yuan per pill. As soon as Zhao Peng finished speaking, the audience erupted into chaos. I'll take 10. I want 20. Can I get just one? Give me 50. It took a while for the situation to calm down, thanks to the efforts of the staff. Zhao Peng added, unless you're a patient, each person can only buy one pill. I'm sorry, but those are the rules. Although this restriction disappointed some of the wealthier attendees, the audience still responded with enthusiastic applause. Everyone knew that in the world of finance, restrictions like these often didn't hold up. Wealthy buyers could easily hire hundreds of people to stand in line for them if they wanted to. Of course, the audience members didn't have their phones with them, but once they left, they would quickly gather more people. The host, after waiting for the excitement to subside a bit, helped facilitate the transaction between Zhao Peng and the Shen family. Finally, the host jokingly said to Zhao Peng, Mr. Zhao Peng, you'd better leave the stage quickly. If you stay here any longer, I'll be out of a job. As the audience roared with laughter, Zhao Peng bowed and left the stage. Meanwhile, many in the audience hurried backstage, eager to place their orders. The host announced that no reservations for the elixirs would be taken backstage at that time, dashing the hopes of the eager crowd. The Shen family, still reeling from the day's events, left the venue and settled into their car. After a long silence, Shen Lingxi finally spoke. Dad, Hu Yan has been so good to us. Even though we don't really need the money, he gave us all the elixirs in stock. That's an enormous favor. Shen Lianshan smiled. It's even more complicated than you think. What do you mean? Shen Lingxi asked, confused. Shen Lianshan explained, think about it, why would Zhao Peng sell all the elixirs to us just because of something Hu Yan said? And at such a low price? Shen Lingxi thought for a moment, her eyes widening in realization. Could it be? These elixirs belong to Hu Yan himself. Shen Lianshan nodded. I believe the master who made these elixirs is Hu Yan himself. They exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. And another thing, Shen Lianshan added. It's quite possible that the painter known as Sangqian Nian is also Hu Yan. What? Shen Lingxi was shocked. Can someone really be that talented? Shen Lianshan nodded. Yes, incredibly talented. Wait a minute, Pei Ji, thinking along different lines, asked, Old Shen, why do you think Hu Yan has been so kind to us? He wasn't like this before. Ever since Lingxi first brought him home, he's. Could it be? Could it be what Shen Lingxi asked, eager to hear her parents' conclusion? She noticed them both looking at her with interest. Shen Lianshan murmured, Did I give you the wrong name? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with my name? Shen Lingxi asked, puzzled. But then she noticed the affectionate smile on her mother's face, and blushed deeply. It's not what you're thinking, she stammered. Are you saying you wouldn't want that? Pei Ji asked. Shen Lingxi fidgeted with her clothes, suddenly shy and nothing like her usual mischievous self. Shen Lianshan coughed twice and said, Shen Tao, what do you think now? Shen Tao gritted his teeth and said, Even though I still feel like I'm dreaming and it all seems unreal, I'll follow your lead. I'll wait here until Hu Yan comes out and apologize to him. Shen Lianshan smiled and nodded. Good lad. The Shen family shared a warm, satisfied smile. Zhao Peng's actions had all been carefully planned in consultation with Hu Yan. While the Shen family believed that Hu Yan was being generous and supportive, the truth was that Hu Yan, as a mature and strategic thinker, had bigger considerations in mind. As a custodian of traditional Chinese medicine, he felt a responsibility to treat difficult cases that other treatments couldn't address. When Shen Lingxi first approached him, a new idea struck him, and he decided to take a different approach. Hu Yan wasn't concerned about accusations of self-promotion because, in a way, that's exactly what it was. But so what? Those who acquired the elixirs would be grateful to Zhao Peng. Currently, Zhao Peng's job was to help Hu Yan sell these elixirs, along with other items like paintings and certain collectibles that Hu Yan deemed not worth keeping. Hu Yan's plan was to have Zhao Peng build a customer base of affluent individuals, as there would be plenty more valuable items to sell in the future. To facilitate this, Zhao Peng was placed at Hu Yan's Cayenne Jade Stone workshop with the title of vice president. This position gave Zhao Peng a respectable status, allowing him to interact with high society. It also provided him with a legitimate career. Additionally, wealthy visitors to the Jade Stone workshop might be tempted to try their luck, generating more revenue for the business, an all-around win. Ho Yan didn't place Zhao Peng at Tianhai because his own position there was still that of an employee. He also avoided putting Zhao Peng at Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center, as that was a joint venture between him and Qin Zixuan. Ho Yan believed that love meant not adding to his partner's burdens. If Zhao Peng were placed there, Qin Zixuan wouldn't have objected, but it might give outsiders the impression that Hu Yan was trying to assert control. As for Yao Ru and Hu Jixin, they were only temporary workers, so it didn't matter much. And Sun Jihaki? That was even less of an issue. Placing her there would only showcase Hu Yan's magnanimity. After handling the pre-orders for the elixirs, Hu Yan limited the available slots to just 20, which, while it had a touch of scarcity marketing, was necessary since Hu Yan didn't have the time to dedicate solely to making elixirs and painting. Slowly selling them would allow these coveted items to appreciate in value. The day had gone smoothly, and Hu Yan was humming a tune as he left the television station. As he unlocked his car, he noticed Shen Lingxi standing nearby. She was wearing a loose sweater, her neck and collarbone exposed despite the cold weather. Although it highlighted her delicate necklace, Hu Yan couldn't help but feel chilly just looking at her. She was also wearing cropped pants that left her ankles bare, and though her shoes had thick soles, they didn't offer much warmth. "Miss Shen, what are you doing here?" Hu Yan asked. The moment Shen Lingxi saw Hu Yan, she bowed deeply. "Thank you for everything you've done for my father and our family." Hu Yan smiled. "I was just doing my duty as a doctor. But what about you? It's freezing. Why are you waiting outside?" "I was afraid I might miss you," Shen Lingxi replied. Suddenly recalling her mother Pij's words, she blushed and lowered her head, realizing that her words might have had an unintended meaning. "Come on, get in the car and warm up," Hu Yan said, opening the door and turning on the heater. Without looking up, Shen Lingxi murmured an okay and climbed into the passenger seat. Ho Yan glanced over and thought about mentioning, "This is my friend Lao Qin's spot," but seeing how cold Shen Lingxi was, with her hands turning blue from the cold, he decided against it. Since he had already made up his mind to help and had used the situation to his advantage, Hu Yan wasn't one to be overly formal. He said, "Where's your father? I'll go treat him now." "That's wonderful." Shen Lingxi, overcome with excitement, grabbed Hu Yan's arm. "I was waiting here because I was afraid you might be too upset to treat my father." "Why would I do that?" Hu Yan replied. "This time, I brought not only my medicine kit but also my medical license." "I'm so sorry." Shen Lingxi apologized repeatedly. "My cousin knows he was wrong and will apologize to you in person." "It's fine," Hu Yan said, glancing at Shen Lingxi's hand on his arm. "I need to drive." "Ah?" Seeing the confusion on Shen Lingxi's face, Hu Yan shook his head inwardly. "These online novels really mess with people's heads. What I mean is, I'm going to help your father now." Oh, Shen Lingxi quickly let go of his arm. As Hu Yan started the car, he said, "The reason I was upset is that while it's understandable for foreigners to misunderstand Chinese medicine because they haven't experienced its benefits, it's frustrating when our own people, who should know better, don't appreciate it. Our ancestors relied on Chinese medicine to survive and thrive. How can we just dismiss it?" Shen Lingxi nodded. "You're right. I told Shen Tao the same thing. Insulting Chinese medicine is no different from insulting our soldiers, doctors, and police officers who protect us. When the pandemic hit and Western medicine was at a loss, wasn't it Chinese medicine that helped us through? And many Western treatments that use plant extracts were inspired by our traditional practices." Hao Yan smiled and shook his head, recognizing that Shen Lingxi's words were biased in his favor. Actually, the distinction between Chinese and Western medicine isn't so clear-cut anymore. The methods used in treatment today blend both approaches. For example, what we consider traditional Chinese techniques are also used in Western medicine, and vice versa. Procedures like CT scans, MRI, and IV therapy aren't exclusively Western, they're just advancements in medical science that both fields use. Shen Lingxi nodded, though she still didn't fully understand. As someone who had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth and hadn't faced many challenges, she wasn't adept at pretending. Her confusion was obvious to Hu Yan. Sensing her bewilderment, Hu Yan elaborated, "Take your father's condition as an example. His symptoms include back and leg pain. Western medicine performed surgery to correct his displaced vertebrae, thinking the job was done. But while the symptoms were addressed, the root cause wasn't. The underlying issues like kidney deficiency, cold dampness in the body, and poor blood circulation that led to muscle spasms were not treated. So, it wasn't long before the corrected vertebrae became misaligned again. Now understanding, Shen Lingzi asked, so, as long as we replenish his kidney energy and improve his circulation, the misaligned vertebrae will gradually correct themselves, right? Hao Yan sighed and shook his head. In theory, yes, but your father's condition is severe, especially after the surgery, which damaged his muscles and fascia. He'll need additional treatment with massage and acupuncture to recover more quickly. So, you mean my father will recover soon with your treatment? Shen Lingzi was overjoyed. Hou Yan nodded. It was true, he was determined to fully cure Shen Lianshan. Understanding that the accumulation of good deeds could benefit future generations, Hou Yan was committed to helping Shen Lianshan, not just for his own descendants but also for Qin Zixuan's sake. As they talked, time passed quickly, and soon they arrived back at Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center. When they reached the upper floor, Hou Yan noticed that the tiles he had cracked the previous night had been completely repaired. It seemed Shen Lianshan had wasted no time in getting them fixed. Wealth certainly made things happen quickly. As Hou Yan finished inspecting the new tiles, he saw Shen Tao standing stiffly in front of him. The moment Shen Tao saw Hou Yan, he bowed deeply. Mr. Hou Yan, please forgive my mistakes. Hao Yan thought for a moment, and then said, forget it. It's in the past now. Although his tone was calm, Shen Lingzi could tell that Hou Yan was still holding a grudge. He hadn't even looked at Shen Tao. Shen Lingzi scolded. You think a simple apology is enough? Shen Tao was bewildered. His younger sister had never spoken to him like this before. Then what should I do? He asked. Shen Lingzi put her hands on her hips. Think about it, if it weren't for traditional Chinese medicine, would you or I even exist today? Your words didn't just offend Hou Yan, they dishonored our ancestors. What? Is it really that serious? Shen Tao was troubled and bowed again to Hou Yan. Mr. Hou Yan, on behalf of my ancestors, I sincerely apologize to you. He remained bent over, not daring to straighten up. Hou Yan chuckled. Only someone as dedicated to their studies as Shen Tao would respond like this. Realizing it wasn't worth holding a grudge against someone like him, Hou Yan relented. All right, you can get up now. I wasn't really angry at you. What frustrates me is a broader issue: the widespread disdain for traditional Chinese medicine among some people. It's like biting the hand that feeds you. Shen Tao wondered, is he talking about me? But looking around, he realized there was no one else present. As he reflected on Hou Yan's words, they began to make sense. Could it be that after 20 years of higher education, this is the kind of person I've become? Shen Tao felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even notice when Hou Yan began treating Shen Lianshan. When Hou Yan poured a bottle of yellow wine into a ceramic bowl and handed it to Shen Lianshan, saying, careful, it's hot. Shen Tao was baffled. Hot? It's just been poured, he thought. But as he caught the fragrant aroma of the wine and saw Shen Lianshan blowing on it, clearly trying to cool it down, Shen Tao realized this wasn't just an act. Looking closer, he saw wisps of steam rising from the bowl. He also noticed the mysterious and intricate fire patterns on the elixir in Shen Lianshan's hand, which appeared almost as if they were naturally formed, with no signs of human intervention. Just the scent of the elixir made Shen Tao feel refreshed. With his worldview shaken to the core, Shen Tao's thoughts turned inward. If he really cures my uncle's illness, should I abandon Western medicine and switch to studying traditional Chinese medicine? To verify Hou Yan's claim that the yellow wine was hot, Shen Tao approached, pretending to help his uncle, Shen Lianshan, cool it down. As he stepped forward, he said, Uncle, let me do it. Shen Lianshan, understanding his nephew's intentions, smiled and said, this kid is a bit stubborn, but he's genuinely filial. Hou Yan didn't point out the obvious, instead nodding and saying, yes, both of your children are quite remarkable. With such filial descendants, your family's prosperity is assured. Thank you for your kind words, Shen Lianshan replied with a chuckle. As Shen Lianshan and Hou Yan conversed, Shen Lianshan tested the temperature of the yellow wine, which had indeed become as hot as boiling water. To be sure, he even picked up the bottle Hou Yan had poured the wine from and felt its temperature. It was still at room temperature. How is this possible? This is more incredible than anything in a martial arts novel, Shen Tao muttered to himself, still finding it hard to believe. Shen Lianshan felt awkward, thinking, with you talking like this, I can't keep covering for you. Unexpectedly, Hou Yan laughed and said, martial arts aren't popular anymore. Nowadays, it's all about fantasy. Fantasy? What's that? Shen Tao blurted out, revealing his ignorance of the latest trends. Shen Lingji quickly explained, in fantasy, powerful beings can incinerate the heavens and evaporate the seas, split the earth with their steps, and shatter stars with their fists. Is that real? Shen Tao asked. a bit incredulous. He then asked Hu Yan, Master Hu, are you trained in martial arts or the kind of skills they talk about in these fantasy stories? Hu Yan was momentarily speechless. Dealing with someone so focused on academics and so disconnected from everyday life made it hard to hold a grudge. I've learned some decent martial arts from the Wuxia world, Hu Yan replied. Shen Tao sighed in relief, as if this explanation made everything more acceptable. But Hu Yan wasn't done. But I feel that my skills, in a fantasy setting, would probably be considered low level. Shen Tao was bewildered once again. If the top skills could destroy stars, wouldn't a lower tier one still be able to destroy a city? What kind of monster have I offended, he wondered, as everyone else burst into laughter at his puzzled expression. Shen Lianshan found this situation rather relieving, seeing that Hu Yan was no longer holding on to past grievances. You see, outside of Western medicine, his thinking is as simple as a child's. Hu Yan added, I can see that. Don't worry, I'm not one to hold grudges. If I were really angry, I would have acted by now. Shen Lianshan gave a thumbs up. For you to say that, Mr. Hu Yan, shows your honesty. It's far better than being the kind of person who harbors resentment and acts secretly. I just have a bad memory and worry about forgetting, Hu Yan joked before saying, the wine is warm now. Go ahead and take the elixir. Shen Lianshan nodded, placing the prepared elixir in his mouth, taking a sip of the yellow wine, and slowly chewing. His expression went through a series of changes from surprise to admiration, finally settling into a look of deep satisfaction. How do you feel? Shen Tao couldn't help but ask, craning his neck eagerly. After all, Shen Lianshan's expressions had been so vivid that Shen Tao was incredibly curious. Shen Lianshan described, at first, it felt like an ordinary herbal pill, but after drinking the yellow wine, a spicy sensation filled my mouth. Swallowing it felt like a fireball going down, spreading throughout my body and concentrating in the areas that were previously uncomfortable. Now, my whole body feels warm, like I'm basking in the sun. No, to be more precise, it feels like the warmth is coming from inside my body, as if my insides are sunbathing. It's incredibly comforting. Shen Lingxi and Pei Ji exchanged joyful glances, their faces beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Shen Tao licked his lips enviously. As someone who spent long hours at a desk, suffering from back and neck pain was a common problem for him. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, swallowed, and twisted his neck a bit. Seeing this, and knowing how much he cared for his nephew, Shen Lianshan turned to Hu Yan and asked, do I need to finish all the elixirs? Hu Yan, seeing through Shen Lianshan's thoughts, replied, of course. After diagnosing your condition, I had Zhao Peng bring you the 9 elixirs. As soon as Hu Yan finished speaking, Shen Lingxi and her mother exchanged another look, silently confirming their earlier suspicion he's definitely the master alchemist. With no choice, Shen Lianshan nodded in resignation. Shen Tao, realizing his uncle was thinking of him, quickly said, it's okay, I'm still young. If I just correct some bad habits, I'll be fine. Hu Yan smiled and said, if every occupational disease required a complete change in habits, how many talents would we lose? If that were the case, what would doctors be good for? Shen Tao, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I just didn't want to trouble you with something so minor. Besides, with how scarce these elixirs are, even if I wanted to buy them, I probably couldn't. Hu Yan shook his head. Using these elixirs to treat your condition would be a waste. It's not that complicated. As you said, you're still young and in good health. Just spend some time at any Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center for treatment. And take some of the herbal medicine they sell to improve circulation. You'll be completely cured. Of course, Shen Lianshan suddenly slapped his thigh. How could I forget that? Overjoyed, Shen Lianshan patted Shen Tao on the shoulder and said, this time, aside from taking care of your parents, you should come here often. I've got a membership card that I won't be using, so you and your aunt can use it. Pei Ji opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. She had already planned out how she would spend that money because she genuinely loved the products at this shop. However, considering her husband's health was more important, the expense wasn't a big deal for their family, so she didn't object. I want to come too, Shen Lingxi said. The skincare products here are so good. If I start using them now, I'll be even more youthful and beautiful than mom is at her age. Pei Ji affectionately patted her daughter's head. All right, it'll be nice to have company. Watching the mother and daughter, Shen Tao remained oblivious, still deep in thought. He was astonished. After all, occupational diseases were notoriously difficult for Western medicine to treat effectively. Apart from developing various painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs to manage symptoms, Western medicine had little to offer for these conditions. After a long moment of contemplation, Shen Tao finally mustered the courage to speak. Master Hugh, you are truly amazing. I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. With that, Shen Tao suddenly dropped to his knees before Hu Yan. Hu Yan was taken aback and quickly tried to help him up. What are you doing? But Shen Tao remained resolute. In wuxia novels, if the master refuses, the student kneels until the master agrees. If you don't grant my request, I won't get up. Hu Yan smiled helplessly. But just because someone kneels in a wuxia novel doesn't mean the master has to agree. That's true. Shen Tao scratched his head. So, what should I do? Hu Yan asked. What exactly do you want to learn? Shen Tao thought for a moment. Given my age, it's probably too late for me to learn martial arts or alchemy like in those stories. So, he said, I just want to learn how to treat various occupational diseases. Hu Yan nodded. That's easy. I'll teach you, but on one condition. What Shen Lianshan had been thinking that his nephew's wild request would likely be dismissed. After all, someone with Hu Yan's extraordinary talent, a true genius, wouldn't easily take on a student like Shen Tao. However, Hu Yan saw Shen Tao's obsession with academics as a rare and valuable trait. Are you serious? Shen Tao asked, surprised. Hu Yan nodded. Without hesitation, Shen Tao was about to bow again. Hu Yan quickly stopped him. There's no need for that anymore. Oh, Shen Tao stood up, still a bit confused. But you haven't told me the condition. Hu Yan explained, it's simple. I just ask that you stay in the country and use the Western and Chinese medicine you've learned to treat our fellow citizens. Can you do that? Of course. That's been my dream all along, Shen Tao exclaimed. The only reason I stayed in the US for so long was because I couldn't find a way to cure my uncle. You're making my dream come true. Good. Hu Yan nodded. You don't need me to teach you directly. I'll introduce you to even better instructors. With that, Hu Yan gave Shen Tao the contact information for the Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center's training base. When you go, just say I sent you. They'll take care of you, and you won't have to pay any tuition. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shen Tao expressed his gratitude profusely, while Hu Yan kept a smile on his face. Unbeknownst to Shen Tao, he had been gently misled by Hu Yan. In reality, the center would have trained him for free anyway, if he agreed to work there for a certain number of years. A postdoctoral researcher with Shen Tao's credentials was a rare find. After treating Shen Lianshan, the Shen family expressed their deep gratitude to Hu Yan. On the surface they offered many thanks, but privately, they were more convinced than ever that Hu Yan had a particular fondness for their precious daughter. Of course, at this point, the Shen family was content to let things develop naturally without interfering. After leaving the Shen family, Hu Yan made a call to the training base, ensuring he didn't forget his instructions. Mr. Hu, what can I do for you? The HR manager at the base asked. Hu Yan replied, tomorrow, someone will arrive, saying I sent them to learn. Please make sure they're treated well. Don't worry, I'll make sure they get the best treatment, the manager assured. No. What I mean is, don't give them any special treatment because of me. And don't go easy on them just because they're a rare postdoctoral candidate in Western medicine. Follow the rules strictly. The HR manager was a bit puzzled, but his ability to follow instructions was strong. Understood. I'll be strict with him. Perfect. Hu Yan snapped his fingers and ended the call. The Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center had always been looking to hire professional physicians. Although the treatments and massage techniques provided by Hu Yan were already exceptional, having a certified medical professional on staff would undoubtedly lend more credibility, especially for first-time customers. However, in China, particularly in a place like Jiangqing, professional doctors typically prefer working in hospitals. Few are willing to work at private establishments like this one, even though Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan offered comprehensive insurance and attractive salaries. The ingrained mindset is hard to change. With Shen Tao, a postdoctoral researcher returning from overseas, joining the team, Hu Yan was in good spirits. Additionally, the Shen family's involvement would be advantageous for the center's future expansion. After all, to extend the business into the southern regions, someone like Shen Lianshan was the ideal contact. Younger people, like Hua Shaoqiang, might not have the same influence. Older, successful individuals often suffer from chronic illnesses, and someone like Shen Lianshan, who had endured such issues for years, could serve as the best kind of live advertisement. After everything was arranged, Shen Tao left before Hu Yan could finish his acupuncture treatment, apologizing for leaving early. Once Hu Yan completed Shen Lianshan's treatment, the Shen family insisted on paying him a consultation fee, but Hu Yan deferred, using the excuse that the treatment wasn't finished yet. This only reinforced Shen Lianshan and his wife's belief that Hu Yan had other motives. When it was time to leave, the couple walked Hu Yan to the door, but asked Shen Lingxi to accompany him downstairs. As they descended, Shen Lingxi realized her parents were creating an opportunity for her to spend time alone with Hu Yan. This thought made her nervous, contrasting with the easy rapport they had shared earlier. Neither she nor Hu Yan seemed eager to initiate conversation now. Given that she had insisted on seeing him off, Hu Yan didn't argue. But as they reached the bottom step, Shen Lingxi, distracted, missed a step and nearly fell. With a quick movement, Hu Yan caught her around the waist, guiding her smoothly down the stairs without any jolts. In that brief moment, Shen Lingxi hadn't even considered the potential for injury. Instead, her immediate thought was, how embarrassing, but when she turned to brace herself for a fall, she felt the firm support of an arm, warm and secure, like a parent's embrace. The sensation of being gently guided down felt almost like being cradled. When they reached the bottom, Shen Lingxi was still in a daze, staring into Hu Yan's eyes, lost in the dreamlike experience. Hu Yan, realizing she wasn't standing on her own, hesitated to let go, knowing she might collapse if he did. With a soft smile, he said, "Miss Shen, we've arrived." Shen Lingxi snapped out of her trance, quickly regaining her footing. "Sorry. I wasn't paying attention," she stammered. Ha Yan chuckled. "Shouldn't you be saying thank you?" "Oh, thank you," Shen Lingxi replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. Ha Yan shook his head with a smile. "You should head back inside. It's cold out here, and you wouldn't want your parents to worry." Shen Lingxi pouted slightly, thinking, "They probably wish you would just take me away with you," but she kept that thought to herself. "Okay, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Hu Yan said, with a wave as he got into his car and drove away. Upstairs, Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji had watched the entire scene unfold. When Shen Lingxi had nearly fallen, Pei Ji couldn't help but gasp in alarm. She was about to rush down to check on her daughter when Shen Lianshan grabbed her arm. "Let me go. I need to make sure our daughter isn't hurt," Pei Ji insisted. Shen Lianshan chuckled. "Look," he said, pointing downstairs. They watched as Hu Yan guided Shen Lingxi down the steps, his arm around her waist. "Hu Yan's skills are extraordinary. Even Wu Zhanan admitted he's no match for him." "I think you're just a little too anxious," Shen Lianshan said. Pei Ji shot her husband a glare. "And you weren't worried? Your face was pale just a moment ago." Was it Shen Lianshan recalled that he had indeed been quite scared? He smiled wryly, saying, "She's still as mischievous as ever." Pei Ji, however, felt reassured. "I don't see it that way. I think she's grown up and knows how to go after what she wants." Her words left Shen Lianshan momentarily stunned, his expression stiffening as mixed emotions welled up inside him. Raising a son and raising a daughter really were different experiences. When a son found a girlfriend, parents felt happy and excited. But when a daughter started seeing someone, the feelings were much more complicated. Sensing his inner conflict, Pei Ji squeezed his hand and said, "It's a good thing. If our daughter really ends up marrying Hu Yan, I'll be overjoyed." "I can't disagree with that," Shen Lianshan replied. "Hu Yan is exceptional, the likes of which I've never seen in my life. The only question is, does he already have a girlfriend?" Pei Ji gave him a sidelong glance. "I asked you to find out more about Hu Yan, but you said, Wu Zhanan warned me that Hu Yan isn't someone to mess with. We should be careful not to do anything he might dislike, or we'll be out of luck, and now you're worried." Shen Lianshan opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, Shen Lingxi walked back in. "What are you worried about?" she asked. Pei Ji was surprised. "You're back already." "Back already?" Shen Lingxi was puzzled. "I just went to see Hu Yan off." "Isn't that quick?" A thought occurred to Shen Lingxi. "It seems like Mom really did want Hu Yan to take me away." She shot her mother a look of mock annoyance. Pei Ji shook her head with a smile. "You handled that beautifully earlier. Why didn't you take the opportunity to push further?" Handled what? Shen Lingxi asked, but then quickly realized what her mother meant. "Mom," she protested, stomping her foot in mock indignation. "I didn't do it on purpose." I know. You're still young and can't even walk downstairs without tripping," Pei Ji teased. Irritated, Shen Lingxi ignored her mother and grabbed her father's hand. "Dad, did you hear that? Mom thinks her beautiful daughter is out there trying to seduce men." Ahem. Shen Lianshan cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, sometimes being a little proactive isn't a bad thing, right?" Shen Lingxi angrily pulled her hand away. "I can't believe you think that way too." Seeing her pout in silence, the couple struggled to suppress their laughter. Finally, Pei Ji set aside her motherly authority, taking her daughter's hand and saying, "Even the best cabbage will eventually be taken by a pig. At least Hu Yan is a good pig that both your father and I approve of." Shen Lingxi burst into laughter, finally breaking the tension. After a moment, she shyly added, "But I don't know if the pig is willing." Achoo. Achoo. Hu Yan sneezed as he drove, muttering, "Who's talking about me?" He had no idea that, in the Shen family's eyes, he was already considered the pig ready to take their prized cabbage. Back at his place, just as Hu Yan was about to undress for a shower, his phone buzzed with a message. It was a photo of him holding Shen Lingzi. Hu Yan chuckled but didn't respond. Before long, Qin San couldn't resist messaging him. "Boss. Don't you want to say something?" Hu Yan replied, "Nice shot. Thanks for the effort." Qin San, who had been laughing at his phone, suddenly felt deflated. Aren't you worried I'll send this photo to my lady?" Ho Yan responded, "Why don't you just ask me if I think you're a fool?" Qin San asked, "What if I did?" Hu Yan replied, "You'd be right." Qin San threw his phone across the room, feeling utterly defeated. He muttered to himself, "Qin San, you're a Qin, what's happened to you?" Yanking at his hair, Qin San realized that during his texting, he had lost sight of where he stood. Now, he understood that, without realizing it, he was no longer the same Qin San as before. After his shower, Ho Yan noticed that Qin San hadn't sent any more messages. Smiling to himself, he nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Hu Yan took a day off. After his morning exercise and a nap, he had lunch downstairs, and then headed to the eye-opening jade workshop. As usual, he checked in with Qin Ru about recent business activities. As expected, during the antique fair and the treasure appraisal event, business at the workshop had been booming. After giving Qin Ru some instructions, Hu Yan went to Zhao Peng's office. Through the glass he could see Zhao Peng busy at his desk. After knocking on the door, Hu Yan walked in. Zhao Peng looked up, smiled, and said, "You're a busy man. How do you have time to drop by?" Hu Yan sat on the sofa opposite Zhao Peng and said, "I came to see how you're settling in." Zhao Peng grinned. "You've arranged everything so well for me. How could I not be comfortable?" Hu Yan nodded. "What are you working on?" Zhao Peng frowned and said, "I've noticed a problem. The proportion of rough jade that yields quality stones has decreased by about 10%. I've looked through a lot of information but can't pinpoint where the issue is." Hu Yan nodded. Qin Ru had mentioned this too, but it's usually an unsolvable problem. As business improves and more raw materials are sourced, the percentage of rough jade that yields quality stones naturally decreases. Still, Hu Yan understood Zhao Peng's concern that this could eventually impact the workshop's reputation. "Actually, I came to talk to you about that. I wanted to know if you're up for a challenge. Hard work doesn't scare me. It's sitting around doing nothing that makes me uncomfortable, feeling like I'm taking your money for nothing." Zhao Peng laughed. "All right," Hu Yan said. "Here's what we'll do. Since the eye-opening jade workshop was being managed so efficiently by Qin Ru, Zhao Peng's position as vice president was largely ceremonial. While others might have been content with a title and no responsibilities, Zhao Peng was different. And to him, Hu Yan was more like family. And the idea of not earning his keep made him uncomfortable. Hu Yan understood Zhao Peng's personality well and had planned for this. Previously, Zhao Peng had been busy running his own antique shop and dealing with personal matters, which made it impossible for him to take on additional responsibilities. However, this new task required someone Hu Yan could trust completely. Hu Yan assigned Zhao Peng the task of collaborating with shipping partners in Yunnan, where he would personally select raw jade stones. Hu Yan had planned this move a long time ago. The recent drop in the quality of raw jade was partly due to Hu Yan's lack of time to maintain his relationship with Bai Yefei, a key contact in the industry. But now that Zhao Peng was in place, there would be no problem integrating him into the operation. Eventually, the goal was to build their own fleet of trucks, which would be crucial for expanding the business. Hu Yan explained the details to Zhao Peng, who listened attentively. "All right, it's settled," then Hu Yan concluded. But just as they were wrapping up, Zhao Peng paused, a realization dawning on him. "Hey Hu Yan, now I get it. A while back when you insisted I get my Class A driver's license, you already had this planned, didn't you?" Hu Yan chuckled, "Of course. But you had your own life and business back then, so I didn't want to push it." Zhao Peng nodded, then fell silent for a moment. Finally he spoke, "In the future, just tell me straight up. You were right, once I make a name for myself, I won't have to worry about finding the right person." Hu Yan knew Zhao Peng was still dealing with the emotional fallout from his last relationship, but hearing him speak like this was a good sign that he was moving on. "That's the spirit," Hu Yan said, giving Zhao Peng a playful punch on the shoulder. "Once you become the best version of yourself, the perfect woman will come along." Zhao Peng rubbed his shoulder and rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right. You've already snagged all the good ones. Hey now, that's slander. I'm 100% loyal to my girl, Qian Zixuan. Ho Yan defended himself. You might be loyal, but others don't see it that way. Zhao Peng replied, shaking his head. Forget about Qian Xiao R and Yao Ru. Even Shen Mali and Qin Ru seem to have feelings for you. Noticing Hu Yan's expression darken, Zhao Peng decided not to push it further. He patted Hu Yan on the shoulder, saying, anyway, it's not really your fault. Ho Yan took out a cigarette, offering one to Zhao Peng. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and sighed, what can I do? I didn't expect to be so talented, and to top it off, so damn handsome. What am I supposed to do with that? Initially, Zhao Peng had regretted bringing up the topic, seeing Hu Yan's troubled expression. But now, he was so annoyed that the veins on his forehead throbbed. You. Get out of here. Ha Yan burst into laughter. Sure thing. As he was about to leave, Zhao Peng called out, wait. Are you really going? Ha Yan turned back. Why not? I don't want to stay too long and hurt your self-esteem. Zhao Peng waved him off. Just go already. Still chuckling, Ho Yan swaggered out of the office. Although he would have liked to spend more time with Zhao Peng, it was getting late, and the dusty environment of the Jade Workshop wasn't the best place to linger. He planned to go home, change clothes, and then head to treat Shen Lianshan. After changing at home, Hu Yan got into his car and drove off. Just as he was leaving the Tianhai Garden Complex, a Maybach blocked his path. In the past, this would have irritated Hu Yan, even if he didn't show it outwardly. But now, he found himself unusually calm. This is probably about me, he thought, surprised at how unfazed he felt. When did I become so cool under pressure? Sure enough, a young man in his 20s stepped out of the luxury car, impeccably dressed in an expensive suit, with a flashy watch on his wrist, indicating his affluent status. The fact that he had a driver further underscored his importance. The young man walked over to Hu Yan's car and knocked on the window. Ho Yan rolled down the window and asked, "Can I help you?" "Are you Mr. Hu Yan?" The young man adjusted his glasses and asked. Ha Yan nodded. "That's me. What can I do for you?" The young man replied, "I'm a friend of the Shen family. I'd like to pay your consultation fee on their behalf. Would that be all right?" Ho Yan thought for a moment before answering, "I see. But the treatment isn't finished yet, and I don't know what the final outcome will be. I haven't even decided on a fee yet." He was telling the truth. Building goodwill with the Shen family was his main goal, and the consultation fee was secondary. No matter how much he charged, it wouldn't be much compared to what he was gaining. The young man handed Hu Yan a business card with both hands. Hu Yan took it and read, Lei Zheng, General Manager of South China Electronics Technology Co., Ltd. Ho Yan thought to himself, so he's from the Li family, known for their success in the knockoff phone business. No wonder he's a bit different from your typical rich kid. Lei Zheng continued, "Just give me a rough estimate, and if it's not enough, I'll top it up later. I'm not short on money, I'm just trying to do the Shen family a favor." Ho Yan nodded. Although he hadn't done this before, he knew it was common practice. It was clear that Lei Zheng was shrewd and ambitious, someone destined for success in the business world. Hu Yan studied Lei Zheng's face, considering whether to cultivate a relationship with him or keep his distance. Lei Zheng had a sharp, angular face with more white than black in his eyes, a slightly hooked nose, and sunken temples, features that suggested a ruthless, calculating nature. This guy's a bit of a tyrant, Hu Yan thought. He's the kind who'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Here's the thing, Ho Yan said aloud, it's not that I don't want to help you out, but I'm not sure how the Shen family would feel about it. How about I let them know you offered, and we see what they say? Lei Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he adjusted his glasses again. He held up 2 fingers, saying, I'll pay you double the fee. Ho Yan smiled, you know, if I do this, they'll still appreciate it. Your goal will be achieved, won't it? Without another word, Lei Zheng raised 3 fingers. Ho Yan shook his head, thinking, this guy really doesn't give up, does he? It's not about the money. Ho Yan said, it's about principles. If the Shen family doesn't want to associate with you, wouldn't I be causing trouble by forcing the issue? Lei Zheng nodded slowly. You make a good point then. He held up 5 fingers. 5 times the fee. Ho Yan opened his mouth, then said, all right, you win. 5 million. Lei Zheng's pupils contracted slightly. And after a brief pause, he agreed, deal. He immediately transferred 5 million yuan to Hu Yan, who then wrote out a receipt for the consultation fee, indicating that the payment for treating Shen Lianshan had been received. After accepting the receipt, Lei Zheng added, one more thing. Go ahead, Hu Yan replied. Lei Zheng's expression darkened, Stay away from Shen Lingxi. Hao Yan blinked, then smiled knowingly. No problem. Just as Lai Zeng was about to turn and leave, thinking the matter settled, Hu Yan spoke up again, holding up his hand. Wait a minute. Hao Yan said, extending his hand. Lai Zeng turned back, nearly bumping into Hu Yan's car door in surprise. What did you say? I said your additional condition cost this much. Hao Yan repeated, waving his hand in front of Lai Zeng. You Lai Zeng started, his voice trembling with anger. Hao Yan continued, you're thinking I'm asking for too much, but consider this treating someone as hard work, and I'm charging you 5 million for it? But walking away from something as simple as this? That's worth 5 million? Here, let's break it down. The Shen family is worth at least tens or hundreds of billions, including their real estate and future earnings. That's a trillion yuan empire. And they only have one daughter. Hao Yan shook his head. I might be the one losing out here. This doesn't seem like a fair deal at all. Lai Zeng's breathing grew heavier. It had been a long time since anyone had made him this angry. Ever since taking over the company, he had prided himself on keeping his emotions in check. But now, he wanted nothing more than to punch Hu Yan's smug, handsome face. Hey! Lai Zeng laughed coldly. The world is fair. You have to give something to get something. What have you given? How can you just demand 5 million without doing anything? Aren't you afraid it'll come back to bite you? Hao Yan's expression turned serious. And what have you given, Lai Ai? Lai Zeng's voice was filled with anger. I've pursued Shen Lingxi for 7 years. 7 years? What do you think I've sacrificed? I know exactly what you've sacrificed. Hu Yan replied. It's not just 7 years of chasing Shen Lingxi, it's 7 years of coveting her family's wealth. Hao Yan knew his words might provoke Lai Zeng into doing something rash. But he didn't care. He could handle someone like Lai Zeng with one hand tied behind his back. Just as Hu Yan felt he had the upper hand, Lai Zeng's driver stepped out of the car. Young master, there's no need to lower yourself to this level. He's just a bumpkin who doesn't know any better. Let me take care of him. Hao Yan looked at Lai Zeng's driver with interest, a faint smile playing on his lips, completely unbothered. Lai Zeng thought to himself, facing someone so stubborn, I might as well let Yi Hei teach him a lesson. Hi, don't go too far, Lai Zeng warned, stepping aside. Yi Hei noticed that Hu Yan still had the same careless, fearless attitude and thought, I've always heard that the Northerners are a bunch of nouveau riche, and it seems to be true. Kid, you have no idea who you've crossed, do you? Remember this lesson for the future, Yi Hei taunted, eyeing Hu Yan. Should I drag you out of there, or will you come out yourself? No need for trouble. I'll come out on my own, Hu Yan replied, closing the car window, pulling out the keys, and stepping out. He stood calmly before Yi Hei, showing no signs of fear, looking just like any ordinary person. Hu Yan's calm demeanor made Yi Hei laugh. I really wonder where you get your courage. Why are you acting so tough? Do you really think I can't beat you to the point where your own mother wouldn't recognize you? Hao Yan, surprised, replied, actually, I don't believe you can. Aren't you worried about breaking the law? This is a civilized society after all. The law? Ha ha ha, Yi Hei laughed heartily, pointing at Hu Yan, then looked at Lai Zeng. Young master, didn't I tell you? This guy has no clue about the real world. Turning back to Hu Yan, he added, let me tell you the truth. You want 50 million, right? I could kill you and still find someone to take the blame for less than 2 million. But there's no need to go that far. Just enough to teach you how to behave in the future. It seemed there was a bug on Lai Zeng, as Yi Hei had heard everything they talked about earlier. With that, Yi Hei swung his fist toward Hu Yan's face. Yi Hei, knowing Lai Zeng well, realized that Hu Yan's looks and attitude would surely make Lai Zeng want to mess up his face. However, just as Yi Hei's fist, moving too fast to track, reached Hu Yan, there was a loud bang. Yi Hei knew something was wrong. This didn't feel like hitting a human face. Sure enough, Yi Hei realized that Hu Yan had somehow placed his palm in front of him, and Yi Hei's powerful punch, capable of smashing a soccer ball, had landed on Hu Yan's seemingly fragile hand. No wonder you're so cocky. You've got some skills, Yi Hei thought. It turned out that Yi Hei's punch, even without his full strength, only pushed Hu Yan back a step. Clearly, Hu Yan had some training. Hao Yan smirked. Not just some skills, I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve that you don't know about. Is that so? Yi Hei smiled. Then, let me test you. Just so you know, I wasn't going all out just now because I didn't want to kill you. Is that so? Hu Yan chuckled. Well, I wasn't going all out either. Good, Yi Hei said, pulling his fist back, preparing for a stronger attack. But what Yi Hei didn't know was that Hu Yan hadn't been pushed back by his punch earlier, he had stepped back to absorb the blow. This was the essence of the internal martial arts Hu Yan practiced, avoiding direct confrontation without knowing the opponent's strength. After that exchange, Hu Yan had gauged Yihei's power. As Yihei pulled back his fist, he suddenly felt a strong suction, making it difficult to withdraw. Yihei's martial arts were a family heritage, and he had once made a name for himself. But after offending someone powerful, he was saved by the Lei family and had since been doing dirty work for them. His combat experience was exceptional. Realizing the difficulty in withdrawing his fist, he immediately changed tactics, using his other hand to strike hard at Hu Yan's temple. This time, Yihei didn't hold back at all. Even Lei Zheng, standing nearby, could hear the wind whistling from the force of his punch. Just as Lei Zheng wondered why Yihei was going all out, Hu Yan caught Yihei's other fist with his free hand. Now, both of Yihei's fists were held firmly in Hu Yan's hands. Yihei twisted his body sharply, trying to break free. But Hu Yan followed his movement, twisting his hands slightly, and Yihei still couldn't break free. Reacting quickly, Yihei kicked at Hu Yan's stomach. This move, known as the heart-piercing kick, was lethal. Those who had taken this kick from Yihei were either dead or permanently crippled. But to the shock of both Yihei and Lei Zheng, Hu Yan didn't dodge. Just as a cruel smile appeared on Yihei's face, he suddenly realized that his foot had hit something like a pool of mud. What does it feel like to kick into mud? Soft at first, but then impossibly hard like a non-Newtonian fluid. And somehow, Hu Yan's stomach gave Yihei that exact feeling. Suddenly Yihei felt that if his senses were correct, even a bullet might not penetrate this. As this thought crossed Yihei's mind, his confidence crumbled. In the distance, a voice suddenly shouted, "Lei Zheng! What are you doing?" Lei Zheng turned around, dreading what he saw. It was Shen Lingxi, quickly running towards them. At that moment, Hu Yan turned to Yihei and said, "You didn't try to kill me at first, so I'll spare your life. But you won't get off that easily. I'll just take your teeth. I bet you've bitten quite a few people for the Lei family over the years, haven't you?" At this point, Yihei knew Hu Yan was calling him a dog, but he couldn't argue. Right after Hu Yan finished speaking, Yihei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fists and foot where they had contacted Hu Yan. Ah, a scream of agony escaped Yihei as he broke free from Hu Yan's grip. However, his hands were trembling, and one of his legs was now limp. At that moment, Lei Zheng was still unaware of what had just happened to Yihei. He was busy explaining to Shen Lingxi. "Lingxi, this is just a misunderstanding. You know Yihei, he's obsessed with martial arts. When he heard that Hu Yan knew some kung fu, he just wanted to spar with him. It's not what it looks like." But enough. Shen Lingxi cut him off, her tone sharp as she threw her sleeve in anger. "Stop making excuses. I saw everything. It was Yihei who attacked Hu Yan first. Hu Yan didn't even fight back, he only defended himself. You, all of you." She stomped her foot in frustration. How can people be so lacking in decency? Then she hurried over to Hu Yan, asking, "Hu Yan, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Hu Yan grimaced, looking as if he were in immense pain. "Ah, I'm okay, but I'm not sure if this will delay your uncle's treatment." Shen Lingxi shot Lei Zheng a furious look. "Do you even realize how hard it was for us to find someone like Hu Yan, who can help treat my father?" Lei Zheng responded, "I know, and that's why I came here today actually." "Enough. I don't want to hear it. Even if you say more, I won't believe you." Shen Lingxi pointed at Yihei. "Look at him, pretending to be so hurt. Hu Yan didn't even touch him, and he's acting like he's seriously injured." With her hands on her hips, she looked at Yihei. "Master Yihei, do you need me to take you to the hospital?" At this point, Yihei could feel the force from Hu Yan spreading like a scorching fire through his hands and foot, tearing through his veins and muscles. He could no longer speak. When Shen Lingxi asked him, he wanted to say something, but the intense pain only allowed him to utter a feeble, "Ah, ah." Seeing Yihei in this state made Shen Lingxi even angrier. "Shameless. Do you really think I would care about you? Dream on." Shen Lingxi, seeing the pained expression on Hu Yan's face, quickly took his arm. "Let's go to the hospital. Should we report this to the police?" Hu Yan shook his head weakly. "No need. He was just following orders, it wasn't his own choice." Shen Lingxi nodded repeatedly, but her eyes shot daggers at Lei Zheng. "Hu Yan, you're too kind. People like this deserve to be punished by the law." Hu Yan sighed. "Let it go. Your father's treatment can't be delayed. If we report this, it won't be resolved quickly, and it's not worth jeopardizing your father's health." Lei Zheng was at a loss for words. He had originally intended to drive Hu Yan away, but now it seemed to have brought Shen Lingxi and Hu Yan even closer. Lingxi, it's really not what you think. There's a misunderstanding here. Shen Lingxi glared at Lei Zhang. Didn't you hear what he just said? Think about how Hu Yan handles things, how he thinks. His only concern is my father's health. He doesn't even consider himself. And you've been pestering me for years. Are your intentions really that pure? Ho Yan nodded to himself, thinking that this girl wasn't stupid after all. She had seen through Lei Zhang's intentions long ago. Lei Zhang, furious, stomped his foot hard. But there was nothing he could do now. Aside from blaming Yihai for failing, his only option was to harbor a growing resentment toward Hu Yan. Even though he wasn't sure what Hu Yan had done, Lei Zhang was certain that Hu Yan hadn't suffered at all. From the very start, he hadn't gained even the slightest advantage. He watched as Hu Yan got into the car and handed the keys to Shen Lingxi. She started the engine and sped off, leaving Lei Zhang standing there in frustration. With a heavy sigh, Lei Zhang turned to Yi Hei and asked, "How are you?" Yi Hei, finally catching his breath, responded weakly, "Young master, I'm finished. I won't be able to serve you anymore." "What? Is it that serious?" Lei Zhang then noticed that Yi Hei's face was flushed red, as if he were drunk. His whole body was shaking, on the verge of collapse. There was no time to think. Lei Zhang quickly helped Yi Hei into the car and drove to Jiangqing Hospital. When they arrived and the doctors examined him, Yi Hei was running a fever of over 40 degrees Celsius. The doctor, wearing a mask, asked, "Did you drink last night?" Yi Hei nodded after thinking for a moment. The doctor said, "What did you drink? Was it pure alcohol? Your body is in terrible shape." Yi Hei felt like crying but had no tears. There was nothing he could do. Even now, he couldn't believe what had happened. The diagnosis was internal burns, but the doctors had no idea what had caused it. They couldn't say for sure. Internal burns? Other than alcohol poisoning, they couldn't think of anything else. So the hospital had no choice but to administer anti-inflammatory IVs. It was effective, and after a while, the excruciating pain finally subsided. Lei Zhang asked, "Yi Hei, what exactly happened?" Yi Hei, still shaken, shivered as he replied, "I'm a cripple now. But, young master, take my advice, don't try to confront Hu Yan head-on anymore. He's not someone you can mess with. Someone like me, he could take down in one move." That strong Lei Zhang didn't want to believe it. But the evidence was right in front of him, leaving him no choice. However, letting Hu Yan off the hook wasn't something Lei Zhang could easily accept either. So, Lei Zhang came up with a plan. Originally, Lei Zhang was someone who never acted without certainty. That's why, during his first encounter with Hu Yan, he used the most standard approach, neither overpowering him with strength, nor forcing him with violence. He engaged with Hu Yan on equal terms, maintaining a composed and respectful demeanor. To be honest, if Hu Yan hadn't pushed things too far, Lei Zhang wouldn't have agreed to let Yi Hei make a move. But looking back, Lei Zhang realized his mistake. He had been too hasty. In the past, whenever his plans involved someone else, he always made sure to thoroughly investigate their background. However, this time, due to the rush, he hadn't anticipated that dealing with a doctor would be so challenging. This oversight led to a serious mistake, costing him his most trusted driver and bodyguard. But there was a silver lining. Hu Yan had exercised restraint and hadn't taken any direct action against Lei Zhang himself. Otherwise, it would have been something he'd regret deeply. That same night, Lei Zhang ordered a thorough investigation into Hu Yan's background. Hu Yan sat in the car, driven by Shen Lingxi, his face pale and his hands trembling slightly. Shen Lingxi noticed this and felt a deep sadness. "Hu Yan, maybe you should go to the hospital and get checked out." Hu Yan shook his head. "This is just a minor issue for me. How could I let it delay your father's treatment? His illness needs continuous care. If the treatment stops, it could worsen, and he might end up paralyzed." Tears welled up in Shen Lingxi's eyes. What a kind person, she thought. If I hadn't seen it myself, he probably wouldn't have even mentioned it to me. In reality, Shen Lingxi was letting her emotions get the best of her. If it weren't for the confrontation with Yi Hei, Hu Yan would have been perfectly calm, effortlessly handling the situation. He had already noticed Shen Lingxi's car well in advance, so things wouldn't have turned out this way. Even though Hu Yan had matured considerably over this period, far surpassing the impulsive young man he once was, he was still in his 20s. Yi Hei's provocation had made Hu Yan really want to take him down swiftly, rather than letting things drag out like this. However, while it would have been easy to incapacitate Yi Hai, doing so would have affected how the Shen family viewed him. Over time, Hu Yan had learned to think like an adult, focusing on results rather than just right and wrong. That's why he had handled Shen Tao the way he did, and why he approached the situation with Lei Zhang similarly. What seemed like a simple matter could be an opportunity if handled well, or a complete disaster if mishandled. If things weren't dealt with properly, not only would the bond he had built with the Shen family be lost, but Li Zeng might even manipulate the situation to turn the Shen family against him. Before long, they arrived at the club. As soon as they entered Shen Lianshan's private room, Shen Lingzi burst into tears. "Dad, you have to stand up for me," she cried, throwing herself into Shen Lianshan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "What happened? Who bullied you? Even if I'm crippled and can't move easily, I'll still help you get justice." This was the typical response of a father to his daughter. If it had been a son, he might have asked for more details first, as parents generally want to give their sons a chance to grow. But with daughters, who are often seen as more vulnerable, parents tend to be more protective. Unsurprisingly, Pei Ji also got angry. "Who was it? Even if we don't have much power in Jiangcheng, no one is allowed to bully my precious daughter." Shen Lingzi, still sniffling, said, "It wasn't me, it was Hu Yan." Hao Yan, Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji immediately asked in unison, exchanging a glance. They were both thinking the same thing. As our daughter's relationship with Hu Yan developing this quickly? Shen Lingzi, unaware of her parents' thoughts, continued. Lei Zeng came over, and somehow, things escalated with Hu Yan. Hu Yan was hurt by Yi He, but still insisted on coming here to treat you, completely ignoring his own injuries. Hearing this, Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji were visibly moved. Hu Yan's intention had been successfully conveyed. Shen Lianshan turned to Hu Yan and said, "Take a moment to rest and tell us what really happened." Hu Yan recounted what he had prepared earlier. "On my way here, a Maybach blocked my path. Lei Zeng appeared, saying he wanted to make amends with you, and offered to pay the medical fee on your behalf." The Shen family nodded. This was a typical tactic of Lai Zeng, nothing surprising. Ho Yan continued, "Considering your condition, Uncle Shen, I knew that even spending tens of millions might not cure you. But I've grown fond of your family and believe you're good people, so I decided to only charge 5 million for the treatment." "Only 5 million? That little. Why didn't you ask for more?" This was the Shen family's genuine reaction, but it was based on Hu Yan's skillful wording. Had he simply said, "I charged 5 million for the treatment," they might have thought, "That's a lot," but with his earlier explanation, 5 million seemed like a small amount. Ho Yan had anticipated their reaction. The Shen family had been willing to spend a fortune to find a cure for Shen Lianshan, so this seemed reasonable. Ho Yan shook his head and said, "I'm not someone who cares much about money. If I were, I'd probably be a billionaire by now." Shen Lianshan nodded. None of them thought Hu Yan was boasting. Even though Hu Yan appeared to be just a manager at Tianhai pawn shop, they had long suspected, based on Zhao Peng's sale of the elixir, that Hu Yan was not only a master healer and alchemist, but also an exceptional artist. "Let's get back to Li Zeng," Hu Yan said. "What surprised me was that after giving me the 5 million, Lei Zeng asked me to cut ties with your family. That's something I couldn't accept. I charged such a small fee because I already consider your family as close friends." The Shen family nodded in agreement, angered by Li Zeng's audacity. "But Li Zeng thought I was being greedy, so he offered 50 million to make me leave your family alone." Ho Yan thought to himself, "I didn't exactly lie after all. Your daughter is part of your family, isn't she?" Shen Lianshan slammed the table in anger. "That's too much." "Exactly," Pei Ji added. "The Lei family may have more power than ours, but we're not afraid of them. Besides, if it wasn't for you helping Li Xiao when he was just starting out, who knows if there would even be a Li family today?" "Well," Shen Lianshan said, "that's in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Besides, Li Xiao has been good to our family over the years. But I've never liked how his son handles things, which is why I never agreed to Lingxi dating him." Pei Zi nodded in agreement. Hu Yan continued, "What I didn't expect was that when I firmly stated that I valued my relationship with your family more, Lai Zeng became even more convinced that I was trying to extort him. So, he had his driver teach me a lesson." "That doesn't add up," Shen Lianshan said, his experience in the world making him skeptical. "From what I know, Yi Hei is skilled, but with your abilities, you shouldn't have been at a disadvantage." Even Shen Lingzi stopped crying, recalling how Hu Yan's strength had shattered ceramic tiles just by walking. How could Yi Hei have overpowered him? Hao Yan, looking embarrassed, replied, "To be honest, I do practice martial arts and have achieved some success. But my focus is on cultivating internal energy for healing, not for fighting. That gave me a false sense of security. I thought I was strong, but when I fought Yi Hei, I realized I could only defend myself, not counterattack." Hearing this, the Shen family was reassured. Shen Lianshan said, "You have the foundation, so developing offensive skills should be easy, it's just a matter of time. Noticing Shen Lianshan's indifferent tone, Shen Lingxi grew upset. Dad, don't you know how powerful Yi Hei is? I've seen him break limestone with a punch and smash bricks with a kick. You didn't see it, but Hu Yan was able to block him, though his hands were shaking afterward. He's only just starting to recover. Shen Lianshan nodded, saying, I see. I'll call Li Xiao right now. True to his word, Shen Lianshan dialed Li Xiao's number. Li Xiao answered with a hearty laugh, Brother Shen, what brings you to call me? I heard you found a great doctor and will be fully recovered soon. Congratulations. Shen Lianshan chuckled. Thank you. But I have to thank your son too. At least Yi Hei didn't cripple the doctor I finally managed to find. Otherwise I'd be done for as well. Ha 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 ha. What Li Xiao roared from the other end. That brat. His mother spoiled him rotten. I'll call him right now and make him apologize to you and your doctor in person. Shen Lianshan laughed. No need for an apology. I'm in the middle of treatment and can't be disturbed. Just ask your son to stop harassing my family and doctor. Li Xiao grumbled in frustration, then replied, all right brother, this was all my fault. I raised such a spoiled brat. Once you're better, I'll come to apologize in person. You're taking it too seriously. We're all getting old, and we don't understand the young generation's ways. Don't worry, this won't affect our relationship with that. Shen Lianshan hung up. Hu Yan was satisfied. He had achieved his goal. But Shen Lingxi was confused. Dad, you're just going to let it go. What else? Shen Lianshan replied. Asking for compensation would only hurt our pride. Besides, we can't exactly cripple Li Zhang in return, can we? Despite his words, Shen Lingxi remained upset, folding her arms and fuming. Still, I can't let this go. Shen Lianshan sighed, knowing his daughter was falling deeper into her feelings. Ho Yan Shen Lianshan said, consider this a favor I owe you. In the future, no matter what it is, just ask, and I'll do everything I can to help. Do you trust me? Ho Yan smiled. Of course I trust you. Besides, I wasn't looking for anything in return. As long as they don't bother us anymore, that's enough. And even though I'm not great at fighting, I think the internal energy I used on Yi Hei will give him plenty of trouble. Shen Lianshan smiled, impressed by Hu Yan's maturity. Ho Yan knew it was necessary to say this, as they would soon find out how badly Yi Hei was injured. If he hadn't mentioned it, the Shen family might have been embarrassed. Ho Yan's prediction was correct. After he left, Shen Lianshan called Li Xiao again, saying he would cover Yi Hei's medical expenses. Li Xiao, of course, refused. And so, the waters were muddied. When Hu Yan was about to leave, Shen Lingxi insisted on driving him home. However, Hu Yan assured her that he was fine to drive himself and insisted on doing so. Downstairs, the two exchanged a heartfelt goodbye, which did not escape the notice of Shen Lianshan and Peiji, who were watching from above. Shen Lianshan sighed softly. Ah. What is it? Old Shen Peiji asked. Our daughter has lost control of her feelings, Shen Lianshan replied. Is that a bad thing? Peiji responded. I think Hu Yan is a good person. That's precisely the problem. He's too good, Shen Lianshan said as he pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. Take a look for yourself. Is this about Hu Yan? Peiji asked as she began flipping through the documents while Shen Lianshan nodded. Peiji read quickly, possibly because their daughter was still standing outside, staring longingly at the taillights of Hu Yan's car, unable to bring herself to come back inside. After a quick glance through the papers, Peiji gritted her teeth. Men really are no good. Don't judge all men by the same standards, Shen Lianshan retorted. You're the exception, Peiji said. I never would have guessed that someone as impressive as Hu Yan would be Qin Baoxiang's son-in-law. It seems to be more of a nominal relationship. You know what kind of person Qin Baoxiang is, he's just using Hu Yan as a scapegoat. Peiji, still angry, replied. Even so, Hu Yan is still engaged to Qin Zixuan. How can he be involved with our Lingxi? Isn't that crossing the line? Shen Lianshan chuckled. You're seeing it from your own perspective. Who knows? From Hu Yan's or the Qin family's point of view, maybe they think our daughter is the one seducing their future son-in-law. Peiji recalled the time when Shen Lingxi almost fell, and Hu Yan had caught her in his arms, making her fall silent. So, what do you plan to do? She asked. Shen Lianshan sighed. What else can we do? Better to end things now rather than drag it out. At that moment, Shen Lingxi returned. Noticing the serious expressions on her parents' faces, she asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Shen Lianshan and Peiji exchanged a glance before Shen Lianshan nodded. Peiji handed the documents to Shen Lingxi. Confused, Shen Lingxi opened the folder. You investigated Hu Yan? Didn't Wu Zhanan say we shouldn't do anything related to Hu Yan? Silly girl Pei Ji said softly, pulling her daughter close. We might not investigate him for your father's treatment, but when it comes to you, how could we not? Sigh. For me, Shen Lingxi blurted out, her face turning red for some reason. As she read through the documents, Shen Lingxi couldn't help but be impressed. Dad, you were right, Hu Yan is amazing. Even though it's not confirmed that he's an alchemist, he's the one from 3,000 years ago. And at such a young age. He's already the owner behind the Eye of the Stone gambling den. He's also the majority shareholder of that chain of beauty and wellness clinics. Incredible. Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji were momentarily stunned. Pei Ji couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly, he's also Qin Zixuan's fiancé. What do you think about that? Shen Lingxi thought for a moment before replying, doesn't it say here that Hu Yan is probably just a scapegoat for the Qin family? Besides, if I were Qin Zixuan, I wouldn't let go of someone as outstanding as Hu Yan. It's only natural. Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji both sighed in relief. That's for the best, Shen Lianshan said. Now that you know, be mindful of your interactions with Hu Yan to avoid any gossip. Shen Lingxi looked at her father, puzzled. Are we not interacting appropriately? Ahem. Shen Lianshan cleared his throat, feeling too awkward to speak directly as a father. Pei Ji understood and said, what your father means is that you shouldn't let your relationship go beyond that of ordinary friends. Do you understand? I understand, Shen Lingxi nodded. I'm not good enough for him anyway. That's not what I meant, Pei Ji started to explain, wanting to reassure her daughter that she was wonderful. But she knew that every parent thinks their child is the best, and her words might not convince Shen Lingxi. I get it, Shen Lingxi said. In your eyes I'm great. But I know my strengths come from the support you've given me. Unlike Qin Zixuan, who isn't much older than me but already manages a huge company. If I were Hu Yan, I'd choose Qin Zixuan too. Besides, she's really beautiful. Though she smiled. Shen Lingxi slowly turned away. At that moment, Shen Lianshan and Pei Ji realized that their daughter was more deeply affected than they had imagined. Clearly she had already looked into Hu Yangyan's background, maybe not as thoroughly as they had, but enough to know whether he was single. The fact that she had even gone to see Qin Zixuan in person spoke volumes. My dear, you have to grow up and learn to deal with these feelings, Shen Lianshan said. No one can get everything they want in life. We strive to better ourselves so that we have more choices in the future. Facing away from them, Shen Lingxi nodded. I'm sorry I didn't grow into the person you wanted me to be, she said softly. Pei Ji could no longer hold back. She pulled Shen Lingxi into a hug and said, no, my child, you are exactly the person we want you to be. It's just that fate isn't on our side. If Hu Yan had met you first, I'm sure he would have fallen in love with you. Shen Lingxi shook her head, saying nothing more. Perhaps she felt that she could never truly win Hu Yan's heart, or maybe she was beginning to accept what her mother said. In reality, everyone in the Shen family was sharp. When Hu Yan mentioned that Li Zheng offered 50 million to keep him away from their family, Shen Lianshan immediately guessed that Li Zheng meant keeping him away from their daughter specifically. However, Hu Yan had framed it in a way that wouldn't cause any misunderstandings. He hadn't done anything wrong, there was no flaw in his reasoning. When Hu Yan drove back to Tianhai Garden, he found Lei Zheng already waiting there. Without attempting to avoid him, Hu Yan got out of the car. Is something wrong, he asked. Lei Zheng smiled. Just a small matter. He then pulled out a stack of pictures of Hu Yan with his arm around Shen Lingxi. Hao Yan glanced through the photos and handed them back to Li Zheng. I didn't realize you were such a photography enthusiast, Mr. Lei. Very funny, Lei Zheng replied. But given that you're the Qin family's son-in-law, don't you think you've crossed the line? I don't understand what you're saying, Hu Yan responded calmly. Fine. Let me be direct, Lei Zheng said. Since you're engaged to Qin Zixuan, you should stop seeing Shen Lingxi. If Qin Zixuan finds out, it won't be good for anyone, right? Hao Yan pulled out his phone and played a video recorded by Qin San, showing a conversation between them. Do you believe I can send this video directly to old Qin? Hu Yan asked. Lei Zheng frowned. Seeing that Qin San was the person Hu Yan was chatting with, Lei Zheng became uncertain. Qin San was mentioned in Hu Yan's file, and it was clear that Qin San was officially tasked with protecting Hu Yan, though it was also clear to everyone that he was actually there to monitor him. If Qin San knew about this, then Qin Zixuan must also be aware. I never expected Qin Zixuan to be so open-minded, Lei Zheng remarked. Hao Yan smiled. You could say it more directly. You think Qin Zixuan doesn't care about me at all, right? Lei Zheng nodded. Exactly. It seems the rumors that you're just a stand-in for the Qin family are true, aren't they? It doesn't matter, Hu Yan replied with a smile. I can't control what others think. Let me guess, Lei Zheng mused. You're unhappy with how the Qin family treats you, so you're associating with Shen Lingxi despite them, is that it? This has nothing to do with you. Does it? Hu Yan responded. It actually does, Lei Zheng sighed. Sometimes when you play a role for too long you start to believe it yourself. That's what happened to me. At first my father suggested that I should marry Shen Lingxi, because our family owes the Shen family a debt we can never repay. Lei Zheng lit a cigarette and offered one to Hu Yan, who accepted it without hesitation. Lei Zheng continued. At first I didn't agree because Shen Lingxi was just a kid then. I was in college, and she was still in middle school. But I was a filial son, and I knew how hard my father had worked to build our family's business. Everything I had was because of him. So I didn't want to go against his wishes. I started getting close to Shen Lingxi, and as she grew older and more beautiful, I really did fall in love with her. Lei Zheng's eyes reddened as he looked at Hu Yan. If you two are truly in love, I won't interfere. But if Shen Lingxi becomes collateral damage in your issues with Qin Zixuan, I can't just stand by and watch. Hu Yan chuckled inwardly, thinking, if I believed your nonsense, I would have wasted all this time. Is that so? Hu Yan replied. Well, given enough time I might end up just like you, getting caught up in it all. Let's see where time takes us. With that, Hu Yan flicked his cigarette, sending it in a graceful arc into a distant trash can. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Wait, Lei Zheng hurried after him. Hu Yan, does your previous offer still stand? What offer? I don't remember, Hu Yan asked with a puzzled expression. Lei Zheng held out his hand, saying, the 50 million. Hu Yan thought for a moment, and then said, I was just joking. I still need to treat Shen Lianshan, so I'll inevitably have contact with Shen Lingxi. Sorry about that. He turned to leave again. As long as you promise not to pursue a romantic relationship with her, that's fine, Lei Zheng pleaded. Hu Yan thought to himself, I never intended to in the first place. You're the one pushing me. Well, Hu Yan rubbed his chin. All right, but I have one condition: no bank transfers. I want cash. No problem, Lei Zheng agreed. It's a deal then. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow night. Great. Deal. Watching Hu Yan's departing figure, Lei Zheng squinted and muttered to himself, you'll pay me back for this tenfold. Hu Yan hummed a tune to himself as he walked away, thinking, I didn't do anything and made 50 million. Is making money really this easy? Of course, Hu Yan knew that with Lei Zheng's personality, he wouldn't let this slide quietly. But was Hu Yan afraid? If he were afraid, he wouldn't have done it. By keeping a naive girl like Shen Lingxi away from someone like Lei Zheng, Hu Yan felt he was doing a good deed. Hu Yan knew that with someone like Lei Zheng, things wouldn't end so easily. The previous 5 million yuan was one thing, it was for Shen Lianshan's medical treatment, and Shen Lianshan would certainly find a way to pay it back. But now, Hu Yan had essentially tricked Lei Zheng out of 50 million yuan, all for a promise not to pursue a relationship with Shen Lingxi. Clearly, this wasn't going to be resolved so simply. The next day, after finishing his work, Hu Yan returned home, took a shower, and then headed downstairs, knowing it was getting late. He couldn't refuse Shen Lingxi's offer to pick him up each day, worried that Lei Zheng might harass him. Hu Yan had agreed, so he waited at the entrance of his residential complex. Before Shen Lingxi arrived, Lei Zheng showed up in his usual Maybach. He greeted Hu Yan and seemed unusually straightforward, instructing his new driver to retrieve 5 large bags from the trunk, which were presumably filled with cash. Mr. Hu Yan, would you like to count it? Lei Zheng asked with a hint of mockery, knowing that counting such a large sum would take a significant amount of time. To his surprise, Hu Yan merely glanced at the bags and said, no need. While others might have felt the need to verify the contents, at least by opening the bags, Hu Yan didn't bother. His sharp eyes were enough to tell that the amount was correct. Though Hu Yan could physically carry all that money, it would certainly attract attention. Naturally, he wasn't going to ask Lei Zheng and his people for help bringing it upstairs. So, Hu Yan called Qin San to bring some men over. Normally, Qin San never stayed more than 100 meters away from Hu Yan. But before Qin San could arrive, some unexpected visitors showed up. Hu Yan was initially stunned, then surprised. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? For some time, Hu Fengchun had been unhappy knowing that Hu Yan had become the Qin family's son-in-law, which had led to fewer phone calls between them. However, despite this, they were still his parents, and it was only natural for them to miss him. This is what Hu Yan thought, but when he saw his parents' stern expressions, he was puzzled, especially when he noticed a young woman behind them, looking delicate and pitiful. Hu Yan's heart sank. He realized that this was another gift from Lei Zheng. But regardless of the situation, his parents had come a long way. Ignoring the bags of cash, Hu Yan hurried over to take the bags off his parents' shoulders. "You should have let me know you were coming. I could have driven to pick you up." Yang Yajun responded coldly. "I didn't want to trouble you, our busy son." Hu Yan grinned. "No matter how busy, I'm still your son, aren't I?" Hearing this, his parents' expressions softened slightly. He Fengchun sighed. We've had our doubts. But as time passed we saw that you and Shuang Xuan are sincere, so we accepted it. But you shouldn't have. Sigh." He trailed off. Yang Yajun looked Hu Yan over carefully, noticing he hadn't changed much, though he did seem more mature. The innocence in his eyes had faded, replaced by a certain wisdom. As a mother she understood that her son had grown up, but it pained her to know that no one matures without hardship. "Hu Yan, you've grown up. There are some things we can no longer control." But Yang Yajun also seemed hesitant to speak. Hu Yan noticed this but didn't shy away. He looked at the young woman with them and said, "Is this about her?" In fact, Hu Yan had already assessed the situation when she appeared. Both of his parents nodded. Hu Yan suggested, "You've come a long way. Let's go upstairs first." They agreed, and the girl, looking as though she had suffered greatly, stayed close behind them, hiding herself. Just then, Qin San arrived. Hu Yan introduced him, and Qin San, along with his men, respectfully greeted Hu Yan's parents. Despite their reservations about their son's situation, the two elders maintained their manners. However, when Hu Yan mentioned that these men were assigned by Qin Zixuan to take care of him, his parents exchanged a glance, then looked back at the young woman, bitterness in their eyes. Hu Yan handed the keys to Qin San and asked him to take the bags upstairs while he accompanied his parents. But before Qin San could move, Shen Lingzi arrived. "Lei Zeng. What are you doing here again?" she demanded. Lei Zeng feigned ignorance, saying, "I'm here on business with Hu Yan." "Don't worry, there's no conflict." Shen Lingzi looked to Hu Yan for confirmation, her eyes questioning. Hu Yan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, my parents are here. I'll take them upstairs first. I won't delay your father's treatment." Shen Lingji obediently greeted Hu Yan's parents. Just as they were about to head into the complex, Lei Zeng called out, "Hu Yan, I've given you the 50 million. I hope you keep your promise." Hu Yan smiled back. "I'm a man of my word. You won't find me doing anything shady behind your back." He shot a teasing glance at Lei Zeng, who smiled in return. But just then, the young woman who had been following Hu Yan's parents suddenly grabbed Yang Yajun's arm. "Auntie, I won't go upstairs. Please just make the decision for me. I'll leave now." Yang Yajun gritted her teeth and held on to the girl. "Don't go yet. Don't worry, since we're here, we'll make sure this is resolved." She then looked at Hu Yan. "Hu Yan, even though you've grown up, there are some things you still need to listen to us about. Right?" Hu Yan nodded. "Of course." Good Yang Yajun pointed to the girl and asked, "Do you recognize her?" "Mom, I really don't know her," Hu Yan replied. The girl struggled a bit and said, "Auntie, please don't make things difficult for him. We agreed that we wouldn't know each other anymore. If it weren't for my family's troubles and the fact that I'm pregnant, I wouldn't want to bother him. He's a good person." Pregnant Hu Yan's mouth twitched as he shot a sharp look at Lei Zeng, his expression turning grim. "Having fun is one thing, but don't take it too far, Mr. Li," Hu Yan said sternly. Feigning innocence, Lei Zeng replied, "Hu Yan, I already told you, we're even now." "Fine," Hu Yan nodded. "I hope this has nothing to do with you." Even Shen Lingzi looked at Hu Yan with a mix of confusion and concern. At this point Hu Fengchun was so angry that he was struggling to catch his breath. In all of Hu Yan's memories, his father had never been this upset. Hu Yan quickly approached him, saying, "Dad, don't get so worked up. Let's just deal with this." "If you could handle it, we wouldn't be here," Hu Fengchun retorted, clearly exasperated. Hu Yan was also furious. What angered him most was that no matter what grudges existed, his parents shouldn't have been dragged into this. Looking at the girl, Hu Yan said, "I don't care what your story is. If you need help I can provide it. But this isn't the way to go about it." The girl seemed terrified of Hu Yan, shrinking back as she replied, I didn't mean to trouble you." Yang Yajun stopped Hu Yan. "Hu Yan, if you did something, you need to take responsibility." Hu Yan let out a bitter laugh. "Mom, the thing is, I didn't do anything." Seeing her son so insistent, Yang Yajun grew even more frustrated. "All right," she said, pointing to the girl. "This girl is a college student. You and she. Well, you're both young and adults now, so I won't meddle in that. but she's planning to raise the child on her own, and you threatened her to have an abortion. That's just too much. Ho Yan shot another fierce look at Li Zeng, gritting his teeth. He then turned to the girl and asked, "Are you sure it's my child?" The girl, unable to meet Hu Yan's gaze and seemingly terrified of him, nevertheless nodded firmly. Hu Yan chuckled. "All right then. You don't have to leave. Don't abort the child. I'll take care of both you and the baby." Hu Yan's response caught everyone off guard. Hu Fengchun and Yang Yajun exchanged glances, hesitant to say anything. The sudden turn of events left the girl flustered, and she couldn't help but glance at Li Zeng. Finally, it was Yang Yajun who spoke. "You'll take care of them? What about the Qin family?" Before Hu Yan could respond, a cold, melodious voice rang out, "It's fine. If the child is really Hu Yan's, I'll help him raise it." Qin Zixuan approached with graceful steps, her long, silky hair flowing in the breeze. "Uncle Hu, Aunt Yang, you've come all this way. Why didn't you call me?" In an instant, Qin Zixuan's tone shifted from cold to warm. Without looking at anyone else, she affectionately took Yang Yajun's arm. Child Yang Yajun was momentarily speechless. "You must be feeling wronged." Qin Zixuan smiled. "Not at all. I think the one who's been wronged is probably your son." Ha Yan laughed. "Thanks, Qin. You really know me." Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun were at a loss for words. This scene deeply shook Shen Lingzi as well. If I were Qin Zixuan, would I be able to trust Hu Yan like she does in this situation, she wondered, shaking her head. Even though she wasn't Hu Yan's girlfriend, Shen Lingzi realized she had hesitated just now. Clearly, if she were in Qin Zixuan's position, she wouldn't have been able to handle it as gracefully. Qin Zixuan turned to Qin San and said, "Qin San, you and your men are to watch over this girl 24/7. Don't let anyone near her. If anything happens to her or the baby, you might as well change your surname." "Yes, Miss." Qin San and his men quickly responded. Qin Zixuan then took the girl's hand and said, "Don't worry, we'll protect you." The girl hesitated, then said, "No, that's not necessary. Hu Yan promised to give me 50 million. I'll raise the child myself." Ha Yan looked at Lei Zeng and thought, "So, you really weren't going to let go of that 50 million so easily, huh?" Aside from the unexpected appearance of Qin Zixuan, which left Lei Zeng deeply impressed, everything else was unfolding just as he had planned. He noticed how Shen Lingxi's initial determination had gradually turned into boredom, then disappointment, and finally sadness. What Lei Zeng didn't realize, though, was that Shen Lingxi felt this way because she believed she could never compare to Qin Zixuan. Ho Yan's calm demeanor at the start, followed by subtle threats in his gaze, was something Li Zeng had anticipated. He had also predicted the reactions of Hu Yan's parents and the behavior of the actress he had hired. Lei Zeng was quite skilled at manipulating people. From a young age, he had mastered the art of exploiting human nature, particularly its darker aspects, to make others bend to his will. With just one encounter and a brief analysis of Hu Yan's background, he quickly devised this plan. Regardless of the outcome, Lei Zeng believed that Hu Yan's image in Shen Lingxi's mind had already crumbled. And if Hu Yan wanted to resolve the issue quickly, the best course of action would be to hand over the 5 million yuan to the pregnant girl. The girl's payment was only 50,000 yuan. Moreover, Lei Zeng hoped this incident would disgust Qin Zixuan enough to sever her ties with Hu Yan, a man whom Lei Zeng could never win over. Even if he couldn't have Qin Zixuan himself, making sure Hu Yan couldn't have her either would be a satisfying consolation. A wicked smile crept across Lei Zeng's face. At that moment, the ones struggling the most were Hu Yan's parents. They had come with the intention of making peace, but to their dismay, Qin Zixuan had shown up unexpectedly. What shocked them even more was realizing that, despite thinking they were the most protective parents, Qin Zixuan's actions made them feel like inadequate guardians in comparison. They exchanged a glance, feeling a bit ashamed. But they were wise and experienced enough to know that people like Qin Zixuan, who were so magnanimous, were rare in this world. Xuan, this is Hu Yan's issue. How could we trouble you with it? We'll take care of Miss Xiaoyu ourselves, Yang Yajun said, referring to the girl allegedly pregnant with Hu Yan's child. Qin Zixuan smiled gently. Don't worry, Auntie. I may seem cold, but I do have a conscience. No matter what Miss Xiaoyu has gone through, I believe she wouldn't be in this situation unless she had no other choice. Her words left everyone around her deeply moved. Ho Yan, of course, felt proud. No matter how difficult things might become, being the man of such an extraordinary woman was something anyone would take pride in. His parents also felt relieved. With a daughter-in-law like Qin Zixuan, what more could they ask for? Shen Lingxi's feelings were complicated. She thought about many things, wondering if she could ever face such a situation with the same grace as Qin Zixuan. Though she was an adult, she realized she still had much to learn. What Shen Lingxi didn't know was that Qin Zixuan's calmness stemmed from their history. Hou Yan had always proven himself trustworthy, and their relationship was built on mutual respect and care. That's why Qin Zixuan could respond as she did now. Truthfully, when Qin Zixuan first heard about this situation, no one felt more heartbroken than she did. But her past experiences helped her quickly regain her composure and speak the words she had. When people face their most difficult challenges, they often undergo a deep self-reflection. Qin Zixuan asked herself, if all of this were true, would you leave Hou Yan? Although the thought pained her, cutting to the core, she knew she wouldn't leave him. Since she wouldn't leave, she decided it was best to accept the situation calmly. Her current demeanor was the result of that deep self-reflection. Yang Yajun sighed deeply and said, Zhuan Xuan, with what you just said, I can say that whatever Hou Yan has done for you is worth it. While she admired Qin Zixuan's magnanimity, Yang Yajun, who had been paying close attention, noticed that Qin Zixuan was trembling slightly and that her face was pale. Qin Zixuan shook her head. Since I've made my choice, I'll face everything with him, no matter what happens. I won't run away. With that, the vulnerability in her eyes was replaced by determination. Miss Xiaoyu, this child is not just yours. Since you say Hou Yan is the father, I will protect you until the baby is born. 50 million yuan is not a problem. After you give birth, you can take the money and leave. But the child will stay with us. Xiaoyu was stunned. She never expected someone like Qin Zixuan to exist in this world. Caught off guard, Xiaoyu didn't know how to respond. She knew she would only get 50,000 yuan, not enough to even buy a house in Jiangcheng, let alone provide a stable environment for the child. More importantly, once the child was born, a paternity test would expose everything. Left with no choice, Xiaoyu cast a pleading look at Lei Zheng. Ha ha ha! Lei Zheng burst into laughter and even applauded. Bravo! Truly impressive, Lei Zheng said. I've heard so much about the brilliance and beauty of the eldest daughter of Tianhai Group, but I never expected you to also be a paragon of resilience. Qin Zixuan had a vague feeling that this was all Lei Zheng's doing. Sorry? I don't know you. And who I choose to be is my own decision, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Lei Zheng chuckled. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. But I have to ask, you keep saying we, what gives you the right to say that about a man who fathered a child with someone else? His words were truly venomous, hitting Qin Zixuan right in her weakest spot. As expected, her face grew even paler, and she began to sway unsteadily. Yang Yejun quickly supported her, and Hou Yan rushed over to hold her tightly. Hou Yan glared at Lei Zheng. I've said it before, I always keep my word. Qin Zixuan is the person I've chosen to protect for the rest of my life. And as she said, no matter what happens, we'll face it together. Hearing Hou Yan's words and feeling his strong arms around her, Qin Zixuan felt much better. Yes, I don't doubt that, Lei Zheng replied, nodding. In fact, this was all part of his plan. He had been waiting for this moment. You keep your word, I believe that. Otherwise I wouldn't have given you 50 million yuan just because you agreed to stay away from Miss Shen Lingxi. This was Lei Zheng's trump card. He believed that by saying this, not only would Shen Lingxi be thoroughly disgusted with Hou Yan, but the seemingly unbreakable bond between Hou Yan and Qin Zixuan would also be deeply scarred. As expected, Qin Zixuan's body wavered, and her already pale face became even more ashen. The word entanglement that Lei Zheng used was like a dagger to the heart. But instead of reacting with anger, Hou Yan laughed. In fact, as he laughed, Hou Yan thought to himself, good thing I didn't get greedy. Ha 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 ha! Hou Yan laughed heartily and turned to Shen Lingxi. Miss Shen, could you check your messages? Shen Lingxi was in a whirlwind of emotions. Lei Zheng's plan had almost worked. She never imagined that someone as admirable as Hou Yan could do something like this. But for some reason, when Hou Yan asked her to check her messages, she felt compelled to do so. Since spam messages had become so frequent, most people used WeChat for communication. Shen Lingxi was no different, so it took her a while to find an unread message from Hou Yan. Miss Shen Lingxi, be cautious of Lei Zheng, he'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. He's offered me 50 million yuan to stay away from you, and I agreed. Not because I want the money but to see how far he'll go. I want you to see him for who he really is. I suspect he'll put on quite a show tomorrow night. Once it's over, I'll hand the 50 million to Uncle Shen. Shen Lingxi checked the timestamp. It was sent at 9:50 p.m. the night before. Hou Yan had probably sent it as a text to avoid disturbing her rest. As she read, Shen Lingxi's body trembled with anger. She had been so sheltered by her family all her life that she had never imagined people could be so vile. At the same time, Hu Yan was showing the same message to Qin Zixuan. After reading it, Qin Zixuan's tension eased. Everything was clear now, and with her sharp mind, she quickly grasped the situation. Sai Qin Zixuan said with a mix of relief and frustration. You're too kind for your own good, always getting involved in other people's problems. Ho Yan shook his head. I'm not that good. I was forced into this. If I didn't take this step, do you think this Lei Zhang would have let me go? Qin Zixuan thought about it and realized he was right. As they say, you can see the whole leopard from just one spot. Lei Zhang had resorted to such dirty tricks there was no way he would let Hu Yan off easily. Of course Hu Yan had already told Qin Zixuan about his previous encounters with Lei Zhang. At that moment, Shen Lingxi handed her phone directly to Li Zhang. See for yourself. Sweat immediately broke out on Li Zhang's forehead as he read the message. He never expected Hu Yan to disregard 50 million yuan so easily. His hasty investigation had caused him to underestimate Hu Yan, thinking he was just a worker at Tianhai and the Qin family's nominal son-in-law. As a result, his plan had completely backfired. When Li Zhang handed the phone back to Shen Lingxi, she took it and stepped back, increasing the distance between them. It was as if she were silently saying, "Stay away from me. I find you repulsive." Li Zhang gave a bitter smile. Life often works that way. What appears shiny and clean on the surface is often dirty underneath, and what seems dirty is just something you weren't supposed to see. He then turned his gaze to Hu Yan and said with interest, "Someone who can turn the tables like you, someone who's willing to marry into another family for money, how clean can you really be?" Qin Zixuan's face immediately turned pale. This hit her where it hurt most. It was precisely because of what Hu Yan had done for her that Qin Zixuan was willing to accept everything about him. Even a moment ago, she had convinced herself that if what Lei Zhang said were true, she would still face it calmly because Hu Yan had sacrificed so much for her. Ho Yan raised his hand to stop the emotional Qin Zixuan and addressed Lei Zhang calmly. "Mr. Lei, do you remember? I always keep my word. I didn't say much before because you were just picking on me. But now, you've involved my family, so I want to make sure you regret this." Ho Yan smiled brightly, his white teeth gleaming in the fading sunlight. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lei Zhang's spine. As Hu Yan approached, Lei Zhang instinctively stepped back, only to stumble over the 5 large bags of money behind him. He nearly fell, but Hu Yan caught him. "Watch your step. The more you walk in the dark, the easier it is to trip." After pulling Lei Zhang up, Hu Yan continued, "Even if I gave this 50 million yuan to Mr. Shen, knowing him, he'd return it to you. So, why don't you just take it back yourself?" Lei Zhang nodded and signaled his driver to load the money back into the car. The driver complied, placing the bags back into the trunk. As Lei Zhang turned to leave, Hu Yan called after him, "Wait. You're just going to leave like that?" Lei Zhang forced a laugh. "Hey! What, Hu Yan? Are you planning to use force?" Hu Yan shook his head. "Of course not. I'm a law-abiding citizen, unlike you. But you should learn from me, keep your word." He pointed to Xiao Yu. "You promised to pay her for her role. Settle that now, with everyone here as witnesses. Otherwise I won't trust your integrity." Lei Zhang knew that if he walked away now, his relationship with the Shen family would be beyond repair. But if he paid, his image would be ruined in Shen Lingxi's eyes. Then again, if he didn't pay, his image would be ruined anyway. Weighing his options, Lei Zhang decided that paying was the lesser evil. Gritting his teeth, he signaled to his driver, who handed over a bundle of 10,000 yuan. Ho Yan looked at it and said, "That's not right. If I'm not mistaken, you're short 45,000. How? How did you know?" Xiao Yu blurted out. At that moment, everything became clear. Both Xiao Yu and Li Zhang were shocked. Despite Lei Zhang's efforts to keep the plan secret, Hu Yan had figured it out. Lei Zhang had scoured the university district for a pregnant girl who was desperate enough to take the money. He settled on Xiao Yu because she was in urgent need of cash. With no other choice, Li Zhang ordered his driver to fetch the remaining 45,000 yuan. Once the full amount was placed in Xiao Yu's hands, she broke down in tears. "Ha, Hu Yan. Thank you. I'm so sorry." Ho Yan smiled. As my old friend Qian would say, who would do such a thing unless they were truly desperate? Take the money and use it to help your boyfriend. It takes a lot of courage to stand by someone in such tough times. "Thank you. Thank you." Xiao Yu bowed repeatedly to Hu Yan. "Oh, and one more thing," Hu Yan added. "When you go to the hospital, take a look around. You might notice several other students in the same situation as you, each with a pregnant girlfriend. Xiaoyu froze. But Shen Lingxi understood immediately. Outraged, she snapped at Lei Zheng, "You're despicable. Hurting so many people just to find someone to frame Hu Yan." Lei Zheng chuckled. "That's just what Hu Yan says. You have no proof, so reporting it to the police won't help." With that, he got into his car. Once inside, he couldn't hold back his frustration. "Damn that Hu Yan. We'll see who gets the last laugh. Drive." The Maybach's engine roared as it sped away. Xiaoyu stood there, still confused. "Are you saying he's the one who had my boyfriend beaten up?" Hu Yan replied. "I was just guessing. Go home and ask him. You're still in school, don't overthink things." Then he turned to Qin San and said, "Please keep an eye on her for a few days. Make sure nothing happens." Qin San nodded. With that, the tension dissipated. Hu Yan turned to his parents with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom. I didn't mean to worry you." Hey ha ha ha. Ho Fengchun, who had been stern before, suddenly broke into a big smile. He clapped Hu Yan on the shoulder. "That's my boy, just like me." Yang Yajun, still a bit irritated, said, "In what way is he like you?" Hu Fengchun wasn't fazed. "In taking responsibility. A good man must be responsible." Everyone laughed. Hu Yan checked the time and turned to Shen Lingxi. "Miss Shen, I'm sorry for the delay. We'll leave right away." Shen Lingxi smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. A few more minutes won't hurt." Hu Yan then addressed Qian Zixuan. "Qian, could you look after my parents while I'm gone?" Qian Zixuan blushed slightly and said, "They're going to be my in-laws soon. There's no trouble in that." Hu Yan scratched his head and grinned. "You're right." Qian Zixuan then turned to Hu Yan's parents and said, "Uncle, Auntie, don't be too hard on Hu Yan. He's only doing what he has to in order to protect himself and us." Hu Yan's parents nodded in understanding and let out a simultaneous sigh. Reluctantly, they watched their son get into Shen Lingxi's car. As they were about to leave, Qian Zixuan suggested, "Since it's still early, how about we all have dinner together? Afterward we can go to the clinic where Hu Yan is treating Mr. Shen." She briefly explained that Hu Yan had been helping Shen Lianshan with his treatment at their family's clinic. "That sounds great." Hu Fengchun was the first to agree, and Yang Yajun nodded in approval. So, Hu Yan's parents got into Qian Zixuan's car. After chatting for a while, Yang Yajun couldn't help but ask about Qian Xiao'er. In their hearts, Hu Yan's parents had always seen Qian Xiao'er as the ideal match for him. Perhaps they were right if Hu Yan had chosen Qian Xiao'er. Life might have been simpler. But life doesn't offer do-overs. Once a choice is made, you have to follow it through. To their surprise, Qian Xiao'er arrived at the restaurant shortly after they did. She looked slimmer than before, her once round face now a striking oval. Yang Yajun immediately began asking Qian Xiao'er about her life, her concern evident. Even Hu Fengchun sighed quietly. But Qian Xiao'er didn't seem bothered at all. She chatted warmly with Yang Yajun and seemed to get along well with Qian Zixuan, which reassured Hu Yan's parents. Hu Fengchun couldn't help but think to himself, "Yes, he really is like me. He didn't hurt anyone." As if she knew what her husband was thinking, Yang Yajun gave Hu Fengchun a sharp look. After dinner, Qian Zixuan took everyone to the clinic owned by Hu Yan. She booked the largest private room, where they all received massages and treatments. At first the elderly couple refused, but Qian Zixuan explained that it was Hu Yan's business, and that they should try it out and give feedback. Only then did they agree. Not long after the massage began, Hu Fengchun fell asleep and started snoring. Yang Yajun, annoyed, kicked him from the adjacent bed, making both Qian Zixuan and Qian Xiao'er laugh. Once the treatments were finished and everyone had face masks on, Hu Fengchun woke up, stretching with a yawn. "Looks like I fell asleep. I didn't even get to see if the massage was good." Yang Yajun glared at him. "You're like Zhubaji eating ginseng fruit, wasting a good thing without even knowing it." Hu Fengchun chuckled sheepishly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When the door opened, Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru entered. "Mom, Dad. I missed you so much." "Yeah, right," Yang Yajun retorted. "You didn't even come home during your break, and now you say you missed us." Hu Jixin replied, "I told you I was helping out at my brother and sister-in-law's shop." Spotting Qian Xiao'er, Hu Jiaxin rushed over to her, and they started chatting animatedly. Hu Yan's parents had always thought of Qian Xiao'er as the best match for him, a notion influenced by Hu Jiaxin. Seeing how close their daughter was with Qian Xiao'er, they realized that she, too, felt guilty. After finishing Mr. Shen's treatment, Hu Yan brought the Shen family to the clinic. These are my parents, Hu Yan introduced. Mom, Dad, this is Mr. Shen Lianshan. When he heard you were here, he insisted on coming over to meet you. Shen Lianshan took Hu Fangchun's hand warmly. Brother, you've raised an extraordinary son. Hu Fangchun couldn't stop smiling. He takes after me, honest and straightforward. Good. That's wonderful, Shen Lianshan said. I owe Hu Yan a great debt. Could I ask you and your wife to join us for dinner tomorrow? It would be an honor. Well, Hu Fangchun hesitated. My wife can, but I only took a day off work. Qun Zixuan chimed in. Don't worry, uncle. I'll take care of the time off for you. Great. That settles it, Hu Fangchun agreed happily. Shen Lianshan beamed. You must be Miss Qian. I've heard so much about you, young and accomplished. Only someone like Hu Yan could be worthy of you. Uncle Shen, you're too kind, Qin Zixuan replied. Please, just call me Xuan. Hu Yan doesn't see your family as outsiders. With just a few words, Qin Zixuan managed to bring the two families even closer together. After hearing Qin Zixuan's words, both families nodded in satisfaction. The Shen family felt honored to have Hu Yan's approval and friendship. Knowing someone as skilled in medicine as Hu Yan was like having an extra lease on life, and it meant they could say goodbye to health problems and enjoy a higher quality of life. Unlike Hu Fangchun, who was naturally more sociable, Yang Yejun couldn't stop repeating, "You're too kind. How can we let you spend money on us? Why don't we pay and all have a gathering together?" Pei Zi, holding Yang Yejun's hand, said, Sister, you may not know just how amazing your Hu Yan is. If someone else were treating my husband, we'd be satisfied just to have his condition stabilized. But did you know? Hu Yan believes that even though my husband is moving normally now and his back pain has lessened, he's still in the recovery phase. Hu Yan says that when he's fully healed, he'll feel years younger. Isn't that a tremendous gift? You're too kind. Since he took on this responsibility, he should see it through. Besides, you're paying for his services, so he's just doing his job. Yang Yejun, a teacher by profession, replied with her usual sense of principle. Meanwhile, Hu Fangchun, delighted by the praise for his son, couldn't stop smiling. This was typical in the Hu household. While Yang Yejun, as a teacher, often played the strict role, Hu Fangchun was the amiable one. Pei Zi shook her head and continued, Sister, you don't know what we've been through over the years with my husband's illness. She wiped away a tear as she spoke. Shen Lingzi, reminded of her father's suffering over the years, also teared up. She held Pei Zi's hand and called softly. Mom. Pei Zi understood the depth of emotion in that single word, knowing it carried the weight of all the hardships they had endured as a family. Pei Zi patted Shen Lingzi's hand and said, You've been through so much. No, you're the one who's had it the hardest. Shen Lingzi replied, leaning against Pei Zi. After drying her tears, Pei Zi smiled and said, Sister, you know, every time I think about Hu Yan saying that my husband could one day be as spry as a young man, I feel overjoyed. 5 million yuan is nothing if it cost us a couple of billion. We'd still happily pay it. Your son has saved our family. Yang Yejun was stunned, thinking, 5 million for treating a backache? Isn't that too much? Due to her work environment, Yang Yejun wasn't as adept at handling social situations as most people. She pulled Hu Yan aside and said, Hu Yan, you've taken so much money from them, can you really deliver on your promises? She squeezed Hu Yan's fingers, and he inwardly groaned. Mom, of course I'll deliver. Haven't you been taking the pills I sent home? Haven't you noticed your health improving? Hu Yan knew the answer even before asking. It was clear from their general health that they hadn't been taking the pills regularly. Sure enough, Yang Yejun responded, Our old ailments have been cured with the medicine you gave us. Why take more when there's nothing wrong? These pills are for health and wellness, they'll make you even healthier. Hu Yan explained. Yang Yejun nodded but didn't seem fully convinced. After all, they had never encountered anything like this before. Their conversation left the Shen family astonished. It was clear that Hu Fangchun and Yang Yejun had been taking Hu Yan's specially crafted pills as if they were candy, each pill worth tens of thousands of yuan. And those pills weren't just for treating ailments but for boosting overall health, which likely made them even more valuable. Pei Zi quickly grabbed Yang Yejun's hand and urged, Sister, please listen to me. You must take those pills seriously. You have no idea how precious they are. Hu Yan quickly coughed twice, and Pei Zi understood the hint. What's so special about the pills? Yang Yejun asked, puzzled. Pei Zi quickly changed her tone, it's about your son's filial love. If you don't take them, they might expire, and wouldn't that be a waste? Hearing this, Yang Yejun nodded. You're right. We'll start taking them when we get home. At first they hadn't taken the pills out of anger over Hu Yan's marriage into the Qin family. Later they simply forgot about them. King Zixuan, always perceptive, added, "Yes, auntie. You'll need to stay in good health. When I marry into the family, I'll need your help with the children." Her face turned bright red after she spoke. Marry into the family. Marry into the family. Both Hu Fengchun and Yang Yajun asked in surprise. Yang Yajun, always direct, said, "Isn't Hu Yan supposed to live with your family?" Seeing Qin Zixuan too embarrassed to speak, Hu Yan jumped in. "Oh, come on. Do you have to know every detail?" Yang Yajun replied, "This is your marriage we're talking about. We need to know what's going on so we can be at ease." Hu Yan grinned, "Don't worry, Mom. In 2 years, I promise you'll be smiling as I marry her." And until then Yang Yajun looked puzzled. Shen Lianshan explained, "Business matters can be complicated. I'm guessing this arrangement is to protect your future in-laws." Hu Fengchun and Yang Yajun looked to Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan, who both nodded in agreement. At this, the elder Hu couple finally smiled from the bottom of their hearts. "You had us worried for so long, you know." Qin Zixuan gave Hu Yan an apologetic look, and while she didn't say anything, Hu Yan knew she was saying, "Thank you for everything." Hu Yan gently shook his head at her. All these little gestures were noticed by Shen Lingxi and Yao Ru, who observed the couple with understanding eyes. Now that the elder Hu couple was relieved, they were more at ease. Yang Yajun didn't hold back her praise, saying, "Hu Yan, your shop is really something. I haven't felt this relaxed in years after getting that massage." Before Hu Yan could respond, Hu Fengchun chimed in, "I felt great too. But I fell asleep during the massage. Such a shame." Everyone laughed. Pei Zi suggested, "That's easy to fix. Just have them open a branch in Yang City. Or better yet, why don't you move here? Moving isn't an option, we're not ready to retire yet." Hu Fengchun said. Yang Yajun nodded in agreement. In fact, the Yang City branch is nearly ready. But since Yang City is smaller, we're only opening 3 locations. They're all close to where you live and work. Qin Zixuan explained. "See, what a thoughtful daughter-in-law you have," Pei Ji remarked with a smile. "She had everything planned and just didn't tell you to surprise you." The Hu couple couldn't stop smiling. That evening was filled with joy, and everyone left with a sense of fulfillment. As they were leaving, the Shen family came out to see them off. They all waved goodbye, reluctant to part. As everyone got into their cars, Shen Lingxi waved Hu Yan over. "What's up?" Hu Yan asked. Shen Lingxi pulled him aside and said, "Lei Zhang won't give up easily. That's just how business works. I've heard stories about him before but never really believed them. Now I'm sure he's going to keep causing you trouble. It's all my fault for bringing this mess to you." She stomped her foot in frustration. Hu Yan chuckled. "I bet before he even finishes his next plan, he'll be scrambling to apologize. Don't worry, none of this is your fault. Think of it as me teaching him a lesson." Although Shen Lingxi felt slightly better after hearing his calm response, she still couldn't believe that someone like Lei Zhang would ever come back to apologize. Even though she didn't voice her doubts, Hu Yan could tell. "You don't believe me? How about we make a bet?" "Okay." Shen Lingxi, still with a childlike spirit, immediately agreed. Hu Yan laughed. "Here's a tip: next time you agree to a bet, make sure to ask what the stakes are. Otherwise, losing could end up costing you a lot more than you bargained for." Shen Lingxi nodded obediently. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? The loser has to give the winner a gift." "A gift? What kind of gift?" Shen Lingxi asked. "Anything. It's just for fun," Hu Yan replied with a big smile. "As long as it's enjoyable, it's all good." Oh, Shen Lingxi nodded, though she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Finding a fun gift wasn't going to be easy. Qin Zixuan drove them back to Tianhai Garden. After saying their goodbyes, Hu Fengchun and Yang Yajun finally realized that Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan weren't living together. Originally, Yao Ru had planned to leave, but Hu Jiaxin insisted she stay the night. The Hu couple liked Yao Ru and appreciated that she had once helped treat their illnesses and provided them with beauty treatments. They also believed she played a significant role in Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan's success with their Yangzi beauty wellness chain. Persuaded by both Hu Jiaxin and the Hu couple, Yao Ru agreed to stay. Once everyone had gone to bed, the elder Hu couple cornered Hu Yan on the couch, interrogating him like a suspect. "Now, tell us the truth. What's going on?" Yang Yajun demanded. Hu Yan replied, "I explained this before. The Qin family just wanted to see where I stood." Not wanting to worry them, Hu Yan couldn't tell them the whole truth. Hu Fengchun quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "See? I told you. They just wanted to test our boy's sincerity. to see if he really cares about their daughter or just their money. Think about it, if we were that wealthy and Jiaxing started dating a poor kid, wouldn't you want to test him too? Yang Yejun thought about it and realized it made sense. But if you're engaged, why aren't you living together? And why does Zixuang Xuan still call us uncle and auntie? Hao Yan explained, I want to accomplish something before marrying her. I don't want the bride's family to pay for everything. If I don't meet my goals, I can't justify living with her. I want to make sure I'm worthy of her. Good man Hu Fengchun gave his son a hearty slap on the back. That's what I'm talking about. You're a real man. A true Hu. Ho Yan pretended to rub his shoulder. I've had a long day. Can I go to bed now? Yang Yajun still had more to say, but seeing how tired her son was, she relented. Finally, Ho Yan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had successfully dodged their questions for now. The next day, Ho Yan asked Hu Jixin to take their parents around Jiang City for some sightseeing and transferred 100,000 yuan to her account. However, Hu Jiaxin refused the money, saying she already had plenty of her own. She acknowledged that while she had worked hard, it was Hu Yan's support that had made her success possible. Now, with Yao Ru's help, Hu Jiaxing had become a popular live streaming influencer with millions of followers, and her earnings were steadily increasing. Through their promotions, they also received commissions from the cosmetics they endorsed, and Hu Jiaxin had quietly accumulated millions in savings. Ho Yan was pleasantly surprised and laughed. I never thought that just starting college you'd already be a little rich lady. Back when I was in school I was struggling. Hu Jiaxin beamed with pride and said, so this time, let me have the chance to prove myself. Hu Yan nodded. All right, it's all up to you. Of course their parents were not present during this conversation, otherwise, they might have been shocked. Hu Yan had not revealed everything about his success to his parents, fearing it might be too much for them to handle all at once. Moreover, the reason Hu Yan had allowed Lai Zheng to take back that 50 million yuan so easily the previous day was to avoid worrying his parents. As Hu Yan was heading downstairs, he noticed Qin Zixuan waiting for him in the underground parking garage, with Qin San and the others nearby. It was clear something had happened. What's going on? Hu Yan asked. Qin Zixuan, looking anxious, said, last night, after Qin San and the others dropped Jia Yu off at the hospital, they left. But this morning, when they returned, Xiao Yu and her boyfriend were no longer there. Qin San had assumed that once Xiao Yu was safely at the hospital, there wouldn't be any more issues, especially since Hu Yan had shown considerable restraint in dealing with Li Zheng, likely out of concern for his parents. Qin San thought that if Li Zheng had any sense, he wouldn't cause further trouble. However, when Qin San and his team went to Xiao Yu's school to look for her, they were informed that both Xiao Yu and her boyfriend had been expelled for fighting and extortion. When they eventually tracked down their whereabouts through some of Xiao Yu's acquaintances, they found that both Xiao Yu and her boyfriend had been assaulted again, left penniless, and unable to afford hospital treatment. When they saw Qin San, they even lashed out at him, accusing Hu Yan and his group of being hypocritical, pretending to be kind while secretly getting them expelled from school and demanding they return the 50,000 yuan or face jail time. Desperate, Xiao Yu and her boyfriend had returned the 50,000 yuan, which included a 5,000 yuan deposit, leaving them heavily in debt. Furious, Hu Yan said through clenched teeth, let's find them and get them back to the hospital for treatment. Then, keep them under protection for a few days. Qin San replied, we've already taken them to the hospital and paid the admission deposit. But this whole situation is infuriating. Ho Yan sighed. I used to wonder if I was becoming too cynical, always expecting the worst from people. But it turns out I was right. It's our fault. Qin San said through gritted teeth. By now I'm sure the news of what happened to Xiao Yu has reached Shen Lianshan and his family. Hu Yan said. But it's fine. Fortunately I was prepared. With that, Hu Yan handed an envelope to Qin San and said, take this letter to Lei Zheng. A letter? Qin San looked puzzled. Who still writes letters these days? Tell him it contains the 5 million yuan he gave me for the consultation fee. Hao Yan replied. Though reluctant, Qin San took the envelope and left. Qin Zixuan, though equally outraged by the situation, knew better than to intervene unless Hu Yan asked for her opinion. She understood that Hu Yan needed to handle this his way, and she trusted his judgment. If you need anything, just call me. You don't need to go to work today, Qin Zixuan said, confident that Hu Yan would take care of everything. Ho Yan then went to a nearby cafe to wait for Qin San's return. About an hour later, Qin San came back. How did it go? Hu Yan asked, ordering a cup of coffee for Qin San as well. Qin San said, it went as expected. When I met Lei Zheng, I told him the letter contained his consultation fee. At first he seemed smug, but then he got suspicious and insisted on opening the envelope in front of me. I helped him open it, and when he saw the check, he was clearly nervous. He even put on gloves before touching it. Isn't that ridiculous? Ho Yan chuckled. It's not so ridiculous. No amount of caution can save him now. I didn't want it to come to this, but... Kian-san was puzzled. A letter? Can a letter really turn this situation around? Not just turn it around. Ho Yan said firmly. I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Sit down and enjoy your coffee. No, hearing that puts my mind at ease. You have no idea how anxious I was when I went to see him. Kian-san said with a laugh. Sit down. You've been through a lot. Let's wait for him here, Hu Yan said, checking his watch. I don't think it'll be long before he shows up. Hearing this, Kian-san became excited. After a long period of calm, he was eager to see how this would play out. All right. As they chatted about martial arts, Hu Yan mostly listened, occasionally offering insights that left Kian-san feeling enlightened. Kian-san was amazed. Although he had developed some internal energy, he realized how far he still was from reaching Hu Yan's level. Despite his abilities, Kian-san remained loyal to Hu Yan, recognizing that everything he had achieved was thanks to him. He was eager to see what kind of miracles Hu Yan could accomplish. About an hour and a half later, Lei Zheng called Hu Yan. Ha Yan. What did you do to me? Lei Zheng's voice was panicked. You do you. I was so scared that I returned your consultation fee. Now you've tarnished my reputation without spending a penny. Shouldn't I be applauding your success? Hu Yan replied coolly. Lei Zheng's teeth were audibly grinding. Hu Yan, I was wrong. Can we meet? Sure. Hu Yan gave him the address of the cafe. Nearly half an hour later, Lei Zheng's car pulled into the parking lot. This time he came alone, leaving his driver outside. Despite wearing a large mask and sunglasses, Hu Yan immediately recognized him. Have a seat. If you want coffee, order it yourself. I'm not in the mood to treat you. Ho, Yan said. Lei Zheng sat down awkwardly in the seat Kian-san had vacated, while Kian-san moved to sit beside Hu Yan. After a moment of silence, Lei Zheng said, I figured, since you're so skilled in medicine, you must also be good at using poison. But I've been so careful, how did I still fall for it? Don't make baseless accusations. I could sue you for defamation, Hu Yan said with mock seriousness. Yes, it's my fault. Lei Zheng gritted his teeth. But Mr. Hu Yan, could you at least tell me what's wrong with me? Ho Yan rubbed his fingers together in a money gesture. Name your price. Lei Zheng sighed, understanding. 5 million for a diagnosis. Treatment costs extra. Hu Yan said. Lei Zheng's face turned green with anger, thinking, it's obviously you're doing, and you still want to charge me for diagnosing it. But he swallowed his frustration and handed the check back to Hu Yan. All right, now can you help me? Ho Yan shook his head. Not yet. You frightened that young girl and ruined her future. Don't you think that's despicable? Understanding Hu Yan's hint, Lei Zheng quickly took out his phone. Restore Song Yu's student status and return the 50,000 yuan to them. Hu Yan gave him a thumbs up. You've got money, so why not put it to good use? Now, let's take a look at your symptoms. Lei Zheng removed his mask and sunglasses, revealing his face. Ho Yan was prepared for the sight, but Kian-san was genuinely shocked. He almost jumped out of his seat, barely avoiding spilling his coffee. Holy, what the hell? You were fine when I saw you last, Kian-san exclaimed. It wasn't an overreaction. Lei Zheng's face was grotesquely swollen, covered in large, dark purple welts, and oozing blisters that looked ready to burst at any moment. The sight was more horrifying than anything from a zombie movie. Even more disturbing, beneath the swollen areas, it seemed like something was wriggling inside, trying to escape. Feeling queasy, Kian-san muttered. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Ho Yan nodded. Go ahead. Take your time and come back when you're ready. After Kian-san left, Lei Zheng turned to Hu Yan and asked desperately, what's wrong with me? The swelling on his face seemed to worsen by the minute, making his condition look even more alarming. Ho Yan cleared his throat. Don't worry. I'll examine you as soon as my friend returns. But you have to be patient. What you did was infuriating, and even he's angry. So, we'll start the treatment after he comes back. Lei Zheng's mouth twitched in frustration, but he had no choice. He had already been to the hospital, where the doctors discovered a strange, microscopic parasite in his body. Although it didn't appear to be toxic, its rapid reproduction rate was alarming. The doctors warned that if the parasites reached his brain, it could be catastrophic. The hospital had attempted conservative treatment with anti-parasitic drugs and antibiotics, but the situation only worsened. Lei Zeng could actually feel something moving inside him, which terrified him. Realizing the gravity of his condition, the doctors advised him to stop the treatment immediately. Desperate, Lei Zeng had turned to Hu Yan, knowing that he might be his only hope. Kyun San's trip to the restroom seemed to have done him some good. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, nearly 20 minutes had passed before he finally returned, moving at a leisurely pace. Noticing the murderous look in Lei Zeng's eyes, Kyun San joked, "What's the matter? Did you eat something while I was gone? You're looking rosier and even gained some weight." Lei Zeng took several deep breaths, swallowing down his frustration. "Ho Yan, can we start now? Don't worry, I'll make sure there are no issues with the payment this time." "Why rush?" Kyun San teased. "Where's the fun in that? You have no idea how boring my day was until you showed up. Finally, some excitement. Ha ha ha." Ho Yan nodded in agreement. "I've been feeling a bit bored myself lately. Maybe we should keep this going for a while." "No, please." Lei Zeng shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. "I know I was wrong." He knew all too well that his situation was dire. Every part of his body that shouldn't be swollen was, and if Hu Yan didn't start the treatment soon, Lei Zeng feared he might lose control over even basic bodily functions. "All right," Hu Yan said, glancing apologetically at Kyun San. "My biggest flaw is that I'm too soft-hearted. If we delay any longer, Lei Zeng might find himself in a very uncomfortable situation. By the way," Hu Yan turned back to Lei Zeng with a mischievous grin, "would you like to experience the feeling of not being able to relieve yourself? It might leave a lasting impression and really drive home the lesson." "Please." No. Lei Zeng's lips, swollen like sausages, barely formed the words. He was already feeling the pressure building below, and he knew Hu Yan wasn't just bluffing. "Ho Yan, I truly understand my mistake. Please, just help me." Ho Yan nodded. "All right, let's do this the usual way." Lei Zeng let out a breath of relief, expecting Hu Yan to demand an exorbitant fee. But Hu Yan continued, "In addition to the standard fee, I have one more condition: stay away from Shen Lingzi. She's too kind-hearted, and you're not on the same wavelength. Don't waste your time." Lei Zeng's eyes widened. All of this was for nothing. He had done so much with the hope of getting closer to Shen Lingzi, thinking that if he married her, his father, Lai Xiao, would definitely entrust him with the family business. But now, all his efforts seemed in vain. His younger brother, who was 8 years his junior, was often praised by their father for being just like him, while Lei Zeng, with his more extreme personality, often felt like the odd one out. This only fueled his determination to win Shen Lingzi and secure his place in the family. Seeing Lei Zeng's troubled expression, Hu Yan said to Kyun San, "It seems Lei Zeng isn't willing. Let's go, I have work to do." Lei Zeng quickly stopped him. "No, I understand now. Life is more important than anything else." Ho Yan snapped his fingers. "That's the spirit. When you let go, you might find a new perspective on life." Inwardly, Lei Zeng was seething. "I may not be able to deal with you, but that doesn't mean I can't find someone else. There are plenty of others interested in Shen Lingzi. I'll make sure to find a worthy opponent for you." Lei Zeng had already contacted several people, telling them he had given up on Shen Lingzi because of a formidable rival named Hu Yan. "You're right," Lei Zeng said aloud. "From now on, I'll focus on finding joy in life." "Good," Ho Yan replied. "Since you've come to terms with it, let's start the treatment." He took out a wax-sealed pill from his pocket. "This is a special pill I made for treating parasitic infections. Since I promised a fair price, it'll be 20,000 yuan per pill." "Only 20,000? Lei Zeng thought he had misheard. Hu Yan smiled and handed him the pill. "Try it out first." Lei Zeng eagerly took the pill, quickly peeling off the wax seal to reveal a beautifully crafted pill with visible patterns on its surface. Hu Yan hadn't been lying, the pill was genuine, and its price was widely known in Jiang City. Lei Zeng knew that others had to wait months to get their hands on one. He swallowed the pill in a few quick gulps, as if afraid Hu Yan might change his mind. Ho Yan handed him a bottle of water. "Don't worry, people are different. As you know, I'm a man of my word." Lei Zeng nodded as he drank the water. He knew that he had been outmaneuvered and had no choice but to accept it. Soon after taking the pill, Lei Zeng felt a warm sensation spreading from his stomach, gradually relieving the itching that had tormented him. A cool, soothing feeling enveloped his entire body, and the unsettling movement he had felt inside him seemed to calm down. Even the swelling began to subside. Silently, Lei Zeng cursed Hu Yan. "You still claim this has nothing to do with you? Who carries such a specialized pill around if they're not behind it?" But he kept his thoughts to himself. After all, Hu Yan hadn't mentioned how many pills he would need to take to recover fully. "Hu Yan, How many of these pills will I need to take? Li Zhang asked. He Yan pretended to calculate, leaving both Lei Zhang and Qin San in suspense. Unable to bear it any longer, Lei Zhang excused himself to the restroom. Qin San couldn't help but ask, "Boss, is this really how you're handling it?" "What else would I do?" Hu Yan replied. "If it were me, I'd at least charge him a fortune to make him pay for what he did," Qin San said, still angry. He Yan shook his head. "That wouldn't work. He's just a child of the Li family, not the one in charge. If I demanded too much, Lai Xiao might get involved, and that could cause problems for others, not to mention tarnishing my reputation. The most important thing is that if we drag this out, it could waste a lot of time and energy. It's just not worth it." Qin San nodded reluctantly. "You're right. But it's hard to swallow, letting him off so easily." Frustrated, Qin San slammed his hand on the table. "Not bad," He Yan remarked, noticing how Qin San's inner strength had subtly altered the wood grain of the solid table. Though it wasn't visible to the naked eye, over time, the area where Qin San struck would show signs of damage. Qin San scratched his head. "Thanks to your guidance, I've lost the desire to compete with my family. Otherwise, I'd be the top dog by now." He Yan knew that Qin San chose to stay by his side rather than fight for power in his family. If he were to win that position, he would be assigned to protect Qin Bi and Baoxiang instead. Just then, Li Zhang returned. In the short time he had been gone, the swelling on his face had reduced significantly, making him look more human again. Qin San sighed in disappointment. "You're not even interesting to look at anymore. I preferred the way you looked before." Li Zhang, struggling to keep his anger in check, forced a smile and said, "Qin San, you're quite the joker." He Yan chuckled and said, "By the way, Lei Zhang, give me your contact address." "Why?" Lei Zhang asked, puzzled. "You already have my phone number. Why would you need my address?" He Yan replied, "Qin San doesn't like your current look, so you should go back to your hometown and avoid coming to Jiang City. Just looking at you makes the three of us upset." Lei Zhang was fuming inside, but he had no choice but to submit. "Fine, I'll do as you say. If I'm not pursuing Shen Lingxi anymore, there's no point in staying in Jiang City." He Yan nodded. "Leave me your address, and I'll send the pills to you every month, but you'll need to pay me first." Sensing something was off, Lei Zhang asked cautiously, "Hu Yan, how many pills will I need to take? Can you give me a number?" Hu Yan slowly raised one finger. Lei Zhang's heart raced. "1 pill? No, I've already taken one. 10 pills? That's unlikely." Hu Yan wouldn't settle for so little. 100 pills? That's 2 million yuan, or is it 1,000? 20 million. If you really try to scam me out of 2 billion yuan, I'll fight you to the death." Trembling, Lei Zhang asked, 100? Or 1,000? He Yan shook his head with a smile. "No, not that. You'll need to take them for the rest of your life. The pill suppresses the parasites, putting them into a dormant state. If you stop taking the pills for a month, they'll wake up again." Both Li Zhang and Qin San were stunned into silence. Qin San nearly spit out his coffee, while Li Zhang's whole body trembled with anger. He Yan added, "Of course, if you find someone who can cure you, I'll admit defeat, and you can stop taking the pills." "But didn't you say this was a cure?" Li Zhang stammered, unable to hide his frustration. He Yan shook his head. "A cure means treatment, but managing a condition is also a form of treatment, isn't it? I've made sure you have no symptoms, which is far better than what any hospital could offer. To be honest, if you were treated in a hospital, the only solution would be constant blood transfusions. Even then, the parasites would reproduce faster than the hospital could keep up. Developing an effective treatment could take decades, maybe even centuries." Lei Zhang finally understood Hu Yan had turned him into a cash cow, milking him indefinitely. The constant need for treatment would be a permanent reminder of the parasites inside him, never allowing him to forget his condition. He realized that he had no choice but to rely on Hu Yan for the rest of his life. If anything happened to Hu Yan, Lei Zhang knew he would be doomed. "I used to think I was ruthless, but now I see there's always someone more dangerous out there." Li Zhang reflected, coming to terms with a harsh new reality. Lei Zhang left in a defeated state, not because he lacked the courage to keep up appearances, but because he no longer had the means to do so. If he could quickly find a way to cure his ailment, he might still have some hope. But Hu Yan knew that was impossible. The parasitic eggs in his body were something Hu Yan had cultivated himself, using techniques from the Miao people's ancient methods of raising gu. During the cultivation process, the food given to the parasites had been laced with modern antibiotics and insecticides. Only Hu Yan knew the exact method to remove them completely. In the field of biology, breakthroughs are incredibly difficult, and studying the characteristics of parasites is a long and painstaking process. Kyun-san couldn't stop laughing at Lei Zeng's pitiful departure. I have to hand it to you, boss. That guy will definitely be more cautious now. He'll think twice before trying to harm anyone else. Yeah. Ho-yan nodded. That was the idea. But I was watching the whole time. How did you manage to do it? Did you set him up the first time you met? Kyun-san asked, a bit hesitant. He realized this might be Hu-yan's private matter, and he was genuinely curious. But if Hu-yan really had done that, it would be a bit terrifying. That kind of planning would make Hu-yan a truly fearsome person. Seeing Kyun-san's concern, Hu-yan smiled. What's the matter? Are you scared? Kyun-san awkwardly scratched his head. No. I didn't do anything wrong, so you wouldn't do that to me, right? The thought of having parasites inside him made Kyun-san shudder. You never know. Hu-yan teased, making Kyun-san flinch with the sudden urge to visit the restroom again. He thought to himself, if he keeps joking like this, I'm worried my prostate won't hold up. Seeing Kyun-san's distressed expression, Hu-yan laughed and shook his head. Actually, it was just last night that I made the decision. Even then, I debated it a lot. After all, it's not exactly a pleasant thing to do. Relieved, Kyun-san exhaled slowly. Well, considering the kind of person Lei Zeng is, I don't think you went too far. Right. Ho-yan agreed. There's a saying, don't involve someone's family. Lei Zeng's mistake was using my parents against me. Kyun-san nodded. Although he was an orphan, he valued family deeply. He often thought, if only heaven had given me a complete family, I'd give up everything else just to take care of them, no matter how hard it was. Knowing Kyun-san's background, Hu-yan didn't dwell on the topic. I slipped the parasitic eggs into his ear when I patted him on the shoulder. Ho-yan explained, changing the subject. Kyun-san thought back and realized Hu-yan had indeed made such a move. The urge to visit the restroom hit him again, as this technique seemed nearly impossible to defend against. I need to hit the restroom, Kyun-san said as he rushed off. Ho-yan sat in thought. The method he had used came from the techniques he learned from Dao Lang and Miao Buwei. The Miao medicine had its own distinct methods and could be quite effective for both healing and harming. Ju worms, in particular, could be used for both purposes. The type of gu Hu-yan had cultivated was originally intended for medical use, particularly in treating tumors. The idea was that the worms could be introduced to a patient's tumor, where they would consume the malignant tissue. Theoretically, this approach had worked in experiments with lab mice, but it had yet to be tested on humans. Initially, Hu-yan hadn't intended to go so far with Lei Zeng, but when Lei Zeng involved his parents, Hu-yan felt compelled to act. Family meant everything to Hu-yan, which was why, after deciding to be with Qin Zixuan, he had distanced himself from other women, even those with whom he had previously been close. When Kyun-san returned, he asked, if the parasite eggs were harmless at first, why did Lei Zeng get sick after I delivered the check? Ha-yan chuckled. It's actually pretty simple. The eggs were dormant and would have died off if Lei Zeng had behaved. But after what he did to Song Yu and her boyfriend, I decided to use a special trigger to awaken them. The envelope contained a substance that, when exposed to the air and inhaled, would activate the dormant eggs. Wait, the check had the trigger on it. Kyun-san's eyes widened. Does that mean I'm at risk too? I was the one who opened the envelope. Ho-yan reassured him, you'll be fine. Even if some of the eggs got on you, they wouldn't survive for long in the open air unless they were in a specific environment. When the envelope was torn, the trigger dispersed into the air, and Lei Zeng inhaled it. The connection between the nasal cavity and ear canal provided the perfect environment for the eggs to reactivate. Relieved, Kyun-san said, I can't believe you came up with something like this. It's incredible. Ho-yan shook his head. It wasn't my idea, it's an ancient technique from the Miao people. In their hands, this would be considered a basic method because it's traceable. The true masters of Gyu can strike without leaving any clues. Kyun-san felt a shiver down his spine. So, do you know all these techniques? Not all of them. Ho-yan replied with a smile. But once you understand the principles, you can figure out similar methods. Feeling reassured, Kyun-san thought, at least if I ever face a master from Miao, I'll know Hu-yan can help me. Then I'm relieved. If I ever run into trouble, I'll count on you to save me. No problem. Hu-yan nodded. I'll always protect my own. Hearing Hu-yan say my own, Kyun-san felt a wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Their conversation ended with Kyun-san feeling both deeply touched and slightly nervous. Later, Hu-yan called Zhao Peng, who hadn't yet reached the location in Yugushu. They chatted briefly before ending the call. Hu Yan then decided to visit his jade shop, which was his business and something he couldn't afford to neglect. Finding nothing major to address, he decided to visit Lu Shu, who had a stake in the recycling center. Even though Hu Yan had stopped taking dividends from the business, Liu Shu continued to help him source valuable items, sending him photos of anything old or potentially valuable. Over time, one room in Hu Yan's house had filled up with antiques. Although not all of them were rare, many had significant value. The less valuable ones, Hu Yan sold to Tianhai Pawn Shop, a way to repay Qin Lao for his early support. After bringing Liu Shu some good liquor and chatting for a while, Hu Yan headed home. When he arrived, his parents and sister were already back, along with Yao Ru. The reason Hu Yan had agreed to Shen Lianshan's dinner invitation wasn't to curry favor with the Shen family. He no longer needed to do such things. Hu Yan genuinely liked the Shen family, and he also wanted to show his parents the kind of people he now interacted with. This would help them see that he was no longer the child they once knew, and make them more comfortable with the idea of him spending money on them in the future. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. The recent events had indeed turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Meeting with Qin Zixuan had helped resolve the concerns his parents had, which was a significant relief for Hu Yan. His sister Hu Jiaxin had done a great job, buying their parents lots of nice clothes. Initially they had refused, thinking it was too expensive, but Hu Jiaxin explained that these brands were all represented by Tianhai, and she had a shopping card from Qin Zixuan, so they didn't have to pay anything. This explanation made the old couple reluctantly accept the gifts, and they became even more fond of Qin Zixuan. At 5:30 p.m., just as they were about to leave for dinner, the doorbell rang right on time. It was Qin Zixuan. Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan dressed casually, as usual. Influenced by Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan now preferred comfortable, casual clothes when she wasn't working, giving her a simple yet youthful appearance. Qin Zixuan linked arms with Hu Yan as they all headed downstairs. Tianyu Tower, the new star-rated hotel invested in by Tianhai, was the venue for the dinner. Qin Zixuan had decided to invest in this hotel after Hu Yan learned the art of cooking. Hu Yan had also participated in training the chefs and supervised the final tasting phase. The hotel had been open for half a month and was consistently packed with guests. When Qin San's business car arrived at the hotel entrance, Hu Yan and his family saw the Shen family waiting for them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Lianshan led them to the elevator. The No. 1 Riverside Pavilion on the 55th floor was Tianyu Tower's most prestigious banquet hall, offering a stunning view of the Han River and most of Jiang City's iconic buildings. As they walked, Shen Lianshan explained, "I reserved this room a while ago, and today it just so happens to be available. And it's perfect timing with you all visiting today. Isn't that a lucky coincidence?" It was clear that Shen Lianshan had long planned to invite Hu Yan for a meal. As they reached the southeast corner, the panoramic view from the end of the corridor showcased just how exceptional this location was. However, as they approached the entrance to the No. 1 Riverside Pavilion, they were surprised to see an argument unfolding. "Sorry, sir, but this room is already reserved." "I know that. Didn't I tell you I've spoken with your manager? I'm entertaining important business partners today. Surely you can make an exception for me. I'll even pay double the reservation fee if that's what it takes." The staff member insisted, "I'm sorry, but company policy doesn't allow any special privileges at Tianyu Tower. If we break the rules, we'll lose our jobs." "Enough of this nonsense. Get your manager here," the man demanded, leaving the staff member no choice but to call the floor manager. Tianyu Tower may be registered under the Tianhai name, but it has nothing to do with the shareholders from Qin Baoxiang's generation. It's actually a joint venture between Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan. They registered it under Tianhai for better policy benefits. This sort of thing isn't unique to Qin Zixuan. Take the East Garden Stone gambling house, for instance. Wasn't it solely owned by Wang Jiangguo under Wang Yali's name but still registered under Tianhai? Now that things have escalated, such scenarios are rarely seen in today's society. Even during important business negotiations, what people value is the sincerity of the partners. Trying to showcase power in this way is hopelessly outdated. Given how odd this situation is, there must be a hidden reason behind it. Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan, who was frowning, as expected. "What's wrong?" Hu Yan asked. Qin Zixuan replied, "This person is Lu Lakun, the son of Lu Yuqi, who is the second largest shareholder in Tianhai after Wang Jiangguo." Even though Qin Zixuan didn't say it explicitly, Hu Yan had already guessed. The shareholders of Tianhai have been at odds with each other for a long time, and their children have suffered as collateral damage. While the girls fared slightly better, many of the boys ended up with some form of physical disability. The Lu Lacoon in front of them held the phone in his left hand, his right hand hung limply by his side, and the right side of his face was stiff. Though his condition wasn't as severe as Wang Yali's, it was still worse in some respects. Ho Yan suspected long ago that the old executives of Tianhai could no longer restrain themselves. At this point, the floor manager arrived. "Sorry, sir. But we really don't have that kind of authority. The boss has made it clear no exceptions for anyone. If we find out otherwise, you'll be fired on the spot." Enough with the nonsense. Lu Lacoon said, "Get your manager over here, or I'll call President Qin myself." The floor manager had no choice but to call the restaurant's general manager. Ho Yan turned to Qin Zixuan, asking, "What do you think?" Shaking her head, Qin Zixuan replied, "It's hard to say. Since they've made a move, it shouldn't be something so trivial. Maybe this is just an appetizer." Hu Yan nodded in agreement, "I think so too." Since they were at the back and speaking softly, no one else could hear them. From this angle, Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan could see Lu Lacoon, but he couldn't see them. Not long after, the restaurant's general manager, a woman in professional attire, arrived. She looked competent, which was no surprise since she had been handpicked by Qin Zixuan. Her demeanor was also quite assertive. "Sir, I don't care who you are, but please don't disrupt our guests. Can't you see the reserved guests have been waiting for a long time?" She then turned and bowed to Shen Lianshan's group, saying, "Sorry for the delay. It was our mistake." Shen Lianshan smiled, "No worries. In business, unexpected situations happen. It's understandable." The manager nodded and smiled, "Thank you. I'll come by to offer a toast shortly." "Good. You're welcome," Shen Lianshan replied. "Enough with the useless talk," Lu Lacoon snapped. "Do you know who I am? My father is Lu Yuqi, a shareholder in Tianhai. Since this restaurant is under Tianhai's name, I have the right to manage it. My business is also for Tianhai's benefit. Why aren't you accommodating me?" The manager responded, "Since President Qin has said there are to be no special privileges, it doesn't matter who you are. We won't make any exceptions. Please step aside and don't disturb our guests, or I'll have to call security." Lu Lacoon laughed loudly, "Go ahead. I'd love to see myself getting kicked out of my own company by its security. Won't that make President Qin look great?" Now the manager was genuinely in a difficult spot. To be in this position, she had to be one of the elites chosen by the Qin family. She knew very well how complicated the relationships behind the seemingly harmonious surface at Tianhai were. One wrong move could cause irreparable trouble for Qin Zixuan. "All right then," the manager finally relented, "I'll call President Qin." She pulled out her phone as she spoke. "No need." Qin Zixuan stepped forward. "I'm right here. Mr. Lu, how can I assist you?" Lu Lacoon was completely thrown off by Qin Zixuan's presence. Recovering quickly, he said, "President Qin, long time no see." "Yes." Qin Zixuan nodded. "It's like this," Lu Lacoon explained. "I'm hosting a business partner here, a significant client of Tianhai. As per company policy, we are entitled to certain privileges when dealing with Tianhai-related businesses. Companies under Tianhai must cooperate in these matters." "That's true." Qin Zixuan nodded again. "Is there really such a policy?" the manager wondered to herself. "Good thing we took the initiative." But then Qin Zixuan continued, "The policy you mentioned is correct. However, it applies to joint ventures under Tianhai, not this one. Mr. Lu, if you want to entertain guests, no problem. I'll call Tianhai Hotel for you right now." Lu Lacoon's face darkened. His secretary and several guests were watching. "President Qin, you really won't give me any face?" "Face," Qin Zixuan replied. "Even I follow the rules when I come here. If I give you face, then tell me, Mr. Lu, where does that leave my own face in my company?" "Fine. You want to talk about rules?" Lu Lacoon shot back. "According to company policy, private enterprises are not allowed to operate multiple businesses in the same city. You've opened a cosmetics factory, a restaurant, and even a beauty salon. Don't think we don't know." Qin Zixuan smiled. "So what if you know? The company policy states that no one can operate multiple businesses under their own name. But I haven't opened any business under my name alone, they're all joint ventures." "Joint ventures? Don't kid me." Lu Lacoon said, "Everyone knows they're run by you and Hu Yan. He's your fiancé, so what difference does it make?" "There's a big difference," Qin Zixuan replied. "Ho Yan is neither a shareholder in Tianhai nor a descendant of one, so he's not bound by company rules. Also, Ho Yan and I aren't married yet, so this is just a partnership. If we get married, everything will be transferred to Hu Yan. Tell me, how am I violating any company policy?" You're just twisting words, Lulo Lakun fumed. But at this point, he had no other options. With a wave of his hand, he stormed out. Bravo! Shen Lianshan started clapping, followed by PG. Shen Lingxi was utterly impressed by Qin Zixuan's performance, her eyes sparkling like a little fangirl. She ran over to hold Qin Zixuan's hand, her eyes full of admiration. Qin Zixuan affectionately pinched Shen Lingxi's cheek. Shen Lianshan turned to Hu Fuchun and his wife, saying, "See? Your son found a good wife." The couple nodded in a daze. What they had just witnessed was something they had never seen before. It all happened so suddenly that they still hadn't fully grasped what Shen Lianshan meant by good. Shen Lianshan smiled and quietly explained, "Qin Zixuan truly cares about your son. Didn't you hear? Even if they don't end up together, everything they've built will still be handed over to Hu Yan. If Hu Yan refuses, Qin Zixuan will force it on him, citing company rules that she can't keep it herself." Finally understanding, Hu Fuchun and his wife exchanged a look, realizing how wrong they had been before. When the Qin family hinted that Hu Yan might become their son-in-law, as parents, they naturally thought it was all Qin Zixuan's doing. For a long time they didn't keep in touch with her. Although Qin Zixuan understood the situation, it was difficult to explain at the time, and she couldn't take the initiative to contact them, leading to a rift between them. Now, Hu Fuchun and his wife finally realized what kind of woman their son had found. Yang Yajun went up to hold Qin Zixuan's hand, saying, "Child, we're sorry. We wronged you before and made you suffer." Qin Zixuan's eyes grew misty. "It's all right. I'll always remember how you treated me like your own daughter when I stayed with you. Even if I don't have the good fortune to marry into your family, I'll still consider you my godparents." Yang Yajun gently patted Qin Zixuan's arm, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. If our Hu Yan can marry you, it's his good fortune. Whether you marry him or not, you'll always be our daughter." Yang Yajun turned and said, "Isn't that right, old Hu? Say something." At this moment, old Hu was the most moved of all. He had been the most agitated before. When he first heard about Hu Yan possibly becoming the Qin family's son-in-law, old Hu had been furious, grumbling about Qin Zixuan countless times behind her back. Now, realizing how wrong he had been, he couldn't believe how petty he had been before. Old Hu nodded vigorously. "We're lucky to have such a daughter." With that, he turned his head away. Hao Fuchun was an emotional man, and it was clear where Hu Yan got it from. "All right," Shen Lianshan clapped his hands. "This is a great occasion for your family. Let's all go inside and continue the celebration." Several people discreetly wiped their eyes, including Hu Jixin and Yao Ru. As women, they knew how difficult it was for Qin Zixuan to achieve this. She must truly love Hu Yan to do so much for him. Ho Yan had grown much stronger during this period, but even he was deeply moved. He knew Qin Zixuan was good to him, but he hadn't realized just how good until now. Once everyone was inside the private room, Hu Yan held Qin Zixuan's hand and whispered, "Thank you." Qin Zixuan glanced at Hu Yan and softly replied, "Even so, I still feel I've wronged you. With your talent, if you married someone else, you might already have children. But my family." As she spoke, Qin Zixuan glanced at Yao Ru and Shen Lingxi. It was clear that even though she didn't say much, she was aware of many things. Moved by her words, Hu Yan also reminded himself to stay vigilant. "Thank goodness I've been careful. Otherwise I'd break Qin's heart. Lulu Likun won't give up so easily. You should have that female manager be more careful." Qin Zixuan nodded. "I know. But there's only so much you can do. No matter how cautious you are, it's impossible to be completely safe. That's why I didn't say anything." Ho Yan thought for a moment and realized she was right. Some things, Qin Zixuan understood better than he did. "Don't worry." Ho Yan reassured her, "If they want to mess with us, I'll make them pay dearly. I'll show them what regret really means." Qin Zixuan smiled, her expression brightening. "What? You don't believe me?" Hu Yan asked. "Of course I do." Qin Zixuan replied. "Wang Yali's stone gambling house is proof, isn't it?" She leaned her head on Hu Yan's shoulder and whispered, "It's so good to have you." Hu Yan chuckled. "Let's go inside. The others are probably getting impatient." Okay. Qin Zixuan took Hu Yan's arm and walked in with him. Previously, Shen Lianshan had no idea that the owners of this restaurant were Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan, and even after meeting them, they didn't mention it. Despite this, Shen Lianshan showed the qualities of a true entrepreneur when communicating with the female manager, which made Qin Zixuan appreciate Hu Yan's keen judgment in choosing people. Shen Lianshan ordered several of the restaurant's recommended dishes, most of which were quite expensive. Ho Yan joked, "Uncle Shen, you should give others a chance too. Besides, It's not only the expensive dishes that taste good here. Shen Lianshan smacked his forehead. Look at me, I must be getting senile. I forgot that you're the owners here, you'd know best what's good. Come on, you two pick the dishes. Of course Shen Lianshan wasn't really forgetful, he simply wanted to show respect to his hosts. Everyone understood this well. Hu Yan's response subtly reminded Shen Lianshan that genuine connections between people are built on sincerity, not on temporary formalities. After all, there's a long road ahead. Shen Lianshan got the message. Smiling, Hu Yan took the menu and, after discussing with Qing Zixuan, ordered a few reasonably priced but well-known specialty dishes of the restaurant. Then he handed the menu back to the others. The meal was enjoyed by all, especially with the Shen couple making an effort to engage with everyone. Hu Fuchun and his wife felt as if they had met kindred spirits late in life, quickly bonding with the Shen family. They even talked about traveling together and spending their retirement years happily. Hu Fuchun joked, "It seems our son won't need us to save up for a house anymore." He glanced at his wife. "Why don't we buy a place in Jiangcheng and become neighbors with brother Shen's family? We're getting older, it would be nice to bring up the kids together and stay fit." "That sounds good." Yang Yajun agreed. "But can we afford a place next to theirs with what we've saved?" Almost as if she had been waiting for this, Pei Ji pulled out a set of keys from her bag. "Brother, sister, if you don't mind, take these keys, and we'll be neighbors." Hu Fuchun and his wife were stunned. "We can't accept this." Hu Fuchun waved his hands. "We'll just buy a high-rise nearby. We can visit each other often, that's good enough. Being neighbors was just something I said offhandedly." But Shen Lianshan sighed. "Brother, to be honest, meeting Hu Yan has been a blessing for our family. Giving you this house is just a way for us to share in that good fortune." Yang Yajun insisted, No matter what, we can't accept this house. Please let me finish." Shen Lianshan continued, "You probably don't realize how impressive your son is. The things he's given you are priceless. If we become neighbors when he visits you, we'll also benefit. To be honest, we've been holding on to this gift for a while now, unsure of how to give it." Hu Fuchun and his wife exchanged glances, realizing they might not know their son as well as they thought. "But how can this be right?" Hu Fuchun was at a loss for words. Yang Yajun turned to Hu Yan and said, "Hu Yan, we really can't accept this house." Hu Yan nodded, smiling. "Uncle Shen, you really are a shrewd man. Alright, I'll agree to this, but from now on, whenever I give something to my parents, I'll make sure you get the same." Ha ha ha! Shen Lianshan laughed heartily, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Pei Zi took the opportunity to slip the keys into Yang Yajun's hands. Yang Yajun was flustered, feeling uncomfortable. "This can't be right, it must be worth several million." Qin Zixuan chimed in, "Auntie, this is a single-family villa in the central villa district developed by Tianhai. The price is likely in the tens of millions." Clatter! The keys slipped from Yang Yajun's hand onto the table. She quickly picked them up and tried to hand them back to Pei Zi. "Sister, we can't accept this, it's too much," she insisted. Pei Zi asked, "Sister, what's more important, health and happiness, or money?" "Well," Yang Yajun, being a teacher, thought for a moment before replying, "At different stages of life, what you lack seems most important. But at our age we've seen most things, and I believe health comes first. Without health, no amount of money is worth anything." "Exactly." Pei Zi gently nudged Yang Yajun's hand. "So please, let this burden be ours." "But how can we?" Yang Yajun still felt it was inappropriate. Before they could say more, Hu Yan produced a box and said, "Uncle Shen, I have a gift for you too." Shen Lianshan laughed. "You're always so thoughtful." Then, turning to Hu Fuchun and his wife, he added, "There, now it's even no more arguing." The couple realized that if Hu Yan gave the Shen family something of equal value, it would be easier to accept the house as a gift from their son. After all, it would all belong to Hu Yan in the end, so they could accept it with a clear conscience. Finally, Yang Yajun's hand settled back down, no longer pushing the keys away. However, they were surprised when the box was opened to reveal some slightly yellowed bottles of liquor. But to their amazement, Shen Lianshan seemed delighted. "Hu Yan, you've really put thought into this. I heard you've developed a medicinal liquor that relieves fatigue and works wonders for occupational diseases from long hours of desk work. Is this it?" Hu Yan nodded. "That's right. Because you're currently on medication and need to avoid cold, spicy foods, I didn't bring it out right away. That's also why we didn't order any of those dishes earlier." "Good. Wonderful." Shen Lianshan shook his head. "I've been trying to find a way to repay you, but once again you've outdone me." "Uncle Shen, you're joking. Between friends, it's the sentiment that matters. And as my aunt just said, nothing is more important than health." This will help you enjoy your golden years with ease, which I think is the best gift of all. Shen Lianshan nodded, turning to Qin Zixuan. You've got a good one here. If it weren't for you, I'd want to marry my daughter off to him. Shen Lingxi blushed deeply, while Qin Zixuan, full of pride, responded, You're right. If I hadn't acted quickly, I might have missed out. Everyone burst into laughter. But Hu Fuchun couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Shen Lianshan, bewildered. Brother, Hu Yan just traded a few bottles of liquor for a villa. And you think you got the better deal? Is that really the case? Shen Lianshan laughed. Yes, it is. Still confused, Hu Fuchun continued. Am I the fool, or are you? How can a few bottles of plain liquor, not even Mao Tai, be worth a villa worth millions? He ha ha. Everyone laughed again, finding Hu Fuchun's straightforwardness endearing. It wasn't just Hu Fuchun and his wife who were puzzled, most of the others didn't quite get it either. Hu Jishaxin, who had recently made some money and was feeling quite proud of herself, was especially struck. She and Yao Ru had been thriving in their live streaming business, making quite a bit of money. Although she often credited Yan, deep down, she believed she was also quite capable. But today, seeing Hu Yan cure someone and receive a villa in return, a standalone villa, no less shocked her deeply. When Hu Yan then insisted on an equal exchange, she felt a bit disappointed, thinking her brother might be showing off. However, when she saw that he had given just a few bottles of liquor in return, her worldview began to crumble. Cough, Shen Lianshan chuckled. Let me explain. This liquor is just a sample. The real value lies here. As he spoke, he took out an authorization certificate from the liquor box. This liquor is priced between 100 and 200 yuan per bottle. The idea is to make it affordable and to share the benefits with more people. It's a noble cause. Everyone nodded in agreement, although they still didn't see how this related to a villa worth millions. Shen Lianshan continued, research is one of the most profitable industries. With Hu Yan's medical skills, the quality of this medicinal liquor is undoubtedly high. In the future, this liquor will likely become popular nationwide, even worldwide. Just think how much money that could bring in. His words left everyone in awe, but he still hadn't gotten to the main point. Raising the authorization certificate, Shen Lianshan explained, Hu Yan must have planned this for a while. He waited until today, first to test my family's character, and second, to make sure Qin Zixuan wouldn't misunderstand and think he was trying to win my daughter over. Everyone laughed again. Sincerely, Shen Lianshan said, Thank you. Hu Yan, you've done more for my family than I ever could. In the future, your contributions might even surpass my own. Everyone wondered, what could be so significant? With deep emotion, Shen Lianshan explained, this is the authorization for Jiangyan's regional agency. From now on, for every bottle of this medicinal liquor sold in Jiangyan, the Shen family will receive a commission. Turning to Hu Fuchun and his wife, he added, brother-sister. Even on the low end, the yearly profit from this could buy several, even a dozen villas. On the high end, who knows how many. So, do you think I made a good deal, or was I foolish? Hu Fuchun and his wife were utterly stunned, never imagining that their son had become so successful without them realizing it. It all felt surreal. Yang Yejun even pinched old Hu. Ouch, old Hu, lost in thought, cried out. What are you doing? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Yang Yejun replied. If you think you're dreaming, why not pinch yourself, old Hu grumbled. Everyone burst into laughter again. Pei Zi, who hadn't fully grasped the situation earlier, now felt genuinely grateful to Hu Yan, not expecting anything in return. Now, looking at her daughter, she sighed softly. As for Qin Zixuan, she couldn't be more pleased with Hu Yan's actions. The differences between the north and south are vast, and Tianhai's business was primarily in the north. But Hu Yan was already thinking on a national, even global scale. From this perspective, surpassing Tianhai was just a matter of time. Feeling that marrying Hu Yan was now a certainty, Qin Zixuan unconsciously tightened her grip on his arm, her face glowing with a smile of happiness. Shen Lianshan read through the description of Hu Yan's medicinal liquor and informed everyone that it was made entirely from traditional Chinese herbs. It had no side effects and, when taken regularly, offered excellent health benefits. He had heard Hu Yan mention it before, and Hu Yan had even promised to send him a few bottles. However, Shen Lianshan never expected that Hu Yan would give him the distribution rights instead. Of course, Hu Yan had his own plans. As his thinking matured, his perspective on things also changed. Although he had many abilities, they all required his personal involvement. And the strength of one person is ultimately limited. From the success of the Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center, Hu Yan learned an important lesson: those who aim high must be willing to share their benefits. Deciding who to share those benefits with is a difficult choice, but ever since Hu Yan mastered certain esoteric skills, this problem became easier to solve. Not only did Shen Lianshan have a strong character, but he was also well respected in Jiangnan. He was meticulous and responsible in his work, to the point of overworking himself in his 30s. Most importantly, he was someone who knew how to be grateful. If today's gathering had been just a meal, Hu Yan wouldn't have included the authorization letter in the liquor gift. It wasn't the villa that mattered to him, but rather Shen Lianshan's intentions and the way he conducted himself. As everyone chatted happily, Qin Zixuan noticed that Hu Yan was frequently messaging someone. With her usual tact, she didn't ask or pry into his privacy, but she did notice that his smile seemed a bit forced. Just as she was about to inquire what was worrying him, the general manager of TNU Tower arrived. She carried a bottle of red wine and some glasses, and bowed to the group, saying, "I apologize for not knowing that President Qin was dining here. My service may have been lacking, so I've come to offer a toast, no matter how busy I am." Shen Lianshan smiled and welcomed her. After she had offered a toast to everyone, the manager approached Qin Zixuan and asked quietly, "President Qin, I've already arranged for the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. Is there anything else you need?" Qin Zixuan shook her head. "No, you've done well. Keep up the good work." The manager bowed slightly. "Thank you for your trust, President Qin." As the manager was about to leave, Hu Yan suddenly asked, "Did Liu Likun and his group end up not dining in Viewing River Pavilion's room 2? The manager nodded. "Yes, after initially sitting down in room 2 and ordering tea, they asked to switch rooms after a while, saying that room 1 looked better since it was unoccupied." Hu Yan frowned. "Assign someone to closely monitor the activities in room 2. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately." "Understood, Mr. Hu," the manager replied before leaving. Qin Zixuan, who had noticed a hint of hesitation in the manager's eyes, asked Hu Yan, "Do you think the people in room 2 might have been planted by Lulu Likun?" Hu Yan replied, "Maybe, maybe not. But I'm certain something is going to happen." Qin Zixuan understood now Hu Yan had been worried about this all along. It was no wonder she knew Lu Likun's personality, and that he wouldn't let things go so easily. "What do you think might happen?" Hu Yan shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Let's just hope I'm worrying over nothing." They kept their voices low and maintained smiles, giving the impression that they were sharing a tender moment to avoid causing concern, especially for Hu Yan's parents. Both he and Qin Zixuan didn't want them to worry. But the issue needed to be resolved, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask his parents to leave early, as that would be impolite to their hosts, the Shen family. After a short while there was another knock at the door of the private room. Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan exchanged a glance, thinking, "It's happening." However, it was Qin San who entered, carrying Hu Yan's medical kit. Interestingly, Qin San was dressed in a waiter's uniform. He nodded at Qin Zixuan and handed the medical kit and a package to Hu Yan. When Hu Yan opened it, Qin Zixuan saw that it contained some food dishes. "Brother, are you still hungry after all this? Did you have Qin San bring takeout?" Hu Jiaxin, who was seated next to Hu Yan, teased. "What's in there? A stew?" Since Hu Jiaxin didn't know what was going on and found it amusing, she didn't lower her voice, and everyone overheard. All eyes turned to Hu Yan. Shen Lianshan burst into laughter, saying, "Hu Yan, if the food wasn't enough, you could have just ordered more." Of course, everyone knew that Hu Yan had a deeper purpose, but Shen Lianshan played along, not wanting to worry Hu Yan's parents. Hu Yan joined in the laughter. "I was just bored and wanted to try some new dishes from the kitchen. If they're good, we can order a few more." Yang Yajun interjected, "Please, no more food. We can't eat anymore, and it would be wasteful." But uncharacteristically, Hu Yan didn't seem to hear her. He picked up some of the food from the plastic containers with his hands and began to eat. Hu Jiaxin grimaced. "Brother, that's gross. Eating with your hands? Weren't you full from all the delicious food earlier?" But Hu Yan seemed oblivious, closing his eyes as if savoring the taste. Curious, Hu Jiaxin wondered, could it really be that good? But when Hu Yan didn't respond, she turned to Qin Zixuan for help. Knowing Hu Yan must have his reasons, Qin Zixuan took on the role of calming everyone. "Your brother has developed some strange habits lately. He's an artist, remember? Artists often have quirky behaviors." Hu Jiaxin nodded in understanding, and the others followed suit, nodding even if they didn't fully get it. Hu Yan slowly opened his eyes and quickly went to the medical kit. He searched through it, then mixed some medicinal powders together. Once he was done, he handed the mixture to Qin San. "Take this powder, mix it into the best tea we have, and serve it to them as a complimentary drink. Make sure everyone drinks a cup. Kyun-san nodded and left immediately. Seeing this, Kyun Zixuan whispered, "Is it serious?" Ho-yan softly replied, "Yes, it could be fatal. Liu Lakun is ruthless." Their conversation was discreet, avoiding eye contact to prevent the others from noticing. To further deflect any suspicions, Hu-yan raised his glass and said, "Let's all have a toast. From now on, we're as close as family." Shen Lianshan smiled and lifted his water glass, as he couldn't drink alcohol at the moment. Peiji, on the other hand, was delighted and clinked glasses with Hu-yan. Just after everyone had finished their drink, the door was knocked on again. The female manager hurriedly approached Qin Zixuan and reported, "Several guests in room 2 are vomiting and having severe diarrhea. It looks terrible." Ho-yan calmly instructed, "Don't panic. Have them drink the tea Qin-san brought over." The manager nodded and left. Qin Zixuan glanced at Hu-yan, her admiration for him growing his foresight was almost uncanny. Shen Lianshan said, "Hu-yan, if there's something urgent you should go take care of it. It's alright, you've already said we're like family now, so we won't mind." He Fuchun and his wife chimed in, "Yes, go handle it if it's important." Ho-yan shook his head, "It's alright, just a minor issue. These things happen in the hospitality business, and the hotel staff can handle it." Half an hour later, the manager returned. "As per your instructions, everything has been resolved. We also contacted the health department to conduct an inspection and ensure everything is in order." Ho-yan nodded. "Good, you can go back to your work." After she left, Qin Zixuan asked, "What's the situation?" Ho-yan explained, "Liu Likun and his group poisoned that room. I suspect they placed something in the air conditioner vents. They probably intended to leave after causing a scene, knowing the next guests would be poisoned." Qin Zixuan frowned. "Can we find evidence and charge them?" Ho-yan shook his head. "No, the powder was dispersed through the air vents and has likely dissipated by now. Also, it's a type of substance that wouldn't show up in a standard lab test." That serious Qin Zixuan frowned even more. If Hu-yan hadn't noticed in time and taken quick action, the situation could have been fatal. Regardless of the cause, such an incident would ruin the reputation of the newly opened hotel. "We need to find a way to teach Liu Lakun a lesson," Qin Zixuan said. "Exactly. We can't be on guard forever." Hu-yan agreed. The reason for the issue was that a few guests in room 2 had refused to drink the tea Qin-san had brought. As he tried to persuade them, some who hadn't had the tea started showing symptoms. The manager handled the situation well, working with Qin-san to get those affected to drink the tea. By the time the ambulance arrived, the symptoms had mostly subsided. Since not everyone in room 2 had the same symptoms, the health department ruled out food poisoning from the hotel. They conducted a routine inspection of the kitchen and took food samples for testing, but as Hu-yan expected, they found nothing. The conclusion was that the affected guests had likely consumed contaminated food earlier elsewhere. With the situation under control, Hu-yan and the others finished their meal, bid farewell to the Shen family, and dropped off his parents and Hu Jiaxin before heading to Tianhai Hotel, where Liu Likun and his group were staying. After finding out their room number, Ho-yan and Qin Zixuan went straight there. Inside, Liu Likun and his 3 companions were drinking and chatting. Qin Zixuan smiled as she entered. "What's this, Mr. Liu? It looks less like a business meeting and more like a victory celebration." Liu Likun laughed. "It's all about perspective. We had a successful negotiation, and since no one died, why not celebrate? Care to join us for a drink?" Qin Zixuan replied, "Celebration is indeed in order. But I must disappoint you, nothing happened at Tianyu Tower." With that, she and Hu-yan turned to leave. As their footsteps faded, Liu Likun's face darkened. "Su Wei, didn't you say there'd be no problem? So why was nothing wrong over there?" Su Wei, frowning slightly, replied, "Impossible. This is my specialty." One of the others, who had been checking his phone, suddenly said, "Something did happen, but it seems it was handled." Everyone looked over. The news read about an hour ago, an incident occurred at Tianyu Tower where several guests experienced vomiting and diarrhea. Preliminary investigations suggest it was due to the guests' own conditions. The incident is still under investigation. Just as Liu Likun was about to explode in anger, he suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his abdomen. Liu Likun clutched his stomach with one hand and pointed a trembling finger at Su Wei with the other. "Did you actually poison our food?" he demanded. Su Wei quickly denied it. "How could that be? I clearly placed the poison in the air conditioning vent of room 2 in the viewing river pavilion." Ugh! Suddenly, Su Wei also grabbed his stomach in pain. The other 2 members of the group weren't spared either. One of them, trying to stay calm, said, "Right now, The most important thing is to treat ourselves. If this is as strong as the poison Su Wei used, we're all in serious trouble. Sure enough, after he spoke, the four of them exchanged worried glances, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Lu Lakun turned to Su Wei. Quick, figure out what kind of poison this is. Su Wei, drenched in sweat, shakily touched the residue on the table and put it in his mouth, smacking his lips a few times. Well? What is it? Everyone looked at him with anxious anticipation. Su Wei grimaced. It's too little to tell what it is. The only option now is to find out who poisoned us. Damn it. We tried to be so careful, and still, Hu Yan outsmarted us. Liu Likun cursed. Su Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. How about this? We could report to the authorities that we got sick at the Tianhai Hotel. Wouldn't that have the same effect? Effect, my ass, Liu Likun shouted angrily. The hotel is company property. Even if Hu Yan didn't turn the tables on us, the bosses wouldn't let me off the hook. It's like getting sick from eating in your own house, don't you get that? Besides, our priority now should be figuring out if we're going to be okay. As he spoke, Liu Likun's stomach churned violently, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. With a loud retch, he vomited all over Su Wei, covering him from head to toe. Already feeling nauseous, the others couldn't hold back either, and soon the entire room was filled with the disgusting stench of mixed alcohol and food. It took a while, but they eventually finished vomiting. The most pitiful of all was Su Wei, who was covered in filth but couldn't say anything, forced to clean himself with tissues. Looking at the mess around him, Liu Likun felt it mirrored the disaster he was facing. They had waited until now to strike, partly because of how Hu Yan had scared Wang Yali last time. But Liu Likun had dismissed the stories as exaggerated and unbelievable. So, during a gathering with two other families, emboldened by alcohol, he bragged that he would test Hu Yan's mettle. The others, who were in favor of this plan, supported him without their parents knowing. Although their tactics were underhanded, Liu Likun didn't think they were too serious, just enough to cause some trouble. But he had made a critical mistake. This was a matter of life and death, and Hu Yan's retaliation was fierce. Not willing to admit defeat, Liu Likun and his group decided to head to the hospital for treatment. As expected, even with IV fluids and antibiotics, the diarrhea didn't stop, although the vomiting did. But that was only because there was nothing left to vomit. After 2 hours of constant diarrhea and growing hunger, the four of them were utterly exhausted, looking at each other with sunken eyes and sallow faces. The hospital test showed no signs of dysentery or food poisoning, only that their gastrointestinal systems were highly sensitive. Realizing the hospital couldn't help them, they turned their eyes to Su Wei. Can't you treat this since you know how to poison people? Liu Likun asked in frustration. Su Wei looked helpless. It's easy to learn how to harm others, but saving people is much harder. If I knew how to cure this, do you think I'd be in this situation? Liu Likun was furious but had to admit Su Wei had a point. Clearly Su Wei was saying, if I had those skills, would I be taking orders from you? With no other options, Liu Likun reluctantly called Qin Zixuan. Miss Qin, I admit I was wrong. Please show some mercy. After all, our families have history, don't you agree? Qin Zixuan didn't waste any time. Let Chairman Liu speak to me directly, she said, and hung up. Liu Likun was stunned, but he had no choice. Although Su Wei couldn't treat them, he could tell the severity of their condition. IV fluids might ease the symptoms temporarily, but with continuous diarrhea and no food intake, they would be in serious trouble within a week. Gritting his teeth, Liu Likun called his father, Liu Yuqi, and explained the situation. Liu Yuqi furiously scolded him. Are you out of your mind, playing with poison against Hu Yan? Have you forgotten how Mentang died? How Miao Buwei ended up in jail? You must be bored with life. Why didn't those other families step in? Do you think you're that great? Fine, handle it yourself then. With that, he hung up. Liu Likun nearly smashed his phone in frustration, but with him being the only male heir, his father had no choice but to try to help. After fuming for a while, Liu Yuqi finally called Qin Baoxiang. Brother Qin, my useless son has caused you trouble again. Qin Baoxiang listened, occasionally responding with an mmhm. When Liu Yuqi finished, he said, Ah, we're all family. Behind closed doors there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's like what happened with Wang Yali. Kids will be kids. As long as they can settle things, I won't interfere. Hey, Liu Yuqi forced a smile, thinking, you just had to bring up Wang Yali. That cost her family a fortune, but what could he do? Watch his only son waste away? With no choice, Liu Yuqi swallowed his pride and called Qin Zixuan. Niece, you know Liu Likun is like a brother to you. Can't we resolve this within the family? Qin Zixuan replied, Uncle Lu, your son's actions were really despicable. We've invested over 200 million in Tianyu Tower. If Hu Yan hadn't noticed in time, we'd have been out of business. I can't just let this slide. If I did, then everyone, whether from the Wang family, the Zhang family, or whoever, would think they could step all over me. Left speechless, Lu Yuki finally asked, What do you want? Qin Zixuan answered, You're aware of what Wang Yali had to sacrifice. I think the Wang family handled it well. Lu Yuki was fuming inside. These father and daughter really were two of a kind, speaking with the same tone. All right, let me think it over. After hanging up, Lu Yuki called Lu Lukun. How did I end up with such a useless son, he raged. Knowing his father's temper, Lu Lukun understood that a solution was in sight. Dad, what did she say? With a sigh, Lu Yuki replied, You need to give your pharmaceutical factory in Jiangcheng to Qin Zixuan. What? No way. That's my most profitable business. Lu Lukun, a pharmaceutical factory in Jiangcheng, which was extremely lucrative. While it wasn't his only asset, it was by far his most profitable one. Fine, Lu Yuki snapped. Then you can die. He was truly angry this time. Even though Lu Lukun had teamed up with the other two families, the result was no different from what had happened with the Wang family. Moreover, Lu Lukun's approach this time was so clumsy that the other families would only mock the Liu family for having no competent successors. After a long silence, Lu Lukun grew increasingly regretful. Perhaps Hu Yan had his eye on the pharmaceutical factory from the start. After all, Hu Yan was a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Look at what he'd done with Wang Yali's stone gambling house. It had doubled in value under his management. Am I handing over my most valuable asset on a silver platter? Lu Lukun thought, as he clutched his thinning hair, noticing how much fell out when he let go. With no better idea, Lu Lukun finally called Qin Zixuan. You win, Qin Zixuan. My Jiangcheng pharmaceutical factory is yours. Qin Zixuan corrected him. No, it's Hu Yan's. Without him, Tianyu Tower would be shut down by now. Whoever you give it to. Just cure us, Lu Lukun replied. Exhausted. The medicine to relieve your symptoms is at the hotel front desk. You can pick it up on your way back. You have 3 days to complete the transfer, or the symptoms will return even worse than before. As Lu Lukun hung up, he clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Clearly, Qin Zixuan had already left the antidote at the hotel desk before leaving, but they had suffered for hours as a lesson. After hanging up, Qin Zixuan turned to Hu Yan. Are we going too far? Are you worried they'll keep coming after me? Hu Yan asked, meeting her gaze. Qin Zixuan nodded. Hu Yan smiled. I've learned that when it comes to enemies, the more you show weakness, the more they'll take advantage of you. So, I'm starting to understand your father now. Qin Zixuan was silent. She remembered how, at Qin Baoxiang's birthday banquet, her father had laid bare all his past misdeeds, causing her to feel like the image she had of him had crumbled. She had worried about what Hu Yan would think of her after that. Now, Hu Yan's words deeply moved her. Hu Yan smiled again. It's all about survival. I used to think people exaggerated when they said adulthood is tough. Now I see that staying alive really isn't easy. Hearing Hu Yan's words, Qin Zixuan felt a sudden pang in her heart. With Hu Yan's abilities, he could easily make a comfortable living by drawing a few pictures, treating a few patients, or writing a few words. Yet, for her sake, he had taken on a life as burdensome as carrying a mountain on his back. Building a company comparable to those already listed is no small feat. Hu Yan seemed to sense what Qin Zixuan was feeling and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. I haven't finished talking yet. For someone like me, life is only interesting when it's challenging. Qin Zixuan rested her head lightly on his shoulder, murmuring, You don't need to comfort me, I understand. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Hu Yan shook his head. Actually, I've only just taken the first crucial step. What do you mean? Qin Zixuan asked, a bit distracted. Her mind was in turmoil, and she almost told him to give up. Hu Yan continued, For a public company, you need reliable partners. Shen Lianshan is a good choice. He only has one daughter, so his ambitions won't be too big. Most importantly, he's someone who knows gratitude. Partnering with him will definitely be successful. Only then did Qin Zixuan grasp Hu Yan's meaning. What you're saying makes sense. You know, the steps you're taking now seem a lot easier than when my father started his business. With Shen Lianshan and Hua Shaoqiang, you already have enough. Of course, if one more person joined, it would be even better. Hu Yan smiled. The main thing is to meet your father's expectations. The company's size isn't as important. In fact, if the internal conflicts in Tianhai were resolved, Even without a listed company, your family would still be willing to let you marry me. Qin Zixuan understood well. The trouble lies there. Sometimes, I feel like it would be easier if Tianhai just lost money. Then, our goal would be easier to achieve. But I know you have the ability to solve Tianhai's conflicts directly, yet you haven't used it. That's why I'm sticking with it. So it's my fault, Hu Yan teased, smiling at her. Qin Zixuan shot him a charming glance, even playfully sticking out her tongue, a rare sight for the usually composed and aloof ice goddess. You're right. Hu Yan said. I could easily have used underhanded tactics to make them compromise. But I don't want to continue those kinds of relationships. Think about it, your father and his generation worked their entire lives to build this empire, but are they truly happy? Beyond the occasional sense of pride, Qin Zixuan shook her head. She only had to look at her mother, Wen Lingji, who rarely slept well and would lose sleep over the slightest disturbance. Exactly, Hu Yan said with a deep sigh. Those three crafty old wolves are like Manhwa from the Three Kingdoms period. They need to be completely subdued so they'll never consider rebelling again. Only then will we, and our future generations, be able to find happiness. Qin Zixuan nodded in agreement, though she knew how difficult that would be. If you have a plan, I'll do everything I can to support you, she said firmly. Hu Yan replied, my plan. Qin Zixuan lifted her lovely face, listening intently. Is for us to have children first. Qin Zixuan's face immediately flushed red at the sudden turn in the conversation. She lightly punched Hu Yan's chest. We're supposed to be discussing serious matters. Hu Yan, looking aggrieved, replied. Isn't carrying on the family line a serious matter? I'm not talking to you anymore, Qin Zixuan said, turning away in embarrassment. Hu Yan continued, the Wang and Lu families have already made their moves. Given their personalities, the Zhang family won't be far behind. Otherwise, they'll face pressure from those two families. If we manage to strike back at the Zhang family's next generation, then those three will have no choice but to act. Once we've taken the bite out of their bark, we'll be more than halfway to success. Qin Zixuan thought about it and agreed. You're right. But we're always reacting to their moves, which puts us at a disadvantage. She felt frustrated at the thought of always being on the defensive, especially since any one of these families could strike a fatal blow at Hu Yan. She knew how much Hu Yan had sacrificed for her, and felt indebted to him. Even if she ever considered not being together anymore, she would still ensure their joint ventures remained under Hu Yan's control. But putting that into action would be easier said than done. Hu Yan was equally frustrated, perhaps even more so than Qin Zixuan. Why was it that when others married wealthy and beautiful women, becoming a live-in son-in-law was so easy? But for him, it was not only difficult, but his title as a live-in son-in-law was also in name only. I'm not going to keep defending, Hu Yan said through gritted teeth. This time, I'm taking the initiative. Starting trouble, Qin Zixuan frowned. But that could easily backfire. If they make a mistake, we can demand compensation and take over their companies. But if we fail and they strike back, we could lose everything. Taking the initiative doesn't necessarily mean giving them a chance to retaliate, Hu Yan said with a smile. Besides, I've already set the groundwork. Qin Zixuan was still worried. Among the three shareholders, the most difficult one to deal with is Zhang Yukai. He was a gangster in his youth and helped my dad with a lot of things. If he makes a move, he'll stop at nothing. Even my dad is wary of him. But because they grew up together, my dad can't easily take him down. Hu Yan knew Qin Zixuan was worried about his safety. Don't worry, you know your boyfriend is capable. I'm a rare breed, a man of both brains and brawn. Such a braggart, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Even though Hu Yan was boasting, to a girl in love, her boyfriend was always a hero. Qin Zixuan was no exception. After the events of the previous day, Hu Yan's relationship with Shen Lianshan had grown much closer during their next meeting, where Hu Yan treated him again. After the treatment, Shen Lianshan had Shen Lingxi pour some tea, and then sat down to chat with Hu Yan. Hu Yan, I have to thank you again. The business I had before was something Lingxi could never take over. But this new venture with you is different. Once the brand is established, it'll be like a pipeline, it'll be an easy moneymaker for whoever takes it over. Uncle, we're past the point of formalities. I'll look after Lingxi like my own sister, Hu Yan said with a smile. Shen Lianshan and his wife exchanged a glance, thinking, even if he doesn't become our son-in-law, this is still the best outcome. Shen Lianshan nodded. With that assurance, I'm relieved. This child has been spoiled by us, so you might have to take care of her in the future. Dad, Shen Lingxi protested, stomping her foot. How can you say that about your own daughter? Am I not well behaved? Ha ha ha, Shen Lianshan chuckled. Yes, my daughter is the best. I'm just worried that when I'm old, no one will protect my precious girl. Shen Lingxi's tone softened. Dad, I'll take care of myself, and? Isn't there Hu Yan? Brother. Yes, that's why I'm at ease. Shen Lianshan was genuinely happy. With his experience, he could clearly see everything that had transpired. And he knew Hu Yan was a man of his word, which gave him peace of mind. Hu Yan then said, Uncle Shen, I've heard there's a piece of land back in your hometown, in Qingshui Township. It's a beautiful place, known for its pristine environment and rich history. How about we invest in a resort there? That land. Shen Lianshan seemed lost in thought. After a moment he said, Forget it. That land hasn't been ours for a long time. Oh, Hu Yan asked, Is there some difficulty involved? Shen Lianshan smiled bitterly. If you'd asked me this a day earlier, I wouldn't have told you. But as you said, our relationship has changed, so I can share it now. His eyes drifted off into the distance. My old home is in a place called Shenjia Valley. It's truly a wonderful place, which is why it could even produce wild Polygonum multiflorum. I've thought about going back several times, but given my health, I just didn't have the strength to face the memories. He took a slow sip of tea. I was driven out of Jiangcheng back then after a business failure. Losing the business wasn't the worst part, it was losing that land. It had been in my family for generations. The entire mountain had deeds to it. My father's generation even suffered for it during the land reform, but eventually, it was returned to us. My ancestors worked as coal burners for the royal court, and over time, the mountain was granted to them. People say you should never sell your ancestral land, but I mortgaged it for a mere 50,000 yuan. Do you think I'm a failure? Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. They said it was a 20-year lease, but the time has long passed. I tried talking to Mr. Li to get it back, but he insisted I show the deed. However, when I left Jiangcheng, my house was robbed, and the deed was stolen. Just thinking about the time I sold that land, with the villagers pointing at me and calling me a disgrace, I can't face them without reclaiming it. As he spoke, Shen Lianshan shook his head in sorrow. Both Pei Ji and Shen Lingji were in tears, knowing this was a deep-seated regret for Shen Lianshan. Ho Yan slowly pulled out an old piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Shen Lianshan. Uncle, is this what you're looking for? Shen Lianshan's eyes widened in shock. This? How do you have this? Could it be? No, it's impossible. Knowing him, how could this be? Shen Lianshan held the old land deed in his trembling hands. Hu Yan smiled. I can assure you it wasn't Qin Baoxiang who gave it to me. You can keep it with peace of mind. Good, Shen Lianshan exclaimed. Thank you. I won't say more, but with this deed, I'll fight to get that land back, even if it costs me my life. There's no need, Hu Yan said. When the time comes, just show the deed. I'll handle the rest. Meeting you is truly a blessing. Shen Lianshan couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Of course the land deed wasn't real. When Qin Zixuan was helping Hu Yan collect various books, she found a fragment tucked inside a page of an old traditional Chinese version of the Compendium of Materia Medica that her family owned. Hu Yan initially thought the fragment was an important personal note and decided to trace its origin. To his surprise, the fragment turned out to be the deed to Shen Lianshan's ancestral land. At that time, Hu Yan didn't know Shen Lianshan, so he set the matter aside. However, after meeting Shen Lianshan, Hu Yan suddenly recalled the deed and realized it could be a powerful tool against the shareholders of Tianhai. Hu Yan researched what land deeds looked like from that era and hand-drew a replica. By now, Hu Yan's skills at aging documents were so advanced that even an expert like Tao wouldn't be able to tell it was fake. With Shen Lianshan's connections and some help from local villagers to corroborate the story, along with records from the local archives, it would be easy to exchange this fake deed for a current land certificate. Back then, Shen Lianshan failed to reclaim the land because he lacked this crucial evidence. And of course there were people working against him, but there was no need to dwell on that. Sure enough, when Shen Lianshan took the deed to the land registry to apply for a new land certificate, he casually mentioned plans to build a resort on the site, and the process was quickly completed. The efficiency of government departments had improved, and the proposed investment was seen as beneficial. It would boost the local economy without harming the environment, so it received official support. At the same time, Hu Yan's project approval also came through. Initially, Hu Yan planned to invest the money himself while Shen Lianshan contributed the land, making it a joint venture. However, Shen Lianshan adamantly refused. From his perspective, the fact that Hu Yan had retrieved the deed for him was already a tremendous gift. How could he ask Hu Yan to also invest money? After much debate, they finally agreed to split the investment costs equally, but with Hu Yan holding the majority share. With the investment settled, it was time for Hu Yan to confront Zhang Yukai, who was behind the theft of the deed from Shen Lianshan. Zhang Yukai had spent considerable money and effort to keep the land, intending to use it as his family's private burial ground. He believed it was a prime feng shui location that would bring prosperity to his descendants. Whether or not this belief was true, after his grandfather was buried there, Zhang Yukai indeed became wealthy and rose to become one of Tianhai's major shareholders. As a result, Zhang Yukai was convinced that the land was the reason for his family's success. He even believed that his family would eventually surpass the Qin family because, according to the feng shui master, the Qin family's ancestral grave didn't have such favorable feng shui. Now, with Hu Yan planning to build a resort on Zhang Yukai's family burial ground, it was as if he were destroying the Zhang family's feng shui. It was no surprise that the Zhang family would be furious upon hearing about it. As the Chinese New Year approached, Zhang Yukai's family was quite satisfied with their gains over the past year. Zhang Yukai, though nearing 50, had recently fathered a son with a woman in her 20s. To avoid any complications, he declared that he wouldn't participate in any internal conflicts after his son was born, warning that if anything happened to his son, the other family's children would pay the price. Even Qin Zixuan believed that Zhang Yukai wasn't behind the tragic events in the family. They had grown up together as friends. Everyone knew Zhang Yukai's temperament. If something happened to his son, there was nothing he wouldn't do in retaliation. Zhang Yukai's eldest daughter, now 25, was playing with her 6-year-old brother. "Little landlord, how many wives do you want to marry when you grow up?" she teased. The boy, who always liked having more of everything, thought for a moment, raised his hand high, and made a big circle. "I want a lot, he declared. Ha ha ha, the whole family burst into laughter. Even though the boy's mother didn't have official status, having given birth to a son elevated her position in the Zhang family. She was now treated like a main wife, while Zhang Yukai's official wife, who had lost her status, was sidelined. When she had given birth during the most intense period of conflict between the families, her daughter was born with polio, leaving her with a limp. Afterward, she lost the ability to have more children. Zhang Yukai never said much about this until his son was born, at which point he issued that harsh warning. But since then, he had become much more cautious, refraining from getting involved in the shareholders' power struggles. Like Qin Baoxiang, Zhang Yukai believed that Qin wouldn't do such things to him. The misfortunes that befell his daughter and wife were likely the work of the Wang or Lu families, trying to drive a wedge between him and Qin Baoxiang. Still, perhaps out of a desire to protect his son, Zhang Yukai eventually sided with the other two families against Qin and Baoxiang. "Alright," Zhang Yukai said, lifting his son into his arms. "One day Dad will help you marry lots of wives, and you'll give Dad lots of grandsons." The little boy nodded seriously. As the family looked on fondly at the boy, whether their feelings were real or feigned, the butler came in and said, "Sir, a few of the younger members from the Wang and Lu families are here to see you." HMP Zhang Yukai scoffed. "It's about that trouble with Qin's son-in-law, isn't it? They got burned and now want me to stick my neck out? Not a chance." "Shall I tell them you're resting and send them away?" the butler asked. Zhang Yukai thought for a moment. "Let them in. There's no avoiding this." Before long, Wang Yawan from the Wang family and Lulu Laikun from the Lu family arrived. Just as Zhang Yukai had expected, Wang Yali wasn't with them. Even though Hu Yan had taken her stone gambling business, he had also healed her face. For Wang Yali, her appearance was far more important than the business. She had once been aggressive, but now she was completely changed. "Have a seat," Zhang Yukai said as they entered. Seeing Zhang Yukai's expression, both of them could tell they weren't particularly welcome. "Uncle Zhang, our families have both suffered losses. Don't you have any thoughts on this?" Lu Lakun asked. Zhang Yukai smiled. "What thoughts should I have? My son is still young, my eldest is disabled, and I'm getting old. I'm content, and don't want to stir up trouble." Wang Yawan asked. Could it be that Uncle Zhang is also afraid of Hu Yan? Zhang Yukai chuckled, and took a sip of tea. His eldest daughter, Zhang Wen, immediately snapped. "What do you mean by that, Wang Yashuan? Your provocation won't work on my dad." Zhang Yukai raised a hand to stop his daughter and said, "People need to learn to be content. Old Qin may have made more money than us, but that doesn't mean we could do what he did. Let me ask you, if Tianhai's leadership were handed to you, could you do a better job than Qin Zixuan? I don't think so. Ho Yan didn't use any capital, yet he left you with no way to retaliate." Zhang Yukai's counter-provocation was clever, immediately putting Lu Lakun and Wang Yajuan on the defensive. "We didn't want to escalate the situation too much out of respect for our parents. Otherwise that penniless Hu Yan wouldn't be worth our time," Wang Yajuan replied. Lulu Lakun chimed in, exactly. If we weren't concerned about appearances, we wouldn't be afraid of that country bumpkin. We just didn't want to put you in a difficult position by acting on our own. My old face is worn out, I don't need to save it anymore, Zhang Yukai said with a smile. If you're confident, then go ahead. If you need people or money, just say the word, and I'll support you. Lu Lakun and Wang Yajuan exchanged glances, realizing that Zhang Yukai wasn't easily swayed. Their parents had warned them correctly. Zhang Yukai, though seemingly rough and unrefined, was shrewd and calculating. We don't need money or people, Lu Lakun said. We just wanted to check your thoughts. We wouldn't want to harm the bond between our families. Friendship is a great thing, Zhang Yukai said, but unfortunately, it ceased to exist the moment Tianhai grew big. Go ahead and do what you need to. I'm old, but I'll cheer you on. Go on, young people. Ha ha ha. The two of them were left speechless. It was clear that Zhang Yukai wasn't going to help. He was content to sit back and watch the show. Finally, Wang Yawan couldn't hold back any longer. Uncle Zhang, when the nest is overturned, no egg is left unbroken. Do you really think you can stay out of this? Zhang Yukai kept smiling. I think ... I can. Hey, Wang Yawan smirked. I guess you don't know then? After all, you don't have any business of your own in Jiangqing. This was a sore spot for Zhang Yukai. His daughter Zhang Wen was very sensitive to others' opinions and had always been self-conscious. She couldn't take on the family business alone, and unlike the children of the other two families, she didn't have her own enterprise. Zhang Yukai's family was the only one without a business presence in Jiangcheng. Zhang Wen stayed home all day, avoiding the outside world. Wang Yawan's words not only hit Zhang Yukai where it hurt but also struck a nerve with Zhang Wen. She immediately snapped, so what if we don't have a business? It's better than having one that gets taken away by someone else. Hey, Wang Yawan laughed. Don't get upset, little sister Wen. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that your family has fewer sources of information, so you might not know as much. Oh? What do you know? Zhang Yukai asked. Wang Yawan replied, from what I've heard, the reason you've become so indifferent to everything is because of your son. You don't want to make enemies anymore, right? So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? Zhang Yukai's patience was wearing thin, and his tone grew cold as his smile faded. It's nothing, Wang Yajuan said. But I've heard, though I don't know if it's true. So don't be upset that you believe as long as your feng shui land is safe, you'll eventually come out on top. She paused here. Oh? Who told you that? How come I don't know? Zhang Yukai asked, pretending not to care. Wang Yajuan smiled. It doesn't matter who said it. I just want to ask, if Hu Yan destroys your family's ancestral grave, what will you do? Damn him, Zhang Yukai roared as he slammed his teacup onto the table, shattering an antique purple clay teapot set in the process. In an instant, Zhang Yukai transformed from a calm, unbothered sage into a hardened thug. But after a moment, he exhaled deeply and asked, do you have any evidence? As he spoke, his expression darkened, making it clear that if they had no concrete proof and were merely using him to confront Hu Yan, he wouldn't hesitate to turn on them. Wang Yawan replied, I heard from people in Jiangqing that Hu Yan plans to build a resort, and he's chosen Qingshui Township as the location right on that mountain owned by Shen Lianshan. Zhang Yukai narrowed his eyes. Impossible. I know that old man came back and was fixated on that land, trying everything to reclaim it, but he couldn't get it back. Of course, Zhang Yukai had been the one behind it all, ensuring that without the land deed, the issue remained unresolved. Lu Lakun added, we received confirmed information. Hu Yan's resort plan has already been approved, with a startup fund of 5 billion yuan. How could that be? Without the deed, how did Shen Lianshan get the land back? Zhang Yukai immediately made a phone call. After speaking for 2 minutes, his face changed completely. So, he thinks I'm a pushover, does he? Hu Yan must have taken me for a fool. Furious, Zhang Yukai looked like a tiger ready to pounce, but his years of self-discipline soon calmed him. After a moment he said, I'm aware of the situation now. If there's nothing else, I'll see you out. Wang Yawan and Lu Lakun nodded and took their leave. As they exited the mansion, Lu Lakun asked, what do you think Zhang Yukai will do? Wang Yawan replied, whatever he does, he won't sit back and do nothing. Back when they started their business, it was Zhang Yukai who handled all the dirty work. I don't believe that age has changed his nature. If he decides to act, it will be ruthless. Lu Likun didn't doubt this, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Hu Yan, let's see if your luck holds this time. Lu Likun had always believed that Hu Yan's success last time was due to luck. He suspected that when the incident first began, Hu Yan had somehow noticed and taken action to neutralize the poison before it fully took effect. Su Wei couldn't imagine that Hu Yan had only come up with a solution after the fact. Su Wei believed that without the formula, it was impossible to find an antidote. However, what Su Wei didn't know was that Hu Yan had learned a great deal. To please Qin Zixuan's grandparents, Hu Yan had even studied culinary arts. To improve his cooking, he trained himself to recognize flavors with incredible precision. So, even a small amount of the poison was enough for him to identify the ingredients and determine the antidote. At that moment, Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan were dining at one of their favorite restaurants. In the past, Hu Yan would have chosen to sit in the main dining hall, but with his changing status, his habits had shifted. Especially since his time with Qin Zixuan was precious, he didn't want to be disturbed. So, they chose a private room with a refined atmosphere. I still think we might be acting a bit rashly with Zhang Yukai, Qin Zixuan said. Despite his ruthless nature, he's the closest to my father among the 3 shareholders. I'm worried that we might end up making things worse. She had said we instead of you signaling that they were in this together, rather than blaming Hu Yan for being reckless. Hu Yan appreciated her choice of words and smiled. Don't worry, I'm actually thinking about what's best for him and your father. How so? Qin Zixuan asked, puzzled, looking at Hu Yan with curiosity. Hu Yan explained, others may not know this, and some might not believe it. But you should be aware that I've studied some aspects of metaphysics. Qin Zixuan nodded. Yes, you've mentioned it several times recently, and it seems you've been quite accurate. Yes, Hu Yan continued. There's ancient wisdom in these teachings that shouldn't be dismissed. People say that stealing land is worse than killing one's parents. What Zhang Yukai and your father did wasn't clean. And holding onto that land without returning it creates a significant karmic burden. I don't want to carry that unforgivable sin. Qin Zixuan realized, you don't want the consequences of their mistakes to fall on us or our future children. Hu Yan nodded. Exactly. As children we inherit not just our ancestors' wealth but also their karmic debts. Qin Zixuan thought for a moment, and though it seemed far-fetched, she chose to trust Hu Yan. Should we be careful about how we handle this? The relationships of the previous generation can't withstand much more strain. Hu Yan shook his head. You're too kind. Many things aren't as they appear. Qin Zixuan, eager to hear more, listened attentively as Hu Yan continued. You might think, as most people do, that the 3 shareholders are united against your father. But I believe that's just an illusion. How could that be? You've heard my father's stories, they've been through so much together. Hu Yan paused before responding, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear, but I hope you'll understand. Qin Zixuan nodded, go ahead. I trust you more than anyone else in the world. Even though we argue sometimes, you've never done anything to hurt me. Have I? Hu Yan scratched his head. I don't remember that. Qin Zixuan gave him a sidelong glance. In the beginning, when I didn't follow your advice, you walked out on me. I still remember that clearly. Her lips quivered with emotion as she added, honestly, I'm a little afraid of you now. I'm scared that if I make another mistake, you'll leave again and never come back. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Hu Yan was taken aback, realizing that beneath her strong exterior, Qin Zixuan had come to rely on him deeply. Gripping her hand, Hu Yan assured her, don't worry. No matter what happens in this life, I won't leave you. Qin Zixuan nodded firmly. After a brief silence, Hu Yan said, I've looked into your grandfather's and great-grandfather's lives. They were exceptionally good people, which is why your father has had so much good fortune. But your father. Hu Yan didn't finish the thought, not wanting to speak too harshly about Qin Zixuan's father. I've studied your father's face and his birth details. He should have had a son. Though Hu Yan didn't say it outright, Qin Zixuan quickly understood what he was implying. You mean that not only you but even I might just be pawns in my father's game? Hu Yan shook his head. I hope I'm wrong. After taking a sip of water, Hu Yan reached into his pocket. Qin Zixuan, noticing his movement, reached into her bag and handed him a pack of cigarettes. Go ahead and smoke, it's fine. Thank you, Hu Yan said, deeply touched. Qin Zixuan hated it when people smoked in front of her, yet she had noticed Hu Yan's need and had even come prepared with cigarettes and a lighter for him. As Hu Yan took a deep drag, he looked satisfied. Actually, I believe that Zhang Yukai and your father have been acting all along. They've been in this together. Qin Zixuan frowned, thinking carefully. You mean they've been working together to push out Uncle Wang and Uncle Lu? That's likely the case, Hu Yan said. But people's hearts change. It's possible that when it mattered most, Zhang Yukai felt that if your father could do such things to them, he could do the same to him. So, when he had a son, he decided to step back and claim he didn't want to fight anymore. The more Qin Zixuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She broke out in a cold sweat as a terrifying possibility crossed her mind. Could her own mother, and those other unborn children, her half-siblings, have been victims of Qin Baoxiang's actions? He Yan seemed to sense her thoughts and steadied her trembling hand with his own. No matter what happened in the past, he's still your father. I don't care about inheriting his empire, but I'll do my best to help him atone. Thank you. Thank you. Qin Zixuan choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Hu Yan's words had confirmed her worst fears. It was becoming clear that Qin Baoxiang had used nearly self-destructive methods to suppress the other shareholders. Although Qin Zixuan had been young at the time, she remembered how her mother, Wen Lingji, had frequently been hospitalized. Every time she returned home, Qin Baoxiang would show her a contract, indicating that he had acquired more shares from the other shareholders. The terrifying thought crossed her mind: why did Qin Baoxiang always show these contracts to his wife? Perhaps Wen Lingji had been complicit all along. Suddenly, Qin Zixuan felt utterly exhausted. He Yan, why don't we just leave all this behind? This whole mess is too frightening. He Yan wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I'll handle everything. Why was Qin Zixuan so quick to accept Hu Yan's view and doubt her father? It was because, despite her impressive achievements and Tianhai's growing success, she had not received any rewards in the form of shares. That was troubling. She feared that her father was planning to leave everything to the half-brother she didn't yet know. That's why Hu Yan had always said he didn't expect Qin Zixuan to inherit the Qin family's assets. A shadowy figure slowly began to take shape in Qin Zixuan's mind, a man named Qin Zheng, an exceptionally talented individual. On the surface, he was another one of the Qin family's well-trained elites, with a background that identified him as an orphan. But this man had always been by Qin Baoxiang's side. What kind of person would be cultivated to the point of being constantly by one's side at work? Now that she thought about it, Qin Zheng bore at least a slight resemblance to a younger Qin Baoxiang. The more she considered the other shareholders' attitudes toward Qin Zheng, the clearer it became. They regarded Qin Zheng merely as a loyal assistant to Qin Baoxiang. But in light of these new thoughts, Qin Zixuan realized that Zhang Yukai's attitude toward Qin Zheng had always been different from that of the other shareholders. At that moment, her phone rang. The caller was none other than Qin Baoxiang. When Qin Zixuan answered the call, her father's familiar voice came through the line. Xuan, it's been a while since you've come home. Have you been busy with work? Remember to take care of yourself. Suddenly his voice felt strangely distant to Qin Zixuan. Dad, I'm doing well. You and Mom should also take care of yourselves. Her father sighed. Ah, our precious daughter has grown up. Is there something you wanted to talk about? Qin Zixuan asked. Qin Baoxiang replied. I heard that Hu Yan is planning a resort project. It's a good idea, but I had intended to use that area as our family's burial ground. Do you think we can discuss this? If she hadn't already talked with Hu Yan, this reasoning might have convinced Qin Zixuan to agree immediately. But now, Dad, the location of a burial ground isn't what's most important. It's how one lives their life that matters. We're already moving forward with this project, and it's a joint investment by Hu Yan and others. I don't really have the authority to intervene, do I? There was a brief silence on the other end. Is Hu Yan with you? Maybe I should talk to him directly. Okay. Qin Zixuan handed the phone to Hu Yan. Hello, Uncle Qin, Hu Yan greeted. Hello. You've been doing well. I've heard a lot about you recently. I have to say, I feel at ease knowing Xuan is with you, although his tone was kind. Something about it made Hu Yan feel uneasy. I heard what you said just now. I'm the one who approached Mr. Shen about this project, so what do you think? Is that so? Qin Baoxiang paused for a long moment before saying, how about this talk to Mr. Shen, and I'll cover all the cost to make up for it. Does that work? He Yan replied, I was thinking, if you really want to reserve a spot for a burial ground, I can make sure there's enough space. Even if I don't proceed, Mr. Shen will likely continue with the project. Oh, then let's just forget I mentioned it. Qin Baoxiang fell silent again. He Yan nodded to Qin Zixuan, who then took back the phone. Dad, I have a suggestion. Would you mind if I shared it with you? Go ahead. Some of the other shareholders have been pushing for me to step down from inheriting Tianhai. They want the talent you've groomed to take over your position. I'm thinking since I'm a woman, I'll eventually focus more on family than on business. Could you find someone suitable to replace me? Haha. I've mentioned this to you before, but you didn't want my life's work to fall into someone else's hands. What's made you change your mind? Qin Baoxiang asked. It's because of Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan replied. Maybe you won't believe me, but I feel that Tianhai's way of doing business has become outdated. And I'm too constrained by the other shareholders to turn things around. I think I'd rather fully support Hu Yan in building his own business empire. Ahaha. So it's true what they say about daughters being partial to outsiders. Although he said this, there was no trace of anger in his voice. Just hold on a little longer. Once I find the right person, I'll let you step down, and then you can marry Hu Yan. I think Qin Zheng would be a good choice. He's been with you for years. When I asked for him before, you wouldn't let me have him. By now he's probably more capable than I am. Right as she said this, Qin Zixuan tried to keep her tone casual, but her heart was pounding. Qin Baoxiang fell silent. After a long pause he said, "That's not something I can decide alone. Let's wait a bit longer. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Bring Hu Yan home for a visit sometime." "Okay, will do," Qin Zixuan replied before hanging up. The conversation had played out as Hu Yan had expected, but there were still elements that surprised him. "What made you bring up Qin Zheng with your dad?" Hu Yan asked. Qin Zixuan smiled bitterly. "It wasn't until you talked to me that I realized how naive I'd been. I studied management so hard, thinking I was helping him, but now I see that when the other shareholders pushed for someone else to take over, it was probably my father's plan all along. I've inadvertently become his biggest obstacle. If I hadn't insisted, Qin Zheng would probably already be running Tianhai." Although she spoke calmly, Hu Yan could feel her deep frustration both for herself and for her mother, Wen Lingji. Let it go. Maybe it's for the best. There's no point in fighting for something that was never really yours. Besides, I never planned on taking anything from your family. Hu Yan tried to reassure her. But then why didn't my father agree right away when I offered to step down? Qin Zixuan was still confused. "I'll tell you, but don't be upset," Hu Yan said softly. "If it weren't for me, he would have been thrilled to have you step down. But the crisis isn't over yet." Deep down, Qin Zixuan had suspected this, but she didn't want to admit it. "I'm his daughter. Doesn't he worry about me?" "He does. But then I came into the picture," Hu Yan said with a wry smile. Qin Zixuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Although Hu Yan hadn't spelled it out, the meaning was clear. Hu Yan had become the target of all their hatred, standing at the forefront. When both sides were worn out from the fight, Qin Baoxiang could step in and propose peace, saying, "Let's stop fighting among ourselves. I'll agree to have Tianhai run by someone from my family." In this way he would weaken the power of the other shareholders while appearing magnanimous. When Qin Zheng eventually took over, everyone would likely support him. People are often like that. When the benefits go to someone close, they become envious, even murderous. But when those same benefits go to a so-called outsider, like the well-known tycoons mentioned in the news, they feel no resentment because it doesn't affect them directly. Qin Baoxiang was exploiting this mentality. Once Qin Zheng, an outsider, took over, the shareholders' jealousy would dissipate. "No, wait," Hu Yan suddenly said. "Actually, the person your father most wants to get rid of is Zhang Yukai. What he said to me earlier wasn't sincere at all." Qin Zixuan opened her mouth to speak but said nothing. In an instant, she understood. The person who knows the secrets is the biggest threat. And just as she had suspected, she and Hu Yan had now become potential threats to Qin Baoxiang as well. "Did I say too much?" she murmured to herself. "It's okay," Hu Yan replied. "When the time is right, tell your father you're willing to give up all inheritance rights. That should solve the problem." Qin Zixuan thought it over. If her father feared her and her husband, it was likely because he worried they might lay claim to his son's inheritance. If she officially renounced her rights and signed an agreement, the threat would be neutralized. But still, Qin Zixuan felt utterly drained. "Do you think I'm too stupid? How could I not see something so obvious? It's not about intelligence. Your kindness kept you from suspecting your own family of such things." Hu Yan's words made Qin Zixuan's heart skip a beat. When they returned home, she almost impulsively went with Hu Yan to his place. But then she remembered his parents were there. Blushing, she reluctantly said goodbye. Meanwhile, Qin Baoxiang was on the phone with Zhang Yukai. "Old Zhang, this is my fault. But my daughter isn't involved in that project. Hu Yan isn't part of the Qin family, so I don't have much influence over him. That's the downside of having a daughter, I suppose." "I understand," Zhang Yukai replied cheerfully, though he thought to himself, "You old fox. You're just trying to secure your son's future." "Isn't there any room for negotiation?" Zhang Yukai asked. "I've already tried to negotiate. Hu Yan said he'd leave some land for you. But maybe it's best to leave things as they are. Times have changed, and Shen Lianshan is now quite wealthy. Trying to use underhanded tactics is too risky." "I'm just puzzled. We burned that deed ourselves. How could it have reappeared?" Zhang Yukai feigned confusion. In truth, he suspected that when he handed the deed to Qin Baoxiang, it was swapped with a fake. Now, a rift was forming between them. Ho Yan had no interest in the Qin family's fortune, but he wasn't someone who would stand by and let others bully him or his loved ones. Qin Baoxiang had anticipated this question and immediately responded, "For a true master, forging an old deed, especially one from the past, without any anti-counterfeiting measures wouldn't be too difficult, would it?" Zhang Yukai grunted in agreement. "That's true," he said, but internally he was thinking, "I don't believe a word you say." He knew that old deeds didn't have a standardized format, and Shen Lianshan's deed even included an imperial document from the Qing dynasty. Without having seen the original, it would have been impossible to forge an exact copy. Because of this, Zhang Yukai was now certain that Qin Baoxiang had orchestrated everything back then. He could never have imagined that Hu Yan possessed the unique ability to trace the past. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they hung up. As soon as he ended the call, Zhang Yukai was left seething, his chest heaving like a bellows. His much younger wife quickly brought him his heart medication. "Why get so worked up at your age? Your health is more important than anything else. If something happens to you, what will happen to our young son?" These words seemed caring on the surface, but if one thought about it, they carried a different meaning. She was the second wife, with no official status. If Zhang Yukai were to die, she wouldn't inherit a thing, and with her son so young, how could he possibly compete with Zhang Wen? Hearing this only made Zhang Yukai angrier. He slapped the heart medication out of her hand, sending the pills scattering across the floor. From a distance, Zhang Wen and her mother peeked around the corner but said nothing. Zhang Yukai knew they were probably quietly pleased with themselves. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. One of the reasons he had lost interest in fighting was that he felt increasingly incapable of managing the chaos in his life. He wondered about those other children. He had created this mess. But who was responsible for the tragedies that had befallen the Qin family? Despite his rough beginnings, there was one person in the world Zhang Yukai feared most: Qin Baoxiang. Even though he privately cursed Qin Baoxiang as a cunning old fox, when he recalled the things Qin Baoxiang had made him do, Zhang Yukai sometimes woke up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. After all, Hu Yan is his son-in-law. What am I supposed to do? After her conversation with Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan's mindset shifted significantly. She no longer prioritized the future development of Tianhai, realizing that no matter how well she performed, she was merely paving the way for someone else. Now her focus had shifted to how she could use Tianhai's resources to better support Hu Yan in building their own business empire. It was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the day of the Little New Year in the north. Outside, the wind howled, carrying snowflakes that hinted at the bitter cold. But inside Tianhai's large conference room, it was as warm as spring. The reason for this warmth wasn't the weather, but the subject of the meeting: a discussion on how to create an unprecedented resort. Officially, Tianhai was taking on a project for the Shen family, constructing a resort. But everyone in the room knew this wasn't just another project, it was Hu Yan's endeavor, which meant it was practically Qin Zixuan's own. The importance of this project wasn't lost on anyone, and the engineering department heads, who would normally be home resting, were all gathered here to listen to Qin Zixuan's ideas. They had brought their best designers and even rare materials from abroad, eager to present them. Everyone understood that executing this project well could secure them a steady stream of work for years to come. After all, who wouldn't want to align themselves with a powerhouse like Tianhai? However, Qin Zixuan's requirements caught them off guard. The Shen family's mountain, known for its natural beauty, stretched over several square kilometers. Instead of constructing a typical, opulent scenic area, the plan, really Hu Yan's vision, was to create a hidden paradise that blended seamlessly with the mountain's natural landscape. The exterior of the buildings would be designed to blend with the mountain itself, so from a distance, it would appear as though the mountain was untouched by human hands. Inside, visitors would discover a world that felt like stepping into an ancient Chinese landscape painting, complete with flowing streams, stone paths, tea houses, and unique restaurants. This concept meant that all the materials and designs the contractors had prepared were essentially useless. Hu Yan's vision was for the resort to have both visible and hidden aspects: natural beauty on the outside and intricate, ancient-style architecture on the inside. The entire resort would be a harmonious blend of nature and traditional Chinese aesthetics, something completely unique in the country. Even the most seasoned architects in the room were captivated by this vision. Some couldn't help but express their admiration. "If this place is built, I'll have to come and enjoy it myself," one person couldn't help but exclaim, though there was a hint of flattery in his tone. But it was clear that many shared this sentiment, not just out of politeness but because they were genuinely impressed. "Exactly. Whoever gets this project had better do it right. It's like working for ourselves, we're all going to want to become members. Why bother with membership? There's going to be a residential area, right? Just buy a home there, and you'll have free access for life. Hey, I've already got my eye on one. I'll make sure Qin Zong sets aside the best spot for me. Beneath the flattery was a sincere recognition of the opportunity before them. The design Hu Yan had created was so immersive that it won everyone over at first sight. As she observed this, Qin Zixuan felt a deep sense of pride. Hu Yan's success felt like her own, and seeing the admiration for his work filled her with joy. Gazing at the massive 15-meter-long scroll that depicted the resort's layout, she momentarily entertained the thought of retirement. Whether or not the resort made money, it didn't matter. The artwork alone, Hu Yan's masterpiece, was worth millions. Just as Qin Zixuan was lost in these thoughts, a camera flash snapped her back to reality. Wu Zihao, she called out sharply. You're disqualified. It was no joke, such a masterpiece couldn't be treated lightly. I said photos were allowed, but no flash. Did you forget even after canceling Wu Jihao's eligibility, she was still upset? She knew how hard Hu Yan had worked, staying up nights for a week to complete the painting. To her, it wasn't just worth millions, it was priceless. Wu Zihao slapped himself hard across the face, the sound echoing in the room. He bowed deeply. President Qin, I'm so sorry. I was just so taken by it that I forgot to turn off the flash. Qin Zixuan nodded. No need to explain. Please leave. That was how Qin Zixuan operated. If you broke the rules, you were out. Wu Zihao and his team, knowing her temperament, left the room with their heads hung low. As Wu Zihao passed by Qin Zixuan, he couldn't resist asking, President Qin, I accept my disqualification. But could you save a residential spot for me? A small smile played on Qin Zixuan's lips as she nodded. Wu Zihao, grateful, quickly thanked her and exited. Looking out the window, Qin Zixuan felt an overwhelming urge to shout to the world, this is my man. Even when they lose the chance to compete, they still admire his work. The Ice Queen's cheeks flushed with excitement, all her previous doubts and frustrations melting away. She believed that as long as Hu Yan was by her side, she was the happiest woman in the world. However, Qin Zixuan didn't know that Wu Zihao had other plans. After leaving Tianhai, he got into his car and slapped himself again. How could I make such a stupid mistake, he muttered to himself as he pulled out his phone and sent the photo he had taken to Zhang Yukai. Soon after, Zhang Yukai replied with a message, I'll make sure you're not idle next year. Don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Wu Zihao beamed. What did it matter if he had lost out on Qin Zixuan's project? In his mind, no matter how good the job sounded, it was ultimately for her benefit, with little profit for him. But just for snapping a picture and sending it to Zhang Yukai, he had secured a year's worth of work. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukai had the photo printed and enlarged. As he gazed at the beautifully depicted landscape, he was momentarily lost in thought. This is just a photo. How breathtaking must the actual painting be? Zhang Yukai murmured to himself. I've heard that Hu Yan is a master painter, but I didn't believe it. After all, he's just a young kid in his early 20s. But it seems I underestimated him. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yukai handed the enlarged image to an elderly man standing next to him. Master Tan. What do you make of this? The man, known as Master Tan, was a renowned feng shui expert. His full name was Tan Banshan, but he was often called Tan Bangxian or Master Tan for his profound knowledge in feng shui and geomancy. Tan Banshan examined the image with a magnifying glass, his expression growing increasingly astonished. Oh! Wonderful! Marvelous, he exclaimed repeatedly, much to Zhang Yukai's bewilderment. Master Tan, I asked you to evaluate the feng shui, not admire the painting. Painting. Master Tan was equally perplexed. What painting? I'm looking at the feng shui. He continued his analysis, occasionally letting out more exclamations of admiration, which only irritated Zhang Yukai further. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Yukai couldn't hold back any longer. Master Tan, what do you think? Extraordinary. Master Tan marveled. Tell me, which master did you hire to arrange this feng shui? Arrange feng shui? Zhang Yukai was puzzled. What does that mean? You don't know? Tan Banshan shook his head. In ancient times, true feng shui masters could arrange or plant feng shui. They could use the natural landscape to redirect energy flows and create new feng shui patterns. But such feats require immense knowledge in both feng shui and natural sciences. Otherwise, it's not only futile but can also backfire. Zhang Yukai nodded, recalling how Tan Banshan had once told him that while his family's burial site was one of the best available, it was still not perfect. Tan Banshan continued, but according to legend, ancient masters could reshape the landscape to create new feng shui, transforming an ordinary site into a powerful one. However, this requires such mastery that only a few can achieve it without causing harm. Zhang Yukai had considered this before. When he learned that his family's burial site had flaws, he had toyed with the idea of making improvements. But Tan Benshan had warned him that he lacked the skills to undertake such a task, citing numerous examples of failed attempts by other feng shui practitioners that had led to disasters for their clients. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Zhang Yukai's mind. What if Hu Yan isn't creating good feng shui but is actually trying to destroy ours? For someone like Zhang Yukai, the idea that you can never be too careful had long been ingrained in his very being. He asked, "Master Tan, do you think anyone would go out of their way to enhance my feng shui for no reason?" Tan Banshan, an experienced and shrewd old man, had initially been caught up in the brilliance of the feng shui arrangement, which is why he seemed so straightforward in his reaction. Now, he responded cautiously. Tampering with graves was considered a serious crime in ancient times, even worse than taking a life. People who believe in feng shui are particularly wary of the karmic consequences of such actions. Unless there's a deep and unresolved grudge, it's unlikely someone would go to such lengths. It would make more sense to use other, more direct methods if they wanted to harm you. This kind of elaborate scheme, risking harm to oneself, seems unwise. Do you have any enemies who might want to harm you? I don't think so, Zhang Yukai replied after some thought. Ever since Hu Yan appeared on the scene, Zhang Yukai had mostly stayed in the background, echoing the sentiments of the Wang and Lu families without taking any direct actions that would harm Hu Yan's interests. Based on his understanding of Hu Yan, Zhang Yukai believed that even if you openly declared hostility, Hu Yan wouldn't pay you much mind. But if you actually took a shot at him, Hu Yan would bite back hard. Logically, while there may have been minor conflicts, I don't think it's enough to provoke such a harsh response. Besides, this doesn't seem like his style. Indeed, Zhang Yukai saw Hu Yan as someone who would strike back with such force that there would be no room for retaliation, just like with the Wang family's jade stone business and the Lu family's pharmaceutical factory. When they provoked Hu Yan, he swiftly took over both businesses. Yet neither family dared to utter a word of protest. Why? Firstly, because they were in the wrong, and their elders couldn't even find a way to address it. Secondly, Hu Yan's methods were such that no one could argue against him. Though Tan Banshan didn't know the specifics, he pondered for a moment before saying, "I think there are two possibilities. If someone wanted to harm you, just looking at the surface wouldn't reveal much. We'd need the structural design of the area to truly understand. On the surface, everything looks beneficial, with no apparent downsides. The other possibility is that this person doesn't want to continue the conflict and is offering an olive branch." Zhang Yukai considered this, his eyes narrowing. "If I could get my hands on the internal design plans, would you be able to tell if it's good or bad?" Of course, Tan Banshan affirmed. "Though I may not be able to create such designs, I can certainly judge their quality." Zhang Yukai trusted this. It was like many experts who couldn't create the masterpieces they appraised, but could still discern the difference between good and bad craftsmanship. Tan Banshan's strength lay in identifying good feng shui, not altering it. But whether it was natural terrain or modified, he could still assess its quality. Just then, the housekeeper entered the room. "Master, someone has delivered something to you. They said it was urgent and had to be handed to you personally. Do you recognize who sent it?" Zhang Yukai asked. The housekeeper replied, "Yes, it was Kyun-san from the Kyun family." "Oh? Let me see," Zhang Yukai said, taking the envelope from the housekeeper. After opening it and looking at the contents, he was silent for a long time. Then he handed the paper to Tan Banshan. "Take a look. This is what you were asking for." Indeed, the document inside the envelope was the internal layout of the burial site that Tan Banshan had mentioned earlier. Tan Banshan put on his glasses and examined it carefully for a long time before slapping his thigh in excitement. "Brilliant. What is it?" Zhang Yukai, frustrated by Tan Banshan's dramatic reactions, asked. "Look here." Tan Banshan pointed at the diagram. "I've always told you that the water in front of your ancestral grave symbolizes a continuous flow of wealth. The problem was that the water's flow was too fast, and the bends weren't pronounced enough. But look at this design." Zhang Yukai studied the part of the diagram that Tan Banshan was pointing to. After a while he said, "This design does slow down the water flow, but won't it affect the overall layout?" Tan Banshan shook his head. "Not at all. I've told you before that the water channels within the mountain act like the veins of a dragon. If the flow is too fast, it indicates youth and vigor, but it won't last long. That was the major flaw in your family's burial site." Zhang Yukai nodded in agreement. But look at this design, Tan Banshan continued. It introduces structures made of materials that excel at retaining water. This will naturally slow the flow over time. But the real genius lies in how these structures will exert pressure on the water channels, gradually causing them to bend, without altering the natural watercourse. The flow will slow, and over the years, what was once a straight, forceful stream will become a gentle, meandering one. Zhang Yukai was still confused. Please explain in simpler terms. Sure, Tan Banshan replied. In simpler terms, a straight water flow represents unfeeling wealth. It comes fast but leaves just as quickly. It's hard to accumulate. But a curved, meandering flow is symbolic of lasting, benevolent wealth that can be accumulated and sustained over time. Is it really that powerful? Zhang Yukai was intrigued. In recent years, he had been financially supporting many of his old associates, who had no skills or work experience, causing him considerable stress. Maintaining appearances as a major shareholder in Tianhai had also been financially draining. If this adjustment could truly bring the benefits that Tan Banshan described, Zhang Yukai would be satisfied. Master Tan, you're sure about this? Tan Banshan replied. We've known each other for decades and I've always been honest with you. Whoever designed this is a true master. Don't cross this person. With a simple gesture, they can turn an ordinary place into a treasure or completely destroy it. If they wanted to harm you, I probably wouldn't even notice until it was too late. Zhang Yukai was awestruck not just by Hu Yan's feng shui skills, but by his strategy. Without even meeting him face to face, Hu Yan had already taken the high road, addressing Zhang Yukai's vulnerabilities. Legally, Hu Yan had the land deed and official approval for the project, leaving Zhang Yukai with no leverage. And Zhang Yukai knew that challenging Hu Yan directly would only result in his own loss. Though initially enraged, Zhang Yukai had calmed down and sought advice from Qin Baixiang, who ultimately left him disappointed. But now, Hu Yan's unexpected gesture had given him a pleasant surprise. Later that day, after finishing her work, Qin Zixuan met up with Hu Yan for dinner. Hu Yan could tell that she had been less focused on work lately, which he saw as a positive change. If she were always working so hard, it would feel like they were in a long-distance relationship, only communicating through their phones. As they sat down, Qin Zixuan said, I've been calling you out for dinner so often lately. Won't your parents be upset? Hu Yan responded seriously, of course they'll be upset. Qin Zixuan pouted, feeling a bit guilty. She liked spending time alone with Hu Yan, but didn't want to neglect his parents. How about we pack the food and go eat with your family? Hu Yan burst into laughter at her suggestion. They don't know we've finished work early. They probably think you're still working late like before. They have no idea we're sneaking off for a date. Qin Zixuan playfully punched him. You're terrible. Lying to your own parents. You're such a bad guy. All right, Hu Yan teased. I'll call them right now and tell them you finished work early and we're having dinner together. No, don't. Qin Zixuan quickly reached for his phone. Why tell them the truth when it's not necessary? If we go home they'll have to cook and prepare everything, it'll just tire them out. Hu Yan chuckled. You're so good at twisting facts to your advantage. I'm really impressed. Qin Zixuan gave him a playful, affectionate look. As they continued their light-hearted banter, the food arrived, and they began to enjoy their meal. So, how are you planning to deal with Zhang Yukai? Qin Zixuan asked, still concerned about Hu Yan's approach. I sent him a generous gift. If all goes well, we should hear back in a day or two, Hu Yan said between bites. Qin Zixuan was still worried. Zhang Yukai may be tough, but he's also loyal. He still looks after his old associates. Exactly, Hu Yan agreed. He has a bad temper, but there's something admirable about him. That's why I sent him a big gift. Qin Zixuan wasn't sure what Hu Yan meant by a gift, knowing that in their world, such terms often had different meanings. I just don't want things to get too tense between you and him. The other two families are one thing, but Zhang Yukai, he's different. I understand, Hu Yan said. That's why I gave him something special. Stop teasing me. Talk straight, Qin Zixuan huffed, pretending to turn away from him. Hu Yan just smiled, shaking his head as he continued to eat. At that moment, Qin Zixuan's phone rang. She saw that it was Zhang Yukai calling and thought, here we go. I wonder if he's going to lose it. She didn't fully understand Hu Yan's strategy and was worried that he might have deliberately provoked Zhang Yukai by encroaching on his family's burial grounds to force a reaction. Uncle Zhang, is there something you need? I need to thank Hu Yan properly. He's given me a great gift. Zhang Yukai's voice was cheerful. Qin Zixuan frowned. Uncle Zhang, just say what you need to say. I'll be honest with you, whatever happens, Hu Yan and I are in this together. If you have an issue, direct it at me. Zhang Yukai was taken aback. Qian Zixuan had misunderstood the situation entirely. With her mind constantly focused on Hu Yan, she had jumped to the conclusion that he was planning to strike first against Zhang Yukai. This protective instinct flared up inside her, so much so that Zhang Yukai was left completely puzzled by her reaction. Directed at me? Alright then, Zhang Yukai thought to himself, realizing that the couple had clearly reached a ride-or-die stage in their relationship. Meanwhile, Qian Zixuan, who had completely misread the situation, was mentally preparing herself to stand by Hu Yan's side, no matter what fierce tactics Zhang Yukai might employ. Alright, go ahead. I'm listening, she said with determination. Zhang Yukai finally responded, okay, here's the thing. I plan to invest 50 million yuan in your resort project. I know it's not a huge amount, just a small contribution. In return, I hope you'll let me handle the village redevelopment. I'd like to build housing there and provide a place for my old friends and comrades to settle down. It's a way for me to take care of them. Qian Zixuan, who had been bracing herself for a fierce battle, blurted out, in your dreams. Wait, something doesn't seem right here. As she replayed Zhang Yukai's words in her head, Qian Zixuan realized they weren't on the same page. Uncle Zhang, your plan sounds nice, actually, she stammered, still somewhat confused. Hu Yan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. He reached out his hand and said, here, let me take the phone. Oh, okay, Qian Zixuan replied, still a bit dazed as she handed over the phone. Uncle Zhang, I heard your conversation. Thank you for your support. But really, there's no need for the 50 million. I'll make sure the village redevelopment is handed over to you. Zhang Yukai sighed deeply. Seeing the way you handle things, I realize that our generation really is getting old. Now, I just hope I can live a few more years to witness the grand plans you young people will accomplish. You're too kind, Uncle Zhang. I only hope to have wise elders like you guiding us along the way, Hu Yan replied sincerely. Zhang Yukai's tone softened even more. You don't need my guidance, you're already better than we ever were. But if you ever need help, just say the word. I wouldn't hesitate to go against those old guys, even if it means confronting your future father-in-law. His words carried weight and sincerity, and Hu Yan could hear it in his voice. Your support means everything to us. You don't have to bear any burdens on our behalf. If you could simply speak a fair word at the right moment, that would be more than enough. Good lad, Zhang Yukai said, laughing heartily. You remind me of myself when I was younger. If it weren't for the age difference, I'd want to be sworn brothers with you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yukai laughed freely, a kind of laughter he hadn't enjoyed in years. After a bit more chatting, he ended the call, then murmured to himself, Old Qian, I used to admire you, but now I see you've lost your way. With a son-in-law and daughter like this, why are you so fixated on passing everything to your son? Your thinking is leagues behind Hu Yan's. Without realizing it, Zhang Yukai began humming a tune in a Beijing opera style, feeling more at ease as he sipped his tea. Meanwhile, Qian Zixuan was still blushing, realizing she had completely misunderstood the situation. Hu Yan, finding her reaction amusing, couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Qian Zixuan pretended to be angry. This is all your fault. You never told me how you were going to deal with Zhang Yukai. How was I supposed to know it would go this way? Hu Yan couldn't stop laughing, especially remembering how ready Qian Zixuan had been to fight. Seeing him laugh, Qian Zixuan playfully pinched his side. Are you still laughing? Alright, I'm done, Hu Yan said, still smiling. Just because I said I'd take the initiative doesn't mean it has to be about making enemies. Forming alliances is another way of taking the initiative. Well, you could have explained that to me, Qian Zixuan huffed, still a bit embarrassed. Uncle Zhang is probably laughing at me right now. It's all my fault. Okay, Hu Yan said, trying to appease her. Now give me a smile. Qian Zixuan shot him a fierce look, but thinking back to her earlier outburst, she couldn't help but laugh along with him. That's better, Hu Yan said, chuckling. The next day, Hu Yan updated Shen Lianshen about the situation. Being older and wiser, Shen Lianshen agreed that Hu Yan's approach was the best, ensuring that the next generation wouldn't inherit old grudges. Sighing, Shen Lianshen said, Zhang Yukai was right. Your generation has surpassed ours. I wanted to reconcile with them too, but I just didn't have the means. Zhang Yukai and I both believe in your potential. We hope to see all the miracles you'll create. Hu Yan smiled and replied, You're giving me too much credit. Honestly, I'm not that ambitious. I just want a peaceful life, family, a warm home, that's all. And that's remarkable in itself, Shen Lianshan said. Most successful people start with the simple dream of providing a stable life for their family. It's this dream that often leads to extraordinary achievements. Thank you for the kind words, Hu Yan replied modestly. Shen Lianshan saw Hu Yan's humility as a sign of great character. To him, it showed that Hu Yan was calm and unflappable, even in the face of praise. With spring approaching, it was time to start construction. Hu Yan had entrusted Shen Lianshan with overseeing the project, inspired by Hua Shaoqiang's advice. After their collaboration during Peng Siyuan's incident, Hu Yan had reaped significant benefits. Now, the liquor business owned by Peng Siyuan's family was entirely in Hu Yan and Hua Shaoqiang's hands, with Hu Yan as the majority shareholder. This decision to give the dealership rights to Shen Lianshan was also Hua Shaoqiang's idea, believing that having an older, respected figure like Shen Lianshan involved would lend credibility to their brand. As expected, after Shen Lianshan took over the agency for their medicinal liquor, Hua Shaoqiang reported back that sales were increasing daily. Even Hua Shaoqiang, a typical rich second generation, was amazed by the enormous profits in the liquor business. Before they knew it, the Lunar New Year was almost upon them. With the holiday approaching, Hu Yan began to miss his parents, who had returned home after the 23rd. Hu Jiaxin had gone back with them, and Hu Yan was eager to join them. But he didn't want to leave Qin Zixuan alone in Jiangqing, and he also wanted to bring Zhao Peng along with him. Zhao Peng had called, saying he'd arrive in Jiangqing in about 8 hours. So in the meantime, Hu Yan decided to take Qin Zixuan shopping. To his relief, Qin Zixuan no longer frequented luxury stores as she once did. Instead, they wandered through a department store, browsing brands affordable for working-class families and enjoying popular street food. This new experience brought a constant smile to Qin Zixuan's face. She felt more certain than ever that she had made the right choice. Being with Hu Yan made her appreciate the simple joys of life. In the past, shopping had meant going straight to high-end boutiques to pick out limited edition items. Eating out was more about choosing the most expensive dishes, regardless of taste. It all seemed like such a waste of life. Now, holding an ice cream cone in one hand and Hu Yan's arm in the other, Qin Zixuan alternated between taking a bite herself and offering one to Hu Yan. He didn't have much choice but to accept, as both his hands were full, carrying all the clothes and gifts she had bought. When Hu Yan suggested getting Qin San to help, Qin Zixuan refused, insisting it would ruin their couple time. So, Hu Yan resigned himself to the task, eating whatever snacks Qin Zixuan didn't want and acting as her personal pack mule. He was grateful for his martial arts training, thinking it was the only thing keeping him from collapsing under the weight of all the bags. Still, with such a beautiful girlfriend by his side, Hu Yan couldn't help but feel that all the effort was worth it. He thought back to the early days of their relationship, and despite the fatigue, he felt incredibly lucky. As they strolled through the central pedestrian street in Jiangqing, they found themselves in front of the Zhao Er toy store. Despite the late hour, the shop was still bustling with customers. With the new year approaching, a nice holiday gift was essential, and Xiao Er toy store catered to the tastes and budgets of most families. As a result, it was always one of the busiest spots during the holiday season. Just as they were about to go in, a chubby young man walked out, grumbling loudly, "A lousy piece of calligraphy selling for tens of thousands. This place is a total rip-off. If it weren't for the pretty lady boss, I'd have smashed the place." Hu Yan frowned, turning to look at the man. The young man was dressed in Fifth Avenue jeans, a fur coat with an open front that flaunted a flashy gold chain, and Italian leather shoes. It was a rather unique style. He had one arm wrapped around a scantily clad woman, who looked more provocative than respectable. But what surprised Hu Yan was that the man froze when he saw him. "Ha Yan," the young man exclaimed. "And you are?" Hu Yan looked closely at him. "Xiao Yishu?" Little landlord. This guy was a middle school classmate of Hu Yan's. His family had been thrilled to finally have a son and named him Yishu, which was supposed to mean prosperity. But everyone ended up calling him Little Landlord. "Hey, you still remember me?" Xiao Yishu laughed heartily, letting go of the woman and giving Hu Yan a big bear hug. "Just for that, we're getting drunk tonight." He slapped Hu Yan's shoulder twice, hard. "I've heard you've been doing well here, but none of us from middle school have your contact info." Looking at the bags in Hu Yan's hands, he continued, "Nice, man. All these international brand name casual clothes. Comfortable, huh? Not like me, always in these formal outfits for business meetings." Hu Yan was confused. "Do you have a different understanding of the word formal?" Doesn't matter. Making money's what's important then." Pulling the woman closer, he added, "This is my new girlfriend." "Nice to meet you," Hu Yan said apologetically. "Sorry, my hands are full, so I can't shake hands." The woman gave Hu Yan a quick glance and nodded. Xiao Yishu, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Zixuan, finally asked, "And this is your new Girlfriend. Ah, yes, Hu Yan replied. But she's not new, she's an old one. Xiao Yishu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You've got a sense of humor now. Qin Zixuan couldn't help but laugh too, turning away to hide her smile. Xiao Yishu didn't mind. He extended his hand, saying, I'm Big Poplar. Oh ho! Hu Yan's classmate. Qin Zixuan nodded, looking at the ice cream wrapper in her hand. Nice to meet you. Sorry, my hands aren't free either. Xiao Yishu was left speechless. Ho Yan understood that if he hadn't been with Qin Zixuan, Xiao Yishu might not have even acknowledged him, despite recognizing him. Though his hands were full, preventing him from shaking hands with Xiao Yishu's new girlfriend, Qin Zixuan's clear disdain didn't escape Xiao Yishu's notice. Ho Yan, you're not looking down on me, are you? Xiao Yishu asked. Hu Yan quickly shook his head. Of course not. In a city as big as Jiangqing, it's fate that we've run into each other, don't you think? Xiao Yishu laughed, giving Hu Yan's shoulder another hearty slap. That's more like it, brother. Just as Xiao Yishu was about to say more, Qian Xiao Er emerged from the toy store. Zixuan? Ho Yan! Am I seeing things? She exclaimed. Seeing Qian Xiao Er, Qin Zixuan immediately opened her arms, and the two friends hugged tightly. Qian Xiao Er seemed genuinely excited. I thought you two were so wrapped up in each other that you'd forgotten all about me, she teased. How could we? Qin Zixuan replied. I've just been so busy. But from now on I'll make more time to be with you. For some reason, the happier Qin Zixuan felt with Hu Yan, the more guilty she felt toward her best friend. Qin Zixuan had the sense that she had somehow taken Hu Yan away from Qian Xiao Er, who had liked him long before Qin Zixuan had fully made up her mind about him. But Qian Xiao Er had never complained or shown any resentment. She had always been nothing but kind to Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan playfully pinched Qian Xiao Er's cheek. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Is this the famous glow of love? Qian Xiao Er returned the gesture. And you, my dear, are looking even more stunning, though you've lost some weight. You're beautiful, but not as cute as before. Oh, stop it, Qian Xiao Er pouted. You're never around to hang out with me. I'm so bored I've lost my appetite. Qin Zixuan knew that ever since she and Hu Yan had become a couple, Qian Xiao Er had deliberately avoided them. She had even heard that Qian Xiao Er had lost a lot of weight during that time, likely because she didn't want them to see her looking upset. All right then. We haven't eaten either. What do you feel like having? My treat will get you back to your old self in no time. Who said I was fat? Qian Xiao Er pretended to be angry. I used to have baby fat, super cute, right? Of course. My little Xiao Er is the cutest, Qin Zixuan laughed. While the two friends caught up, Xiao Yishu seemed to reconnect with Hu Yan, reminiscing about their younger days. Perfect. We haven't eaten either. Let's all go together, Xiao Yishu suggested. Qin Zixuan wasn't thrilled about the idea of dining with someone like Xiao Yishu, but she didn't want to go against Hu Yan's wishes. She looked to him for guidance. Ho Yan smiled awkwardly. Well, they're best friends and haven't seen each other in a while. How about I join you, and they can have some time to themselves? Xiao Yishu's eyes darted between Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiaoer, before settling back on Hu Yan. Come on, brother, don't be a stranger. Remember who had your back in middle school? Hu Yan had to admit that Xiao Yishu had helped him out a lot back in the day. When Hu Yan was harassed at school, it was often Xiao Yishu who stepped in to resolve the situation. More importantly, when Hu Yan's family hit a rough patch, it was Xiao Yishu who had cried, pleaded, and even threatened his own parents to lend Hu Yan's family 3,000 yuan, which had helped them get through a difficult time. If it weren't for these factors, Hu Yan wouldn't have agreed to this gathering. Qian Xiao Er noticed Hu Yan's hands were full of shopping bags and couldn't help but laugh. Ho Yan, aren't those bags heavy? Why don't you leave them in my store? I can have someone deliver them to your place. Hu Yan nodded. All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Qian Xiao Er placed her hands on her hips and pouted. Old Hu, are you treating me like a stranger now? Why so polite? Not at all, Hu Yan laughed. I was just being courteous. But if you insist, I'll take you up on your offer. I'm exhausted. That's better, Qian Xiao Er giggled as she helped Hu Yan carry the bags into the store. Wow, these are heavy. Good thing you're strong. I'd have collapsed by now. As they moved the bags inside, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but observe, thinking to herself, if Hu Yan were with Qian Xiao Er, he'd probably be even happier. Despite all her efforts to be good to Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan realized that Qian Xiao Er might actually treat him even better. She couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. wondering if Qian Xiao'er would have avoided putting Hu Yan in such a difficult situation because of her family. When Hu Yan and Qian Xiao'er came back out, Qin Zixuan, linking arms with Hu Yan, said to Xiao Yishu, "Mr. Xiao, you're a guest here. Let us treat you to dinner." Xiao Yishu seemed genuinely pleased. "No need. Whether it's me or Hu Yan paying, it's all the same. Besides, he might be doing well, but he's still working for someone else. I might be just scraping by, but at least I'm my own boss, right?" Qin Zixuan didn't want to argue and thought to herself, "I'll take them to Tianyu Tower. That way, even if he wants to pay, he won't be able to. That should save him some face." "All right, you're the guest. Whatever you say." "That's the spirit." Xiao Yishu laughed heartily. "You head towards the end of the street. I'll get the car and meet you there." With that, he put his arm around the woman he was with and walked off. Qian Xiao'er looked at Qin Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, you've changed. In the past, you would never have agreed to dine with someone like that." "I did try to refuse," Qin Zixuan replied, looking at Qian Xiao'er. "If it were you, I'm sure you would have agreed right away." Qian Xiao'er blushed and turned away. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Qin Zixuan chuckled, linking arms with both Hu Yan and Qian Xiao'er. "Let's go." Hu Yan noticed how accommodating Qin Zixuan was being today, but there was still something he needed to clarify. "Thank you both for putting up with this. I really owe Xiao Yishu a favor from the past, and I couldn't turn him down. If it gets too uncomfortable during dinner, you two can leave." "I'm sorry." "What are you talking about?" Qian Xiao'er said. "As your friend, I'm here for the good times and the bad. Besides, this isn't a big deal." Sensing something was off, Qian Xiao'er turned to Qin Zixuan and asked, "Isn't that right, Zixuan?" Qin Zixuan smiled mischievously and nodded, as if to say, "Weren't you the one who said you didn't understand?" Qian Xiao'er blushed again. Soon, they reached the end of the street, where a flashy gold BMW 5 Series rolled up with the window down. "Hop in," Xiao Yishu said, gesturing grandly. Qian Xiao'er and Qin Zixuan exchanged glances, trying to suppress their laughter as they got into the car with Hu Yan. Xiao Yishu honked the horn twice, beep beep, and said, "I'm taking you to the best restaurant in Jiangqing for some steaks. It's run by an Italian guy, and the spicy steaks are even better than the ones in Sichuan." PFF Qian Xiao'er couldn't hold back her laughter, which quickly turned into a coughing fit. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Zixuan, deciding to play along with the situation, patted Qian Xiao'er on the back. "Look at you, getting so excited over some good food. You're making a scene." Qian Xiao'er, still laughing uncontrollably, clutched her stomach. "I can't. I haven't laughed this much in ages. My stomach hurts." Qin Zixuan found the situation amusing as well and thought to herself, "This is actually kind of fun experiencing something completely different for a change." With that in mind, she decided to go along with it completely. Turning to Xiao Yizhu, she said, "Sorry about my foodie friend here. She can't control herself when she hears about something delicious." Xiao Yizhu, feeling proud of himself, waved it off. "No worries. Next time, I'll take you both on a food tour of Jiangqing. Ever had stinky fish? Braised giant frogs? Crawfish with tofu? My girlfriend loves that stuff." Qin Zixuan shook her head blankly. Seeing this, Qian Xiao'er, who had just started to recover, doubled over in laughter again, kicking her legs as she tried to catch her breath. "I can't take it anymore. This is the most fun I've had in forever." Qian Xiao'er gasped. "Old Hu, you've got to get Zixuan to stop. I really can't take it." Xiao Yishu's girlfriend glanced over with a look of clear disdain. Watching Qian Xiao'er's playful antics and Qin Zixuan's apparent admiration, Xiao Yishu felt like he was on top of the world. "Ho Yan, you've really got it made," Xiao Yishu said. "You know, even with my connections, I haven't met many women as stunning as these two. Take good care of them. And if they ever want something fancy, don't be shy, just call me. What's the point of being friends if you're going to be so formal?" Ho Yan could only manage an awkward smile, feeling rather uncomfortable. But it didn't matter. As long as Qian Xiao'er and Qin Zixuan were happy, Hu Yan could endure it. Before long, Xiao Yishu parked the car outside a restaurant with a decor that was a mix of Western and Chinese styles. As soon as they got out, Qin Zixuan praised, "Wow, the Italians got a real eye for design." Behind her, Qian Xiao'er gave Qin Zixuan a playful nudge and clutched her stomach, still giggling. "Zixuan, what has happened to you? You've changed so much, I can't take it anymore." Seeing her friends like this, Xiao Yishu felt a surge of pride. "We should hang out more often. I'll show you the best places in town." With a grand gesture, he led the way inside. When I drink here, the lady boss herself comes out to toast me. Hu Yan noticed that Xiao Yishu might not have been exaggerating. There were indeed people drinking shirtless and playing drinking games with Baiju. Sure enough, the owner was a heavily made-up woman in her 30s. When she saw Xiao Yishu, she immediately came out as if she had just spotted her best customer. Boss Xiao is here. I'll get you the best private room, leave it to me. Qin Zixuan exclaimed, wow, this Italian lady boss has really mastered the northeastern dialect. Qian Xiao Yi'er, clutching her stomach, couldn't stop laughing. Zixuan, what have you been through? How did you become like this? Please, I'm begging you to stop, I can't handle it anymore. Qin Zixuan laughed as she helped Qian Xiao rub her aching stomach. Hu Yan could have easily relieved her pain with a quick press on the right acupoint, but things were different now. He could only smile and watch as his two best friends tried to keep their laughter in check. In that moment, he found himself hoping that they would always stay this close. After arriving at the private room, Qian Xiao'er pulled Qin Zixuan aside to the restroom. Zixuan, do you think we went too far? What if Hu Yan ends up feeling embarrassed? Qian Xiao'er asked, a bit worried. Qin Zixuan smirked mischievously at Qian Xiao'er. For some reason, if another girl showed this much concern for Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan might have felt jealous. But with Qian Xiao'er, she just found it amusing. What are you staring at? Qian Xiao'er asked nervously. Qin Zixuan laughed, I was just thinking, whoever marries you is going to be one lucky guy. If Hu Yan had ended up with you, he probably would have had a much easier and happier life. How do you know he's not happiest being with you? Qian Xiao'er retorted naturally, then immediately realized her slip up, blushing. Who cares about your ugly Hu Yan anyway? Forget it. But Qin Zixuan froze for a moment, realizing that perhaps she had been overthinking everything. Maybe, as Qian Xiao'er said, Hu Yan truly was happiest with her, and he was willing to bear the pressures that came with it. A relieved smile spread across Qin Zixuan's face. What are you smiling about? You haven't answered my question, Qian Xiao'er pressed. Qin Zixuan washed her hands and then hugged Qian Xiao'er's shoulders. You're just too cute. Qian Xiao'er was confused. I really hate it when people use a debt as leverage. Even if Hu Yan owes someone a favor, he'd pay it back tenfold if he had the chance. But forcing him to do something like this will only make him resentful, Qin Zixuan explained. Qian Xiao'er frowned and thought, yeah, knowing Hu Yan, he might react that way. Qin Zixuan chuckled again. Now what? Qian Xiao'er asked, hands on her hips, pouting. Nothing. Just realizing how well you understand my Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan teased. Qian Xiao'er's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away. What nonsense are you talking about? We're just good friends, so of course I understand him. Yeah, I get it, Qin Zixuan said, patting Qian Xiao'er's shoulder. I know exactly how well you understand each other. Watch your words, Qian Xiao'er muttered. By the way, why have you changed so much lately? Changed? How? Qin Zixuan asked. Well, you used to be so stubborn. Even if you didn't like someone, you wouldn't put yourself in a situation where you had to eat with them. And now, you're always smiling. Do you realize that? Qian Xiao'er pointed out. Qin Zixuan thought about it and realized it was true. Sometimes he makes me so mad that I can't help but laugh. Other times he just amuses me. And then there are moments when I think about the future and find myself smiling without even realizing it. I guess I have changed a lot. So cheesy, Qian Xiao'er pretended to gag. You're just rubbing your happiness in my face. Qin Zixuan smiled but didn't say anything. In her heart she was thinking, I should thank you. If I hadn't gone to your house back then, Hu Yan might be your boyfriend now, but that was something she could only think, not say out loud. Otherwise, it would come off as bragging. When they returned to the private room, Xiao Yishu was still boasting, talking about the grand events he had attended. Hu Yan, the first time I attended a shark fin banquet, I had no idea what it was. I saw all these fancy dishes on the table, many of which I didn't recognize. But then, I saw a plate of what looked like vermicelli in front of me. I figured it was just a simple dish that no one else would touch, so I devoured it. Xiao Yishu sighed. Hu Yan, do you know what happened next? Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao'er had already guessed the outcome and struggled to contain their laughter. But Hu Yan remained calm, playing along. What happened? Man, was I embarrassed. On the way back I asked my boss where was the shark fin. I didn't see it, and do you know what he said? Xiao Yishu asked, eager to share the punchline. What did he say? Hu Yan asked, pretending to be clueless. Xiao Yishu, thinking Hu Yan genuinely didn't know, continued, he said, were you blind? That entire plate of vermicelli was shark fin. Half the cost of the meal went into your stomach. Hu Yan's eyes widened. You mean that vermicelli was actually shark fin? Exactly. I was so regretful, Xiao Yishu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That's when I realized that you have to be knowledgeable. Otherwise you'll embarrass yourself and mess things up. Hu Yan nodded earnestly. So what did you say to your boss? What could I say? Xiao Yishu replied. I told him, you didn't tell me shark fin could look like vermicelli, and he said, that's because it's shark fin, not fish bones. Shark fin is from a shark's fin? I didn't know sharks had wings, Hu Yan said, feigning ignorance. Zhao Yizhu patiently explained that shark fin was actually from the shark's fin, not wings. Qian Xiao Er, who had been holding back her laughter, turned away, covering her mouth as she shook with silent giggles. She now understood why Qian Zixuan was so sure Hu Yan wouldn't get upset. It was clear that Qian Zixuan had learned this playful act from Hu Yan. And she was right, Hu Yan didn't particularly like Xiao Yizhu, but because of their past he had to give him some face. So. That's why Xiao Yizhu said, I make it a point to travel to big cities whenever I can, to broaden my horizons. That way, I won't be looked down upon or mess things up in the future. He took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Hu Yan with a flourish. Don't worry about the price. Just order whatever you haven't tried before. Qun Zixuan pretended to be eager and asked, do you have any vermicelli made from fish bones? Qian Xiao Er couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing again. Xiao Yishu, embarrassed, said, they don't have that here. But why don't you order some of the unique dishes they do have? This place is known for its spicy grilled steaks, various skewers, and fried insects like grasshoppers and cicadas. You won't find these at most places. I love this stuff. Which is why I come here. Feeling left out, the woman next to Xiao Yishu chimed in. That's right. Our Mr. Zhu here, he takes me to stay at Tianhai Grand Hotel every night. Do you know that's the only 6-star hotel in Jiangcheng? It should really be 7 stars. But the city isn't big enough for that. We have breakfast there every day, over 50 dishes to choose from. But Zhou Guhi here gets tired of that fancy stuff, so he prefers simple street food. Xiao Yishu pulled her closer, giving her an approving look. This was his strategy for impressing women staying at fancy hotels. It didn't cost much since they only ate breakfast there, avoiding the expensive meals. While Hu Yan marveled at his friend's cunning, Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao Er exchanged amused glances, barely able to contain their laughter. Trying to keep the atmosphere light, Hu Yan looked at the menu and said, you two should laugh, it's what you're best at. Take a look at these dishes, I bet your families have never tried anything like them. Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao Er tried their best to hold back their laughter, nodding in agreement. You don't believe me? Hu Yan pointed to the menu. Have you ever tried Yangla Guanaer? Both women shook their heads emphatically. What about crawfish with tofu or grilled rabbit head? The women kept shaking their heads. Ho Yan turned to Xiao Yishu. Zhugi, let's start with a bit of everything, and throw in some spicy crayfish. Do you think I'm stingy? Xiao Yishu boasted. He turned to the waiter and said, bring 4 portions of everything, and add some stir-fried lamb offal and a refreshing cold salad, and bring 2 cases of pure draft beer, nothing else. Hu Yan gave him a thumbs up. Zhugi Yi, you're as generous as ever. Of course. Zhao Yishu reminisced. Back in the day, you went on to high school, while I hit the streets. But let's face it, don't the smart ones end up working for those who didn't do so well in school? I heard you make 10 grand a year working for someone else, and that's not easy. But if you ever get tired of it, come work with me. I'll make sure you earn at least that much, and you'll live well and eat well. You'll get to see all the big scenes. You can't afford to settle down when you're young, you know? Ho Yan nodded repeatedly. You're right, Zhu Ji. Sometimes, ability and education don't go hand in hand. Exactly, Xiao Yishu continued. Remember Yang Feiyang? Of course. He was the top student in our middle school. How could I forget? Xiao Yishu said. That guy went to Beijing, got a job there. He came back recently, acting all high and mighty. He said he earns 20 grand a year, plus bonuses, insurance and all that. I didn't like his attitude, so I pulled up in my BMW and asked him one question. Can you ever afford to buy a house there, after paying rent and living expenses? And guess what? He didn't have an answer. He patted Hu Yan on the shoulder. He can't hold a candle to you. Here in Jiangcheng, 10 grand a year is high income. Over there, 20 grand a year is barely enough to scrape by. You know, Xiao Yishu had a point. For many people without a solid family background, buying a house in Beijing was just a pipe dream. Ho Yan, I've always liked you. You've done well for yourself and you're still so humble. Unlike some people, who act like big shots after making a few bucks. I make more than they do, but do I show off? Do I brag? Not really, Hu Yan replied. I think real ability is impressive, but pretending to have ability is just foolish. I like that, Xiao Yishu said, slapping Hu Yan's back. Come back for the holidays and we'll catch up. I'll show those old classmates what it's like to stay in a 6-star hotel and party every night. But do I show off? No way. Listening to Xiao Yishu, Ho Yan could barely hold back his own laughter. Ho Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter, making Xiao Yishu feel a bit embarrassed. Ho Yan, what's so funny? Xiao Yishu asked, slightly annoyed. Ho Yan chuckled for a moment before replying, I'm laughing at those people who love to show off without realizing who they're trying to impress. Isn't that just hilarious? Absolutely, Xiao Yishu quickly agreed, thinking Hu Yan was still siding with him. He seemed quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao'er couldn't help but stifle their laughter, which only earned them disdainful glances from Xiao Yishu's girlfriend. Soon, the food was served. The first to arrive were some lamb skewers and the spicy large beef steak that Xiao Yishu had mentioned. It turned out to be a big chunk of marinated beef, grilled and covered in spicy seasoning. Despite the odd name, it actually tasted quite good. Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao'er enjoyed it immensely, which greatly satisfied Xiao Yishu's need for approval. Ho Yan, meanwhile, continued to drink with Xiao Yishu. As they talked, Hu Yan realized that, despite the initial awkwardness, Xiao Yishu wasn't a bad person. While it was true that Xiao Yishu might have approached him because of Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan could see that Xiao Yishu was mostly driven by a strong desire to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. It was clear that Xiao Yishu's bravado wasn't malicious, he just loved playing the part of the big shot. After a while, a plate of small, golden, oval-shaped snacks was brought to the table. As soon as it arrived, a rich, inviting aroma filled the air. Qin Zixuan's eyes lit up at the sight. Hu Yan, what are these? They look delicious. Hu Yan smiled. These are called Yang Lazi, one of my childhood favorites. Back then, it was hard to find even a few of them in a whole day. I never imagined I'd be able to eat them in a restaurant one day. Not only are they tasty, but they're also a rare medicinal herb. Good for lowering blood pressure and clearing heat. They're even said to help with excessive drooling in children. Qin Zixuan grinned. Qian Xiao'er, you should eat more of these, I see you drooling already. Qian Xiao'er paused, giving Qin Zixuan a mock glare before picking up one of the golden snacks. They looked round and plump, but when she bit into it, the crisp sound filled the room. The outside was crunchy while the inside was tender, and Qian Xiao'er's delighted expression said it all. She quickly reached for another. Seeing this, Qin Zixuan wasted no time in grabbing one for herself. The crunching sound as she bit into it was followed by an explosion of flavor, a sweet, rich taste that reminded her of roasted silkworm cocoons, only more intense. This really is delicious, Qin Zixuan said to Hu Yan. No wonder you'd spend a whole day searching for them as a kid. Seeing them enjoy the food so much, Hu Yan's smile widened in satisfaction. Eat up while it's hot, Xiao Yishu encouraged. It doesn't taste as good when it's cold. If it's not enough, we can order more. Qin Zixuan began to soften towards Xiao Yishu. Despite his love of showing off, he had been nothing but respectful towards Hu Yan, acknowledging her as Hu Yan's girlfriend. It was clear that his bravado, though somewhat over the top, was just part of his personality. Afterward, when the plate of fried cicadas was served, neither Qin Zixuan nor Qian Xiao'er dared to try it. They had been willing to try the Yang Alazi only because Hu Yan had described it as a childhood treat. But the cicadas, which looked very much like large insects, were too much for them. Xiao Yishu's girlfriend, on the other hand, showed no hesitation in eating them, even throwing a challenging glance at the two women. Seeing this, Hu Yan excused himself to the restroom, where he quietly instructed a waiter to bring out the rabbit heads already deboned and neatly plated. He slipped the waiter 200 yuan for the effort, and the waiter gladly complied. When the dish came out, the rabbit heads had been deboned, with the spicy seasoning fully absorbed into the tender meat. Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao'er dug in with enthusiasm, completely unaware that they were eating rabbit heads. Xiao Yishu's girlfriend, seeing how much they enjoyed the dish, decided to try some as well. Why didn't we get it served like this before, she asked Xiao Yishu, surprised at how good it tasted. Unaware that this was Hu Yan's doing, Xiao Yishu responded, didn't I tell the owner to take care of us? Of course she'd prepared especially well for such fine company. His girlfriend nodded, pleased with his explanation. Next time, I'll make sure they serve the rabbit heads like this too. She didn't realize, of course, that the dish now cost 10 times more. Ho Yan just smiled, choosing not to enlighten them. As the night went on, the group became more relaxed and familiar with one another. Zhu Yi, what brings you to town? Working on a big deal, Hu Yan asked casually. Didn't you know? Xiao Yishu replied. There's a huge project in Qingshui Township, a 5 billion yuan investment. You know my dad's in landscaping, right? The project's landscaping alone will cost at least 1 billion. If I can land that contract, I'll be set for life. Ho Yan exchanged a glance with Qin Zixuan, then nodded. That's a great opportunity. But do you think you can get it? You don't get it, Xiao Yishu said confidently. When there's a chance, you go for it. And if there isn't, you create one. I've heard that the guy who landed the main contract is staying at the Tianhai Grand Hotel. I plan to find him and make my move. If we get this contract, we'll save a lot on costs since we're local. And of course we'll make sure he benefits as well. Sounds like a solid plan, Hu Yan agreed. But do you think your company has the qualifications? Ah, come on, Hu Yan, you know my dad. He's been in the tree business his whole life. When it comes to landscaping, he's the best. Sure, I'm not much use, but my dad's done plenty of projects. Maybe they weren't big deals, but he's got the skills. Ho Yan understood that Xiao Yishu didn't grasp the concept of project qualifications. He was talking about technical capabilities, not the official credentials required to bid on such a project. It was clear that Xiao Yishu's family had made their money as subcontractors, but taking on a major project like this would be out of their league. The dinner ended on a positive note, with both Qin Zixuan and Qian Xiao Eeyore warming up to Xiao Yishu. Before they parted ways, Xiao Yishu arranged for a driver to take everyone home. The next morning, determined not to miss the complimentary breakfast at the hotel, Xiao Yishu dragged himself out of bed, despite his hangover, and went down to the dining room with his girlfriend, He Juan. As they were settling in, a waiter approached their table. Excuse me. Are you Mr. Xiao Yishu? The waiter asked politely. Xiao Yishu, feeling a bit uneasy, nodded, wondering if they were going to charge for breakfast. The waiter smiled. Mr. Xiao, a gentleman has sent a dish to your table. He hopes you enjoy it. What dish? Xiao Yishu asked, puzzled. The waiter replied. The gentleman said that if you asked, to tell you it's made from fish bones. With that, the waiter left and soon returned with 2 plates of crystal clear shark fin. Enjoy your meal, sir, the waiter said, bowing respectfully before leaving. He Juan looked at the dish, then at Xiao Yishu. Is this really shark fin, Zhu Yi? Yeah. It is, Xiao Yishu replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He Juan asked, how much did we spend on dinner last night? Normally when He Juan asked such a question, Xiao Yishu would exaggerate. But this situation was too strange, and he ended up telling the truth. 860 yuan, he said. And these shark fins, how much are they? He Juan asked. Xiao Yishu pointed to the price on the LED screen. 6,800 yuan. Wow, He Juan exclaimed. Could Hu Yan really have sent this? Is he that rich? Xiao Yishu thought about it and shook his head. He had heard from other classmates that Hu Yan's annual salary was only 100,000 yuan. But then another thought crossed his mind. He's probably just trying to show off, Xiao Yishu said with a smirk. Come on, Hu Yan, you don't need to put on airs with me. He Juan wasn't convinced. Maybe he felt like you lost face in front of his girlfriend last night. Xiao Yishu waved it off. I don't think he'd do that. We were really close back in school. Sure, we lost touch, but that's just because we went down different paths. With that, he decided to give Hu Yan a call and confront him. But before he could, a middle-aged man approached their table. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Yishu? The man asked. Another dish, Xiao Yishu blurted out. The shark fin is more than enough, no need for anything else. The man smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you seem to be doing very well for yourself, having such a grand breakfast. May I introduce myself? He handed over a business card. Xiao Yishu took the card and read, Chu Tai, General Manager of Beatai Engineering and Construction, Colorado. You're the head of a construction company. Xiao Yishu felt a surge of excitement, like a dream coming true. The man nodded. Xiao Yishu quickly pulled out a chair. Please have a seat. Chu Tai sat down and said, I'm the general contractor for the Qingshui Township project. I was wondering if I could discuss some opportunities with your father. Of course. I'll call him right away. Xiao Yishu was so excited that he almost forgot where he was. As he grabbed his phone, he called out to the waiter, another order of fish bone noodles, shark fin. Qun Tai observed Xiao Yishu's excitement, and merely smiled. Mr. Xiao, I've already had breakfast, and I'd prefer to discuss this matter directly with your father, Qin Tai said. Xiao Yishu quickly nodded. Sure, I'll give you my dad's number right away. Meanwhile, after his usual morning exercise and breakfast, Hu Yan returned home to find Qin Zixuan standing in front of his door. "Qin, what brings you here so early?" "It's a holiday, why not sleep in a bit?" Hu Yan asked, surprised. Qin Zixuan smiled. "I'm used to waking up early." Seeing that she had something on her mind, Hu Yan encouraged her. "If there's something you want to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush with me." Qin Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "I was wondering if you could come with me to visit my grandfather." Hu Yan had already prepared a gift for Mr. Qin Baoxiang, intending to visit on the second day of the new year, and then take Qin Zixuan to Yangqing for a few days. But now that she had mentioned it, he realized she was right. Back when they were just dating, Hu Yan often visited her grandfather. Now that they were together, it wouldn't make sense to stop. "All right," Hu Yan agreed and went inside to change into more formal clothes. He then loaded the gifts into Qin Zixuan's car. Shortly after, they arrived at Qin Lao's house. The moment they walked in, Mr. Qin's face lit up with a broad smile upon seeing his granddaughter and Hu Yan. Mrs. Yao welcomed them warmly. Come in, come in. It's cold outside. Why did you bring so many things? Weren't you worried they'd be too heavy?" Hu Yan chuckled. "It's the new year. It's only right to bring something to show my respect for you both." As they settled inside, Qin Zixuan asked, "Aren't my parents back yet?" "They should be here this afternoon," Mr. Qin replied. "Nowadays, we don't even prepare our own New Year's Eve dinner. It feels like the holiday has lost a bit of its charm." Then he turned to Hu Yan. "If you two would just get married and give us a great-grandchild, we'd have something to look forward to." Qin Zixuan blushed. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Mr. Qin chuckled, and Hu Yan scratched his head. "I'd love to, but your son doesn't agree to it." At the mention of this, Mr. Qin's expression darkened. "That ungrateful son of mine. When he gets here, I'm going to have a serious talk with him." Sensing the tension, Hu Yan quickly changed the subject. "Grandpa, look what I brought for you." At that moment, Mrs. Yao entered with a large plate of freshly washed fruit. "You're always trying to win over my old man's favor. Every time you bring something, he takes it out and admires it for ages." Her words made everyone laugh. Hu Yan knew why Qin Zixuan loved visiting her grandparents. It was the simplicity, honesty, and happiness in their lives. It was easy to see why she didn't like going to her own parents' house as much. "I really envy you two," Hu Yan said to the elderly couple. "At your age, you still take care of each other so well." Mr. Qin nodded. "We were from a simpler time. Once we made up our minds, we stuck to it for life." Hu Yan smiled and pulled out a scroll from the pile of gifts. As he unfurled it, the words supporting each other were displayed in large characters. "Grandpa, tell me if my calligraphy has improved," Hu Yan said. Mr. Qin put on his reading glasses and studied the scroll, clicking his tongue in admiration. "You've got a real talent, Hu Yan." "It's a waste you're not pursuing art full-time," Mr. Qin said, clearly aware of Hu Yan's activities, despite being from an older generation. Hu Yan playfully replied, "I'd love to, but your son won't let me marry your granddaughter unless I'm successful. What choice do I have?" Mr. Qin shook his head. "You don't need to provoke me. If I could control him, things wouldn't have reached this point." He sighed deeply. Hu Yan then brought out an exquisitely crafted box. Inside this box is top-quality herbal medicine to help you both stay healthy and live long lives. Mr. Q nodded. "You're very thoughtful. This is something money can't buy. You've really gone above and beyond for Zixuan." Mr. Qin knew that when Hu Yan had treated Qin Baoxiang's illness, he could have done even more to improve his health. However, since Qin Baoxiang refused to let Hu Yan marry his daughter, Hu Yan hadn't provided additional treatments. But now, presenting these medicines was a clear gesture for Mr. Qin to pass on to his son. This gesture moved not only Mr. Qin but also Qin Zixuan, who felt her eyes welling up. Hu Yan, despite knowing how Qin Baoxiang had treated him even to the point of using his own daughter as a bargaining chip, was still so considerate, all for Zixuan's sake. It was as if Hu Yan was saying, "I don't hold a grudge against your father, so you shouldn't either." His generosity and open-mindedness lifted a heavy weight from Qin Zixuan's heart, easing some of her lingering worries. Next, Hu Yan took out a case of medicinal wine that he had personally crafted, something he believed could become a sensation nationwide, even globally. He had named it Chiju, which carried the meaning of lasting health, youth, and happiness. Finally, Hu Yan presented a censer, not a particularly rare antique but a Ming Dynasty piece nonetheless. He had prepared some incense to go with it, meant to purify the air, clear the mind, and bring a sense of peace to the household. Both the elderly couple and Qin Zixuan were delighted with Hu Yan's thoughtful gifts. Mrs. Yao insisted that Hu Yan stay for lunch, but Hu Yan, knowing that if he stayed until Qin Baoxiang arrived, he wouldn't be able to leave, politely declined. He explained that his parents were waiting for him back home, so he couldn't stay long. Understanding this, the elderly couple insisted on giving Hu Yan a red envelope as a token of their appreciation. Unable to refuse, Hu Yan accepted it. Before he left, Mr. Qian urged him to get going soon to avoid traffic. Everyone agreed, so Qian Zixuan drove Hu Yan back to his place. In the underground parking lot of Tianhai Gardens, as they were about to part ways, Qian Zixuan gazed at Hu Yan with reluctance. Hu Yan smiled and said, "Silly girl, I'll be back by the second day of the new year." Qian Zixuan shook her head. "It's strange, I used to be fine not seeing you for a few days. As long as I knew you were just downstairs, I felt secure. But now that you're going home, I can't shake the feeling that if I let you go, you won't come back." Hu Yan wrapped his arms around her and let her rest her head on his shoulder. "With you here, where else would I go?" Qian Zixuan nodded, not saying anything more, just holding on to him. Knowing it was getting late, Hu Yan called Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng had arrived in town late the previous night and was likely well rested by now. Within 10 minutes of the call, Zhao Peng arrived, having stayed at a nearby hotel to avoid disturbing Hu Yan. Seeing that Qian Zixuan was still clinging to Hu Yan, Zhao Peng joked, "Why don't you come back with us?" Qian Zixuan's eyes lit up for a moment but quickly dimmed. Even if she disregarded her father's feelings, she still had to consider her mother and grandparents. Reluctantly, she let go of Hu Yan and opened the trunk for Zhao Peng to load his belongings. "These gifts should be delivered personally," she said. "I bought these for you." Zhao Peng was a bit embarrassed, but grateful. "Thank you. I was planning to stop by the department store anyway. You saved me the trip." Qian Zixuan shook her head. "Just don't call me Qian Zong anymore, and no need to thank me." Zhao Peng grinned. "All right then, old Qian." He even clasped his hands in a playful gesture of respect. Qian Zixuan laughed. "You'd better get going to avoid the traffic." With a final wave, Hu Yan and Zhao Peng drove off, leaving Qian Zixuan to watch them disappear from view. As soon as they exited the complex, they spotted Qian San waiting by the gate. He waved them down. Hu Yan stopped the car and asked, "What are you doing here?" Qian San replied, "The young lady said you're used to having me around and didn't want you to lack someone to run errands back home, so she sent me to wait for you." "All right, hop in," Hu Yan said with a smile as Qian San got into the car. With a contented smile, Hu Yan headed toward his hometown in Yangcheng.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.